Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1742 to Chapter 1797. Where did they go? Yang asked curiously. Master Zhen, that's where the bets are placed. They all went there to place their bets. A maid answered respectfully. He was very professional. After all, not everyone could withstand the stench that assailed their nostrils. Bets outside? Yang's eyes instantly turned into the color of purple cloud coins. What are the odds now? Who's the banker? Is it stable? The so-called stable referred to the banker's reputation and financial resources. If the banker ran away or had no money to pay, it would be boring. This time, Third Master Jean is the banker. He's the oldest banker here. He has never defaulted. The maid replied, now, the odds are 30-1 for those who bet on Fifth Master Jean winning. What about those who bet on me winning? Everyone is rushing to buy it, right? Yang asked excitedly. Those who bet on you winning. The maid curled her lips. She thought that no one would bet on him except for those who were kicked in the head by a donkey. She still answered, those who bet on you winning. The odds are 150, 150? So high. It can't be, right? Yang stood up. Doesn't that mean that if I bet 100 million, I'll get 5 billion if I win? A total of 1 billion. The maid resisted the absurd laughter in her heart. I'll return it along with your bet. That's great. Yang clapped his hands excitedly. I must participate in such an opportunity to make a fortune. If I win, I'll give you a bonus. Then, he ran out of the box excitedly. As soon as Yang went out, the two maids hurriedly rolled up the curtain and fanned themselves. It didn't matter whether they got a bonus or not. The most important thing was that they couldn't stand the stench of feet. They had to fan the stench out. The maids were really suffocating. Yang ran out with a gust of wind. Everyone was startled. Have you finished betting? Yang asked hurriedly. Old people also want to bet. Third Master Jean saw that no one had bet on Xianxia winning. He was about to announce the cancellation of the bets. Bets, bets, bets. What kind of gamble was this? Do you want the Zhuang family to suffer a huge loss? Lord Zhen, do you want to bet as well? Seeing Xianxia's sudden arrival, Third Master Jean felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He was truly overjoyed. Of course. Yang said. Lord Zhen, gambling has its own rules. If both parties want to bet, they can only bet on their own victory. Do you understand this? Third Master Jean asked. Third Master Jean wasn't making this up. There was indeed such a rule. He didn't even encourage both parties to bet on other things. After all, the bets made by the parties involved were too controllable. Even if it was allowed, they could only bet that they would win. After all, if they wanted to lose. No matter what, he could still lose. Yang chuckled, of course I bet on myself winning. Do you think I would bet on myself losing? That's good. How much would you like to bet? Third Master Jean asked impatiently. He thought to himself, if I don't bet a lot and it's hard to form an approximate ratio of bets, I can only cancel the bet. This is the first time I've played such a game. I'll play less. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Then, he said, let's play with 50 purple cloud coins first, hiss. The onlookers were originally here to watch the fun. But when they heard that someone actually bet 50 purple cloud coins and even said that it was a small game, they couldn't help but gasp. Third Master Jean was even more stunned. He thought that a pie would fall from the sky. Who would have thought that a mountain of gold would fall from the sky? He even had to struggle to catch it. Those who bet on Jean Xingxin's victory didn't have a few hundred purple cloud coins. This was already a rare big gamble. The main reason was that everyone was so crazy was because they were too confident. But he didn't expect this person to bet. Just 50 purple cloud coins? Are you sure you want to bet so much? Third Master Jin's eyes almost popped out. 50 purple cloud coins was 5 billion water cloud coins. According to the current odds, the odds were 1 to 50. If he really lost, he would lose. He would have to pay out 250 billion water cloud coins. Even though the water cloud coins were the most common currency used by ordinary people, even though the Jin family's wealth accumulated over 1,000 years was far more than 250 billion water cloud coins. But if he wanted to lose so much money in an outside game, the pressure was still very heavy. The main reason was that the other side didn't have so much money. The two bets started to go wrong again. 50 purple cloud coins. Is it a lot? Xianxia asked curiously. Just by listening to his tone, it was as if he was talking about 50 water cloud coins. The way he looked at the crowd was like a super rich man looking at a bunch of bumpkins who had never seen the world. That kind of condescending look, that kind of arrogance, the crowd was speechless and collectively kept quiet. It seemed that it was really hard to answer this question. Was 50 purple cloud coins a lot? Did you know how many people in this world can't even earn one purple cloud coin after working hard for a lifetime? Now you're betting 50 purple cloud coins at once and you're saying that it's a small game? Is it a lot, then, in your eyes, how much is a lot? Are you so sure? Third Master Jin stroked his goatee and squinted. Mr. Zhen, are you sure you want to use that spirit beast in the competition? You won't change your mind again, right? You should know that the focus of this outside game is your spirit beast. If you change your spirit beast at the last minute, the bet won't count. Chu Yang was displeased. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm worth cheating people for such a small amount of money? Such a small amount of money. Xianxia's wealth was truly perfect at this moment, shocking everyone present. 5 billion water cloud coins, in this Master Zhen's eyes, was just such a small amount of money. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Xianxia changed. They were no longer looking at a nouveau riche. Instead, they were all guessing, this Xianxia, is he a member of a huge financial magnate? For a moment, the crowd became cautious. Could such a person really win? The third master of Jin's heart was also uncertain. He was still worried. He waved his hand and called someone over. You, go and check on that, tiger. Spirit beast, do you see anything unusual? Let's make sure again. If we fail miserably, we'll lose a lot of money. Not long after, that person ran over breathlessly. I've confirmed that there's nothing unusual. The words nothing unusual were said very slowly. There was a meaning behind it. Everyone understood. The only one who didn't seem to understand was Master Zhen. At this point, third Master Jin was relieved. Chu Yang squinted and asked, "You're so slow. Don't tell me, you can't afford such a small amount of money? What are you talking about?" Third Master Jin laughed heartily. Not to mention such a small amount of money, even if it's more, our Jin clan isn't afraid. Take the money. Immediately, someone came forward. Chu Yang handed over 50 purple cloud coins and murmured, "Do you want to add another 500? Third Master Jin's back was covered in cold sweat. Add another 500, if he lost, 1/10 of the Jin clan would be gone. This was the clan's wealth accumulated over 1,700 years. It was better not to risk it for now. Third Master Jin pretended not to hear Xianxia's words and immediately announced, "Is there anyone else who wants to bet? Is there anyone else who wants to bet? If not, we'll close the bet. No more waiting." But how could the onlookers let the Jin clan take all the money? Immediately, they swarmed forward. "I want to add more money. I bet on 5th Master Jin." "Me too, me too, me too. I bet on the Jin clan." The last one made third Master Jin roll his eyes. This bet was nominally between Xianxia and Jin Xingxin, the 5th master of the Jin clan. But in fact, everyone knew. This was definitely a private bet hosted by the Jin clan. In fact, Xianxia was making a bet with the entire Jin clan. Otherwise, with 5th Master Jin's status in the clan, he wouldn't be able to get an Earth-grade spirit beast to participate in this level of bet. Everyone knew this in their hearts. But no one was willing to say it out loud. Now that this guy directly said that he was betting on the Jin clan, it was tantamount to breaking the taboo. If it was someone else who was smart, he would immediately announce that he was giving up the bet. He would be able to avoid the loss of a huge amount of wealth. Compared to losing face to keep the wealth. It was self-evident which was more important. Fortunately, great official Zhen didn't care about this at all. It was as if the victory was already in his hands. He smiled casually, took the bet sheet, and turned to leave. Jin Xingxin followed beside him and walked back together. Brother Zhen, may I ask where you are from? Fifth Master Jin was now somewhat polite. The way he looked at Chu Yang was as if he was looking at a big fat sheep that he could take anything he wanted. Well, from Heaven Saint City. Eh? Why are you asking this? Are you checking the family tree? Chu Yang turned his head as if he had spilled the beans. Nothing, nothing. Jin Xingxin smiled and walked to the side. But his heart skipped a beat. He was actually from Heaven Saint City, the biggest city in the Heaven Imperial Court, the place where the saint lived, the core of the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Although the Jin clan was able to dominate the Purple Cloud City and had great power, if this power was transferred to Heaven Saint City, it wouldn't even be considered as dregs. However, this nouveau riche Xianxia was actually from Heaven Saint City. Where did he come from? Fifth Master Jin knew that he wouldn't be able to get any more information if he stayed any longer, but these 3 words had already made him understand. He pondered and walked back. Cheers rose from the stands. Overwhelming cheers. Tonight's Spirit Beasts game was about to officially start. The host's voice was full of enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, the game of Spirit Beasts game of our Purple Cloud City is about to start. This time, the participants of the game are Jin Xianxia Gong of the Purple Cloud City and the mysterious rich Mr. Xianxia of our Purple Cloud City. There was a burst of applause. The 5th Elder Jin Spirit Beast is the Earth-level Spirit Beast, the Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python. And Mr. Xianxia's Spirit Beast is Big Cat Tiger. Cough, cough, cough. Yes, it is the mighty and majestic Big Cat Tiger, the Big Cat Tiger that has never been defeated. The host's voice clearly showed a hint of astonishment. Yes, it's the Big Cat Tiger. The Big Cat Tiger. Listening to his voice, when the host said the words Big Cat Tiger, his intestines should be in a mess. Now, the battle between the two is about to begin. Everyone, please wait and see. Let's see if the Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python or the undefeated Big Cat Tiger will continue to write the legend of invincibility. On the viewing platform, in the box. Immediately, many people laughed out loud. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. Big Cat Tiger? This is a spirit beast? Did the Heavenly Imperial Court have such a name, the undefeated Big Cat Tiger? To think that this host could come up with the words mighty and majestic. He was really eloquent. Indeed, it had never been defeated before. This is the Big Cat Tiger's first battle. Since it has never been defeated before, it probably won't be defeated in the future. Very likely, it will meet its end here today. Will there be a battle between the two? Where will there be a battle between the two? With the fighting power of the Earth-grade Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python, it would probably swallow this Big Cat Tiger with a single charge. This host was really speaking against his conscience. Undefeated legend? Bullshit. Under the anticipation of the crowd, this unprecedented and exciting battle between the two spirit beasts finally began. Both sides have agreed that this will be the battle of victory and defeat. It has nothing to do with life and death. The host shouted loudly. Both sides began to walk off the stage. Chu Yang stood on Brother Tiger's side. On the other side, a hole appeared in the big net. A golden python with a white jade-like horn on its forehead appeared. Its whole body looked like a golden sculpture. It was unusually handsome. It was hissing and spitting out its forked tongue as it slithered in. A cold and gloomy aura was emitted. Even though they were tens of feet apart, Chu Yang could feel the bone-chilling coldness. It was a kind of bone-chilling murderous intent. It was like walking in a mass grave in the middle of the night and seeing a zombie jump out. It made one's heart palpitate. An Earth-grade spirit beast was indeed not to be underestimated. The moment it appeared, it gave everyone a show of strength, Chu Yang estimated. With ZJ's current cultivation, if he didn't use Calamity Sword, he wouldn't be a match for the snake. Jin Xingxin stood outside the net, gently stroking the Earth-grade Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python with his hand. He murmured, as if he was instructing the Golden Single-Horned Dragon Python. There was only victory and defeat, not life and death. This was a request that too many people made to Jin Wugong. The number of people was so great that Jin Wugong could not handle it. They couldn't afford to offend him. Mr. Jin, you can't be the only one who gets all the benefits. If you kill Xianxia's spirit beast, how can we win money? That's right, that's right. Duke Jean, your family has eaten meat. We should at least get some soup to drink. This kind of opportunity is too rare. It would be best to let Jin Kai, that big cat tiger, fight for hundreds of rounds. No matter what, he had to take all the money out of him before killing him. That's more like it. That's right, that's right. It's better to share the joy than to share the joy alone. If there's money to be made, everyone should earn it. Regarding this, Jin Xingxin was actually very helpless. However, he really did not have the strength to deal with so many lobbyists. In fact, the Earth-grade golden single-horned dragon python was a very bloodthirsty spirit beast. It also liked to devour its target. If it was not told beforehand, it would probably swallow the big cat tiger. If that was the case, it would offend too many people. However, this golden single-horned dragon python did not really care about Jin Wugong. Jin Wugong was not its real owner. If it were not for this special competition, how could Jin Wugong be qualified to own an Earth-grade spirit beast? Regarding this, Jin Wugong was really in a terrible fix. He could not afford to offend the public. Although the Jin clan was a big clan, if he ruined the collective mood of the other big clans present, it would also be a very offensive thing. The higher-ups of the Jin clan might not care, but Jin Wugong could not care. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and gently stroked Brother Hu's body. He said, "You must be careful. If you can't win, you can escape back. We don't care about money. We can earn more if we lose it. You only have one life, and ZJ's life is the most important. You must remember, your life is the most important." Brother Hu nodded. Brother Hu, who had always been arrogant, bloodthirsty, and warlike, was very docile at this moment. He was so docile that Chu Yang was not used to it. Brother Hu actually had such a side to him, along with the majestic drumbeat, along with Chu Yang's gentle stroking, especially that sentence, Brother Hu felt as if he was going back in time. It was as if they had returned to the time when they were fighting in the Beast Arena. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. At that time, ZJ was helpless and terrified. He could only be at the mercy of others. Many of ZJ's kind and seniors grew up in the beast fighting arena. In the end, they also died in there. There were no exceptions. All of them died. No, they died in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the life of the beast fighting arena could not be described as a life. The living ZJ would be squeezed dry of all its value. Once it died, it would have no value. He thought that ZJ would not be able to avoid this fate. He did not know when the beast fighting arena would come. Perhaps ZJ would also become a stiff corpse. He would fulfill some people's wishes, but at the same time, he would also empty some people's wallets. He would become the target of those people's curses and anger. However, his benefactor appeared at that moment. He appeared without any warning. Out of so many of his kind, he only chose ZJ. His hand gently stroked ZJ's back. That indescribable comfort. At the same time, the aura that changed the course of ZJ's life entered ZJ's body from his benefactor's hand. In an instant, ZJ's body mutated. It mutated from the root. That aura increased ZJ's ability by countless times. It expanded ZJ's potential to infinity. When his benefactor removed his hand, ZJ became the king of his kind. He was the undisputed king of his kind. The once invincible opponent could only wag his tail and beg for mercy in front of ZJ. He did not dare to act rashly. That was the fear that came from the bottom of a person's soul when facing a king. At that moment, Xianxia was reborn, and ZJ's life was completely rewritten. However, his benefactor did not keep ZJ by his side. Instead, he let ZJ go. From then on, that mysterious aura remained in ZJ's body. It allowed ZJ to evolve again and again. He finally became the Beast King, Beast Emperor, Beast Venerable, until he reached the Beast Limitless. Even that time when the dimension shattered, it was also because of the mysterious aura that his benefactor gave him. It protected ZJ and allowed him to drift in the space turbulence. If it wasn't for that power, ZJ would have turned into a pile of bones or a pile of fine powder many years ago, dissipating with the wind without a trace. For many years, ZJ had wanted to return to his peak state and look for his benefactor. No matter where he went, 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 he still wanted to look for his benefactor. However, he did not get what he wanted. Finally, on that day, Zhuren felt an aura similar to his benefactor appear in this place. That's why he rushed over in the middle of the night. He did not expect to see his master this time because the aura was too weak. It might be his benefactor, but he might have some information about his benefactor. As long as there's hope, he will try. Even if he has to hide in a lowly market, his benefactor seemed to like to patronize such places. His benefactor seemed to have a natural liking for beasts. That's why ZJ hid in this place and did not let anyone notice his abnormality. He would search for his benefactor every night. But ZJ came with high hopes, but it was to no avail. There was no trace of his benefactor's aura. However, on that day, this person came to ZJ. The sword in his hand was clearly made by his benefactor. That aura is unforgettable, and it's definitely not a mistake. It's the aura of his benefactor, the smell of his benefactor. I am not qualified to follow my benefactor, but I want to follow this person who is related to my benefactor. I want to protect him and grow up. I believe that if I can accompany him, I might have a chance to meet my benefactor again. That's why I am willing to acknowledge him as my boss. At least, I want to protect him on behalf of my benefactor. Luckily, this boss and my benefactor treated me well. Since I cannot find my benefactor now, it is not a bad choice to stay by his side. Especially just now, when he stroked my back before the battle. That gentleness is very similar to the feeling my benefactor gave me, listening to the cheers around him and looking at the ferocious faces of the people around him. Tiger Ge felt the warmth of his memories. This kind of event can make me reminisce. Actually, I really want to spend more time in this kind of place. The memories from back then were so heartwarming and touching. Ha ha ha. That invincible and undefeated cat tiger seems to be scared stiff. Someone shouted from the side. That's right. Why isn't it moving? Could it be that the spiritual beasts were intimidating each other, causing the big cat tiger to be unable to move? Damn, Jing Wugong won too easily this time. You can't force the fate of a person, that's right. That golden single-horned dragon python is almost in front of him, but this invincible big cat tiger is still in a daze. They are not even on the same level. He has never been defeated before. Looks like he's about to open his business, everyone was discussing among themselves. Anyway, no one is optimistic about Tiger Ge. Jing Wugong smiled and rubbed his fingers together. It seems like he is about to collect the money. You can't blame him for this. In this situation, 100 people have to believe that he can win. 1,000 people have to believe that he can win. Even if there are 10,000 people, there must be at least 1,000 people who believe that he can win, except for Jin Yukai. Many people even stared at Duke Jin with envious and jealous gazes. This guy was really too lucky. But at this moment, the golden single-horned dragon python rushed over. A trace of cold-blooded cruelty flashed across the golden single-horned dragon python's cold eyes. It opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow the opponent in front of it. Facing such an opponent, it didn't even bother to use its innate skill. It would just swallow it whole and be done with it. As for not being allowed to kill, who set this rule? The words of the guy who brought him here were nothing, not even worth a fart. It was his good fortune that it didn't swallow him whole. The golden single-horned dragon python didn't care about this. This was the pride of an earth-level spirit beast. At the last moment when the cold fangs were about to bite Brother Tiger's head, Brother Tiger suddenly woke up and jumped abruptly in front of everyone's eyes. In everyone's eyes, or rather, it could be said that everyone could see that it was a jump out of panic, or a jump out of desperation to survive. They had to admit that this jump actually helped the big cat tiger escape from danger temporarily. It actually leaped into the air and coincidentally landed on the back of the golden single-horned dragon python. Moreover, its whole body was trembling, and everyone could see the trembling of its fur. It climbed up with difficulty. It was fine if it didn't climb up, but when it climbed up, its hind legs kicked twice, and coincidentally, it kicked on the head of the golden single-horned dragon python. As everyone knew, the golden single-horned dragon python's eyes were on the top of its head. When its hind legs kicked on the golden single-horned dragon python, something happened that made everyone's jaws drop. The sharp nails on the claws that were emitting cold light actually sank into the golden single-horned dragon python's wide-open eyeball. The big cat tiger cried out in horror. as if it was very surprised and scared that its hind legs had stepped on something soft and sank into it. It struggled a few times in a flurry before it finally pulled its claws out of the golden single-horned dragon python's eyeball. Immediately after, black blood spurted out with a foul smell. The golden single-horned dragon python's eyeball had turned into a pile of paste. The golden single-horned dragon python was stunned. It paused for a moment before it reacted. Suddenly, it let out an earth-shattering scream, roar. Who said that snakes couldn't roar? It was proven that when a snake really roared, it could also be very heart-wrenching. On the stands and in the private rooms, countless people's eyeballs almost popped out of their eye sockets. Clap, 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 countless Hawkeye sleeves fell from his hands and rolled around on the ground. No one would have thought that such a scene would actually occur. Such a grotesque scene happened just like that. Where was the logic to go? At this moment, the golden single-horned dragon python was infuriated to the point of insanity. It was in so much pain that it was on the verge of exploding. Underestimating the enemy? Does it count? It didn't count. He had never expected that his carelessness and underestimation of his opponent would cause him to be so severely injured right from the start. Most importantly, this injury seemed to have been caused by his opponent's unintentional and panic. This was even more unbearable. The intense pain caused by the rupture of the eyeball drove the golden single-horned dragon python completely mad. With a hoo sound, the golden single-horned dragon python coiled up like a whirlwind. Soon after, the entire field suddenly turned dark. Gusts of yellow and black whirlwinds whirled around. This was the golden one-horned dragon python's innate skill. It was also an Earth-tier advanced skill, yellow-black storm. The two whirlwinds were actually two types of deadly poison. They were the symbiotic poison of the golden single-horned dragon python, yin and yang. Any warrior below the Earth tier would die immediately. That was not the end of it. It opened its mouth, and a ball of golden light was brewing in its mouth. This was the unique skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. It would never use this skill unless it was in a life-and-death battle. Golden explosion ball. This was the famous skill of the golden one-horned dragon python. At the same time, it was also the origin of its name. Once the golden explosion ball was used, even a heaven-tier expert would be severely injured. This was a desperate move. The golden one-horned dragon python obviously hated a certain tiger to the extreme. It was determined to completely rot this fellow and then use the golden explosion ball to smash it into pieces before swallowing it whole. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the big cat tiger did not show any joy of severely injuring its opponent. It kept retreating in fear. Its tail kept wagging as if it was begging for mercy. Begging for its opponent to be merciful? The golden one-horned dragon python pounced over like a whirlwind. Meow. This cry made the jaws of all the spectators drop at the same time. They were really stunned to death. Such a ferocious beast, which was more than 3 zhang long, actually let out a cat cry. Was this thing an ocelot or a cat? A ball of yellow light and black fog exploded with a loud bang. The golden explosion ball exploded. In a blur, a panic-stricken figure could be seen jumping up again. Its jumping ability was incomparable and it directly jumped to the opposite corner of the arena, panting heavily. That golden explosion ball violently exploded on the inescapable net of the animal fighting arena. Outside, the expert supervising the arena was blown away by this force and rolled out like a rubber ball. This was because the inescapable net had already eliminated most of the force. Otherwise, that expert would have died long ago. However, the big cat tiger actually dodged such an astonishing attack once again. It was really too lucky. The golden one-horned dragon python's furious cry shook the heavens and the earth. It quickly turned around and faced the big cat tiger, which was so scared that its soul seemed to have left its body and was shivering. Its huge body, which was more than 5 zhang long, soared into the air and flew over like a golden lightning bolt. A cold and violent hurricane rose from the ground. The people on the other side shuddered at the thought of this. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The big cat tiger let out another loud cry and shivered. It mustered all its courage and strength and leaped toward the opponent. Should it face the attack? Or should it dodge? It seemed that it was more likely to dodge, because the big cat tiger's outstanding jumping ability had already allowed it to dodge the golden one-horned dragon python's head-on attack. However, this round of battle was far from over. In fact, it was just the beginning. Because, oh my god. On the stands, in the private rooms, countless people who were holding Hawkeye gloves felt goosebumps all over their bodies at the same time. After dodging the opponent's attack, the big cat tiger jumped onto the golden single-horned dragon python's head. The hind claw that it didn't use just now coincidentally scratched into the other eye of the golden single-horned dragon python just like before. That was not all. The big cat tiger, which seemed to be in a panic and didn't know what to do, actually crashed into the golden one-horned dragon python's erect white jade horn. Ow meow, the big cat tiger let out a miserable cry and was instantly sent flying and bounced back. However, it wasn't that the tiger didn't gain anything from this collision. In fact, it gained a lot. The pitiful golden one-horned dragon python's unusually handsome horn was actually broken off from the root. It fell to the ground with a paw sound, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the bloody hole on its head. Everyone knew that the golden one-horned dragon python's weak point was its horn. Moreover, as a reptile and a type of python, the golden one-horned dragon python's eyes were the same as other snakes without exception. They weren't very useful. The thing that actually commanded it to attack or move forward was the white jade horn. It had a function similar to the sound waves released by bats, guiding the direction. Without its horn, the golden single-horned dragon python had truly become blind, deaf, and had a severely congested nose. It could not even smell anything. Now, the golden one-horned dragon python's condition could only be described as extremely miserable and tragic. Not only were both of its eyes blinded, but its most important horn had also been broken. It could only rely on its instincts to roll around in the beast battle arena, biting, circling, and charging everywhere. It cried out miserably as it attacked blindly without any purpose. However, the big cat tiger was shivering and hiding in a corner. The golden one-horned dragon python couldn't attack it at all. It hid in a corner and trembled all over, looking at the golden one-horned dragon python with eyes full of fear. However, the golden one-horned dragon python had attacked almost all the spots except for this one. Blind spot, blind spot. How could this be possible? Everyone fell into a daze at the same time. Was this luck? If this was luck, then this was too lucky. Oh my god. In the private room, Jin Wugong was dumbstruck. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect such an outcome. An Earth-level spirit beast actually ended up in such a miserable state because it underestimated its enemy. Jin Wugong had two questions that he couldn't figure out. The first question was, spirit beasts were spirit beasts. In the world of spirit beasts, how could they underestimate their enemy? The golden one-horned dragon python wouldn't let its guard down in a normal battle, even if it was against a mouse. It would only relax after it had completely killed or devoured its opponent. Why was it so muddle-headed this time? The second question was, many of the golden one-horned dragon python's attacking methods hadn't been used yet. Why didn't it use them? As an Earth-level spirit beast, the golden one-horned dragon python had been trained by the Jin family for so many years. It was even proficient in martial arts to a certain extent. It could even transform the lower half of its body into a whip, a broadsword, or a long spear. However, it didn't show any of these in this battle. It didn't even use the most primitive and basic survival method of a snake, which was to entangle its opponent to death. How could it end up in such a state? Also, the most puzzling thing was, the horn of the golden one-horned dragon python could be said to be the strongest part of its body. It was also where the golden one-horned dragon python's life was located. It had always attached great importance to it and would never allow anyone to touch it. How could it be hit so easily this time? Moreover, it was broken with just one hit. Was he king made of tofu? Blood was still spurting out in the field. The whole field was almost soaked in the blood of the golden one-horned dragon python. The golden one-horned dragon python was still in a frenzy. However, anyone could see that this golden one-horned dragon python was definitely not going to survive. Now that its life gate was broken, it meant that its life was coming to an end. Even a saint-level spirit beast couldn't escape from such an injury, let alone an earth-level spirit beast. There were only 3 words to describe it: it was dead, and the big cat tiger that caused all of this was trembling in fear at the side, as if it was a sieve. Everyone turned their gazes and looked at the big cat tiger that was still cowering in a corner and shivering. That classic cowardly behavior, that cowardly look of not daring to fight at all, and that eye-catching, horn-like lump on the top of its head, it was the price it had to pay for hitting its head on the horn just now. It caused such a big bump on the big cat tiger's head, it was as if the golden single-horned dragon python's horn had grown on the big cat tiger's head. This cowardly look made everyone sigh and wring their hands. F***ck, if the golden single-horned dragon python couldn't kill this big cat tiger before it ran out of life force, this guy would actually become the winner? It would win the competition inexplicably. Everyone who realized this result was petrified. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the bestial battle arena was like a silent movie. The golden single-horned dragon python continued to roar, scream, groan, and attack, until it was groaning and squirming. Gradually, it stopped moving, completely motionless. The snake's head that was once high and mighty now fell to the ground like a plastic pipe that had been drained of water. It twitched a few times with great effort and finally returned to silence. Although they had already realized that this result was coming, they still hoped that a miracle would happen. The crowd fell into a daze, and the whole arena was silent. It was at this moment that a mighty roar suddenly rang out. The big cat tiger actually stood up like a lively dragon and shook its fur. Then, it rushed up to the corpse of the golden uni-horned dragon python with an aura of a mighty, invincible king. It hissed and bit at the corpse of the golden uni-horned dragon python. Its mouth was still growling, although the crowd didn't understand what this guy was saying. They could guess it because a certain tiger's expression said it all. "Stand up, you bastard. I'm here to fight with you. Come on. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. This old one will have a fair fight with you. Stand up and fight with me if you have the guts. Why are you pretending to be dead? Stand up. Come back and fight with this old one if you have the guts." Although the big cat tiger might not have said that, its proud and rampant, arrogant and domineering, and beating the dog while it's down boldness made everyone think that it was not too far from the truth even if they couldn't guess it. Seeing this big cat tiger hissing and biting at the corpse, as if it was in a life and death battle state, the crowd felt their jaws dislocate. They felt that their eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. Their eyeballs all over the ground. There was actually such a shameless beast in this world, it was really too shameless. Can you be any more shameless? Ken Wood? Did you King forget that you only knew how to tremble and run away when your opponent showed his might just now? Now you're trying to show off? Can you be any braver? Finally, someone shouted, F***ck. What kind of ability are you trying to show off in front of a dead person? Someone immediately reminded him, it's not a dead person, it's a dead snake. How shameless. It's really too shameless. Countless people were indignant at the tiger's actions, but more of them were unwilling to accept it. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. It was obviously a good thing that fell from the sky, but the pie disintegrated in midair, and the filling was actually feces that covered the whole body and face. Other than being disgusted, there was nothing else. Oh, and it was also highly poisonous. You guys are actually talking to a beast about being shameless. Could it be that you guys actually understand the language of beasts? What a talent. A very small number of people who didn't place their bets for various reasons gloated and made sarcastic remarks, finally feeling better. The farce was still going on. That big cat tiger hissed and bit a few hundred times before it barely tore open the weakest part of the golden single-horned dragon python's belly and swallowed the inner core and snake gallbladder in a dignified and calm manner. While the crowd was dumbfounded, they beat their chests and stomped their feet. The dead golden single-horned dragon python was lying there for the cat tiger to bite, but it still took a few hundred bites to tear open its belly, which was second only to its vital part. What if it was still alive? However, this big cat tiger was the winner of this competition. How could the crowd accept this? How could they endure this? Brother Tiger slowly ate the snake's gallbladder and inner core. Only then did he shake his head and wagged his tail in satisfaction. With the heroic bearing of a victor, he walked in a circle around the field in a mighty and majestic manner. As he walked, he roared towards the sky, roar. 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 It seemed to be announcing, I won. I won. I'm the winner. Brother Tiger was really proud of himself in his heart. Although there was a huge disparity in strength, this game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was really King satisfying. No one had noticed at all, and it was a real secret that it had made a fortune in silence. as for demonstrating and marching around the arena, it had wanted to do that for a long time. It had been so many years, it had wanted to do that when it was in the animal fighting arena, but it didn't have the chance. It had slipped away after one round of fighting. Now, of course, it had to walk a few more rounds to its heart's content. Yuan's regret back then, sigh, how many regrets in life. Below the arena, everyone was dumbstruck and silent. After a long time, a person who didn't place a bet asked his companion gloatingly, "Brother, how much did you win? Do you have to treat us?" Ha ha ha. This sentence completely woke everyone up. Countless people beat their chests and stomped their feet. In an instant, resentment filled the sky. My money! My money! Damn it, I actually lost. How could I lose in such a situation? Oh God. I can't live anymore. F***ck, what kind of bullsh**t earth grade spirit beast is it? It can't even beat an ordinary beast, causing me to lose so much money. I'm cursing its 18 generations of ancestors, cursing its descendants to be unable to get hard. After this battle, I've completely lost confidence in the so-called spirit beasts. How can I believe in beasts? Woo woo woo. Jin Xingxin and Jin Wugong looked defeated. Their eyes were lifeless as they stared blankly at the big cat tiger that was still circling around the arena. Their hearts had already collapsed. Since it was a game between spirit beasts, there were definitely risks. There were winners and losers. Of course, it could also be said that the winner was the loser. If they had lost the battle, and died, Jin Wugong wouldn't find it so hard to accept. However, the problem was that everyone, even an idiot, could see that the golden single-horned dragon python had the absolute advantage. No, it should be an absolute victory. It definitely had the tyrannical strength to crush this big cat tiger to death without any effort. However, with such a huge disparity in combat power, the final result was an extremely sullen loss. Moreover, the deciding factor of victory was actually 3 consecutive accidents. The most frustrating thing was that these accidents were all based on the fact that the big cat tiger escaped all the way. This fellow didn't even dare to fight head-on, but it still won. Tell me, where is this logic to go? The people around him looked at Jin Wugong sympathetically and quietly moved away from him. This guy looks like he's about to break down. If he's going to break down, then so be it. Don't go crazy. Even if you go crazy, don't go crazy on us. Third Master Jin, who was in charge of the gambling outside the arena, was much better than his nephew. He was still rational, but his head was full of sweat. His goatee was trembling in the wind, and his hands were shaking like chicken feet. His face was even more lifeless. F***ck, it was obviously a sure-win bet, but he lost. Well, it didn't seem to be a loss. Because there were many people who lost. Those who bet on Jin Xingxin's victory all lost everything, and all the money became Third Master Jin's. But the problem was, all the money added up was only 873 purple cloud coins, but he had to pay Xianxia a total of 2,550 purple cloud coins. This time, he really lost a lot of money. Third Master Jin had been the banker here for more than 10 years. Half of the money he earned in half of his life went to Xianxia at this moment. At this moment, Third Master Jin's face was pale. It wasn't because of winning or losing, but because of his heartache. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. Third Master Jin had been gambling here for more than 10 years, and he had seen all kinds of storms. As a banker, he could win 10 times in a row, but it was impossible to win 10 times without losing. Occasionally, there would be mistakes or accidents. If you really won all the time, who would bet with you? Who dared to bet so much money was really stupid. Did you think that everyone was like Mr. Zhen a few days ago? But today, he lost so much money. It was really painful. Half of his life savings was gone just like that. Anyone else would be distressed. How could you not be distressed? Energy, wood, and energy? On the other side, the host was also in a daze, petrified, and fixed state for a long time. The outcome of the battle was already clear, but he was still sleepwalking and didn't know how to announce the result. If he had announced the result earlier, the snake gallbladder and internal elixir might have been left to the Jin family. Until Xianxia roared, "Hey! I say, that host, did you have a fever yesterday? Did you forget to take your medicine today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Did you take fake medicine? How long has it been since the battle ended? Why haven't you announced the result yet? Are you very free? I'm waiting to get my money. Suddenly, he burst into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. That's great. Big Cat Tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It's invincible. It's continuing its undefeated legend. Today, I've made a small fortune again. I'll give you more food later. Everyone who heard this only felt their balls cramping in pain. Made a small fortune? Only made a small fortune? Only made a small fortune? UF asterisk king bet on this round. Other than the 100 purple cloud coins you won from Jean Wugong, you also won 2,500 purple cloud coins from Third Master Jean. In total, it's 2,000 purple cloud coins. In other words, it's 20 billion Shuiyuan coins, and it's only a small fortune. I really want to ask you, how much is too much? Can you be more arrogant? Energy, wood, and energy? I have to take half a day off today. I saved this chapter yesterday. I felt something was wrong yesterday. Today, I'm sweating all over. I feel nauseous and dizzy. I'm afraid it's the heat. I'm going to lie down after posting it. This year is probably the hottest year in history. The most hateful thing is, because of my shoulders, neck, and waist, I don't dare to enjoy the air conditioning. Every day, I write in my room like I'm in a sauna. Heat. I also felt that it would happen, but I didn't expect it to happen today. The host finally jumped onto the stage with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes. The result of this battle is that Mr. Xianxia's Big Cat Tiger has won. The Big Cat Tiger is indeed mighty and majestic. It is invincible and has never lost a battle. Once again, it continues to write the legend of invincibility. Cough 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 cough. At the end of his speech, the host coughed violently. This was really, he didn't expect this outcome at all. It was really too unexpected. To be able to say something like this was the limit of a professional's ability. He wanted to find something more professional, but he did not have the strength to do so. However, the result of the battle has indeed been decided. Everyone was in a 100% petrified state as they watched Xianxia bring the Big Cat Tiger down from the arena with his precious baby. Each and every one of their gazes were like puppets with strings pulled, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. An Earth-grade spirit beast could actually be so careless, and it was such a fatal carelessness. Apart from the snake's carelessness, the Big Cat Tiger's luck was also too good. It was simply too good. For the sake of me, why can't such a good thing happen to me? People don't even care if they win. It's just a small sum of money. If I win this round, I don't need to do anything in this lifetime. No, at least for 3, 5, or 7 lifetimes. Chu Yang took 100 purple cloud coins from the grief-stricken 5th Elder Jean. Then, he walked over to Third Master Jean proudly. Third Master Jean, haha, thank you for being the banker this time. That, my prize. Third Master Jin's old face turned into a dried cigar. Cough, cough, this, 2,500 purple cloud coins, haha, as the saying goes, if you agree to bet, you have to accept your loss. Since I'm the banker, I won't deny my loss. But as your senior, I need to remind you that this sum of money is not small. Can you take it all by yourself? Haha. This world is not very peaceful. Chu Yang raised his right hand. It's a small matter. Look, do you see this? This thing is called a space ring. Not to mention a mere 2,500 purple cloud coins, even if it was 5 million purple cloud coins, he would still have more than enough money to spare. Thank you for your concern. As expected of senior gambler, your magnanimity is outstanding. Everyone instantly looked at the ring on Chu Yang's hand, and they all fell silent. It was an ordinary, unadorned, unremarkable ring with almost no decorations on it. It was actually the legendary spatial ring. Furthermore, the amount of energy stored was astonishing. What is the origin of this Xianxia? Dong Xuebing's background is getting more and more mysterious. In fact, what was revealed now was only the tip of the iceberg, a mere grain of sand. Among the people present, there were only a few people who had a storage space. Their storage space was incomparable to Lord Jin's, but all of them treated it like a treasure. He did not dare to show it in front of others. Rashly appearing in front of others would only bring unnecessary trouble to ZJ. Not everyone was like great official Zhen, who didn't treat the purple cloud coin as a big deal, and didn't treat spatial equipment as a secret. He doesn't even mind revealing more secrets to others, he could even store 5 million purple cloud coins, and there would be more than enough to spare. This was no different from telling others that he had a lot of other things in his space. As for the specifics, they could just imagine. Anyway, I don't treat 2,500 purple cloud coins as a big deal. It's just a small amount. Was he implying that the value of other things in his space ring was even higher than 2,500 purple cloud coins? That was like carrying a huge treasure trove with him everywhere he went. In addition, there was also his ability to come and go without a trace. Everyone could only look up to him in the dust. Xianxia was so famous in the beast fighting coliseum. Why didn't the big clan send people to investigate and find out about his background? But no matter how they investigated, this person was actually so mysterious that there were no clues at all. Up until now, they couldn't even find out where he was staying. It wasn't just one clan that was like this. All the clans and forces had investigated and found valuable clues. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have the same doubts in their minds. What kind of background did this person have? How can a person like him be so stupid? Using a wild beast to participate in the game? And it was a sky-high amount of wealth. Instantly, many people started to have doubts about Xianxia's spirit beast, Tiger Cat. Today's competition was too strange. It was too bizarre. It seemed too ridiculous. While Xianxia was collecting his debts, many people took the opportunity to observe the Tiger Cat. But no matter how they looked at it, it was just a harmless, ordinary wild beast, even if there was not the slightest bit of elemental energy fluctuation. As they walked and breathed, they did not cause any elemental energy fluctuations in the air. It was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary. Could it be that he was really lucky? Unbelievable. As a result, many people once again had lively thoughts. Their eyes darted around as they thought, my family's spirit beast is much stronger than this big cat tiger. The Jin clan's golden single-horned dragon python can be careless, but my spirit beast definitely won't. In fact, it wasn't just the crowd who felt that it was unbelievable. Even Xianxia himself felt the same way. Xianxia had tried to overestimate a certain tiger's ability. He even wanted to predict the outcome of this competition. But he never expected that a certain tiger's acting would be so outstanding. Obviously, today's results had caused many people to be deceived and tempted by a certain tiger's acting skills. They were slowly falling into the abyss of depravity. At this moment, Xianxia had just received a huge sum of money from Third Master Jin, who was about to cry. He was about to leave smugly. Congratulations, Brother Zhen, on your victory. Are we still going to continue tomorrow? Rugua is still planning to continue. Why don't I accompany you? Wu Shoshan couldn't wait to come out. Previously, Jin Wugong had snatched the first prize, and his heart was filled with unhappiness. Now that Xianxia had won, Wu Shoshan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Suddenly, a purple pie that was shrouded in purple light smashed towards Xianxia's head. This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Of course, everyone was paying attention to official Xianxia's reaction. They were very afraid that official Xianxia would say something like, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, and so on. Ha ha ha. Xianxia looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was arrogant and domineering. I'm in the prime of my life now. How can I not gamble? Gamble. Not only gamble. It's a big and special gamble. It's just that. Everyone's eyes instantly dimmed. They were afraid that they would hear something like it's just that, but and so on. Why did he say but in the beginning? Could it be that he was going to push the drum? Could it be that Brother Zhen has some inconvenience? Wu Shoshan asked anxiously. He couldn't help but be anxious. This was a big matter that involved a lot of money. Actually, there's no problem. I'm just thinking that my big cat tiger is so brave. Today, it had already killed that golden single-horned dragon python. Is there really any spirit beast that dares to challenge it? My big cat tiger is the most suitable for me. It's also brave and invincible. I will only use it to fight. If everyone is afraid of my big cat tiger and no one dares to challenge it, wouldn't it be very boring? Xianxia said with a troubled look. What the hell? He actually said it's just that for this matter. While everyone was shocked, they also felt boundless joy. What a good person. Firstly, we were afraid that you wouldn't gamble. Secondly, we were afraid that you would change your spirit beast to create variables. You're really a good person. You actually arranged everything for us in advance. If you're not a good person, what else can you be? Instantly, everyone's emotions were aroused. Wu Shoshan even spoke up for Yang. Brother Zhen, please rest assured. Our Purple Cloud City lacks spirit beasts, but we don't lack people who dare to gamble. As for spirit beasts, you can rest assured. Brother Zhen, don't worry and use your big cat tiger to continue your undefeated legend. Yes, yes. Many people said. Yes, yes. Even more people said. If you win, you have to win happily. Even if you lose, you have to lose gracefully. Xianxia laughed heartily. Since everyone is so interested, I'll be frank too. Tomorrow, I'll bet 3,000 purple cloud coins, including today's winnings, plus interest. I'll take them all out to play. Anyone can bet with me. This amount of money doesn't count to me. But I'm worried that you won't be able to raise enough money. Take advantage of this time to prepare. Ha ha ha. If I win, I'll win big. If I lose, I'll lose everything. Damn it, it's really not satisfying. Everyone once again let out a burst of cheers. However, after the cheers, 10% of the people frowned and sighed. 3,000 purple cloud coins, this amount of money didn't count to big official Zhen, but it was definitely not something that anyone could take out. At least in this beast fighting coliseum, only 3 big clans could afford this amount of money. Jin clan, Wu clan, and Li clan. These 3 influential clans in Purple Cloud City. However, even if these 3 clans wanted to take out this amount of money, it wouldn't be easy for them to do so, especially the Jin family. They had only lost 2,000 purple cloud coins today. Even after deducting their losses from the other bets, they were still in a deficit of 1,800 purple cloud coins. If they had to fork out another 3,000 purple cloud coins, it would be fine if they won. But if they lost, it would be a huge blow to their family's strength, and it might even cause their family's strength to drop. But, looking at the docile cat tiger beside Jin Yukai, and then thinking of his cowardly performance in the competition, as well as his poise, the eyes of these 3 clans who had taken out enough money to bet lit up. They stared closely at the cat tiger. Bet? Or not bet, was it worth it to take out 1/10 of their clan's assets to bet on this bet? Also, how confident were they? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Even Jin Wugong, who had already lost a round, and Third Master Jin, who had just lost a big bet, had their eyes shining with excitement. What a great temptation! Winning this trash would mean 3,000 purple cloud coins. 300 billion purple cloud coins, but what if they lost? It was not like no one had thought of this before. But looking at the big cat tiger, they had already rejected this idea. Facing such a beast, how could they lose? If the Jin clan lost, it would be because of bad luck. This kind of thing, once was already a miracle. It was already the limit. How could there be a second time? Xianxia laughed complacently as he returned to the private room. The 2 maids stood there respectfully. At this moment, the smell in the room had already disappeared. It was very refreshing. Xianxia chuckled and casually grabbed 100 purple cloud coins and placed them on the table. He smiled and said, "My feet are smelly. It must have been hard for you guys to bear with it without any complaints. Here's 50 purple cloud coins each." The 2 girls were stunned. They were not dissatisfied because the reward was too little, but because it was too much. 1 purple cloud coin was equivalent to 10,000 water cloud coins. 50 purple cloud coins each, that was a total of 500,000 purple cloud coins each. They worked here, and their monthly salary was only 30 purple spirit coins. Adding on the occasional reward, they could only get 10 purple spirit coins a month at most. Of course, this kind of income was already considered a good income in Purple Cloud City. But this income added up was not even 1 purple cloud coin. This Jin Yukai, a big official, just casually gave them 50 purple cloud coins. This sum of money was equivalent to the sum of the two women's hard-earned income. This is too much. Out of Chu Yang's expectation, although the two girls were wild with joy, in the end they hesitated and expressed their refusal. No matter how much money Zhen Yukai had, this reward was really too much for the two girls. There were already so many that it was enough to make them panic. They even thought with some panic, this Zhen Yukai, could it be that he has taken a liking to our beauty? Although we are children of a poor family, we can't be, humph. Chu Yang could see the thoughts of the two pretty girls. He could not help but laugh. Don't worry, I have a beautiful wife at home. And I am also very henpecked. Even if I want to do something to you, I won't dare to do it. Don't worry, just keep it. He laughed and turned around to leave, leaving behind a few words. Now that you have money, improve your family's living expenses. Girls, you should also think for yourself, ha ha ha. The two little girls blushed. They looked at each other and finally put away the money with blushing faces. Although he still felt ashamed to accept it, his tough family, his tired parents, his seriously ill grandfather, and his little brother who was waiting for money to go to school, all of them needed money so much. Although money was not omnipotent, it was absolutely impossible to do without money. This Zhen Yukai was really strange. If other people were henpecked, they would be embarrassed to say it, but he said it so naturally. And, the strangest thing was, how did he know that our family was in trouble? I have seen many nouveau riches, but I have never seen one like this. Now, looking at this person's appearance and posture, why is he so pleasing to the eye? What's so bad about his feet? Isn't it still manly? Such a person should have made a fortune. God has finally opened his eyes. Chu Yang leisurely walked out. Two little girls. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. These two little girls obviously hadn't worked here for long. They still retained some of the simplicity of a girl, as well as that pure cuteness. Moreover, although the two girls were wearing standard white work clothes, the corners of their underwear were exposed in some places. Some were worn, but still very clean. Moreover, the two girls' eyebrows were knitted together, their legs were straight, their faces were rosy, and there was hair on their cheeks. All these showed that they were still virgins. Chu Yang, who had lived two lives, could still see these differences. Working in such a place, and still maintaining their purity, and their families were not very rich. Such girls had their own persistence and dignity, and were worthy of a certain amount of help. Although Chu Yang wasn't the kind of person who would squander money carelessly, he still didn't mind helping people who had self-respect and self-respect. When he walked out, Chu Yang could clearly feel that many people's eyes were fixed on him, and their gazes were particularly hot. Big cat tiger. Brother Tiger completely disdained this. His throat was still rumbling, and he still had not recovered from the pleasure just now. He turned a corner, and with the help of Big Brother Tiger's powerful spiritual sense, he concealed all of his pursuers. Then, great official Zhen returned to his original appearance, the elegant duke of a turbid family. He held a fist-sized kitten in his arms and walked out leisurely. The wretched and arrogant Zhen Yukai, and the mediocre and cowardly big cat Tiger. The handsome Grandpa Jia and the adorable kitten. Such a sharp contrast. No one would have thought that this young Grand Duke holding a cute kitten, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows, was actually that arrogant and vulgar nouveau riche Zhen Yukai. Brother Tiger, how was it today? Chu Yang asked. Cool. Really cool. Brother Tiger's voice sounded in Chu Yang's heart. I actually like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. This kind of pleasure makes me intoxicated. I really hope to fight a few more rounds, and enjoy it a few more times. Chu Yang was speechless. If it were other spirit beasts that were at the same level as Brother Tiger, or even weaker than Brother Tiger, encountering such a situation, they would only feel insulted. With my strength, I actually have to fight with these little fellows, and even have to pretend that I can't do it? Aren't you insulting me? Chu Yang did not expect that Brother Tiger did not have the so-called awareness of the strong at all. This made Chu Yang feel a little strange. Don't you feel that, by doing this, you are lowering your status? Chu Yang asked in surprise. In fact, Chu Yang regretted asking this question. Brother Tiger felt good, and didn't mind, but he had to expose that layer of window paper. Wasn't that just looking for trouble for himself? What if Brother Tiger suddenly felt that something was wrong, and stopped teasing? Where would he go to cry? The whole plan would collapse, unexpectedly. What do you know? Tiger rolled his eyes and proudly said, my benefactor, what he liked to do the most was to pretend to be weak with his strong self, and then play with his weak enemies. He made his enemies feel depressed and aggrieved, and then die in ignorance. Until the last moment of their lives, they still thought that they would win, but they were just careless and didn't pay attention. It was like eating ice cubes on a hot day, so comfortable, or after a long time, people would know the truth. I am the Xian beast that my benefactor personally saved, so I naturally have to carry out my benefactor's wise way of doing things. Let me use my strength to bully the weak. Show off as much as you want. I don't care. I really don't care. What dignity? What humiliation? How can it compare to the silent pleasure in my heart? How can everything in the secular world stain my pure and flawless wisdom? Let's have a few more duels like this. Brother Tiger was spouting nonsense. Xianxia almost fainted. What the hell, what kind of weirdo is your benefactor? How can a Xian beast get used to this kind of thing? What a sin. Actually, you don't know, I have fought countless battles, and I am very used to using this kind of method. Brother Tiger said proudly, I have already experienced tens of thousands of battles. Every time, my opponents died in aggrieved and indignant, in disbelief. Great. Just one word, great. Brother Tiger roared, and then laughed loudly. Xianxia raised his hand to cover his forehead, completely speechless. Brother Tiger was still chattering in Xianxia's mind, listing his countless achievements in the past. Once, I met a flood dragon. That flood dragon's strength was not bad, almost 30% of my strength at that time. I first begged for mercy, and that thing was proud and arrogant. I went up and punched it. That thing was knocked down on the spot, and its face was full of disbelief. Later, I kicked it away. That time, I was very happy. Another time, I met, and Xianxia walked quickly, turning a deaf ear to Brother Tiger. That was really too evil. To be able to train a Xian beast into such a wretched state, one could only imagine what kind of person that benefactor was, so damn evil. Xianxia sighed from the bottom of his heart. That's right. That's right. Brother Tiger suddenly became excited. Benefactor's name has the word evil in it. It seems to be. Don't be evil. Xianxia staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Don't be evil? What kind of name was that? Besides, since it already said, don't be evil, why did it have to be so evil? It was simply, the whole universe was speechless. Not far away, the men's hall was just a turn ahead. Divine Dr. Chu quickened his pace. But at this moment, another accident happened. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from behind. The sound was as loud as rolling thunder. As soon as he turned back, he saw a group of people galloping on the street like a whirlwind, like a furious dragon emerging from the darkness. At this moment, the sky was just starting to brighten. Xianxia clearly saw the appearance of the people coming. It was Li Mingyue, the Li family's Gongli. He was galloping over with his guards and followers. The Li clan was just ahead, and he must be going home. This was the only way to get to the Li clan. It seemed that this Gongli was tired from gambling and wanted to go home to rest. Xianxia subconsciously wanted to hide at one side. In these few days, he had seen the Li family's people galloping on this road several times. During the day, this street was bustling, but the Li family's people would definitely not gallop on their horses just because there was no one on the road. Their arrogant and despotic attitude could be seen. Of course, Xianxia was not afraid of trouble, but he didn't want to cause trouble now. Even if he couldn't stand it, he didn't want to cause more trouble. But before he could dodge, a horsewhip had already flown over with the sound of wind. A voice scolded, "Bastard! Don't you use your eyes when you walk? Are you blind? How dare you block my way?" As Xianxia continued to kill mercilessly, there were only 2 guards left beside Li Mingyue. The 3 of them looked the same. Their faces were all pale and lifeless. Suddenly, "Kill him! Kill him!" Someone suddenly rushed out from the houses on both sides, shouting crazily with a face full of hatred. This person's footsteps were weak. He was obviously just an ordinary person. Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. What was going on? In such a bloody place, it wouldn't be too surprising if a high-level cultivator were to rush over. But the one who rushed out was just an ordinary person. He was a young man in his 20s. There were also a few scars on his face. These scars made his face look indescribably ferocious and terrifying. I beg you. Kill that Li Mingyue. Kill him. I beg you. This person shouted himself hoarse. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Yang and kowtowed repeatedly. In just a moment, his forehead was bleeding. At this moment, Yang clearly heard the low sighs of many people on both sides. Li Mingyue saw this person rush out. His eyes became even more terrified, but also overflowed with hatred. But he also knew what he should do now. While Yang was in a daze, he suddenly signaled with his eyes. The remaining 3 people of the Li clan flew up together to escape. No matter what, nothing was more important than their own lives. Only by staying alive could they have the right to talk about the future. As long as they could leave here alive, they could go back to the clan and gather masters to take revenge. Even if this person was at the peak of the human level, they could still chop him into meat paste. As for this guy who suddenly rushed out, Li Mingyue had already decided at this moment. When he went back, he would immediately capture this guy and torture him 3 times a day for 10 years. Make him wish he was dead, but unable to die. Leave? Yang laughed mischievously. Can you leave? The gate to the netherworld is already open. Escape is meaningless. Suddenly, he shouted, come back. 3 ropes appeared out of thin air and rushed out like angry dragons. In a trance, they had tied up 1 person each and dragged them down from the air, slamming them on the ground. Ghost blood vine. Wah! Li Mingyue was the first to cry out. He spat out a mouthful of blood. For Li Mingyue, who had been pampered since childhood, this fall was definitely not light. Below there was a great battle, but on the houses on both sides of the road. However, there were 2 people who couldn't help but sigh. Trouble, this is really troublesome. Yang had long discovered that these 2 people were different from the rest, but he had pretended not to see them. The young man who was constantly kowtowing in the distance stood up and frantically ran over. He knelt in front of Yang again and kowtowed repeatedly. His forehead was dripping with blood. He did not care. Stop kowtowing. Who are you? What do you want? Yang's murderous aura still hadn't dissipated. My lord, my name is Wang Sanyu. I have been wronged. Wang Sanyu cried out, I beg you, my lord, please get rid of this evil. At this moment, there were already people watching from both sides of the road. If they were in the Chongtian continent, most people would choose to flee as far as possible when they saw such a situation. They were afraid of getting into trouble, but in this Heaven Imperial Court, they actually dared to watch. Yang couldn't help but express his surprise at the guts of these ordinary people. Wang Sanyu cried and scolded on one side as he poured out his grievances. Beside him, there were also some people who were whispering. Only for a moment. Yang had already figured out the whole story. He had just vented his anger, but before he could completely calm down, another wave of murderous aura instantly rushed straight to the top of his head. Wang Sanyu originally had a very ordinary, very plain, but very happy family. His father and mother were just ordinary people who raised 3 children. Because his parents were illiterate, they gave the children the simplest names, Denyo, Ernyo, Sanyo. Although it was difficult for this family to make a living, with the combined efforts of the parents, they were finally able to raise these 3 children one by one. Denyo and Ernyo had already married wives and were living their own lives. Of the 3, Sanyo was the youngest. He was also the most good-looking of the 3 brothers. Moreover, he had good strength. For ordinary people, having good strength meant that their future livelihood would be settled. Sanyo and the neighbor's girl, Xianxia, were childhood sweethearts and they were already engaged. However, this was also the reason for the disaster. No one would have thought that after Xianxia grew up, she would become an exceptionally outstanding beauty. Although she was not devastatingly beautiful, she had a kind of elegance of a pretty girl from a humble family. The 2 families were set to get married at the end of the year. Sanyo was so excited that he could not sleep when he thought that he was going to start a family and his future wife was the person he had liked since childhood. It was also on that day that the wedding date was approaching. Xianxia and her mother went out to buy things to prepare the dowry. How could such an important matter in life be taken lightly? Even if the family did not have enough assets, they still had to raise some money, therefore, although Xianxia did not show her face in public since childhood, she finally went out with her parents on that day. However, on the day that she went out, she unexpectedly met Li Mingyue. Li Mingyue saw her and immediately sent people to inquire about her whereabouts. Then, he often visited her and expressed his desire to take Xianxia as his 10th concubine. But firstly, they were already engaged. Secondly, how could he bear to let his daughter marry an evil young master? Therefore, Xianxia's parents did not agree. They even tactfully declined and said that the two families were going to get married in a few days. Who were the in-laws, etc.? If it was someone else, perhaps they would have just let it go. However, after Li Mingyue heard about it, he immediately sent people to cut Wang Sanyu's face 15 times. You like this little guy? I will definitely turn him into a devil. Let's see if you still like him. However, Xianxia was a woman. She would not leave or abandon him. She was determined not to marry anyone else. When Li Mingyue saw that the wedding date was approaching, he finally became ferocious. He led the evil slaves to rush into Xianxia's house and forcefully took her away. The girl's parents went forward to stop him and were seriously injured by the evil slaves. The two families were neighbors. When they heard that something happened to their in-laws, Wang Sanyu's family hurried over to help. Li Mingyue pulled Xianxia away. However, Xianxia bit him crazily. In a rage, Li Mingyue killed Wang Sanyu's family and Xianxia's family. Only Wang Sanyu survived. However, it was not that Wang Sanyu was lucky, but that Li Mingyue did it on purpose. Li Mingyue thought that his failure to do what he wanted was all because of this little guy. Therefore, he wanted him to live for a long time so that he could slowly torture him. Go against me? I will kill your parents in front of you. I will kill your brother and sister-in-law. I will kill your father-in-law and mother-in-law. I will steal your wife. What can you do? What can you do to me? What can you do to me? You are just an ordinary person. What can you do to me? I want you to be trapped in pain and regret every day. I want you to be unable to resist the torture. In one night, Wang Sanyu was about to enter the paradise of happiness. However, he suddenly fell into the endless abyss of hell. Moreover, he continued to fall. It seemed that this suffering would never come to an end. Every time Li Mingyue passed by this street, he would let his horse run wildly with infinite arrogance. It was from then on that he became extremely high profile. I want you to see that I am so arrogant. I want you to see me every day. However, there was no way. This was really unbearable mental torture. Wang Sanyu, who suffered this unexpected disaster, had no one to turn to. Although the law in Xianxia city was strict, but the so-called strict was only relative. For a big family like the Li family. For a big family like Li Mingyue who had dominated Xianxia city for nearly 1,000 years, even the local government could not seek justice for Wang Sanyu. Every time he complained, there would be no result. Not only would there be no results, but they would also be beaten up by Li Mingyue's men. Wang Sanyu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Especially when he heard that Xianxia was taken into the Li residence. She committed suicide in less than 7 days. His whole person collapsed even more. The reason why he did not die was that he held on to his last breath. He hoped that one day, he could see Li Mingyue's end. Although he knew that the hope was slim, he still had a little hope. Wang Sanyu was like a walking corpse, struggling at death's door. The only thought in his mind was, no matter what, he wanted to see Li Mingyue die in front of him. However, as long as Li Mingyue died, Wang Sanyu would no longer have the motivation to live. Hearing such an unbelievable and cruel incident from Wang Sanyu's mouth, and the discussion of the onlookers had already confirmed the truth of this matter, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his chest was about to explode from anger. There was actually such a thing in the world. Chu Yang's original plan was to keep Li Mingyue for other purposes. However, at this moment, it seemed that no matter what, he had to kill this person first. If he did not kill him, the anger of the people would not be appeased. If he did not kill him, the justice of the world would not be upheld. At this moment, Li Mingyue was lying on the ground and constantly howling. The pain that penetrated into his bones almost made him lose his mind. Apart from howling, he could only curse. However, the next moment, he shuddered. Because he could clearly feel a murderous aura that was close to condensing into a substance was coming straight towards him. This extremely oppressive aura actually made him not dare to cry or make any sound. The other party obviously wanted to kill him. Wang Sanyu. Get up. Chu Yang said lightly. Then, his black robe fluttered and he walked forward. Open your eyes wide and look. Heaven is watching what people do. It's not that I don't want to take revenge, but the time has not come. When the time comes, I will take revenge immediately. Now is the time of Li Mingyue's retribution. Now, you can comfort the souls of your loved ones in heaven. Today, I will seek justice for all of you. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Wang Sanyu kowtowed repeatedly and cried loudly. He vented all the grievances, anger and hatred in his heart. Seeing Chu Yang's murderous aura gradually approaching him, Li Mingyue shivered. At this moment, he would never doubt that the person in front of him had the intention to kill him. Why is my family not here yet? Come quickly, and save me. Divine Dr. Chu, wait. A helpless and angry voice came. The situation did not get better, and it's getting worse. The weather in Laiwu is getting hotter and hotter. I accepted a book friend's suggestion and turned on the air conditioner in the living room. Then, I opened the door of the study room so that I won't face the cold air directly from the air conditioner. But, it's almost useless. I'll ask for leave first. If there's a second update tonight, it'll be a surprise for everyone. If there's no one, I'll really ask for leave. Actually, I really want to ask for leave for a few days. I've drunk 3 boxes of Xianxia oral liquid. I really can't take it anymore. The person I admire the most is my mother. She never turns on the air conditioner fan in this kind of weather. She even covers herself with a blanket at night. I asked my father today, and he said, your mother has never used the electric fan ever since she got the electric appliances. My father is especially afraid of the heat. Because of whether to turn on the electric fan or not, the two of them would fight a few times every summer. Chu Yang didn't stop. Swish swish swish. 3 people landed in front of Chu Yang, blocking his way forward. Divine Dr. Chu. Please calm down, the person said helplessly. You are? Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Chu Yang recognized the person in front of him instantly. He was just pretending to be confused. This person was the one who brought the patients for him to treat these few nights. The others definitely wouldn't know his identity, let alone call out his identity as Divine Dr. Chu. Only this guy would be so considerate as to wait around the men's hall every day. I've been meeting with Divine Dr. Chu for the past few days at night. The person smiled bitterly. Brother Chu, please think twice about it. Although Li Mingyue committed all kinds of crimes and deserved to die, but, if Brother Chu really kills him, you'll be in big trouble. Brother Chu, you've already killed many people from the Li clan. If it's just these people, even if the Li clan goes all out to suppress you, I'm sure that you'll be fine. After all, those people are just slaves. But if Brother Chu kills Li Mingyue, the direct descendant of the Li clan, then the nature of the two will be very different. If Li Mingyue is killed by Brother Chu, the Li clan will definitely fight you to the death. So. The person said, Brother Chu, please reconsider. If you bear with it for a while, you can protect your body for 100 years. Seeing that someone came forward to persuade him, Li Mingyue's eyes also revealed a hopeful look. Wang Sanyu, who was behind Chu Yang, couldn't help but reveal a look of despair in his eyes. It's not easy to see his enemy being beheaded. Is it going to be like a bubble again? Among the 3 people who appeared, one person suddenly moved. A cold light suddenly shot towards Wang Sanyu. Obviously, as long as Wang Sanyu was killed, the victim of this case would also be gone. The moral pressure that Chu Yang was under. Undoubtedly, it would be much less. This was a plan to remove the firewood from under the cauldron. This person's plan could be said to be brilliant, but this brilliance was only limited to the despicable transactions between corrupt authorities. He even neglected Chu Yang's original intention. How dare you? Chu Yang roared. His body flashed, and he caught that cold light in his hand. What kind of person was Chu Yang? In a flash, he had figured out that person's intention. His heart was unable to restrain his anger. He rushed forward like a whirlwind, and grabbed that person's neck. That person's cultivation was not low, he was also a master of the human level. He had wanted to dodge when he saw Chu Yang's sudden movement. But, he didn't know why Chu Yang's attack was as fast as lightning. So, he didn't have any room to dodge. He only had time to see a figure flash in front of him. He had already been lifted by the neck by the person in front of him. If anyone dares to act rashly again, I'll kill all three of you together. Do you think I dare or not? Chu Yang said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept past the faces of the three. At this moment, the three of them could clearly feel the sharp needles piercing their faces. The surroundings returned to silence, many people's eyes were sparkling with something. A trace of anger flashed across the face of the hook-nosed man. This divine Dr. Chu. He's so overbearing and unscrupulous in his actions. He doesn't care about the consequences at all. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chu Yang put down that person, turned around and walked forward. He didn't even look back as he walked forward step by step. His voice was like the sound of metal clashing. I've never been a good person. And I'm not a savior. But my heart has its own division of good and evil. I have my own conscience. Rewarding the good and punishing the evil, eliminating violence and bringing peace to the people, these are the inherent glory of martial artists like me. Although there are laws in this world. But there are also too many privileged classes. There are too many ordinary people who have grievances but have nowhere to complain. The bright world. The bright world. But there's also endless haze all the time. I'm not a law enforcement officer. But when I face these things, when I face things that law enforcement officers can't handle, I'll naturally take action. If I don't take action, I'll feel uneasy and guilty. I'm not fishing for fame. And I don't want to become the righteous ruler of the world. I only want to make the justice that can't be obtained appear in my hands. Make the justice that can't be obtained appear in my hands. If the heavens are unjust, I'll take it. If the law is unjust, I'll take it. Eliminate all evil. Chu Yang spoke very quickly, but walked very slowly. The sound of footsteps rustled in the silence, but it was like the drum of death from the king of hell. The sound shook one's soul, every word was said sonorously. Li Mingyue, who was on the ground, couldn't stop trembling at this moment. His crotch was already dripping with blood. His fear had already gone to the extreme. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be dead for sure today. Pa. Chu Yang leisurely strolled past the remaining two guards, and gave each of them a kick. The two guards' heads were crushed like broken eggs. Then, a foot covered in blood stomped on Li Mingyue's thigh. Brother Chu. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the hook-nosed man. Brother Chu, please reconsider. If you don't act recklessly, there's still room for negotiation. If you continue to act recklessly, I won't be able to do anything. I'm really doing this for your own good. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to this kind advice. It was as if he didn't hear it at all. His foot exerted force again. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded. Li Mingyue screamed with a series of trembling sounds. His left thigh was completely smashed. Chu Yang kicked again. This time, he stepped on his right thigh. Crack! Just like his left leg, the third kick accurately stepped on somewhere between his legs. A man's thigh was the most painful. Li Mingyue's body twitched. Then, he let out an earth-shattering scream and fainted beautifully. Unfortunately, Chu Yang didn't let him go just because he fainted. He stepped on him again. This time, he stepped on his shoulder. Chu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. If one looked at him clearly, there seemed to be a faint sense of sorrow. When I first came to Heaven Palace and Purple Cloud City, I was shocked by the strict laws here. I even naively thought that such a strict city ruled by law. Or that there wouldn't be such lawless and disregard for human life. But now, it seems that I was wrong. I was naive. This kind of thing could happen in any society, any era, any space, And any place, even in the legendary Heaven Palace, it was no exception. Another scream rang out. Li Mingyue, who had fainted, was awakened by the pain. At this moment, his eyes were a little dazed. He begged repeatedly, "Please. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. Chu Yan had stepped on his other shoulder and crushed it. He turned around and shouted, "Wang Sanyu!" Wang Sanyu jumped up. "Benefactor!" Chu Yang threw a saber on the ground with a clang sound. "Didn't you want to take revenge? Didn't you want to seek justice? I'll take revenge for you with my own hands now. A chance to get justice with my own hands. Go. Pick up the knife and kill your enemy." Chu Yang pointed with his finger and said sternly. Wang Sanyu was stunned. Suddenly, he was energized. With a face full of disbelief, he turned over and knelt down. He kowtowed twice. "Thank you, benefactor." Then, he picked up the knife and jumped up. Wang Sanyu's agility at this moment was not like that of an ordinary person. He even had a hint of martial arts. He strode in front of Li Mingyue. The steel knife in his hand was shining. His face was full of joy. He finally got his revenge. "Li Mingyue, you also have a day like this." He actually used his foot. He adjusted Li Mingyue's head a little, so that he could see him. Wang Sanyu. Spare my life." Li Mingyue trembled. "Spare your life? You want me to spare your life?" Wang Sanyu laughed wildly. Tears fell along with his laughter. He held the knife with both hands. He chopped down fiercely on Li Mingyue's leg. There was no pattern at all, but it was full of killing intent. Flesh and blood splattered. "That day, when my parents begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you?" Puff, another chop. This time, it landed on her shoulder. "When my brother and sister-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Why didn't you spare them?" Puff. "When my second brother and sister-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you spare them?" Wang Sanyu chopped Li Mingyue's body crazily. Flesh and blood splattered. Blood flew far, far away. And when my father-in-law and mother-in-law begged you to spare them, did you spare them? Did you spare them? My Xianxia begged you to spare her." Wang Sanyu's face was full of tears. His voice was choked, but he shouted fiercely, "Did you spare her?" Puff, the knife cut Li Mingyue's throat. Li Mingyue's head was cut off by Wang Sanyu's knife and rolled out. The next moment, Wang Sanyu chased after the head and chopped crazily for more than 10 times. As he chopped, he roared hoarsely, "Did you spare them? Did you spare them? Did you spare them? Why didn't you spare them? Why?" As he cried, as he roared, he continued to chop. Chu Yang stood indifferently, carefully paying attention to all the movements around him. As long as there was the slightest abnormality, Chu Yang would immediately and resolutely strike with all his might. Fortunately, no one jumped out to stop him during the whole process. The morning breeze filled the street with the smell of blood, but it didn't disperse for a long time. The surroundings were silent. No one made a sound. Only Wang Sanyu's furious roar drifted in the air. That voice sounded especially mournful and empty. Somehow, there seemed to be many vengeful spirits who had died unjustly, staring coldly at this place. Chu Yang keenly noticed that many people's eyes were flashing with heartfelt sympathy. They also had a feeling of relief. This scourge has finally been eliminated today. On the other side, Wang Sanyu made the last chop. Finally, Wang Sanyu stopped chasing after the beheading man and laughed wildly. Revenge. He had taken his revenge. Ha ha ha. I've taken revenge. Father, mother, eldest brother, second sister-in-law, father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xianxia. Do you see this? I've taken revenge for all of you. I've taken revenge for all of you. He shouted and laughed loudly. Tears streamed down his scarred face. P.S. Then, he raised his saber. I've taken my revenge. I have no more worries in this life, benefactor. Thank you so much. If there's a next life, Sanyu is willing to do anything to repay you. Now, benefactor, please leave this place as soon as possible. I killed Li Mingyue. Everyone saw it. I killed Li Mingyue. Wang Sanyu shouted. Then, he slashed his saber at his own neck. His saber was so powerful that it could definitely chop off his own head. No one doubted this. Many people closed their eyes because of this. They couldn't bear to watch. Clang, at the last moment, Yang used his palm to block Wang Sanyu's fatal saber. Do you want to die? Yes. Why? Wang Sanyu was confused. Benefactor, what's the use of me living? What else can I do? Although the world is big, where can I find shelter? Yang sneered. Suicide is the act of a coward. As long as you're alive, how can you be useless? Wang Sanyu's face was full of tears. All my family members died because of me. I'm barely alive just to give the Li family a channel to vent their anger. I'm really useless alive. Yang said lightly, Wang Sanyu, the reason why you've met with such a tragic fate is because you're not strong enough. If you were as strong as me, or even if you were like Li Mingyue, he wouldn't dare to bully you like this. If you die, your family's business will be cut off. You want your family's business to be completely cut off? Yang asked. I don't want to. But, what else can I do? Wang Sanyu opened his eyes wide. He was indignant and helpless. Follow me. I will let you live. A cold glint flashed across Yang's eyes. In this world, there are too many people whose experiences are as tragic as yours, or even more tragic than yours. Perhaps you can stop those tragedies. I'm going to stop it. How is that possible? Wang Sanyu muttered to himself, what power do I have to stop it? I will let you have that power. Yang said lightly. Since that's the case, Wang Sanyu, will live the rest of my life. Wang Sanyu turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed and said with tears in his eyes, I also want to. His benefactor had shown him such great kindness. Wang Sanyu had nothing to repay him with. Even if my benefactor dies immediately after biting the enemy, I will have no regrets. I don't need you to die. I need you to live, and live for a long time. Yang said softly, I'll change your name from now on. Stop calling yourself Wang Sanyu. Sanyo, take it as your nickname, your memory. From now on, you will be called King Blade. Wang Dao? Wang Sanyu murmured. King Blade, the blade of a king. When a king is angry, he will use his blade. When he uses his blade, blood will flow for thousands of miles. His corpse will flow to the world. Yang said heavily, although it's a bit late, as long as you are willing to work hard, I will still make you a real King Blade. A blade that will wipe out all injustice in the world. Wang Dao is willing to die a horrible death. I will follow my benefactor. Wang Sanyu, no, Wang Dao, knelt down on one knee. With his own life, with this very moment. The souls of his relatives who were still floating in the sky made an oath, Wang Dao. From now on, I will be the king's blade. Yang was stunned. I didn't expect that this boar could understand such a layer of meaning by himself. Is this God's will? Or is it a coincidence? Is it really predestined? The hook-nosed man had been silently watching all this happen. Until now, he finally sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. He walked to Yang and said, Divine Dr. Chu, you are really going to be in trouble, big trouble. Yang frowned and said lightly, Don't worry, no matter how big the trouble is, it won't implicate you. I don't mean that, I really don't. The hook-nosed man wanted to cry but had no tears. In order to verify, he had already paid hundreds of purple cloud coins. Now, he had already verified the superb ability of this miraculous doctor in front of him. Now, he was relying on people to build connections and had already contacted the city lord. He was only waiting for a suitable opportunity to recommend Yang to him and gain a lot of benefits. It could be said that everything went so smoothly, just like the original plan. Seeing that this gold mountain was about to fall into his pocket, the hook-nosed man was even a little surprised. How could it be so smooth? But, before he could be happy for a few days, something went wrong. Something went wrong at the root. Once something went wrong, more than a dozen lives were lost. And it even involved one of the three big clans in Xianxia city. Now, not only a few guards died, but also a direct descendant of the Li clan. This was tantamount to an irreconcilable feud. This was no longer something that could be solved by money, face or power. At least, it wasn't something that the hook-nosed man could solve easily. If he really wanted to solve it, he could only. At this moment, the hook-nosed man almost wanted to strangle Xianxia to death. This bastard, do you know how many things you've delayed for me by coming here so casually? With a heavy sigh, the hook-nosed man turned and left. Although this bastard didn't appreciate it, for the sake of his big plan, he still couldn't let anything happen to him. As for the Li clan, sigh, if there's really no other way, I can only use my real strength. Let's meet force with force. I can't just let my earlier investment go down the drain, not to mention, Xianxia looked at the hook-nosed man gradually walking away, and a trace of ridicule and contempt flashed across his eyes. Can't implicate you? You want to use me as a springboard to earn benefits for yourself. How can you not pay some price? Am I a chess piece that you can casually use? The hook-nosed man who had already walked far away suddenly turned back. As if he had thought of something, he asked, Divine Dr. Chu, what's your origin? This Divine Dr. Chu was definitely not an ordinary person. His medical skills had already reached the level of great Dr. Zhen, and he also had amazing strength that could break through to the earth level at any time. The most important thing. Through these days of contact, the hook-nosed man could conclude that Xianxia's age was definitely not more than 25 years old. It seemed really hard to explain that he had such medical skills and amazing strength at this age, if he wasn't cultivated by a huge force. Thinking of his unscrupulous way of doing things and his attitude of not fearing the Li clan at all, could it be, if this guy really had a strong force behind him? Perhaps this time, things could be a little easier. Thinking of this, the hook-nosed man's heart was a little excited, but also a little worried. Since he dared to provoke the Li clan like this, could it be that he didn't have any confidence? Don't think of anything else. I only have myself. Xianxia stared at him quietly. He had already seen through his thoughts. The hook-nosed man was instantly filled with anger. With a snort, he turned and left. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that he couldn't hold back his anger. He would fight with Xianxia first. But he only heard Xianxia's arrogant laughter behind him. Not willing to stop after slaughtering the whole world, killing people with a flick of a sword, cutting off the injustices of the world, Duke Xianxia is the most romantic. Ha 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 ha. The hook-nosed man's heart was inexplicably shocked. He turned his head to look. He saw Xianxia in a black robe, walking leisurely through the pool of blood. He didn't even turn his head back. It was Wang Dao, who had just changed his name. He followed behind this black-robed figure step by step. The hook-nosed man sighed softly. That departing black figure actually added a lot of pressure to him. He only felt his heart was heavy. He muttered, this time I plan to use this person. Could it be that he also used me? Thinking of this, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. He couldn't help but ponder. After a long time. Then he resolutely said to himself, as long as the goal is achieved, immediately send experts. Get rid of this guy. This person is extremely dangerous. If I don't get rid of him, how can I rest in peace? Along the way, Xianxia brought Wang Dao back to the men's hall. He stood in front of the door with a hypocritical face. Oh, my great hero, you're back? Are you happy? Xianxia rolled his eyes, ignored him, and entered the door. But Fishy wouldn't let him go just like that. His mouth was full of sarcasm. Oh, you're really awesome. You haven't even gained a firm foothold. There are only 2 people and 1 saber. How did you get here? You're in the dark. Your ability to cause trouble is really not small. TSK, how many days has it been? You want to overturn one of the 3 big clans in Xianxia city? How can you be so awesome? Those who don't know will think that you're that reclusive saint-level expert who has reappeared in the world. As a heaven-level expert, of course Fishy's divine sense was sharp. And Xianxia killed people on this street. It would be strange if Fishy didn't know what had happened. He had been observing closely all along. If Xianxia was in danger, Fishy would have already flown out. Xianxia turned around and said very seriously, "Brother Cat, there's something you don't know. I've never been a reckless person. I naturally have my own reliance. Even if I'm not a saint-level expert, I have the confidence and ability to face and solve all the problems caused by me." Huh? Something to rely on? Why don't you tell Lord Cat about it? Let Lord Cat also hear it. Fishy's nostrils flared. I'd like to ask, what exactly do you have to rely on after causing such a big trouble? First, you have to face the Li clan. Second, you have to face the City Lord Mansion and the Eastern Royal Heavens legal system. TSK, I really don't understand where your reliance lies. Xianxia said solemnly, do you know, I may not be able to provoke the Li clan personally, but the problem is that I have a strong backer. Strong backer? Who is it? I've been with you almost all the time. You've just ascended. How can I not know what kind of strong backer you have? Fishy's eyes widened. How can you not know about my powerful backup? Not only do you know, but you also know him. In fact, you're very familiar with him. You're too closely involved to see clearly. Xianxia's complexion was solemn as he spoke word by word in a deadpan manner. Ah? What the F***ck? Know each other? Very familiar? The onlooker cannot see clearly? Why am I getting more and more confused? What do you mean? A certain cat was really confused by King of Hell Chu. I've already said so, why haven't you listened? My strong backup is you, Brother Cat. Xianxia's face was still full of seriousness. But, his tone was full of righteousness as he said, the two of us hit it off at first sight. We eat together, spend money together. We go through life and death together. We go through thick and thin together. If I cause trouble, if you don't take the blame for me, who will? Don't you think so? Me? Fishy Guy pointed at ZJ's nose with a dumbfounded look on his face. Of course it's you. You're my biggest support. Let me ask you, if someone wants to kill me, will you help me? Xianxia asked casually. Of course I'll help you. You're my savior and my brother. If I don't help you when you're in danger, what kind of person would I be? Fishy answered without hesitation. In the face of right and wrong, a certain cat's stance was still very firm. If a group of people comes to kill me, and they're experts with great power, will you help me? Xianxia still asked casually. Of course I'll help. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll ensure your safety. Fishy answered without hesitation. Friendship, confidant, so what if I have to risk my life? If the entire Jianghu wants to kill me, will you help me? Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of slyness. Of course. Fishy felt belittled and was a little angry. Are you doubting me? That's right, Brother Cat. You're a heaven-level expert. You can help me shoulder the entire Jianghu. This small matter in front of me, a merely clan, isn't it something you can flatten with a fart? I believe that if you cough a few times, won't everything be fine? Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. Now is the time to show your strength as a heaven-level expert. I'll slack off and sleep first. Brother Cat, please do as you please. If there's an enemy attack, please. Brother Cat, you don't have to give me face. Just do what you need to do. Then, he leisurely walked towards the room. As he walked, he stretched his body and instructed, Hey, I'm exhausted from this night. First, it's my brain, and then my physical strength. It's been tormenting enough. Wang Dao. Go rest in the backyard. There's a row of rooms there. Pick any room to rest in. Have a good night's sleep and recover well. Don't let me see your sad face tomorrow. Be careful or I'll fix you. Yes. Wang Dao hurriedly agreed. Under my command, you can bleed, sweat, and lose your head, but you are not allowed to cry or frown. Xianxia lazily walked into the room as he spoke and gave his orders. Bang! The door closed. Sneaky was still standing at the door, dumbfounded. Xian, Teacher Cat's little brain really didn't know how to think. What was going on? In the time it took to exchange a few words. How did this all become my business? He didn't care about anything? Did he become a hands-off shopkeeper? Although if he was in trouble, I would definitely help him. But why did the current situation seem a little strange? Hey, it's not about this. Sneaky thought for a long while before he finally came back to his senses. He anxiously ran towards Chu Yang's room. This matter can't be done like this, it seems like we have to consider this at length. Snore. Chu Yang's loud snoring could be heard from inside. The door was locked from the inside. F***CKU. Sneaky instantly collapsed. He was really too embarrassed to break in. You bastard, you F***king created such a mess, and you actually want Chu Yang to clean up the mess for you. This Jan really made Sneaky want to cry, but no tears came out. On the other side, Yen Russian, who was in an extremely weak state, lay motionless on the bed. However, there was a strange smile on his face. Interesting, this was really too interesting. Although he was in a weakened state, his divine sense had been slightly reduced due to his injuries. Anything within a radius of several dozen kilometers, or even the entire Purple Cloud City, as long as he wanted to, would not escape his senses. This little guy was definitely not a reckless person. However, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, he went on a killing spree. What he did was to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens, to uphold justice, and to the satisfaction of the people. But there should be other intentions, right? If Chu Yang simply wanted to kill someone, it could be very simple. As long as he hid and left quickly, even if the Li clan guards were unwilling, they could do nothing. After that, with Chu Yang's cultivation, he could have sneaked into the Li clan and killed Li Mingyue without anyone noticing. That way, he could have ensured that there would be no future troubles. However, Chu Yang chose to make a move with great fanfare. If he did this, it might be a quick revenge, but it would be accompanied by a lot of trouble. A wise man would not do this. Although Yen Russian had only interacted with Chu Yang for a short while, he was already sure that this young man's mind was not inferior to most of the so-called wise men in the world. Hence, Yen Russian would never believe that this was all for the sake of lineage Yin. Yen Russian was almost certain that Chu Yang's backup plan, the so-called reliance, was definitely not just that heaven-level cat. Although that cat was also capable of handling this matter, this was purely to cause trouble and not in a moment of anger. Yen Russian made this judgment. But, what was he going to do? Cause trouble for me? In the room, Chu Yang heard Brother Tiger's voice. What are you going to do? Do you need Brother Tiger to help you? This small matter is nothing to Brother Tiger. Chu Yang looked at Brother Tiger from the corner of his eyes. You need help? How are you going to do it? That's easy. I'll swallow the whole family and end this dispute. Brother Tiger laughed. Although I don't like to eat people, that family really can't be considered as people. I'll swallow them and you'll take over their property. We'll have a clear division of labor, isn't that good? Chu Yang was speechless as he looked at this petite, dainty, cute and cruel criminal. He said, let's put this idea aside for now. We'll discuss it later. It's not time for them to disappear yet. If necessary, I'll say it. Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and flipped his body over, revealing his white belly. He said, okay. If you need anything, don't hesitate. You must remember to say it. Big brother whose stomach can hold thousands of soldiers and horses. Chu Yang was silent. Li Mingyue was tortured to death. At this moment, the Li family had completely flipped the sky upside down. Well, it should be said that the entire Xianxia city was turned upside down. The mayor's residence. Bang! The mayor with a square face was furious. Men! Here! Immediately catch that Chu Yang and bring him to justice. He committed such a crime in my Purple Cloud City, and his means of murder are so cruel. How can I let him go? Yes. The guards went out immediately. The mayor frowned and paced back and forth. His face was gloomy. Where did this damn guy come from? I spent a lot of effort to establish this delicate balance between the three clans. Otherwise, wouldn't the Li clan have been destroyed by me long ago? This damn guy actually caused such an uproar the moment he came. And he seems to want to make the situation more complicated. If I don't stop him, the Xianxia city will change. He was in deep thought. A gentle voice said, "Husband, I heard that this Xianxia is a divine doctor in the men's hall?" The mayor suddenly became very embarrassed. Madam. This is really inappropriate." A graceful woman walked out from the back hall. Her face was like a lotus and her body was like a willow. She came to the mayor and said, "Well, I heard that this divine Dr. Chu specializes in treating my illness." The mayor's wife's voice was obviously filled with deep resentment. Cough, cough, cough. The mayor's forehead was full of sweat and he looked embarrassed. At this moment, "Mayor, there's someone outside who wants to see you," someone reported from outside. "I won't see him." The mayor, who was feeling embarrassed and couldn't even straighten his back, was furious. He refused immediately. "Yes. It's just that." The person outside was a little hesitant. He presented a visiting card. "It's from the Jiangdongwu clan." "Jiangdongwu clan?" The mayor was startled. He said, "Let him in." "Well, no. Let him go to the study room. I'll go and receive him personally." He left hurriedly. As he walked, he wiped his cold sweat. Facing the madam, the best strategy is to leave. Sigh, this man really can't straighten his back in certain aspects. As he walked, he felt the madam's resentful gaze on his back. The mayor's footsteps became faster and faster. He ran out as if he was running for his life. His forehead was full of cold sweat again. He really couldn't live through this day. The Jin clan. The second master of the Li clan, Li Mingyue, was killed by Dr. Chu of the men's hall? The master of the Li clan frowned and ordered, "Pay close attention to the development of the situation. Let's not take any action for the time being. Recall all the members of the think tank to discuss the situation at any time. The intelligence team pay attention to the follow-up development of the situation. Don't let go of any trace of abnormality or any trace of information. Yes. Use the shortest time to get the most accurate information. In addition, immediately investigate the origin of Dr. Chu of the men's hall. Don't let go of any small clues." Yes. On the other side, the Wu clan also issued a similar order. These two clans were obviously planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. On the other hand, the Li clan was obviously going crazy. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Li family like this. Furthermore, the person who died this time was the second master of the Li clan. He had almost died in front of the gate of the ZJ clan's residence. "Men! Tie that bastard doctor up and bring him back to me. I want him to beg for death." The master of the Li clan's roar shook the entire courtyard. Everyone's face turned pale. How many years had it been since the master of the Li clan was so angry? "Investigate his background thoroughly." The master of the Li clan roared, "I'll make everyone who is related to him suffer a fate worse than death. Other than the clan members, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death." The guards and warriors of the Li clan swarmed out. "Master, the city lord's residence seems to have intervened in this matter. Should we?" A man with a goatee reminded carefully. "Prepare a generous gift. I'll meet the city lord personally. This matter will be settled by the Li clan privately." The master of the Li clan looked ferocious. Taking revenge through the government is always one step away. It's not satisfying at all. "I'll deal with him personally." Yes. Almost all forces were paying close attention to this small men's hall. The opening of the men's hall had already attracted the attention of many people. But that time it was because this guy openly claimed that he could cure the disease of the emperor, which inevitably caused a great sensation. Of course, it was a sensation of ridicule. But this time, the attention had a different meaning. Or it could be said that it was a sensation in the true sense, a sensation in reality. And in the hearts of some ordinary people or ordinary warriors, the creator of this incident, the legendary divine Dr. Chu, was worthy of sympathy. His actions were more recognized by these people. He had done many things that he wanted to do but didn't have the ability or the courage to do. For so many years, the three big clans had been domineering in Xianxia city. Who dared to say anything? Now, this person helped everyone to vent their anger and even eliminated a big scourge. Everyone's hearts were naturally on Chu Yang's side, but they were powerless to help him. They could only watch the subsequent development of the situation with pity and pity. Qi Yang rested for a while and then came to Yan Rushan's room. Yan Rushan's complexion was much better now. Seeing Qi Yang come in, although he didn't get up from the bed, he still nodded and smiled as a greeting. "How do you feel? How many more days do you need to recover?" Qi Yang asked. This question should be answered by Qi Yang, who was a doctor. But now, he was the one asking the questions. "It's not a big problem now." Yan Rushan smiled. "I estimate that in less than 10 days, I'll be more or less recovered. For such an injury, as long as it can be treated, I'll recover very quickly." Yan Rushan's reply was also very strange. He was like a doctor. If one removed the word "I" in his reply, it was definitely a very standard diagnosis and prediction answer. One question and one answer, the two of them flipped. "That's good." Qi Yang smiled. "Aren't you the least bit worried about what's happening outside?" Yan Rushan looked at Qi Yang with an amused expression. "Aren't you worried?" "You're not worried, so why should I be worried?" Qi Yang smiled. Qi Yang's reply seemed to be incoherent, but in fact, it had a profound meaning. If Qi Yang was unlucky, how could Yan Rushan, who stayed behind to treat his illness, be spared? The reason why Yan Rushan wasn't worried was naturally because he had confidence in Qi Yang. Even an outsider had confidence in him. So, how could he not have confidence in himself? Yan Rushan laughed heartily. "That Wang Dao you brought back is quite interesting." Qi Yang suddenly raised his head. "Oh?" Yan Rushan's words were somewhat out of Qi Yang's expectations. That was because Qi Yang hadn't discovered that Wang Dao had any special martial arts talent. The reason why he was willing to bring Wang Dao back was probably because he felt that Wang Dao's experience was really pitiful. Especially now that the Li clan was full of anger. Although Qi Yang was their number one enemy, Wang Dao, as the instigator of the incident, was probably already on the must-kill list. For a moment, Qi Yang was moved by compassion and took this person in. However, he really didn't feel that this guy was interesting. "Perhaps you didn't notice." Yan Rushan smiled warmly. "This Wang Dao is a good candidate to practice the saber. Although he's just starting. It's a little late for his body to be more or less fixed. But, after I recover, I'll help you train him. There's still time. I believe that there's still a lot of room for improvement." Qi Yang raised his head and looked surprised. A good candidate to practice the saber? Thinking carefully, Qi Yang didn't find anything praiseworthy about Wang Dao's every move and physical condition. Of course, he didn't examine it carefully. Qi Yang had lived 2 lives, and his cultivation was exquisite. However, his 2 lives added together didn't exceed 50 years. So, he still lacked some experience and knowledge. Experience and knowledge had always been accumulated over time. There was no quick way to achieve it. Another very important factor was that in Qi Yang's mind, only people like Dong Wushang were truly born to practice the saber. As for this Wang Dao, he really didn't look like one. This preconceived idea had more or less blinded Qi Yang's mind. It was a bit like a wise man's 1,000 considerations, but there was always a mistake. You're still young and your experience and knowledge are relatively limited. A momentary mistake isn't a big mistake. Besides, it's really hard for ordinary people to recognize a saber that's really suitable for Wang Dao. Or rather, it's not an ordinary saber. Yan Rushan said, "Previously, when he knelt in front of you, he picked up the saber and violently attacked Li Mingyue. During the whole process, he changed his position 27 times. However, his movements didn't change at all. You've experienced this personally. Why don't you recall a little?" Qi Yang carefully recalled. It seemed to be true. But what did this mean? This Wang Dao has never practiced the saber before, but he has the legendary reverse palace bone. He's a saber genius. Yan Rushan said slowly, the so-called reverse palace bone is equivalent to the arm extension. With a little practice, the bones can turn around at will. Unlike ordinary people, who can only move forward or backward slightly. However, he can move left or right at any time. The clearest proof of this point is the last saber that he used to attack himself. That saber strike, however, displayed his unique qualities to the fullest. Qi Yang's mind suddenly flashed through the scene at that time. He couldn't help but blurt out, "That's right." At that time, his arm was facing the sky and didn't move, but the saber was already slashing backwards. If a martial artist could use this saber, it might be possible. However, Wang Dao is an ordinary person through and through. I completely overlooked this point. After all, it's really difficult to use a saber against a martial artist. How many ordinary people can there be? Yan Rushan said, this characteristic is the so-called reverse palace bone. As for the peerless saber, it's the tendon in the arm. An ordinary person only has one tendon, but he has two. Therefore, he must be born with divine strength. I believe that since he was young, his strength has been much greater than ordinary people. Yan Rushan said softly, when I recover, I'll be in charge of training an expert for you. This kind of material shouldn't be wasted. If he succeeds, there will be another powerful saber user in the world. Such a saber user. Frightening even gods and ghosts. Terrifying even demons and demons. Chu Yang said, thank you. Yan Rushan laughed. I'll say this in advance. I'm helping you to build a foundation for him, but I'm not taking him in as a disciple. You must understand this point. Chu Yang smiled. Maybe in the future, you will regret not taking him in as a disciple. Who knows? Yan Rushan laughed and said, how do you intend to deal with this matter? He immediately changed the topic. Obviously. He could help, but it was a taboo to take in a disciple. I just feel that the Li clan's reaction is a little too slow. Chu Yang listened to the commotion outside and smiled indifferently. From afar, orderly footsteps could be heard gradually. However, these footsteps could only belong to the city's guards and not the Li family's people. If it was the Li clan, their footsteps wouldn't be so orderly. Only a regular army that had undergone formal training could have such an imposing manner. It's not that they are slow, but they are investigating your background. Yan Rushan smiled meaningfully. After the investigation is done and they confirm that there are no loose ends, they will strike a fatal blow. Besides, they also want to see how the city lord will react. After all, this is the East Imperial law. So they have no choice but to slow down. A fatal blow? Chu Yang laughed mischievously. He rubbed his nose. There are still many good people in this world. Yan Rushan sighed. I've heard the commotion nearby. I've been listening. The Li clan and the officials have been mobilizing. Many people are sympathizing with you, and many are thanking you. Chu Yang laughed and didn't say anything. You've only killed a few people and done one thing, but you've already won the support of the people here. Yan Rushan smiled. Not bad, not bad. At the end of the day, people still have a conscience. Haha. Chu Yang didn't know what to feel as he laughed. Brother Yan, I don't agree with what you said. Oh? Yan Rushan raised his eyebrows. Of course, everyone has a conscience, Chu Yang said slowly, enunciating every word clearly. I have no doubts about this. However, I would like to ask Brother Yan a question. These people who sympathize with me, thank me, and even pity me, if I were to do 100 things for them, would they step forward bravely for me? Yan Rushan's gaze froze. They will admit that I'm a good person in their hearts, or they will even praise me and curse the 3 major families behind my back when only their own family members or reliable friends are present. But after that, they will still cling to me. If I die in the end, I will be completely forgotten by them before long. In the face of the tyrannical power of the 3 great clans, will they swallow their anger or flatter them? I'm even more convinced that even if I do 10,000 things for them, if I'm killed or tortured to death by the Li clan today, no one will dare to stand up for me. At most, they will sigh in their hearts and feel pity. In the dead of night, they will say, if I have the strength, I will definitely avenge him. Then, those who have a bit more conscience will burn a stick of incense for me. Being able to do that is already the limit. Chu Yang asked sarcastically, but, what's the use of that? Yan Rushan didn't say anything. He only sighed deeply. In this world, everyone has a conscience. The only difference is the amount. But a person's cowardice is the best at manipulating people. Among all living things, a successful person will be manipulated by cowardice. Yang said plainly, so, when I do things, it's never for the sake of being chivalrous or for the sake of benefiting the common people. It's for myself, for my own peace of mind, for my righteousness, and for my conscience. That's all. But if you say that I would do something for such a person even though I know it's impossible, and even die because of it, I will laugh loudly, because that's absolutely impossible, and more importantly, because they don't deserve it. Don't you think that it's foolish to die like this? Yang's words were powerful and resonating. Edited by P. Aren't you being a little extreme by saying this? Russian sighed. Am I really being extreme? I keep reminding myself that everything I do is not for anyone else, but for myself. If not, I won't get the corresponding reward. I'll feel wronged and unworthy. But if I do it for myself, everything is different. Yang smiled. That's why I don't look at the world or the people. I only look at my own heart. At this point, Russian fell silent. If I'm at peace, the world will be at peace. If I'm angry, I'll use my sword to cut off all injustice. Yang stood up and said, they're here. I'll go out and take a look. Russian said, hold on. What's the matter? Yang turned around. Russian was silent for a long time before he took out a green jade pendant. He said, if you discover that there's a power in this city that you can't control, or if you can't control the people from the Donghuang government, you can show me this jade pendant. He said softly, I'm also a government official. This jade pendant is still of some use. Yang looked at him for a while and suddenly smiled. Brother Yan is so righteous. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll accept it. He reached out and took the jade pendant from Russian without looking at it. He casually tucked it into his bosom and leisurely walked out. Russian's expression changed, and a rare smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that in this men's hall, he was the one who hated to smile the most. But now, he was smiling a lot. The number of smiles he had today was probably more than the number of smiles he had in the past year. Previously, they had addressed each other as Brother Yan and Little Brother. But this time, Yang seemed to have changed the way he addressed him. He changed it to Brother Yan and Little Brother. If others were to hear this, they might not be able to tell the difference. But to Yang and Russian, there was an essential difference. But when Russian heard her words, he felt a tinge of happiness in his heart. He had given this jade pendant because of Yang's magnanimity. This was equivalent to acknowledging Yang. And the reason why Yang changed the way he addressed him was because of this recognition. Inadvertently, the seeds of friendship had already sprouted in their hearts. Russian smiled as he watched Yang leave. He thought to himself, I'm not doing this for the sake of chivalry or for the sake of benefiting the common people. I'm only doing this for my own peace of mind. Where justice is, I have a clear conscience. That's all. I don't look at the world, I don't look at the common people. Only look at my own heart. If my heart is at peace, then the world will be at peace. If my heart is angry, then I will use my sword and saber to cut down the injustice in the world. For the sake of not feeling wronged. What an interesting young man. Russian smiled. He lay back down on the bed. Suddenly he remembered something and called out, stop. Yang already had one foot out of the door. Hearing this, he stopped. But he didn't turn back. Brother Yan, do you have anything else to say? Outside, the sound of galloping horses was getting closer. I admire your attitude, but I don't agree with what you said. Russian said slowly, people will only explode when they are in a desperate situation. That's why there are so many talents buried in this world. Yang listened quietly. Take Wang Dao for example. If his family hadn't been wiped out, if he had only been beaten and humiliated, even if one of his legs was broken, as long as his family was fine, would he have rushed out today and begged you to kill Li Mingyue? Russian asked. No. Yang thought for a while and gave his answer. Yes, people have the same mindset. Russian said solemnly, that's why I want to tell you that you can't deny the beauty of the world just because of some cowardly people. They won't stand up for you, but they will bear with it for their parents and children. Sometimes, being angry and unsheathing a sword is just the bravery of an ignorant man. But enduring humiliation for the sake of one's family is a hero. That's why sometimes, being cowardly is also a hero. Lowering one's head is also a man. It depends on what it is for. Don't say anything unless you're in a desperate situation. Yan Rushan's gaze was fixed on Chu Yang's back. He said in a low voice, "Brother, you have to remember this." Chu Yang's body trembled. After a long silence, he suddenly turned around and bowed deeply. He said sincerely, "Brother Yan, I've learned something. Brother Yan's words today have unraveled the biggest knot in my heart. It's like parting the clouds and fog, and I'm reconsidering the world." "Thank you, Brother Yan." Chu Yang walked out with his head held high. He suddenly felt relaxed. Before this, Chu Yang's state of mind was indeed a little extreme. But Yan Rushan's words immediately pulled him back from his train of thought, which had already deviated from the right track. Not everyone was able to reach the end of the road. Those who haven't reached a desperate situation and those who have reached a desperate situation have different attitudes. After reaching a certain level, anything could happen, any change could happen. But just like those who were forced to walk on the path to the top because of despair, would you rather not have the magnificent path of becoming a powerful person in the future and preserve the beauty of your ordinary life? This was a question that would never have an answer. No one knew the importance of this conversation to Chu Yang's life. Chu Yang's state of mind had always been a little extreme after the calamity of Beyond the Heavens sect in his previous life. But from this moment on, there was a real turning point and change. His life path was greatly influenced by Yan Rushan's words. It was unimaginable. Sometimes, being cowardly is also a hero's act. Lowering one's head is also a man's act. Let's see why. Chu Yang muttered and walked out of the door. Yan Rushan looked at Chu Yang's back view with admiration. The sound of hoofbeats was like thunder. The next moment, they stopped in front of the men's hall. The moment Chu Yang opened the door, the palace guards dismounted from their horses. They were in the same color military uniform with helmets on their heads. They looked mighty. The leader was a burly officer with a curly beard. His hand was on the hilt of his sword as he walked over. In Chu Yang's eyes, it was as if a strong black bear was charging over with big strides. Behind him, the 40 to 50 soldiers immediately scattered. In an instant, they had already determined all the possible escape routes and laid out an inescapable net. It was messy but orderly. There was no chaos at all. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. This was the elite level of the palace guards. This was really unexpected. "Are you the manager of this hall, Chu Yang?" The curly-bearded officer's sharp eyes swept across and asked loudly. "Yes, I am." Chu Yang smiled warmly. "General, are you here in my men's hall? Do you have any illness?" In the face of such a large army, Chu Yang's words could be said to be a stroke of genius. It could also be said that he was extremely fearless of death. He had come to the men's hall, which specialized in curing illnesses. What illness could he have? The curly-bearded general was stunned. His face was no longer as solemn as before. He shouted angrily, "You are the one who is sick." Behind him, the soldiers closest to him could not help but laugh. Chu Yang could clearly see that the vigor of the city guards in front of him was really frightening. This was only the palace guards of a remote area, but everyone's cultivation was not weak. Even the weakest in this group of people was at the Xian level. If this level of cultivation was placed in the heavenly continent, it was almost equivalent to the level of a first-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang could not help but have some doubts in his heart. First, if the palace guards were so elite, why did they still need to ride horses? The speed of each person should be at least 10 times faster than the speed of a horse, right? They came on horseback. It simply reminded Chu Yang of the formation of the cavalry in the lower three heavens. Second, if the palace guards all had such cultivation, Chu Yang knew that the palace guards of Xianxia city had a total of 5,000 people. This comprehensive combat power was almost at a terrifying level, not to mention that the commanders, team leaders, captains and generals must have even higher cultivation. Such power. Why would the city lord allow such a filthy existence like the three big clans? It could be completely wiped out easily. Could it be that there was another mystery behind this? With this thought, Chu Yang's mind turned quickly. If this was really the case, he was afraid that he would have to make some changes to his original plan. He had to act according to the situation to ensure that everything was safe. I am under the orders of the city lord to arrest the murderer Chu Yang and bring him to justice. Since you are Chu Yang, come with me. While Chu Yang was deep in thought, the curly-bearded general had already shouted loudly. A trace of sympathy flashed in his eyes, but he still did not hesitate to give the order to arrest. Wait. Chu Yang said, may I ask, General, which law did I break? You actually want to arrest me and bring me to justice? The curly-bearded general was obviously a very principled person, and he did not know how to be flexible. After hearing this sentence, he simply could not catch his breath for a long time. After a long while, he shouted, you killed more than one person in public this morning. There are witnesses and material evidence, and now you actually ask what law you broke with an innocent face? What kind of question are you asking? Chu Yang spread out his hands and said, there are witnesses and material evidence? May I ask, General, where are the witnesses? Where is the material evidence? Where exactly is it? Take it out and let me see. Chu Yang's purpose of nitpicking was nothing more than to stall for time. Because Chu Yang was 10,000% sure that he would not be taken away. The person who asked him to treat his illness must have already gone to find him. He would definitely not let him be arrested. Because even if the city lord could not treat him, he would definitely not use a prisoner to treat his illness. The city lord could not afford to lose face like this. Therefore, that hook-nosed man must protect him, unless he was willing to give up many of his previous investments and the considerable future benefits. Where the benefits are, all interests must be compromised. This was only one of the reasons. And even if that person was willing to give up his investments and future benefits, Chu Yang was still not afraid, because there was another reason. The second reason was the Li clan. Ordinary painkillers were ineffective, so he took some cancer medicine. After eating it, it worked. He only felt that the shoulder was still throbbing, but it did not hurt anymore. But this medicine cannot be taken too much. After taking this medicine, if it still hurts, he cannot take it anymore. There are too many side effects if he stops for a period of time and tries again. The doctor told me to exercise more and relieve it on my own. I can only relieve it on my own. Generally, it is cyclical. If it is really serious, we will talk about it. Then I feel that the money spent on this trip to the hospital was not worth it. After all this time, you can't do anything about it? Who doesn't know about exercise? The problem is that it is hard to persevere. Well, after taking this medicine, I can't even feel the periarthritis of the shoulder. I also took anti-inflammatory medicine and continued with the previous routine treatment. Sigh, last night in the group, third young master said that I am crazy. Today's examination showed that I am really crazy. Report complete. I will go and write the second chapter. The direct descendant of the Li clan was killed by him. If it was any other clan with the status and power of the Li clan, they would not allow the government to intervene. Update P. They would not take this lying down. It was everyone's duo to repay kindness and enmity as they pleased. Ordinary people were like this, let alone the tyrannical Li clan. Once the government intervened, the murderer would be punished. How could it be as satisfying as punishing the enemy himself? Moreover, if the enemy was caught by the government, the Li clan would borrow the power of the government to do things. This would cause the Li clan's prestige to fall. At least among the three big clans, the Li clan would lose face. They might even be squeezed out of the three big clans. Therefore, the Li clan would not allow the government to intervene. Chu Yang only needed to delay until any of the clans succeeded. Then, this matter would change from the government's law to a Jianghu vendetta. At that time, it would be up to everyone's ability. See the evidence? Who do you think you are? When we are in court, I will let you see as much as you want. Men! Take down this glib-tongued brat. The bearded general looked like an idiot, but who would have thought that his temper would be the same? He knew that arguing with Chu Yang would not end well, but he waved his hand and a few chains appeared. This was a case of a scholar meeting a soldier. You have thousands of clever plans, but I have my own rules. Meeting such a stupid guy, there was really no reason to talk. Chu Yang could not help but touch the jade pendant. Should I use it? At this time, a horse galloped from afar like a whirlwind. General Zhou. Stop for now. The city lord has orders. General Zhou was stunned. He turned his head to look. He waved his hand and the chains retreated. A horse galloped over like a madman. When it reached the front, it almost could not stop. The sturdy horse stood up on its hind legs, and a deep bloody mark appeared on its neck. What's the hurry? General Zhou frowned. The city lord has orders. The one who came to deliver the letter was obviously a scholar. He did not have any cultivation. This gallop was so tiring that his eyes rolled back. He was out of breath. After panting for a while, he said, "Immediately withdraw the troops. There is insufficient evidence regarding Chu Yang's murder on the street. The city lord's office will not accept it." General Zhou frowned. Is there such a thing? This is the city lord's order. General Zhou, please have a look. Oh. I see. After reading the order, General Zhou waved his hand neatly. Everyone, let's disperse. Let's go back to investigate and collect evidence before coming to a conclusion. Then, he mounted the horse. He looked back at Chu Yang and grinned. Little guy, I didn't want to catch you in the first place. Now that I have this order, it's good. Then he nodded. But you have to be careful. He didn't wait for Chu Yang's reply, and whipped his horse. Go. 40 to 50 soldiers. Just like when they came, they retreated like a whirlwind. In an instant, they left behind a cloud of dust on the road. He left in a hurry, just like he came in a hurry. Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. His face was calm as he looked at the empty space in front of the door. All around, the sound of something flying through the air came closer and closer. After the officials left, the people from the Li family arrived. Chu Yang chuckled mischievously. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ever since Calamity Sword came to this heaven, it hadn't been stained with blood. Today, it might as well kill to its heart's content. Anyway, if that hook-nosed man wanted to arrange things here, it would probably take some time. Chu Yang. A thunderous roar sounded. Get out here. Swish swish swish. More than 10 figures landed in front of the men's hall. Then the wind whistled. On the nearby rooftops, front, back, left, right, east, west, they were all filled with people. Everyone had a knife in their hand and a sword out of its sheath. At this moment, the cold light of the weapons actually covered the blazing sun in the sky. Roughly estimating, the Li family had mobilized a total of 200 people this time. 200 experts. A dense murderous aura swept through the entire street in an instant. The weather that was supposed to be midsummer seemed to have inexplicably returned to the depths of winter. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. The ordinary people within a radius of dozens of miles couldn't help but shiver a few times. The Li family of Xianxia is doing something here. All unrelated people, get out. If you're killed by mistake, don't complain. A domineering voice sounded. A bunch of ants, get out of here 30 miles. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone I see. The battle hadn't started yet, but the Li family's overbearingness and arrogance were already evident. With a flash of a figure, General Zhou, who had just left, suddenly appeared on top of a roof. He looked at the Li family members coldly and said, "The city lord asked this general to pass on a message to the Li family. This time, he gave you face, but don't be ungrateful. It's okay to kill in Jianghu, but you're not allowed to hurt any ordinary people. Remember, it's not allowed to cause damage to any buildings in the city. Those who violate will be killed without mercy. There's no room for mercy." The Li family's leader's face stiffened. He turned his head and looked. General Zhou, how can you control the fire so accurately in this kind of Jianghu fight? It's hard to avoid accidental injuries. Our Li family will compensate those who were injured after the incident. General Zhou's face didn't change. He said lightly, orders can't be changed. If you violate them, you'll have to bear the consequences. It's your business if you can't control the fire, but it's our business to deal with the aftermath. There's one more thing you must remember. It won't be hard for the city lord to control your heads. The Li family's people showed anger in their eyes. But they didn't dare to say anything. They only dared to be domineering toward ordinary people and ordinary warriors. In the face of real power and violence, they also had to stand aside. This is the first time the city lord's office has let you do as you please. It may also be the last time. General Zhou said loudly, "Yearly family, you'd better behave yourselves." Qu Yang said loudly, "General Zhou, since the city lord's office allows us to deal with our grievances using Jianghu methods, then, if the Li family suffers losses, will the city lord's office take care of it?" General Zhou's eyes showed a strange look. He said, "Jianghu matters are settled in Jianghu." "I understand. Thank you, General Zhou." Qu Yang's face relaxed. That straightforward General Zhou seemed to have a strange smile on his face. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared. This General Zhou seemed to be rough, but he had already hinted to Qu Yang that it was okay to kill them all. This made Qu Yang feel refreshed. General Zhou's movement this time also made Qu Yang's eyes flash with surprise. This General Zhou's cultivation was very exquisite. Even if he was a little weaker than Qu Yang, it was definitely not by much. "Go. Everyone, kill this guy with the surname Chu." The leading expert of the Li family did not dare to offend General Zhou, but this would prevent him from venting his anger on Qu Yang. "Take revenge for the two elders. Go." More than a dozen figures rushed over like a whirlwind. Qu Yang smiled. His body suddenly changed from a stationary state to a floating state, and he slowly rose up without moving. He was dressed in black. His head of black hair fluttered in the wind, but his body remained straight and motionless. Only his eyes emitted a sharper and fiercer light. More than a dozen sword light and saber energy swept over from all directions like a storm. A chilling aura descended. At this moment, Qu Yang suddenly had the same feeling as when he was on the Wind Thunder platform in his previous life. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Yes. It really felt the same. But my strength has already transcended. Looking at the snow-like sword light and saber energy around him, a surge of murderous aura suddenly rose from Qu Yang's body. "A little bit of cold light." Qu Yang said lightly, 10,000 feet of light." His voice was indifferent and low. But it was as if an emperor who ruled the world had issued an order to kill. An earth-shattering murderous aura. Suddenly, it exploded from Qu Yang's body. Under everyone's gaze, Qu Yang, who was originally unarmed and defenseless, suddenly turned around. A little bit of cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. In this heavenly imperial court, King of Hell Chu, the master of Calamity Sword, for the first time, although that little bit of cold light was faint, it was mixed with the most chilling and coldest feeling. It was a kind of cold light that was enough to freeze anyone's bone marrow. The moment they saw this little bit of cold light, the dozen people who were attacking Qu Yang felt a chill in their hearts. Simultaneously, they felt a chill that went straight to their bones. Then, a ball of sword light that was more dazzling than the sun in the sky. It suddenly appeared vigorously. At this moment, all the people who were watching and fighting had the same feeling in their hearts. After that little bit of cold light flashed, it suddenly returned to Qu Yang's body. Then, from Qu Yang's still body, what exploded was thousands of sword energy, extremely dazzling sword energy. In addition to being dazzling, the sword energy that was enough to shake the heavens and earth shot out from Qu Yang's body in all directions. In fact, every single one of them was so clear. They all had the clearest targets. It disappeared in a flash. But that scene of endless brilliance just now seemed to be forever imprinted in everyone's eyes and hearts. After the sword light disappeared, streaks of blood light suddenly appeared. Those streaks of blood light were like a fountain full of power. They shot out a distance of hundreds of feet and rushed into the air. That was a special situation where one's whole body was filled with energy that couldn't be released, but was stabbed in a fatal spot by the enemy. The whole body's cultivation pressure, the whole body's blood, under the high pressure, suddenly found an outlet that could be released. Naturally, it was going to spurt out desperately. This spurt, in addition to blood, was accompanied by one's own vitality and soul. At the same time, one's body was exhausted to the extreme. Around him, the 13 Li clan experts who were originally charging with swords and sabers were all still in a charging posture, but their eyes had all turned gray. Then, Qu Yang stood with his hands behind his back, still maintaining his original straight posture as he climbed straight up from the center of the crowd. But, the 13 people who attacked him didn't seem to see it at all. They still maintained their original posture and continued to move forward, flying past his feet just like that. Once they flew, there was no turning back. They directly rushed into the distance, and after the momentum of this charge gradually weakened, one by one, they fell down like broken sacks. The blood fountain staggered in the air, forming a bright red color. Hee, after the change, world-defying heavens is indeed much better. The open beta server is opened very well. Players who don't spend money have a lot of fun playing it. Tomorrow, a new server will be opened. Brothers and sisters who have time can go in and play tomorrow afternoon. The game is in the game's special area. With my eyesight, I'll change my profession and open a game company in the future. Their bodies lost all control and crashed into the walls before falling to the ground. Some of them rolled down from the roof, and some of them crashed into the ground, causing their brains to splatter. In the middle of their throats, there was a small bloody hole that was still gushing out blood. None of the 13 people survived. One sword strike at the same vital point. With just one sword strike, the 13 spirit experts of the Li clan lost their lives before they even had the chance to retaliate. Is this the Shmi sword technique? The remaining few hundred experts of the Li clan looked at Chu Yang, who was standing with his hands behind his back, empty-handed. In his eyes, there was only an indescribable shock in his eyes, and he was no longer as arrogant and overbearing as before. At this moment, Chu Yang's hands were still empty. It was as if that soul-stirring cold aura had never appeared, and those deadly sword lights were just like an illusory dream. Everything was as if they didn't know anything. But everyone knew that it was this young man who was as handsome as jade, who was empty-handed and clean from head to toe, who had just taken the lives of 13 of his companions with a shocking sword technique. Those people didn't even have the time to scream before they died, their lives were already gone, in the shadows far away. General Zhou's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were filled with fear. If I had really captured him, and he had used this sword on me. Tomorrow, my wife would be able to go to the city lord to ask for a pension. How dangerous. General Zhou knew that he would not be able to contend against that awe-inspiring sword strike just now. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his black face had turned snow-white. If there was a mirror for him, he would definitely be able to see that his face was much paler than the day he got married. Men's hall. Yan Russian, who was lying on the bed, was also shocked. Is this the Shmi sword technique? Is this the Shmi sword technique? As the #1 general in the Eastern Royal Heavens, Yan Russian was very knowledgeable in martial arts. Even if he couldn't be ranked in the top 10, he definitely wouldn't be too far behind. But Chu Yang's sword strike was a peerless divine sword that had never appeared in his memory, if Yan Russian still had an impression of this martial art. Nami. This proved that it had never appeared in the Heaven Palace before. At the very least, no one in the Eastern Royal Heaven had ever used it before. Yan Russian was 100% confident that he would be able to pull it off. This was such a miraculous sword strike, swift and fierce. Every ray of sword light shot out from a direction that was absolutely out of everyone's expectations. However, it would not give the spectators a creepy and eerie feeling. In the eyes of the spectators, that sword strike only looked ethereal and unrestrained. Moreover, it was filled with the aura of a king. Grand and imposing. However, how could such a terrifying and cold sword move be so grand and imposing? Yan Russian could not figure out the reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. This should not happen. But now, the contradiction was right in front of ZJ's eyes. Chu Yang stood quietly in the air. His expression was calm and indifferent, but his heart was in turmoil. The calamity swordsmanship actually gave birth to a brand new feeling when Xianxia attacked just now. It was as if only in this moment could the terrifying power of the calamity sword technique be truly unleashed. There was another kind. An insufferably arrogant one, once the sword was unleashed. It was like a sovereign descending upon the world. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was a blessing from the heavens. Or perhaps it was another legend. In any case, when Chu Yang attacked with his sword this time, he had a condescending attitude, and he also had a condescending attitude in his heart. When he swung his sword again, he could clearly feel the pride that came from the calamity sword itself. At that moment, Chu Yang's mind was truly immersed in the calamity sword for the first time. He was one with this sword, man and sword as one. He was like a god, looking down at the many ants in front of him who were waiting to be killed. Killing them was a normal thing to do. What harm would there be in slaughtering ants? This sword instantly shocked the whole place, including everyone. Whether they were martial artists with cultivation or ordinary people with no cultivation, they were all shocked by the brilliance of this sword. There was only silence. Greasy Face, who was entrusted by Chu Yang to protect the safety of the men's hall, could only look shocked at this moment. His mouth was wide open, and a trace of sparkling ink gradually slid down from the corner of his mouth with incomparable toughness. It dragged out a long, translucent thread. That expression was like that of an old woman who had discovered that her loyal husband was having an affair, and that the person was a man. She was so shocked by the truth that she didn't know what to do. Behind his butt, that furry tail was unconsciously swinging wildly, showing that Teacher Cat's heart was extremely unsettled. And Wang Dao, who was behind his butt, even felt the wind brought by that furry tail constantly blowing at ZJ's face. In such a hot summer day, it actually gave birth to a kind of pleasant breeze that caressed one's face out of thin air. It was really like a big cattail leaf fan. Wang Dao looked at Teacher Cat's butt and thought enviously. If only he used a little more strength. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't fart. Don't fart don't destroy this rare pleasant feeling. Chu Yang's body was still in midair, his eyes coldly looking at the enemies in all directions. His eyes were filled with disdain. The surroundings were silent. The killing effect of this sword had undoubtedly thoroughly shocked the whole place. The Li clan's leader, an old man in his 50s, had a look of horror in his eyes. This was an Earth-grade expert, and also the leader of the Li clan's trip. With his early Earth-grade cultivation, it was enough for him to run amok in this Xianxia city. And the Li clan's biggest reliance in Xianxia city was the two Earth-grade experts that the clan had. One was at the early Earth grade, and the other was at the early Earth grade. High-end strength was always the foundation of a clan's standing. This convention was applicable in the heavenly layer, and it was also applicable in the heavenly layer. But now, this Earth-grade expert, who was once insufferably arrogant, clearly felt that ZJ's palms were sweating. Seeing that Chu Yang was still leisurely and carefree, his heart was filled with confidence. That sword just now, if it was aimed at ZJ, would ZJ be able to block it? Dodge? Would they be able to escape unscathed? You have no confidence. Even if this young man's true strength was below ZJ's, he still had no confidence. Calming himself down, he opened his mouth and shouted, "This guy only has the strength of a mortal grade." That sword just now was indeed powerful. But the consumption would be huge. Even if he dies from exhaustion, he won't be able to make many moves. Everyone will be divided into 10 waves, one wave after another. He's only one person, we'll take turns to kill him. Take note, once you touch, retreat, don't continue fighting. Then, the next wave will attack immediately. It's a temporary gain and loss. It's not a big deal. Everyone on the Li clan's side was shocked, and then a burst of ecstasy. Yes, the opponent's move was indeed very powerful. Even the strongest person on ZJ's side was unable to block it. But no matter how powerful he was still only at the peak of mortal grade. As long as they used the wheel tactic, how long could he last alone? Of the 200 people, 13 had died just now, but there were still 187 people left. 10 waves, each wave would have 18 people. He didn't have 3 arms, how could he block such a dense wave of attacks? A temporary loss of power was not enough to explain the situation. Go. Quickly dividing into groups, under the command of the Earth-grade expert in the lead. The first group flew up towards Chu Yang violently. There was no need to hold back. If the first attack failed, they would immediately retreat. If they attacked again, they would at least have to wait until after the 17 waves of attacks. There would be plenty of time to recover. Second elder, should we go and capture that damned slave Wang Sanyu who is hiding in the Hall of Men and execute him? Someone from the other group asked carefully. No rush. This second grandmaster shook his head and said, as long as we subdue this Chu Yang, Wang Sanyu will naturally not be a problem. Let him suffer in this boundless fear for a while longer, and that won't be a good feeling either. But if we can't even deal with Chu Yang, even if we capture Wang Sanyu, what's the point? He's just an ordinary person. Yes. Second elder is wise. That person from the other group said flatteringly. In the Heaven Imperial Court, because people's lifespans were generally very long, especially those big clans, their lifespans were even longer. Therefore, in terms of seniority, there was a lot of confusion. In the end, they simply used seniority like which generation as the standard for addressing people. For example, the person leading the group now was the son of the old ancestor who founded the Li clan. He was the second-generation ancestor of the Li clan, so he was called second elder. But these two words were not very respectful, so there was such a weird title like second elder. It had to be said that this second elder's tactical arrangement was quite useful for the current Quyang. At least on the surface, Quyang had fallen into a wave of multiple attacks. The first group of 18 people from the Li clan went forward together. Some of them attacked from afar, while others attacked from close range. Everyone only made one move or one sword move. They did not care about the result and immediately escaped. Under such a shameless and targeted tactic, Quyang seemed to have fallen into an extremely passive situation. Sure enough, his exquisite sword moves could not be used again. In other people's eyes, there was a kind of feeling, this divine Dr. Chu with wonderful swordsmanship seemed to have been restrained. If there was a chance, space, and gap to make a move, so what if you have an invincible sword move? In the distance, that hook-nosed man appeared on the roof with a dozen people to watch the battle. It was a blatant and undisguised manner. It was like in this Xianxia city, I have no scruples. As for the 10 men behind him, each one of them is full of energy, high-spirited, and lawless aura. If it was their background, it wouldn't have been so strange. Because they were all from the Jiangdonghua clan. The Jiangdonghua clan wasn't considered a big clan in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But in Xianxia city, they could absolutely do whatever they wanted. They didn't need to care about anyone or anything. With the Jiangdonghua clan's strength, even the Jin clan, Wu clan and Li clan, who were the strongest local tyrants in Xianxia city, wouldn't dare to act rashly after knowing their background. This hook-nosed man was an important figure in the painter, the fourth master of the Hua clan. Fourth master, this divine Dr. Chu seems to be at a disadvantage. He might not be able to hold on any longer. Should we make a move? Someone asked. Let's wait for a while more. The hook-nosed man looked at the battle situation with his eagle-like eyes and said, although Quyang is at a disadvantage, his life is not in danger for the time being. What I want is to make a move at the last moment before he's at death's door. Once I make a move, I'll save him from death's door. Only by truly saving my life and laying the groundwork for me would I be able to achieve the greatest effect. You must choose the most opportune moment to show your kindness, the hook-nosed man said in a deep voice. The hook-nosed man said in a deep voice, don't do things that are just icing on the cake. The meaning is very limited. Fourth master is indeed wise. In the men's hall. Greasy man was really anxious now. He couldn't help but want to make a move. In his opinion, although Quyang still had some strength left and was able to fully exert it, it was really too sullen to continue fighting like this. No one would be able to stand such a one-sided battle. But just as he was about to make a move, he was stopped by Yan Rushan. Don't go over. Yan Rushan had actually gotten up from the bed and stood at the door. He leaned against the door and looked very weak. But his words were powerful, and Greasy Man didn't dare to make a move. If you go over now, you'll definitely spoil his overall plan and interfere with his comprehension. This kind of comprehension is something that can only be encountered by chance. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. Comprehension? He seems to be in an extremely passive situation. But he's actually comprehending? Greasy Man suddenly realized. Since Quyang had the ability to kill 13 people with one sword move at the beginning, he naturally wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. Even if we were besieged, it wouldn't be to the point where we can't even injure one person. Yan Rushan wasn't paying attention to the battle. He lowered his gaze and said, he seems to be trying to understand his sword now. Once he does, he will be able to resolve his predicament. Sneaky nodded repeatedly. A certain cat was also an expert in cultivation. Other than Yan Rushan, his cultivation was the highest among everyone present. Previously, he was only concerned about Quyang's safety. Now, he was enlightened by Yan Rushan's reminder. As he observed the battle from the perspective of a spectator, he instantly saw through the crux of the battle. Yan Rushan was right. At this moment, Quyang indeed felt a brand new and wonderful feeling that he had never felt before. The arrogance of the calamity sword, the awe-inspiring aura, the arrogance of not putting any enemy in its eyes, was boundless and magnificent. This was what he had experienced in his first battle in the heavenly imperial court. At this moment, Chu Yang could clearly feel that aura. He could even feel that this was a kind of foundation, only a sword that was truly lawless and had once slaughtered everyone in the world and stood at the pinnacle. Only then would they be able to have such a magnificent foundation. It was precisely under such an arrogant aura. Chu Yang's heavenly divine technique, which he had been circulating with difficulty, was circulating at an unprecedented and astonishing speed. Ever since his dantian was formed. Even the primordial real silk, which hadn't been used much, was undergoing subtle changes at this moment. It was constantly replenished from his dantian and entered his meridians. Then, it traveled throughout his body and finally returned to his dantian. Every operation and every strand of primordial real silk gave Chu Yang a feeling that he was brimming with power. It was real and not fake. It was precisely this reality that gave him absolute confidence. As long as he was in such a state, even if he continued to battle for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, he would absolutely not get tired. Could this be the true secret of the tribulation sword? Chu Yang's mentality also gradually increased along with this kind of arrogance. It was as if as long as he accompanied the tribulation sword, he would be able to wander in the sky forever. Slowly, the arrogance in his heart also became more and more abundant. There was more and more a feeling that these people in front of him who were fighting with him were really just some ants. Ants that couldn't withstand a single blow, even if they were extremely daring ants, no matter how many of them there were, they were ultimately still ants. A kind of displeasure welled up in Chu Yang's heart. How could such an ant attack CJ? And they dared to fight him? Were they worthy? Suddenly, Chu Yang let out a long howl and shouted angrily, "A bunch of ants! How dare you offend the might of a tiger?" This sentence made everyone feel like they had gone crazy. Looking at the situation before them, Chu Yang was definitely at a disadvantage. It seemed like the pressure he was under was getting heavier and heavier, and he was in danger of collapsing at any moment. However, at such a critical juncture, he actually shouted out such a sentence that was full of confidence and anger. This kind of anger did not come from being aggrieved. It was the kind of anger that came from a powerful existence being provoked by a bunch of weaklings. What was going on? But then, the situation on the field changed. It was a sudden and shocking change without any warning. Chu Yang was really angry. Under the inexplicable influence of that arrogant mentality, Chu Yang actually got angry. He had been experiencing and experimenting with that feeling all along. He felt all the changes in his meridians, felt the subtle changes in his mentality, and felt the rapid depletion of his energy. Not only was it depleted, but it was also increasing rapidly. Even if it continued for a long time, he did not have to worry about his energy being depleted. He was originally full of joy and boundless joy. According to the original plan, he should have continued to wait in such a place, waiting for the hook-nosed man to make his move. He should have taken the opportunity to create trouble and lead to the situation that he wanted the most. But that arrogant mentality suddenly changed into the anger of wanting to dominate the world. It made him completely lose control when he made his move. Even Chu Yang was not prepared for such a situation. Everything was an accident, an unexpected accident. All of you are courting death. Since all of you are courting death, then go and die. Facing another wave of Li clan experts flying over, Chu Yang stood up and no longer guarded closely. Instead, he went up to meet them at lightning speed. That cold light suddenly flashed again, then, it disappeared again. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. A bone-chilling feeling rose up in their hearts. That cold light. It once again covered the sky and covered the earth. It was the same move. It was 10 times stronger than the 10,000 feet cold light earlier. It was not just 10 times, it was a lot more. Cold light, 10,000 fathoms. Chu Yang slowly recited this sword technique. He had a new understanding in his heart. So, this is the true meaning of 10,000 rays of light. Before this, it was the essence of the tribulation sword technique. The true power of the tribulation sword technique was only the tip of the iceberg. Even saying that it was the tip of the iceberg was an exaggeration. Quickly hide. The Li clan's second grandmaster almost tore his throat as he shouted at this moment. But in his heart, he was worried. It's over. This wave of manpower is all over. The cold light instantly turned into a clear and elegant sword energy, overflowing with brilliant colors. With a kind of calm arrogance, but as fast as lightning, it pierced through the throats of the 18 people who rushed up, mixed with the surging blood light. It flew into the vast sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Those 18 people, at the moment when the light flashed, uniformly lost their lives. In the brilliant rain of blood, their faces still had the brutality from before as they slowly fell from the sky. Indeed, no one was spared. So vicious. The Li clan's second grandmaster's eyes were almost bloodshot. Chu Yang, are you from Shmi? Chu Yang laughed. I'm from Shmi? Is it important that I'm from Shmi? If I am from a powerful faction, are you all going to kneel down and flatter me? If I'm not famous, should I be at your mercy now? The Li clan's second grandmaster gritted his teeth and said, You don't dare to say it? You don't have the guts to say it? You're nothing. Chu Yang laughed arrogantly. You think you're qualified to ask about my background? You shameless bastard. The Li clan's second grandmaster was so angry that blood almost rushed to his head. He waved his hands wildly. Go. Go together. Kill him. Kill without mercy, don't leave him alive. He was almost driven crazy by Chu Yang's provocation. The remaining 100 or so people of the Li clan roared at the same time and rushed up. Chu Yang tiptoed and flew into the sky. He said slowly, Lend me your cold light, and I'll scatter the cold light for 10,000 feet, I'll reign supreme over thousands of rivers and mountains, and I'll be the emperor of the world. Ha ha ha, I see, I see. With a long laugh, another move of 10,000 feet of cold light was released. It was just that this move was released for the third time, and its power was even stronger than before. It was actually much stronger than the previous move. The previous move was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the heavenly level. If this move was evaluated, even if the Dharma Supreme came back to life, he would have to submit to it, and even if the extraterrestrial demon came back, he would have to retreat. Arrogance was not really arrogance. It could also be said to be a kind of extreme confidence. Because of confidence, one became arrogant. When one's confidence reached the extreme, it was arrogance. This sword move was made with a kind of perfect mentality that was full of foundation, with a heart that ruled the world. Since the world is ruled by me, the life and death of all the people in this world are naturally decided by me. When I kill, I execute you. I sentence you, therefore, my heart is majestic and magnanimous. Chu Yang finally ket up. The first move of the tribulation sword technique was actually about mentality. Chu Yang flew over on his sword. His movements were elegant and unrestrained. He shuttled through the crowd at high speed. One could only see a cold light flashing from east to west, and from south to north. It kept going back and forth in an endless cycle. That cold light actually relied on a single sword to weave an inescapable net of slaughter in the air. It was so dense that there was not even a single gap between it and the enemy. The 13 plus 18 people who died earlier were both unlucky and lucky. They were the first to die, so they were unlucky, but they were also lucky. Because their way of dying was a sword that cut off their souls, there was no pain. At this moment, everyone could only see broken limbs falling from the sky, dripping with blood. Countless wails rose and fell, one after another, incessantly ringing in their ears. Li clan's second grandmaster's face was pale. He really didn't expect that the great-grandson of the lowest seniority in the clan would use his own death to provoke such a terrifying enemy for the Li clan. An enemy at the peak of the human level was able to make him, a beginner of the earth level, lose the courage to attack. Even if he forced himself to attack, he already had no chance of winning. Could the Li clan really afford to provoke such an enemy? To quell such a great enemy, the Li clan would have to pay the heaviest price. And all of this was based on the fact that Chu Yang was only an ordinary Jianghu cultivator. If he had a background, what kind of background would be able to cultivate such a talented younger brother with such cultivation and strength at such a young age? Thinking of this, Li clan's second grandmaster shuddered. But things had already come to this, there was no turning back. He could only brace himself and hold on. Let's attack together. An old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He couldn't help but be shocked and called out, Father? Don't make a sound. Let's attack together. No matter the cost, destroy him as quickly as possible. The voice in his ears continued, "This person is extremely dangerous. We must take him by surprise and destroy him. Otherwise, after today, the Li clan will be finished." Yes. From beginning to end, Chu Yang had an air of ease as he harvested human lives to his heart's content. Fresh lives disappeared under his sword one by one, but his heart didn't waver at all. His figure was elegant and quick as he flitted across the sky. Blood rained down. The Li clan's originally imposing and tyrannical experts had now become a flock of sheep targeted by a fierce tiger and slaughtered. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. It was a kind of fear that made one's courage shatter. What Li clan? What clan? What honor? What backbone? What integrity? All of that scrammed to the side. The most important thing now was to run for their lives. If they were going to lose their lives, what was the point of thinking about those useless things? There were more than 180 people in total. But, Chu Yang's sword had already destroyed more than 130 people in a short period of time. Those who were lucky enough to survive had their minds completely broken down as they screamed unconsciously. He shouted words that he didn't even believe came from his own mouth. He dodged with all his might and used all his means. They even used the bodies of their comrades to conceal themselves. If there was someone who could block him at this moment and prevent the fatal sword light from finding him, then even if it was his own brother, he would not hesitate to push him out. Sword light flashed. People were howling, blood was spraying, and heads were rolling. In the blink of an eye, the 200 experts of the Li family who had come aggressively had already been utterly defeated. Chu Yang's heart was still as cold as ice. Suddenly, two dangerous auras suddenly rose. There was an expert. Instantly, Chu Yang felt two enormous pressures coming towards him. His heart could not help but tremble. To be able to make him feel this kind of pressure, it must be a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him. Moreover, he should be more than just a level higher. Also, there were a total of 2 attackers. Chu Yang could feel his soul trembling. That was a sense of crisis that concerned life and death. Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. Before he even felt the attack, he had already jumped up without hesitation, straight up 300 feet into the air. Below, almost brushing against the soles of his feet, 2 cold lights flashed past. The attack that the two had been planning for a long time. With Chu Yang's amazing spiritual perception, he managed to dodge it by a hair's breadth. 2 figures instantly appeared on both sides of him, one on the left and one on the right. One of them was the Li family expert who had led the team just now. The other person looked quite similar to him, except that he was slightly older. Both of them were holding long swords that were as clear as autumn water. Chu Yang's pupil shrank. From these 2 people, he felt a mountain-like pressure. This kind of pressure was not unfamiliar to Chu Yang. He had felt it from the extraterrestrial demon and the Dharma Supreme. Facing 2 types of pressure at the same time today, the pressure actually multiplied. Chu Yang knew that although he had just comprehended sword techniques and his strength had improved greatly, he was confident that he would not be defeated if he were to face either of these 2 people alone. In fact, if he were to face the slightly weaker one alone, he was confident that he could win and kill him. But facing these 2 people at the same time, he was in danger of losing his life at any time. The difference between each level of the Heaven Imperial Court was really too great. The difference between the human level and the earth level was like heaven and earth. Like heaven and earth, the early stages of the earth level and the middle stages were 2 completely different worlds. Chu Yang's calamity sword technique had already exceeded the scope of ordinary sword techniques. It was not difficult to kill someone above his level. But in this Heaven Imperial Court, it was already a rare miracle to kill someone above his level. Facing an earth-level expert who was 2 levels above him, it was already very good that Chu Yang could stay alive. But now, he was facing an earth-level expert who had joined forces with another early-stage earth-level expert to deal with Chu Yang. Under the joint attack of the 2 people, Chu Yang really started to be surrounded by danger. The 2 elders with the highest cultivation of the Li clan were circling in the air, constantly launching fierce attacks at Chu Yang. One from the front and one from the back, closely connected. If Chu Yang focused all his strength on one of them, he would definitely incur the frenzied killing of the other. Chu Yang relied on his agile footwork to dodge gradually and counterattack occasionally. For a moment, he actually could not find a chance to use his sword technique. Earlier, he did not use his sword because he wanted to comprehend the sword technique at the last moment and did not have the heart to use his sword. But now, the enemy was too strong, he had the will but not the strength. The joint attack of the two elders of the Li clan became more and more compact and fierce. Qi Yang could clearly feel that his domineering and insufferably arrogant aura was gradually disappearing from his body as the other party's swift and fierce attacks continued to intensify. And it would be even more difficult for him to contend against the two powerful enemies in front of him if this new aura of power were to disappear. Moreover, the power that he could exert would certainly weaken further. And it would be even more difficult for him to contend against these two powerful enemies. Qi Yang's mind was in a mess, and the situation became even more dangerous. It's about time. Just wait a little longer, and the outcome will be clear. Once you see blood, attack immediately. You must ensure Qi Yang's safety. In the distance, the hook-nosed man originally thought that he and the others would not have a chance to attack and was disappointed. Suddenly, he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and was instantly overjoyed. Greasy man from the men's hall was anxious and wanted to fly out to help. Don't move. Yen. Russian grabbed him. Qi Yang's foundation is so solid that it's the first I've seen in my life. But he has never been able to unleash his full potential. It's probably because he doesn't have any pressure in his heart, which is why it's hard for him to break through. This time, let him experience a life and death crisis. Don't worry, with your cultivation, you'll definitely be able to save him at the most critical moment. Greasy man said angrily, don't you feel the pain in your back when you're standing? You're not the one who's in danger. What if it's too late? Yen Russian looked at him speechlessly. Cat, how did you reach the heaven level? Greasy man's face instantly flushed red. He tried to defend himself. Of course, I cultivated with all my might. I cultivated with all my might and wandered the martial world with all my might. Yen Russian nodded in understanding. Yes, you cultivated with all your might and wandered the martial world with all your might. That's how you became so innocent and naive. You're really lucky to be able to live until today. Greasy man's face instantly turned red. He was so embarrassed that even his tail was half red. He inadvertently turned his head and exclaimed, Eh? How is this possible? Yen Russian was instantly shocked by him. He instinctively used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He muttered, Eh? How is this possible? Qi Yang had been under the opponent's tight attacks and was in an extremely disadvantageous position. He couldn't even unleash his tribulation sword force. He could only passively take the beating. Naturally, he felt more and more aggrieved. The arrogant and domineering aura from before seemed to be gradually retreating due to extreme grievance. Seeing that the opponent and his father were about to form an inescapable net and completely envelop him, Qi Yang fought back with all his might. However, it was to no avail. He only felt that his strength was far inferior to his opponent's. The disparity was too great. He wanted to, but he was powerless. At this moment, Qi Yang suddenly let out a loud roar and fought back with all his might. Life, cherish life. Qi Yang had found his greatest weakness at the most critical moment. Since his rebirth, he had indeed cherished his life. But, sometimes, he couldn't be too concerned about it. Sometimes, he couldn't be too afraid of death. Those who were too afraid of death didn't have the guts to break through the death gate. Instead, they would fall before the death gate, Qi Yang roared. It was as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint in his heart. He suddenly felt a sense of relief from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the power of Yen Russian's guidance and correction of the wrong direction in his heart merged with this kind of will to break free from the shackles with a desperate strike. If the arrogant aura of the tribulation sword were to gradually dissipate, it could be said that it was being forcibly suppressed by an external force. At this moment, it was already suppressed to the extreme. Since Qi Yang wasn't overwhelmed in the end, then the other result was an extreme rebound, a desperate counterattack with the fiercest stance. The primordial real silk in his dantian suddenly penetrated his meridians at extreme speed. The heaven-splitting divine technique started to move uncontrollably and violently like a great river. Qi Yang only felt a sense of relief all over his body, as if he had broken free from something. As if he had broken free from something, his long sword suddenly spread out again. Wind and thunder roared as he actually broke out of the heavy encirclement with ease. With two clangs, the long swords in the hands of the Li father and his father were broken by the tribulation sword and fell to the ground. Yang panted and stared at the opponent, his heart still somewhat confused. However, the Li family's father's face was filled with shock, as well as a sense of disappointment that all his hard work had gone to waste. When Fishy and Yan Rushan saw this result, they couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The best outcome that they had foreseen was that Yang would continue to resist and unleash his potential. In the end, he would need Teacher Cat's help to avoid this calamity. However, the result was a complete victory for Yang, and it was a clean victory. In the distance, the hook-nosed man raised his hand and was about to order his subordinates to attack. However, at this moment, his raised hand froze in the air. Everyone's eyes were looking in one direction, Yang, who was still panting in midair. Because, at this moment, Yang's body was slowly emitting a faint glow of flowers, and it was getting clearer and clearer. It was getting more and more obvious, the light of tender flowers, earth grade. Yang had actually broken through under the pressure of the two pillars of the Li family. He had successfully broken through the peak of mortal grade and reached earth grade, transforming into an earth grade expert, breaking through in the middle of a battle. Such a thing had always only existed in legends. Because a battle was a battle, and a breakthrough was a breakthrough. It was difficult to do two things at the same time. If he had a breakthrough during a battle, he might have been killed or even suffered from chi deviation before he could break through. But now, Yang had used reality to break this rule, and created another legend. It was even a step further. He had broken through in the middle of a life and death situation. And after breaking through, he had broken out of the encirclement and defeated the enemy. The outcome was decided immediately. The most important thing was that everyone could see that after Yang had broken through, he actually didn't realize that he had broken through. This matter was truly a miraculous story, a legend that could be slapped on the table. In midair, Yang said with a perplexed look on his face. Previously, ZJ was like a surging river. It had always been blocked by something. Now that the obstruction was gone, the river suddenly cleared up. At this moment, the new energy that surged out of his body was so unfamiliar yet familiar. ZJ had never possessed such powerful energy before, but this was indeed ZJ's energy. Yang looked up to the sky and roared. The depression in his heart was swept away. The weather was good and the weather was good. The sky is high for the birds to fly, and the sea is wide for the fish to jump. He had broken through. Yang's long howl reverberated in the heavens and the earth. Everyone present had complicated looks in their eyes as they stared blankly at Yang. The tender flowers on Yang's body were glowing. It was gradually extending towards the sword. This kind of light was very tender, like a little yellow flower that was about to bloom, but it was filled with a kind of glorious feeling. This proved that Yang had taken another step forward on the path of martial arts, earth grade. Back then, when the Dharma Supreme obtained the legacy of the heavenly demon, he had only barely reached the earth level. However, he was invincible in the heavenly continent. In the end, it was a combination of Yang, the tribulation sword, and all the power of tribulation. Furthermore, it had to be under the special circumstances where the Dharma Supreme was bent on seeking death and did not intend to fight to the death. Only then could it be considered as barely killing him, the power of an earth stage expert. One could only imagine. Now, Yang had also reached this level. When everyone saw Yang's current state, they were somewhat overwhelmed with emotions. Even that hook-nosed fourth master of the Jiangdonghua clan looked at Yang with a kind of reappraisal. What a talent! In the decisive battle, at the brink of life and death, he had broken through to the earth level. The biggest key to this was still Yang's deep accumulation. However, even if it was accumulation, there were more than tens of millions of people in the vast heavenly imperial court who had such accumulation. However, how many people could be like Yang, able to break through at such a time, breaking through at such a delicate moment? What did it mean? This, everyone's hearts were very excited, turning defeat into victory. With the power of a peak human grade, he had fought against two earth grade experts. Although it was thrilling, it was not fatal. Now, he had reached the earth level. This meant that his power had multiplied several times in an instant. Name, to Yang, two Earth-grade experts of the Li clan, what was there to fear? Yen Russian, crafty man, and even the hook-nosed man and his subordinates knew this. Even the two old masters of the Li family knew this as well. At this point, the two elders of the Li clan turned pale. Go. The elders of the Li clan made a prompt decision and retreated. Since they could not fight head-on, they could only escape. Only by staying alive could they talk about the future. If they stayed, they would only be throwing their lives away. It was meaningless. Go? You still want to go? Ha ha ha. Chu Yang's arrogant laughter came from the sky. A bright sword light flashed like lightning. You suppressed me until I was in such a sorry state. Now that I have broken through and you can't beat me, you want to run away. Is there such a good thing in this world? Chu Yang roared, his murderous intent clear. Slaughter the world. So what? Calamity killer move, descending into the world, so what if he slaughtered the world? To the Heaven Palace continent, this was another shocking sword move that had never been heard of before. The Calamity sword technique had always only been passed down in the Heaven Palace continent. The previous 8 generations of Calamity sword masters did not meet the requirements of the true inheritance of the Calamity sword technique. No one had ever gone up to the Heaven Palace. Therefore, in this Heaven Palace, other than Shui Leihan, no one else had the power of the Calamity sword technique, but this was the biggest plan of the Gu family to Shui Leihan. Therefore, Shui Leihan would definitely not reveal it. It could be said that even if Shui Leihan was torn into pieces, he would not reveal a single bit. Therefore, in the Heaven Palace, no one knew that there was such a miraculous and peerless sword technique in this world. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 strongest people of the Li clan, under the incredulous and horrified gazes of the spectators, a brilliant sword light that connected the heavens and the earth appeared in mid-air. A strong murderous intent suddenly filled the whole world with the appearance of the sword light. Everyone's blood seemed to have completely frozen at this moment. Looking out, everything else seemed to have disappeared. Between the heavens and the earth, only this brilliant sword light was left. Poof, under this ultimate killer move that had never appeared in the Heaven Palace continent for tens of thousands of years, the second grandmaster of the Li clan, who was slightly behind, was chopped down by this sword without any resistance. Beheading, beheading, following a tragic cry, the body that was sprinting forward actually continued to charge forward for hundreds of feet before it split into 2 halves in mid-air. Although the body was split into 2 halves, each half of the body still continued to charge forward for hundreds of feet. Only then did the 2 halves fall to the ground with a loud thud. What a shocking sword move. What a fast sword move. If not for the fact that its power and speed had reached an extremely shocking level, it would be really difficult to create such an outcome. The elder of the Li clan, who realized the fact that his son's body had been chopped up, didn't even have time to feel grief and indignation. He fled at full speed. In order to escape, he actually used the technique of one with a sword. Together with his sword, he turned into a sword light and fled rapidly. To use the extremely powerful killer move one with the sword on escaping, the elder of the Li clan was really very creative, but Chu Yang obviously had no intention of letting him go. The magnificent sword light reappeared and chased after the elder of the Li clan like a meteor. Like maggots in a tarsal bone. 2 people, 2 sword lights, galloped in the air at extreme speed. One chased, the other fled. And the distance between the 2 was getting closer and closer, everyone could see it. This divine Dr. Chu of the Men Hall, who was previously the laughingstock of the entire Xianxia city, was actually planning to kill all of them without leaving any leeway, and the target of his extermination was the Li clan, one of the 3 big clans in Xianxia city, although the target was only one person. As long as this elder of the Li clan was finished. Even if Chu Yang didn't do it personally. The Li clan, which had lost 2 Earth-grade experts, would also automatically disappear. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Even if it was in Xianxia city. There were also many powerful forces that had long coveted the reputation of the 3 big clans. Now that the 3 big clans were gone, why not replace them? Before this, everyone thought that this divine Dr. Chu was finished. But now, the reality left everyone dumbfounded. The one who really played the game was not divine Dr. Chu, who was all alone, but the Li clan, who had a strong army and a strong army. This was too unimaginable. Chu Yang's actions today were really amazing. That General Zhou stood on the roof with his eyes wide open. His mouth was opened so wide that he could swallow an ostrich egg. After a long time, he suddenly turned his neck. With a cracking sound, he turned his neck again after maintaining the same posture for a long time. His neck actually made a crisp sound. But General Zhou didn't care about it. He just stared at one of the subordinates and asked blankly, he's really just a doctor. The person beside him also had the same expression, I looked at his identity information. He's really just a doctor. How can your doctor be so fierce? You dare to lie to me? General Zhou flew into a rage. No. I didn't lie to you. He forged his identity information and lied to all of us. The person beside him was full of fear and explained repeatedly. *T, with such fierce strength, why would he lie to us? General Zhou was obviously even angrier. The person beside him was directly stunned. General Zhou, you mean, he's just a doctor? How can your doctor be so fierce? Well, the problem came back again. Everyone beside General Zhou wanted to cry but had no tears. This doctor didn't drive them crazy, but General Zhou's lust drove them crazy. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yang's sword light finally caught up with the Li clan's old ancestor. At this moment, the calamity sword actually made a clear sword sound. The sword light expanded again fiercely. The Li clan's old ancestor screamed in panic. He tried his best to dodge and at the same time, threw out half of his sword. Chu Yang sneered and said coldly, from now on, Xianxia city will no longer have the Li clan. Chu Yang's words were resolute and decisive. They were filled with the cruelty of iron and blood. It was like the final judgment of the gods in the heavens, full of unquestionable and unshakable. The sword light was like lightning, crashing down. P.S. At this point, I see that there are actually people who are confused. Let me explain first, although most of them can see that the so-called money, the so-called city lord, the so-called imperial residence, is actually just a facade. Power is the most important. With money, there will be power. With power, there will be ambition. With ambition, there will be conflicts of interest. With conflicts, there will be enemies. With enemies, there will be annihilation. With annihilation, there will be fame. With fame, there will be more power. Some people say that this is a small plot. This is not a small plot. This is the beginning of the whole Heaven Imperial Court. All the future stories will spread out from here step by step. Every character is useful. Every plot is needed in the future. You will slowly see all of this. If I make use of Shui Leihan to act cool step by step, that will be even more arrogant. And I will continue to act cool until my power grows. But if I write that way, I will write it very skillfully. But, are you willing to see it, step by step, character by character? It will become more and more magnificent. The broken sword suddenly disintegrated under the sword light of the calamity sword, turning into fine powder. Immediately after, the sword light of the calamity sword had already reached the vital part of the Li clan's elder's back. PCOM. Chu Yang's calamity sword, after the sword light had accurately pierced through the Li clan's elder's body, only then did it stab into his back. Chu Yang suddenly had an extremely strange feeling. All of the Li clan's elders' remaining vitality, mental energy, and even soul energy were endlessly pouring into the calamity sword. The calamity sword was motionless, and its light shone brightly. The Li clan's elder's body, in just an instant, had completely shrunk. This was the devouring ability of the calamity sword? Chu Yang felt strange. A long time ago, the calamity sword did indeed have the devouring ability, and it had shown its power several times. But after he became a supreme martial artist, for some reason, this ability seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't expect that it would appear again today. Chu Yang's heart shook, and the sword light suddenly exploded. The Li clan's elder's almost decayed body instantly turned into flesh and blood, falling down. The devouring ability of the calamity sword was too frightening, and it definitely couldn't appear in front of people. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched as they stared with their mouths agape. At this point, the outcome of the battle was clear. Life and death had been decided, and everything was settled. Chu Yang floated down from the sky, as elegant and calm as before. The killing intent from before had completely disappeared. There were only a dozen or so experts of the Li clan who survived this trip. And many of them were injured, and they had scattered like birds and beasts. Not a single one could be seen. Qu Yang only kept his hands in the direction of General Zhou, and said, "General Zhou, the people of Jiang who settle disputes as they please. I won't interfere with the unrighteous property of the Li clan. To Purple Cloud City, I'm still just a stranger who has just arrived. Everything depends on the arrangements of the city lord. I believe in the city lord, and I also believe in General Zhou." Qu Yang finished speaking. Without even looking at the hook-nosed man, he walked into the men's hall. The hawk-nosed man's pupils shrank. His gaze was extremely complicated. He gritted his teeth and said, "What a beautiful method." General Zhou went back with joy on his face. "That's right, fourth master. This little one has indeed played beautifully." The person beside him was deeply worried. Although he doesn't have the ability to swallow all of the Li family's assets, it's one thing. However, whether he would eat it or not was another matter. The city lord, who had received a great bargain, would naturally return the favor and give a corresponding reward. Even that General Zhou might get a share of the profits for facilitating this matter. At such a young age, he was skilled in both medicine and martial arts. You even have such a scheming mind. Truly frightening. That is indeed the case. The hawk-nosed fourth master frowned. Such a large piece of meat pie, and he gave it all to the city lord. The Li family's assets. After his words spread, the Jin clan and the Wu clan couldn't interfere, or rather, they didn't dare to interfere. As the victor, Qu Yang's words were equivalent to handing over power. If the Jin clan and the Wu clan interfered after this, it would be equivalent to dividing the benefits of the city lord manor. Especially, Qu Yang used his own strength to eradicate the power of a clan that was on par with them. The other two clans wouldn't dare to act rashly. If they acted rashly, they would offend the city lord. Moreover, they would offend Qu Yang and create two powerful enemies for no reason. They can't afford to provoke either of them. And this result means that although Qu Yang has never met the city lord, he has already laid down a relatively solid foundation for their relationship. Moreover, because of this matter, he was originally the victim. The city lord's initial actions were biased towards the Li family. Therefore, even if the city lord is unwilling, he still has to accept this favor. A very big favor, a favor that cannot be forgotten. In addition, Qu Yang's words actually revealed a hint. The hawk-nosed man took a deep breath and said, "That is, the problem of balance. That way, we won't have to worry about the future." Problem of balance? The balance of power? The people next to him were somewhat puzzled by this statement. The hawk-nosed man's face was very ugly, but he didn't explain further. It's not realistic to want to use Qu Yang like before. There are some things that should be said openly. After saying this, the hawk-nosed man's body floated down from the roof and strode towards the men's hall. As he walked, he said in a low voice, "The situation has suddenly changed. It's better to let the clan send a few more experts. In the current situation, Earth-grade experts are not enough to suppress the situation. Only an expert of at least Heaven stage would be able to do it. Perhaps only an expert of a higher level would be more reliable. We can't afford any mistakes in this matter. Let's get started immediately." Yes. Today, Qu Yang came out of nowhere and stood out. Just this battle alone had changed the situation of Purple Cloud City. Qu Yang walked into the men's hall. At this moment, his whole body was relaxed. There was a kind of faint but very comfortable tiredness. It was a kind of dreamlike intoxication. Today's battle, one man and one sword against more than 200 experts of the Li clan. Qu Yang's fame was enough to shock the entire Purple Cloud City. His original plan was to use the hawk-nosed man to carry out the plan, gradually accumulating strength and waiting for an opportunity to strike. He would still hide in the dark and control everything. However, the Li clan's matter was too sudden. The plan could not keep up with the changes. After some consideration, Qu Yang decided to change his original plan. He might as well make a big fuss. Since I have this kind of strength, why would I bother to play any tricks? Carrying out the plan in an open and aboveboard way is always more enjoyable than scheming. This kind of arrogant momentum made Qu Yang's decision have a fundamental change. Today's foundation was a Jianghu vendetta. However, even if it was a Jianghu vendetta, with a character like himself in the city, he would definitely become the focus of the city lord's office. Therefore, Chu Yang was willing to give up all benefits. He only wanted reputation. The benefits were half and half. Of course, he had to give up the original plan, but he could also not talk to the city lord directly through the hawk-nosed man. Sometimes, tyranny and hegemony are actually much more direct and effective than scheming. People who are tyrannical and domineering will always receive more attention than people who are patient and patient. As long as there is enough attention, there will be enough space to move around. It will be more convenient to obtain enough resources. Of course, the premise of all this is that one's own strength is strong enough. Chu Yang muttered to himself, my strength has unexpectedly increased. If I continue to cling to the original plan, there will be no more meaning. Since that is the case, what am I waiting for? Today's massacre. Let the Li clan be my first stepping stone. Let it start from here. Just as Chu Yang entered the room, Fishy only said, you're awesome. But before she could finish her sentence, an elegant knock on the door was heard. The door of the men's hall was already open. That person was standing outside. In this bloody place, with a smile on his face, he gently knocked on the door. He smiled elegantly and said, is there anyone inside? The person who came was the hawk-nosed fourth master. So it's you. Chu Yang turned around and said without any trace of politeness, why, are you a little tired from watching the fire? Do you want to come in and rest for a while? The hawk-nosed man smiled and said, Divine Dr. Chu is indeed an expert. If I were to intervene rashly, wouldn't I cover up Divine Dr. Chu's peerless heroism? Chu Yang said lightly, you flatter me. I still have the ability to protect myself, and I won't be at the stage where I don't know that I am being used by others. Since he had already decided to act in a high-profile manner, Chu Yang decided to be tyrannical from now on. What he said just now was equivalent to directly pointing out the purpose of the hawk-nosed man. It's not that I don't understand your purpose. I am even more clear about your purpose. Don't treat me as a fool. The hawk-nosed fourth master was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, so Divine Dr. Chu has already known my intention and purpose. Chu Yang said lightly, this is also not because I am smart. No matter what, in a family, or even in an organization, it is rare for 7 or 8 patients with the same disease to appear at the same time. As long as one has a little brain, he will be suspicious. Even if I am not a wise man, I have some cleverness. The hawk-nosed fourth master was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly, as if there was no grudge at all. After laughing loudly, he said slowly, Mr. Chu, do you want to establish yourself in Xianxia city? Chu Yang's eyes flashed, so Mr. is the wise man. This sentence was neither servile nor overbearing. Moreover, there was a faint tone of rejection. But it was this kind of tone that was the highest praise to this hook-nosed man. You have seen through me, but now, I have also seen through you. We are even now. This was what Chu Yang meant by this sentence of his. The hawk-nosed fourth master felt this way. The hawk-nosed fourth master laughed loudly again. His mood instantly became comfortable. After all, in this world, you are not the only wise man. There is a business that will only benefit Brother Chu. I don't know if Brother Chu is interested? The hawk-nosed fourth master laughed and stepped in. Behind him, there were only 2 other people. The 2 stiff-faced guards were silent and didn't say a word. Mr. Chu retreated to one side. His beard shook twice contemptuously. 2 high-level Earth-grade martial artists, humph, with such 2 people accompanying you, you actually dare to come in and put on airs. You are really asking a cat to accompany you. Aren't you afraid that the cat will drink too much? The hawk-nosed fourth master didn't put Mr. Chu in his eyes. In his view, this round fatty was simply a harmless existence. At best, he would be Chu Yang's housekeeper or accountant. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone in Xianxia city who had investigated Chu Yang had a similar understanding. There was really no one who thought that a certain cat was actually a hidden expert. Teacher Cat really covered up this point well. Bah, when did this cat cover up? This cat is returning to the truth. Teacher Cat cursed angrily in his heart. Business? Chu Yang nodded and led the hook-nosed fourth master into the north room. Greasy Cat followed them in as well. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "A guest is here. Go make tea." "Yes, make my good tea. Hurry up." He actually used a commanding tone. The hook-nosed fourth master thought to himself, so he's a servant. I thought he was a butler or an accountant. I was wrong. Fishy choked on his anger and almost flew into a rage. He wanted to beat someone up to vent his anger, but he couldn't beat up his benefactor, especially the leader of the rice team. Left with no choice, he could only walk away, twisting and turning. Greasy Cat muttered angrily in his heart, "Your good tea? What good tea do you have? You still want to hit my chow phone? Meow, you dare to order me around like a servant. You really have guts. Wait until I return the favor. I guarantee that I will beat you up violently. I guarantee that your father, mother, and woman won't be able to recognize you." Of course, Greasy Cat also knew what Chu Yang meant. It was just that he wanted to hide as much as possible. As for the trump card, it was better to save it for the most critical moment, but even so, Teacher Cat was still very aggrieved. Think about it, I'm fishy. In the cat clan, I'm second only to one person. Everyone respectfully calls me Teacher Cat. When have I ever served anyone? And it has to be this kind of trash. What the F***ck? You want me to make tea? Do you have that kind of status? The lofty cat teacher cursed back and forth a few hundred times, but in the end, he still obediently made tea and served it. But he still spat in the tea before serving it. "Who asked you to drink? Drink my saliva, you bastard. Yes, you can leave. Can't you see that I have something to discuss with a guest? What kind of eyesight is that?" Chu Yang reprimanded without looking up. Greasy Cat had a stomach full of shit. He lowered his head and left with a twisted face. "Good Chu Yang, I'll remember you. As long as you give me a chance, if I don't teach you a lesson and stick an onion in your ass, I'll take your surname. I'll remember you forever. Please." Chu Yang didn't drink it himself. Instead, he smiled and said, "I wonder what kind of big business you mentioned just now. Good tea." The hook-nosed man elegantly picked up the cup of tea that Catmaster had spat on and took a sip. He said, "The tea has a special fragrance. I have drunk many of these kinds of Fujiao tea before, but this is the first time I have tasted something like this." Greasy Cat grinned wickedly in front of the man's hall. "Other Maojian dishes don't have this kind of flavor, but this pot has this cat's saliva, so of course it has a special flavor. You should count yourself lucky to be able to drink it." The only thing that made the cat a little unhappy was that Chu Yang didn't want to drink such good tea. "The deal I'm talking about is a deal that will allow Brother Chu to prosper in Purple Cloud City for a long time." The hook-nosed man held the teacup in his hand as if he couldn't bear to part with it, gently blowing on it. He said without raising his head. "Oh?" Chu Yang frowned. Chu Yang was a smart person. Of course, he knew that Greasy Cat knew his intentions, but he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in his heart. This pot of tea, no matter what, couldn't be drunk. As for whether other people would drink it or not, and what their reactions would be after drinking it, he didn't care about it at all. "I've seen Brother Chu's actions today, and I think Brother Chu has the ambition to reach the clouds. You're just temporarily dormant, waiting for the opportunity to soar into the sky. Opportunities are hard to come by. If Brother Chu really has the heart to enter the world, then I can recommend you to the city lord of the city. At that time, Brother Chu's opportunity will be very beneficial." The hook-nosed man chuckled. "Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Hua, and my name is Hua Yi. I'm a member of the Jiangdong Hua clan, and I'm ranked 4th. Brother Chu is younger than me, so you can call me 4th brother. Of course, you can also call me by my name." There was some arrogance in his voice. "Our Jiangdong Hua clan has some influence in the surrounding thousands of miles. No matter where we go, our local friends will always give us some face." Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to his words, and said lightly, "So it's 4th Master Hua." He didn't call him by his name, nor did he call him 4th brother. Instead, he called him 4th Master Hua. Hua couldn't help but frown slightly. From Chu Yang's words, he felt a sense of distance. Chu Yang wants to keep a distance from me? Humph, that's for the best. Hua Xian sneered and was about to speak again, Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from outside. Xianxia from the Jin clan is here to visit Divine Dr. Chu. Wu Mengkai from the Wu clan is here to visit Divine Dr. Chu. The matter of the Li clan had just been settled, and the Jin clan and Wu clan had already received the exact news. The two people who came at this moment were important figures of the two clans, and they had considerable speaking rights. Obviously, the two clans had already realized that there would be a powerful rising force in Xianxia city, and its momentum was already unstoppable. After a long while. After sending off the two clans and fourth master Hua, Qiyang hadn't stretched himself when he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the door again. The city lord will hold a city affairs conference in Xianxia city the day after tomorrow. Divine Dr. Chu, please be sure to attend. This time, it was an invitation from the city lord's residence. Qiyang held the thin invitation card sent by the city lord's residence, and his eyes were mysterious and proud. The first step was finally beginning to take shape. After sending off fourth master Hua, Qiyang's eyes were still a little strange. Fourth master Hua from the Jiangdong Hua clan? Why did he come to this godforsaken place for? He even wants to make use of me. What's so important that he's so serious about it? It seems that I've still underestimated the background of this fourth master Hua. Of course, I've also underestimated his purpose. Now that his identity was confirmed, Qiyang had made up his mind. You want to make use of me? Then this duke really has to interfere with your purpose this time. Qiyang's eyes flickered, and he sat down slowly. Then, he realized that Brother Tiger, who had been in his arms all this while, had disappeared without him knowing. Qiyang shuddered and broke out in cold sweat as he thought of this. This bastard, when did he leave? I didn't even notice it. She wasn't surprised that a certain brother had been able to leave without a trace, given the strength that he had displayed earlier. Qiyang felt that before he ascended to the heavenly stage, it would be better for him to be more well-behaved. If he accidentally angered a certain elder brother and casually gave him a blow, his small body might not be able to withstand it. When the elder left, it was natural that he did not notice it. But if you want to leave, then leave. Why didn't he even say goodbye? The reason why Qiyang dared to face the enemy alone was because the sword spirit could take over his body at any time when he was exhausted and fight for him. It could turn the situation around instantly. The second was the powerful Brother Tiger. Once Brother Tiger appeared, who could compete with him? So Qiyang was never worried. As mentioned before, a certain king of hell still cherished his life. If he didn't make sufficient preparations, how could he face a strong enemy head-on? But he didn't even know when Big Brother Tiger had disappeared. He didn't even say a word. This really made Qiyang break out in cold sweat. If he wanted to send Big Brother Tiger to save him when he was completely at a disadvantage, and found out that Big Brother Tiger was gone, Qiyang's heart trembled. No matter when. External forces weren't absolutely reliable. In life, one had to rely on oneself. He was the only one who could truly rely on himself. Qiyang secretly made up his mind. Qiyang had already closed the door. He sat in the room and pondered quietly. Foxy knew what he was thinking about. But Qiyang unexpectedly broke through today, and he must have a lot of realizations. He also needed to consolidate his new realm. Plus, he also knew Qiyang's constitution. With deep worry, he brought Wang Dao to Yan Rushan's room on the other side, leaving Qiyang alone to sort out his thoughts. No one could help Qiyang with this matter. Qiyang wasn't in a hurry to consolidate his current cultivation level. After all, his cultivation level was the type of cultivation that relied on accumulation. It was relatively difficult for him to advance. Once he succeeded in advancing, there would be few drawbacks. To Qiyang, what he really needed to consider now was another matter. The arrival of that fourth master Hua and his identity made Qiyang think of countless connections. Hua clan of Jiangdong, the two words Jiangdong made Qiyang's imagination run wild. Before Xianxia left, she said, Jun Jiangnan, please sweep the fallen flowers. In other words, big sister Zi should be staying in a place called Jiangnan. Since there was Jiangnan, there should be Jiangbei. If there was Jiangdong, there must be Xianxia. Of course, this was just a common geographical inference. Even a 3-year-old child could think of this. But what Qiyang was thinking about now was whether this river was the same as the other river. Qi Yang had a vague feeling in his heart that these two rivers were most likely the same river. If so, why was there a difference between Jiangdong and Jiangnan? River was not a lake. Lakes were fixed. North, south, east and west were fixed positions. But rivers were definitely flowing. Either from west to east or from north to south. The river itself often meant two directions. Generally speaking, if there was Jiangnan, there would never be Jiangdong or Jiangxi. This was the most common geographical knowledge. But common also meant that it wouldn't be wrong, so Qi Yang was at a loss. What was going on? Could it be that they were actually two different rivers? Qi Yang thought. After a long time, he remembered that he had broken through. It was one thing not to consolidate his realm, but there were still many other things that he had to pay attention to. For example, the sword spirit had said before that after reaching the earth level, the nature of his trash physique would be completely revealed. Foxy had also said that he would only know after reaching the earth level. Then, what was his physique? Qi Yang took a deep breath and opened his inner vision. The next moment, Qi Yang was suddenly stunned. After a violent coughing fit, Qi Yang's face flushed red and he almost went mad. This was because, after using his inner vision, Qi Yang saw an absolutely strange situation. His dantian seemed to have split. Qi Yang's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. In the afternoon, Dad came back with me for a massage. He actually saw someone fainting on the street from the heat. After hesitating for a long time, we sent him to the hospital. It was nothing serious. He just fainted because his physique was weak. Haha, the whole family came to my house in the evening to thank me. It made me feel a little embarrassed, so they brought a lot of tea, cigarettes, and wine. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A fainted person on the side of the road. More and more people gathered around for such a long time, but no one helped. When we arrived, no one helped during the whole process. Master was so tired. Sigh, he suddenly felt a little bored as he spoke. Let's not talk about it anymore. There was only one dantian in the human body. Of course, there were also cultivators who proposed the concept of upper dantian, and lower dantian. This concept was very popular. But true cultivators knew that there was only one dantian foundation in the human body. This was because it was where all the energy in the human body gathered. It was also the source of the human body's power. No matter what one wanted to do, if one wanted to exert force, it would all be mobilized from the dantian. But now, Qi Yang's dantian had split, a split dantian. This was a situation that was hard to imagine. Qi Yang's dantian now should no longer be called a dantian, but a cluster of dantians. A cluster of dantians? What was going on? The primordial real silk that was originally densely packed in the dantian was now also scattered due to the splitting of the dantian, divided into portions. In each portion, there were only a few dozen strands of primordial real silk. It appeared unusually empty, or rather, empty. Up, down, front, back, left, right, yes, it was exactly half the arrangement of the palace map, Qi Yang gasped. Suddenly, his hands and feet turned cold, as everyone knew, if one wanted to break through in cultivation, one had to continuously store vital energy and essence energy in the dantian. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, one had to compress it and release it all at once, allowing that surge of energy to open up the meridians in the body that had not been opened up before. If one succeeded, one's cultivation would advance to a new level. If one failed, one would have to store it up again and start all over again. Since ancient times, even when immortals and demons descended to the mortal world, there had been no exceptions. But Qi Yang had a full dantian. This also meant that others only needed to store up one dantian and their cultivation would be able to advance. But Qi Yang needed to store up all his dantians before his cultivation could advance. On the surface, Qi Yang's advancement was at least several times more difficult than ordinary people. But in reality, the difficulty of this level was far more than several times. It was not surprising that it was 10 times or 100 times more difficult. Of course, this insurmountable difficulty was also the biggest reason why he could challenge those of a higher level. Because the total amount of cultivation he could store up far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level. Once he reached that level, he would be absolutely invincible among cultivators of the same level. But the problem now was that there was a level barrier. As long as one did not reach that level, one would not be able to obtain the mysterious mysteries of that level. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Based on his current level, Chu Yang could be considered to be invincible in the Earth level, or even a high-level Earth level expert. Even if Chu Yang fought with all his strength, he could still win. But with Chu Yang's own abilities, he would definitely not be able to defeat any heaven-grade expert. This was the limitation of the realm and level. For example, it was like a newborn baby who had eaten the most top-grade heavenly material and was lucky enough not to explode due to the excessive amount of true essence. His entire body was filled with true essence. This baby could definitely defeat all other babies. However, this was also a newborn baby. Could he win against an adult in his 20s? The answer was, absolutely not. No matter how awesome you are, you're still a baby. If you want to become stronger, you have to grow, you have to experience the hardships of the human world in order to obtain the corresponding understanding. He had his own wisdom and judgment. This was not something that could be achieved quickly. It was the same for one's cultivation. When you are in the mortal realm, you can only come into contact with the comprehension of the mortal realm. You will never be able to experience what the saints and saints are comprehending, therefore. This was an insurmountable gap. He had to take it step by step. Of course, it was also the Dantian. There were still differences in aptitude. There were fast and slow progress, high and low achievements. As for the Dantian, it was indeed a trash physique, and it was at the bottom of the trash list. This was the conclusion. Chu Yang came to a conclusion about his current situation. He groaned and almost fainted. The two elements of heaven and earth in the body, the two extremes of yin and yang, the power of the 5 elements in the body. Yes, this time Chu Yang completely understood the meaning of this sentence. He really did not understand before, but now, after seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood. My body is directly equivalent to a universe. For others, it was probably just a small lake. They only need to fill up the small lake to level up. But I need to fill up a universe to level up. After others level up, they can obtain new understanding and have the strength to defeat me. As for me, as long as I don't fill up this universe, I can only maintain the state of walking on the same spot. Damn it, so what if I am invincible in the same level? A cat teacher can play me to death. According to the speed of my progress, I will be played by him for at least 100 years. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. If I don't make a conservative estimate, I will also be his for 1,000 years. Chu Yang felt cold all over. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that he might not be able to break through a few levels in this lifetime? If this was the case, then what was the point of breaking through to the heavenly imperial court? F***ck, yen percent hashtag and $*. At this moment, Chu Yang's cursing voice shook the heavens, the earth, and even the other men in the men's hall. Countless curses came out of his mouth in an unending stream. The excitement at this moment was truly earth-shattering. He even scolded Shui Leihan. If not for this bastard, he would have died so easily back then. But now, he was stuck here, unable to go up or down. What's wrong with him? Yan Rushan asked curiously. Why is he so agitated? Although I have only known him for a short while, I can already confirm that he is not an agitated person. Why is he acting so abnormally? I didn't expect this day to come so soon. He has reached the earth level and discovered that matter. No wonder he is like this. Please understand. Fishy revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. What? What do you mean? The more I listen, the more confused I am. It is a good thing to break through one's original limits after reaching the earth level. Yan Rushan was confused. Why is he scolding people? He even scolded the heavens. This is really... That is because he finally discovered his own constitution. Fishy said weakly. Huh? Is his constitution not good? That can't be. He has reached the earth level at such a young age. Even if it is bad, it can't be that bad. Yan Rushan instantly understood what was going on. But he still had some doubts. Haha, it is not that his constitution is not good, but it is too bad. Fishy said listlessly, it can be said that he is the trash of the land of trash, the dregs of the land of dregs, the unrated land of the unrated. Yan Rushan's interest was piqued. What kind of constitution is it? How could it make you describe it in such a gloomy manner? Fishy sighed. At this moment, he was feeling terrible for Chu Yang. How could he be interested in answering other people's questions? What exactly is going on? Are you telling me half the story? Yan Rushan guessed. Could it be that he is like the super useless person in the rumors? That he has 3 dantians that restrict each other? Yan Rushan's expression turned solemn as he probed. He hoped that this was not the case. If it was true, Chu Yang would have no future, tens of thousands of years ago. There was once a super useless person who wrote a legend. His legend was not because of his powerful martial arts. Instead, it was because of his unique constitution that shocked the entire Heaven Imperial Court. He had 3 dantians. This also meant that he had no chance of progressing on the path of martial arts. He did not have any skills or special abilities. He could only rely on his own unique talents. There was only one person who had left behind an unusually thick and colorful stroke in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court, and left behind an immortal legend. Since ancient times, there was only one person who had done so. Before him, no one had ever discovered that a person could have more than 1 dantian. His appearance created a new page in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court, hence, he was hailed as the weirdest of weirdos. That's not all. Fishy heaved a long sigh. He said that weirdo in the land of weirdos only has the sun, moon, and star 3-lit dantian at best, only 3 dantians. Compared to Chu Yang, 3 dantians are nothing. What the hell is he talking about? Fishy scolded. 3 dantians. Compared to Chu Yang's condition, he is a top genius in martial arts cultivation. What? Yan Rushan was truly shocked this time. A super useless person with 3 dantians was considered a top genius in comparison to Chu Yang? How bad was Chu Yang's situation then? Could it be that Chu Yang has another dantian? Yan Rushan said. His face was ashen and he was in despair. He was in despair for Chu Yang. What's a dantian worth? Fishy scolded in a frenzy. F***ck. The top general of the Heaven Oath Department was stunned. What came out of his mouth was an extremely vulgar curse. If his colleagues heard this and reported it, Yan Rushan would lose at least a year's salary. Who didn't know that the Oath Department was a place where one couldn't curse? What kind of physique does he have? Tell me directly, don't make me anxious. Yan Rushan was really anxious now. I don't know what kind of physique he has either. The 2 ears on Fishy's head drooped down as he spoke in a grief-stricken voice. Then this little one has heaven and earth in his body. He possesses both the extremes of yin and yang and the power of the 5 elements. Whatever he should have or shouldn't have, he has it all. Fishy raised his head and looked at Yan Rushan. He said tragically, our Chu Yang has 2 dantians and they are different from each other. What? F***ck. Yan Rushan sat up abruptly. He didn't seem to notice the pain in his body. After a long pause, he said, F***ck. F***ck. All F***king hell. If anyone who was familiar with Yan Rushan were to hear these vulgarities, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. They wouldn't believe that these words came out of the mouth of General Yan, who had always been serious. Even in his wildest dreams, Yan Rushan would never have guessed that even though he had tried his best to make the worst possible scenario, he was still miles away from the truth. Moreover, Yan Rushan had never dreamt of the fact that such a trashy body constitution actually existed in this world. What was even more unexpected was that it actually existed in his benefactor. It existed in the little brother that he had just acknowledged. Was the heavens playing tricks on him? Was there endless creation? What the F***ck was going on? What the F***ck, even with Yan Rushan's composure, he couldn't help but lose his composure at such an outcome. The 2 elements of heaven and earth, the 2 extremes of yin and yang, the power of the 5 elements. Yan Rushan slumped onto the bed. Everything. How can there be such a thing in this world? Every dantian is different. How can this be? Yan Rushan muttered to himself, what should we do? Is the heavens really jealous of our talents? Fishy heaved a long sigh. They could completely understand how Chu Yang was feeling now. To an ambitious martial artist, this was definitely a devastating blow. This was equivalent to completely blocking Chu Yang's path of martial arts. From now on, even the higher heaven level would become an unreachable moat, not to mention the pinnacle. To an ambitious person like Chu Yang, it would be better to just kill him. Fishy and Yan Rushan sighed at each other, speechless. If it really doesn't work. Yan Rushan sighed. I can use my authority to arrange for Chu Yang to enter the Yamen of Eastern Emperor Heavens and become an official. Or, I can arrange for him to become a staff member of Eastern Emperor Heaven's medical department and ensure his safety. Even if he only has Earth-level cultivation, it will be enough. Fishy shook his head. Difficult. Very difficult. Yan Rushan thought of Chu Yang's temper and couldn't help but sigh heavily. If he really couldn't improve, perhaps Chu Yang would still persevere on. Until, the day he died, Chu Yang's character had always been like this. Yan Rushan and Kat hadn't known Chu Yang for a long time, but they had already reached the point where they knew each other well. Others might have succumbed to this outcome. But Chu Yang would never accept it, after Chu Yang berated him furiously for a while. In the end, he still had to return to his roots and try to solve the problem. A Dantian only made the path of cultivation extremely difficult, but it did not mean that it was impossible to cultivate from the very beginning. Since there was still a path in the path of cultivation, even if it was rugged and bumpy, there was still a path. As long as he found the right direction, method, there was still hope for success. After a detailed observation, Chu Yang discovered that his Dantian was actually different from one another. The Dantians clustered together, and formed a peculiar shape in Chu Yang's body. Up and down were heaven and earth. Inside and outside are yin and yang. It was surrounded by the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Every spot was filled with some energy. Although the energy in every spot was very weak, it was unusually solid. Compared to the small amount of energy stored in the Dantian, this energy was extremely small. To his horror, Chu Yang realized that he would only be able to make a breakthrough after he had gathered all of this energy and met the conditions for a breakthrough, if that was the case. In that case, the power of heaven and earth, the power of yin and yang. Where should he get the power of the 5 elements from? Sword Spirit, how should we resolve this situation? Don't tell me that you don't know the solution. Chu Yang looked at his Dantian. The Sword Spirit was summoned out of the tribulation space. Looking at Chu Yang's Dantian, he looked like he was about to collapse. Hearing Chu Yang's question, he did not answer for a moment. He just opened his mouth wide, and his face was full of despair. Chu Yang's mood was like a fire, and he almost had a feeling of collapse. He hoped that the Sword Spirit could give him a positive answer. However, after seeing the Sword Spirit's doomsday-like expression, he slowly calmed down. What's wrong with me? I've been through countless storms in the past. Why am I so disheartened today? I just said that I won't rely on external forces anymore. Now I'm still hoping that the Sword Spirit can help me solve the problem. Am I not still relying on external forces? If I can't withstand such a blow, then the people following me will be even worse. No matter what kind of desperate situation I am in, even if I can't be calm, I must at least be calm. After a long time, the Sword Spirit said in a low voice, I can't do anything. As far as I know, there's no solution. Chu Yang said lightly, no solution? Hearing Chu Yang's calm voice, the Sword Spirit couldn't help but raise his head in astonishment. If it were someone else, perhaps they would even have the thought of committing suicide at this moment, let alone being calm. But Chu Yang's current calm attitude was not an act. The Sword Spirit could clearly feel Chu Yang's pulse, heartbeat, and blood flow. There was nothing abnormal about everything. This phenomenon showed that Chu Yang's current state was a state of absolute calmness. How did he do it? He had to face and bear such a big blow. Could it be that he didn't care at all? The Sword Spirit was influenced by Chu Yang's transcendent calmness. He felt that his mood, which was on the verge of collapse, gradually calmed down. Yes, there's no solution. It's even more impossible to break it. The breaking of any Dantian means that the Sword Lord's body will completely collapse. The only feasible solution is to gather enough energy. Keep filling it in, keep working hard, and keep accumulating. When the conditions are right, you'll naturally advance. With this kind of accumulation, you won't have a bottleneck. The sword spirit's voice was heavy. From now on, every step of advancement and every upgrade will be like this. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. There won't be a bottleneck. This is the only good news so far. Damn it. If I want to reach a bottleneck, don't I have to fill up so many dantians first? All the power I've cultivated before didn't even fill up 1% of this dantian. I'll slowly endure it, the sword spirit was still waiting worriedly. An indescribable sense of oppression was constantly accumulating. Xianxia finally opened his eyes. He still looked calmly in front of him and said, "Explain to me what the power of heaven and earth is, what the power of yin and yang is, and what the power of the 5 elements is." In the beginning, there was a slight pause in his voice, but as he spoke, his voice was resolute and decisive. It was full of the spirit of going forward without turning back, the sword spirit suddenly felt. Xianxia had changed at this moment. He had become as sharp as thunder and lightning. "Sword Master, are you really going to try to break through the biggest obstacle in this world?" The sword spirit asked in disbelief. Having more than 3 dantians has always been called the forbidden area of heaven and earth of martial arts. There's no hope at all. Since ancient times, anyone with such a constitution has no possibility of achieving great success in martial arts. Xianxia's face was calm. So calm that it was even a little cold. So what? I've already reached this step. If I don't go forward, do I have to go back? My life has always been against heaven. The essence of cultivation is to snatch energy from heaven and earth. To change the destiny of man set by heaven and earth. Xianxia said coldly, "I have no choice but to go forward." His eyes seemed to be flashing with flames. The sword spirit looked at his eyes and couldn't help but tremble. Xianxia's eyes. It was as if he was going to burn the entire heavenly imperial court. Suddenly, the sword spirit understood Xianxia's determination. He really wanted to cut through all obstacles and pave a way on this path that had been called the forbidden area of heaven and earth since ancient times. This person would definitely not retreat, not even 1 step. "Sword Spirit, I hope you can remember a sentence, a very important sentence." Xianxia said lightly. "What sentence?" "No matter how difficult it is, no matter how hopeless it is. But we're still alive after all. As long as we're alive, there's hope. There's a future." Xianxia said word by word. "How's the situation now compared to when we first went down the mountain to Iron Cloud? How's it compared to my previous life, when I struggled alone on the hopeless Jianghu Road? How's it compared to the last battle on the Wind Thunder platform in my previous life?" Xianxia smiled lightly. "Since I can create the legend of the Heavenly Imperial Court, I can continue the legend of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Humph, the so-called forbidden area of heaven and earth? So what? As long as I'm still alive, how do you know I can't break through this forbidden area of heaven and earth? Enter the pinnacle of martial arts? Miracles have always been created by people. Others can't do it, but it doesn't mean I can't." Xianxia ordered, "Now. Immediately. Explain this great power to me." Today was the day that the legend would continue. The next moment, when he heard Xianxia's decisive words, the originally dejected sword spirit suddenly felt that he was full of confidence again. He felt that his somewhat panicked and desperate heart calmed down again. Since Xianxia said he could, then he definitely could. He had walked step by step from the lower 3 heavens. Was there anything that Xianxia couldn't do? How many times had he gone through the impossible and succeeded in the impossible? No matter how difficult it wasn't hopeless. Even if it was hopeless, there might be hope in the midst of despair. Stepping into the present and working hard for the future, there was hope for everything. To others, the forbidden area of heaven and earth that couldn't be broken through was just a relatively difficult test for Xianxia, or was it actually a source of motivation? Who could say for sure about this? First of all, the power of heaven and earth. This is relatively easy to collect. It's the power of heaven and earth. The sword spirit said, as for the power of yin and yang, it's also called the power of life and death. In fact, to put it another way, it can be said that it's the power of the sun and the moon. Since ancient times, the sun has been yang and the moon has been yin. It's not difficult to understand. In fact, there's another way to describe the power of yin and yang. It's the power of life and death that separates the boundary between yin and yang. This might be relatively difficult for others to collect. However, the devouring power of the Calamity Sword can devour the vitality and death aura every time you kill an enemy. This power that was originally hidden for unknown reasons has reappeared at this time. It might be the will of heaven. The sun and moon are yin and yang are life and death. Therefore, they can also be regarded as one. Of course, how the heavenly way is divided is not something that can be understood or touched upon at the current level. As for the power of the 5 elements, it is nothing more than metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of metal is formed from the essence of gold, silver, copper, iron, and other metals. The Calamity Sword can devour it. I did it quite often in the past, so I won't explain it in more detail. The power of wood generally comes from plants, but it is not absolute. For example, the fairy spring water of the elves is in the form of water, but it is also in the form of wood. It is a treasure that coexists with water and wood. As for the power of water, you have come into contact with it before. The power of fire and the power of earth are the literal meanings, so it's easy to understand. It is not very difficult to obtain each kind of power. However, it is extremely difficult to collect so many kinds of power at the same time. It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The sword spirit sighed. As he spoke, he felt that there was no way forward. Xianxia said lightly, "It is as difficult as ascending to the heavens? However, I have already ascended to the heavens." The sword spirit was stunned. Xianxia frowned and said, "I have a question. Aren't the power of earth and the power of earth the same? Don't they refer to the same thing?" The sword spirit said, "They are 2 completely different concepts. How can earth be represented by earth? The power of earth is the form, weight, and defense of earth. However, the power of earth contains and carries all things. Mountains, rivers belong to the category of earth. The earth is actually the source of life." Xianxia frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "In that case, all things are actually just a form of expression. All kinds of power. In the end, they are just life. Heaven and earth nurture people, yin and yang, life and death, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. No matter which one it is, they are all related to life." The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "That is true, but it is not true. However, it cannot be dissected. For example, the spring of life contains the form of water, the source of wood, and the power of life. However, can you really dissect it? Even if someone has the ability to do so, it is definitely not you. Don't go too far. Let's start from the beginning and collect it bit by bit." Xianxia nodded. "That's right. No matter what the cause is, the most important thing for me to do now is to increase my cultivation." The sword spirit looked at him worriedly. After a long time, he returned to the space on his own, moaning and groaning. What was in front of Xianxia was definitely the most difficult path in the history of the Heaven Imperial Court. However, Xianxia had already decided to leave. Moreover, with Xianxia's character, he would definitely walk to the end. Whether it was the end of his life or the end of his path, the sword spirit turned around and left Xianxia alone. He sat down cross-legged. His emotions surged for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel down again. This took him quite a bit of time. Only then did his mind return to a tranquil state. Outwardly, I didn't seem to care. But, who knew that I really cared? I am the master of the Calamity Sword. He was an unparalleled legend of the heavenly layer, but this legend came to the heavenly layer. He had just taken a step forward, and he had already come to the conclusion that his future was bleak. No one would be able to accept that, but even if I can't accept it, I can only accept it. Xianxia sighed softly and let go of the knot in his heart. The Heaven Divine technique was instantly activated. After entering the earth level, Xianxia could clearly feel that the operation of the Heaven Divine technique was no longer a problem for him. This was the most obvious improvement that Xianxia felt. It could also be said that it was a pleasant surprise. However, such a pleasant surprise was far less than the shock that he had received. With the gradual operation of the Heaven Divine technique, Xianxia slowly entered a state where he forgot about everything around him. What Qi Yang didn't know was that as he operated the heavenly layer divine technique, an invisible whirlwind slowly appeared around him, and gradually spread out in all directions. The first thing that Qi Yang felt was that the Niwen palace on top of his head was beating gently and slowly heating up. Then, a trace of cool aura poured into his dantian from the Baihui point on top of his head like a gust of wind. The dantian of heaven, the power of heaven. Following that, the Yongquan point on the soles of his feet gradually became warm and scalding. Then, two real and serious auras, one full of gravity and the other full of vitality, poured in from the Yongquan point on the soles of his feet like waves. One of them, like the power of heaven, slowly entered the dantian of earth. This power was naturally the power of earth, and the other aura entered the dantian of earth, the power of earth of the 5 elements. At this moment, the scorching sun shone brightly. The rays of the sun in the sky shone on the earth for a long time. When the energy that was filled with sunlight shone on a certain area, it strangely disappeared. That area was where the Hall of Men was, and also where Qi Yang was. As the energy of the sun gradually disappeared, pure energy slowly entered Qi Yang's dantian of Yang. The power of Yang, another wave of cold energy surged into Qi Yang's body. It entered the dantian of Yin. The power of Yin. Around him, the life and death energy of the people who had just finished the battle seemed to be attracted by a strong force and swarmed towards Qi Yang. Immediately, Qi Yang's body became a point. He became a point where all the aura in the world revolved around. All the energy in the world within a radius of a few miles was silently moving towards this place. This kind of movement was soundless, formless, and without any trajectory, but it was extremely crazy. As Qi Yang absorbed, this part of the world gradually fell into a state of vacuum of energy. Then, this vacuum started to tear apart the energy from even further away, filling up the vacuum. All of this happened and proceeded without a sound. Perhaps there were powerful people who could sense the abnormality in this space, but as the aura from afar filled in, this space gradually returned to its original state. After being shocked and doubtful, people could only sigh and sigh, unable to investigate. No one knew that in this space, an important part of the air was constantly flowing and disappearing. Everyone knew. Air was a good thing. However, it was a pity that no one in the heavenly imperial court knew what was in the air and what it was made of. The only way they could evaluate the air was whether the energy of heaven and earth in this area was pure and dense or not. But no one knew what the so-called energy of heaven and earth was made of. Many different types of energy swarmed in. Qi Yang's body was also changing bit by bit. Some flashing energy entered the gold dantian and turned into the power of gold. Some green energy entered the wood dantian. That was the power of wood. There was also some red energy that entered the fire dantian. Naturally, that was the so-called power of fire. Many other types of energy also swarmed in continuously, automatically entering their respective types of dantians in an orderly and endless manner. Qi Yang's dantian. At the same time, like a whale swallowing the ocean, it was crazily absorbing endless energy from this part of the world, transforming it into his own cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be completely integrated. When it entered Qi Yang's body, it separated in an orderly manner. Qi Yang was quietly cultivating. During this process, Yan Rushan used his perception to check on Qi Yang a few times, and every time, he saw that Qi Yang was still cultivating. He sighed and retreated, not wanting to disturb him. Anyone who understood Qi Yang's current situation would know. Qi Yang's current mood was definitely indescribably terrible. At this moment, it was better to let him be alone for a while. The current him was obviously unable to accept such a heavy blow, and was making his last effort, his last attempt, or he was desperately cultivating in a fit of pique, but when he realized that he couldn't do it, he might, as long as there was a little bit of hope. He wouldn't give up on any straw that could save his life. This was human nature. Why not? Yan Rushan and Fishy sighed at each other. Compared to ordinary people, Qi Yang's performance was actually much, much stronger. If it was someone else who encountered such a blow, it was uncertain whether they would still have the courage to cultivate. Even if they committed suicide on the spot, it wouldn't be surprising. Cultivation was a martial artist's greatest obsession. Once the road ahead was bleak, it wouldn't be surprising to develop a world-weary heart. This kind of despair was definitely not something that an ordinary person could accept. Especially someone as proud and arrogant as Qi Yang. He's still cultivating? Fishy's eyes were filled with worry. Yes, he's still cultivating. He's trying hard and refusing to give up. Having perseverance is a good thing, but at this moment, knowing how to let go is the right thing to do. Yan Rushan sighed. My poor brother. Fishy's eyes reddened. Let go? Everyone knew how to reason, but when it really came down to it, could you really be so carefree? However, Chu Yang's current mood was the exact opposite of what the two of them had guessed. He was cultivating hard not because he was unwilling to give up, but because he was feeling carefree and happy, unable to extricate himself. The current Chu Yang was filled with excitement, disbelief, and an indescribable doubt. The heaven-splitting divine technique was actively circulating in his body. From before until now, a few hundred circulations had passed. Circulating the heaven-splitting divine technique for a few hundred circulations was something that Chu Yang wouldn't even dare to think about in the past, but now, it was easily done. Not only that. Chu Yang could clearly see that the amount of spiritual energy in his dantian was slowly and weakly increasing. Although this increase was so slow that it was almost negligible, it was still increasing. Chu Yang's doubts were also here. He had already confirmed that he had a heavy dantian. His cultivation speed should have been extremely slow, but it didn't seem slow at all. In fact, it was very fast. Here, there was something that everyone had to understand. No matter what kind of cultivation technique it was, such a speed would never appear, an increase that was visible to the naked eye. All cultivation, no matter what kind of divine technique, mystic technique, superior technique, or the most superior technique, was a painstaking effort. There was absolutely no way to achieve quick results. This was especially true after reaching a certain point. Perhaps after 3 to 5 years of cultivation, one day one would suddenly discover, I've reached a certain level, therefore, one would never be able to feel, I've improved after cultivating for a day, or even less than a day. My improvement is so fast. This was definitely nonsense, not even a legend, but now, at this moment, this kind of absolutely nonsensical thing actually happened to Chu Yang. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing, and it was the kind that could be seen clearly. And all his dantians were the same. What was going on? Wasn't his cultivation aptitude the worst among all the physiques? How could there be such progress? Chu Yang was completely confused. According to Fishy and the Sword Spirit, his physique was the kind that had no future. Even if his cultivation progress was not forever stagnant, it would at least be extremely slow, but how could the current situation be the complete opposite? He could clearly feel that he had an unusually obvious improvement, trash physique, genius improvement. Chu Yang's eyes were full of confusion. He could not figure it out. Could it be that all this was just an illusion? Was it because he was too anxious that he had an illusion? It was because Yen Miao and the Sword Spirit's assertions were too certain. At this moment, Chu Yang did not dare to deny this possibility. Therefore, Chu Yang began to memorize the situation in his dantian. He closed his eyes and activated the heaven-splitting divine technique again. This time, they did not open their eyes to observe deliberately, nor did they use their inner vision. He was just concentrating on cultivating, forgetting about everything else around him. It wasn't until he felt that his spirit was exhausted to the point where he could no longer support himself that he stopped. Then, he used his inner vision at once. Then, he suddenly cried out in surprise. It increased, it really increased, although the increase was very, very small, even if it could not be said to be almost negligible, it was at most a drop in the ocean. But one must know that the difference between almost negligible and completely negligible was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely different concepts, especially in the aspect of cultivation. Every little bit of improvement was rare and precious. Even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it was still a considerable improvement. Chu Yang could not help but feel a little lost for a moment. He believed that even the most genius physique in the heaven-splitting imperial court would not necessarily have such an improvement during cultivation. His growth was visible to the naked eye. If the dantian's maximum value was 500 points, then after that period of cultivation, he had already filled up about 1% of it. No matter how talented a person's physique was, as long as it wasn't enhanced by external forces such as heaven and earth treasures. He believed that there would never be such a cultivation speed. The trashiest physique had a faster cultivation speed than the most talented physique. Then, could this still be called a garbage dump? If this was called trash, then what about the physiques of those geniuses? Super trash? Invincible trash? Immortal trash? Chu Yang looked up quizzically. He looked out of the window. The sky outside the window was already filled with stars. Looking at the time, it was about the middle of the night. When he started cultivating, it was probably in the morning when the sun was high up in the sky. At this point, the entire training time was half a day to midnight. To achieve such an achievement in half a day, Chu Yang anxiously woke up the sword spirit. Come and help me take a look. What's going on? The sword spirit was confused. What do you mean? Chu Yang stared at him and opened his mouth. Then he closed it and opened it again. Finally, his face twitched and he said somewhat uncertainly, take a look at my dantian. Then you'll know what I want to ask you. The sword spirit's face was full of doubts. He began to explore Chu Yang's dantian. With one look, he couldn't help but scream. His face was completely distorted. Ah! What did I see? This. What's going on? I say. What's going on with you? As the person who knew Chu Yang the best, the sword spirit knew clearly Chu Yang's situation just now. However, after he sighed a few times and was distracted for a while, his cultivation actually increased, and it was such a trashiest physique, this. The sword spirit raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He said with a crooked mouth and eyes, I say, this. What's going on? Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this the question I wanted to ask you? Why are you asking about me? Lord Sword Master, you. The sword spirit was incoherent. You took heavenly treasures? Although that thing can help with cultivation, it's ultimately not a cure. It's just drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if your future is bleak, you can't make such a fundamental mistake. Chu Yang frowned. He was a little unhappy. Sword spirit, what are you blindly thinking about? Am I the kind of person who doesn't know what's important? Why did I use heavenly treasures? This is the result of my own hard work, okay? Let me ask you, what kind of heavenly treasures can increase one's energy at once? Can one fill a dantian at once? You don't have to find them. You just have to say a name. Can you? The sword spirit was completely speechless. There really didn't seem to be such a heavenly treasure. At least, the sword spirit didn't know about it. However, he was even more shocked, since there were no heavenly treasures, then what was going on? Could it really be cultivated through cultivation? Was it possible? It was impossible. It was definitely impossible, but what was going on with the result in front of him? Since the end of our conversation, I've been cultivating until just now. Chu Yang said lightly, then I realized that my physique is not quite the same as what you said. The sword spirit had lost the ability to speak. Not quite the same? Not just not quite the same, it was simply too different. I say, do you think my physique is still trash? Chu Yang said slowly, if it is, why is my cultivation progress so fast? If it isn't, then what kind of physique is it? The sword spirit returned to the tribulation space in a daze. Faced with Chu Yang's question, he didn't know how to answer at all. It seemed that he really couldn't answer, he could only remain silent with a feeling of horror that was about to collapse. But after he returned to the tribulation space, his heart still couldn't calm down. Yes, what was going on? Theoretically speaking, this physique was definitely the worst kind of physique. But why was the result of cultivation the opposite? Could it be that this physique was actually an excellent one? But this didn't make sense. What the F***ck is going on? He couldn't understand. Outside, Chu Yang looked up to the sky and pondered. He walked out of the door unconsciously and came to the courtyard. Looking up to the sky, facing the stars in the sky, he pondered. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. Chu Yang could clearly feel his chaotic emotions gradually calming down in the night wind. It seemed to have become a stream of clear spring water, flowing slowly across the spotless jade. His heart gradually formed some kind of understanding. Although my physique is special, it's definitely not a trash physique. My physique is probably a super genius physique that has never appeared before, or, it's a physique that has never been recorded. After all, no one and no information has ever asserted that having multiple dantians can't have amazing cultivation progress. It hasn't happened before, but it doesn't mean that I can't have it. Who am I? I'm the Tribulation Sword Master. The legend of the old heaven. In other people's eyes, my physique is trash. But in fact, my physique is probably not ordinary. There's something else. I have 8 more dantians than others, and at the same time, I have a faster cultivation progress than others. This kind of thing. It can't be spread out. Once it's spread out, I'm afraid, there'll be endless trouble. No matter what my physique is just my physique. This can't be changed. There's no need to change it. When I was determined to be trash, I could accept it. But now, there's nothing I can't accept. I thought that the legend has been written, but unexpectedly, it's just a legend that has been reborn. Minister Chu thought to himself, and his heart became smug. Xianxia had originally planned that if it was really that trash, then at most, he would put in 10 times more effort than others. If 10 times wasn't enough, then 100 times, if 100 times wasn't enough, then 1,000 times. People were all forced to be like this. Minister Chu's heart had always been very certain, it's nothing more than forcing me. Could it be that I, Xianxia, really can't succeed? No matter how trashy my physique is, so what? But he didn't expect that not only did his physique not give him a heavy blow, it gave him a huge surprise. This surprise was directly equivalent to directly rising from hell to the 33rd heaven. Incomparable, old bull. Xianxia thought, and smiled lightly. When Fishy walked out, Xianxia was smiling faintly. It was full of relaxation and joy, as if his body had melted into the night wind, as if he had melted into heaven and earth, relaxed and happy. Seeing this, Fishy opened his mouth wide. He had originally intended to comfort Xianxia, but all of a sudden, all of his words were stuck in his throat. In his mind, Xianxia must be in so much pain that he wished he was dead, angry, and desperate. He must be the most helpless, the most sad, and the most in need of his comfort, but at a glance, it was poles apart. Could it be that he was putting on an act, or could it be that this guy couldn't take this heavy blow and had gone crazy from it? Yes, that was very likely. Fishy suddenly became nervous. He walked a few steps to Xianxia, stretched out a hand, and waved it in front of Xianxia. He asked nervously, Xianxia, how many fingers is this? Xianxia looked at his fingers, baffled. He scratched his head in confusion and said, why are you sticking your foot out? Are you having a night sickness in the middle of the night? *T. Fishy wanted to cry in his heart. Xianxia was indeed crazy. He actually mistook his fingers for feet. Sick people always treated others as sick patients. Judging from these 2 major symptoms, it seemed that he was seriously crazy. Seeing that Xianxia had lost his mind, Creepy Cat panicked. Xianxia, let me tell you. This is not a foot, it's a finger. Take a closer look. Creepy Cat explained anxiously and earnestly, brother, take a closer look. This is not my foot, it's my finger. Take a closer look. Take a closer look. Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at the crazy cat teacher. He gently reached out his hand and patted his head. He was baffled and said with some concern, why did you go crazy? Creepy Cat was extremely upset. He said softly, it's really not a foot. Oh, my poor brother. Even if you're mistaken, you can smell it. There's no smell on it. As he said this, he nimbly took off his shoes and lifted his foot up high. Brother, look, this is my foot. As he said that, he moved his toes a few times in coordination with Xianxia's movements. Xianxia was speechless as he looked at this cat. 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. This cat was definitely crazy. Xianxia was in disbelief. How did Creepy Cat go crazy? Could it be that what he said about night sickness had come true? No way. Creepy Cat moved closer. He raised one hand and the other his foot. He said anxiously, look, this is a hand and this is a foot. Smell it. Xianxia rolled his eyes and scolded, if you're not crazy, then you must be too bored. He turned around and walked away. Creepy Cat was stunned. He raised one hand and the other his foot. Am I crazy? Or is he crazy? I think he's the crazy one. Why does he think I'm crazy? Who's the crazy one? Yan Russian was half lying on the bed. He was all smiles as he watched Xu Yang walk in. He took Xu Yang's hand and frowned slightly. It was indeed a Dantian constitution. Yan Russian's heart sank. He scrutinized Xu Yang's face and said solemnly, "Brother. Are you all right?" Xu Yang nodded. "I'm fine. This isn't a big deal." Yan Russian smiled in relief. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. "Brother, you're indeed a man. I didn't misjudge you." "Good. This is great. A real man should be able to pick up and let go. The sea embraces all rivers and embraces everything." Xu Yang grinned. "Yes, I won't be defeated." "Good. Well said." Yan Russian exclaimed. Xu Yang was speechless. "I've already gotten such a great advantage and encountered such a wonderful thing. If you want to say that I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy from joy." "How could I be defeated?" What was this big brother thinking? Could it be that a certain cat had led him astray? "Brother, I wonder what your next step is." "Tell me about it," Yan Russian asked with concern. "Yes, let's put it off for now. I want to see what will happen in 3 days. As for how the meeting at the city lord's mansion will be arranged, perhaps I will make a decision at that time." "All right." Yan Russian stared at him intently and said, "Once you've made your decision, you must let me know." "Absolutely." "All right." Sneaky finally returned to the door. Xu Yang and Yan Russian were in the middle of a conversation. His eyes were completely round. After a long while, Xu Yang gave Sneaky a teasing look and went back to his room to sleep. Greasy Face was dumbfounded as he watched Xu Yang's figure disappear through the door. He slammed the door shut and finally understood something. Xu Yang wasn't crazy. Recalling his performance just now, Sneaky Cat suddenly felt depressed. "What the f***ck? Sneaky Cat lamented. "I was fooled by him again." Xu Yang pushed the door open and entered the room. A small figure dashed into his arms like a bolt of lightning. Xu Yang's cultivation had improved a lot. He still couldn't react to this sudden attack. Brother Tiger was back. "Where did you go just now?" Xu Yang grabbed the little guy and questioned him sternly. He was so disorganized and undisciplined. How could he not teach him a lesson? I went out just now." Brother Tiger's eyes seemed to be dodging Xu Yang's gaze. Finally, under Xu Yang's stern gaze, he suddenly became self-righteous and shouted, "What do you mean? Why are you interfering with my business?" "Brother Tiger, I went to steal. I went to rob." "What are you going to do about it?" "You went to steal? You went to rob?" Xu Yang was stunned. Why did this suddenly come out of nowhere? "Just now, after you killed those 2 people, I said a few words to that **T general. I felt extremely indignant." Brother Tiger raised his head and said righteously, "You were the one who worked hard to kill those people. Why did you give everything to others? How can this be?" "No, absolutely not. That's ours." "Huh?" Xu Yang was petrified. "That's why I feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable." Brother Tiger jumped up and down. "That's a lot of money. A lot of good stuff. Even if we don't have a lot of money or good stuff, we can't just let others take advantage of us. Don't you think so? Isn't that right?" Xu Yang looked at the agitated Brother Tiger as if he was petrified. His eyes almost lost focus. "So in a fit of anger, I went to that Li clan." Brother Tiger proudly raised his head, and his small body walked back and forth on the bed twice, wandering around for a while. What did you go to do?" Xu Yang felt that his throat was a little dry. What else could I go to do? Asking such idiotic questions. Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and said, "Of course I went to collect the results of our battle. We can't work for others for nothing. We can't work so hard only to let others take advantage of us. So I went to steal. I went to steal. I went to take back our things." Brother Tiger said arrogantly, "What?" Xu Yang covered his face with his hands. "Okay, you go steal, you go rob. You only have this little bit. How much can you rob back if you go all out to rob? Brother Tiger was angry. Okay, you dare to look down on me? Then he suddenly became happy. But, this Li clan has a lot of good stuff. Look. As he said, he waved his small paw. Suddenly, the whole room was completely blocked by Brother Tiger's huge spiritual energy. It was as if this space had been moved to the outside world. From this, it could be seen that Brother Tiger was very good at being a thief. Then, he waved his hand again, walala, countless purple cloud coins. Purple cloud coins. They completely drowned Xianxia like a tide. Sorry, I didn't pay attention and forgot that this is not their warehouse. Are you okay? Brother Tiger seemed a little embarrassed. Xianxia finally swam out of the room full of purple cloud coins and purple cloud coins. He wiped his face. Damn it, I'm lucky I'm experienced. Otherwise, I would have been smashed to death by this bastard's money. This guy did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose. He's taking revenge on me for saying that he's just that little. This mouth of mine is really asking for a beating. I almost got smashed to death by money. These are all from the Li clan? Xianxia's eyes widened. Of course. Brother Tiger said proudly, this is just one of their treasuries. And it's just the money inside. Do you have any spatial equipment or something? If you do, quickly keep it. I still have a lot here. Luckily, I didn't take them all out. Xianxia waved his hand speechlessly. All the purple cloud coins and purple cloud coins instantly went into the space. After these things went in, the sword spirit immediately waved them around. After sorting them out, he asked in confusion, so much money? Where did you get it? Did you rob them? I did rob them, but it wasn't me. Don't ask. I'll tell you the details when I'm done. Xianxia was also speechless. I didn't want to rob them. I don't have the ability now. If I had the ability to handle this, I would have robbed them long ago. Brother Tiger waved his little claws again and again. These are money, and these are still money, these aren't money. Some things that are barely presentable. I can't use them. These are weapons. They're so king lousy. If it weren't for the fact that I was unwilling to let others take them, I wouldn't even bother to take them. Brother Tiger huffed. These are medicinal herbs. I might as well bring the cabinet over. They're all lousy stuff. There's nothing that I can use. These are minerals, metals. Well, not many of them are valuable. Even if they're not valuable, I can't let others take advantage of them, right? So I also made do with them. These are secret manuals. This kind of trash actually has the nerve to call them secret manuals. Is it worth hiding them so secretively? This family is really poor. Ignorant people are really scary. But I thought that even if they're useless to you, they can still be worth some money. Based on the principle of not wasting money, I took them back. No matter how small a grasshopper is, it's still meat. These are. Ignorant people are really scary. This kind of family actually has the nerve to call themselves a family. Brother Tiger is really disappointed. Brother Tiger was long-winded as he commented. All of them were negative. He cursed and despised them while shaking his head and sighing. Too lousy, too lousy. This family is too tasteless. Such a nagging complaint. Xianxia stared blankly into the tribulation space. Over and over again, he definitely didn't expect this guy to be a miser. The sword spirit inside was dazzled. What's going on? It wasn't that Xianxia, king of Hell Chu, hadn't done this kind of thing before. In fact, he had done it quite a lot. But it seemed that he had never done it so exaggeratedly, although these things weren't up to standard in Brother Hu's eyes, but to Xianxia, they were all good. At the very least, they were passable. There were even many treasures that he had never seen or heard of before. Listening to the sword spirit's surprise in the tribulation space, it seemed that these things were not bad. They weren't not very good, in the end. Sword spirit points. Purple cloud coins, 73,310. Purple cloud coins. 73,005. Rare minerals and metals, 3,450. More than 5,000 rare medicines. All kinds of weapons of excellent quality, including 100 Earth-grade weapons, 5 Heaven-grade weapons, and a number of others. These were all plundered from the ruined families. Ignorant families, and extremely poor families that brother who had mentioned. Acupuncture in the afternoon. In the past, I would start after I went. This time, I actually queued up. I queued for 2 hours before it was my turn. It turns out that queuing up is especially painful. This income, yes, this windfall, had obviously greatly exceeded Chu Yang's expectations. Suddenly, Chu Yang thought of a very serious problem. You didn't empty the Li clan's treasure trove or warehouse, did you? Brother Tiger raised his head. Nonsense. If I didn't empty it, should I leave it for the city lord? Don't worry, I didn't even leave a piece of paper for them. Wherever I go, nothing is left. Chu Yang sweated profusely. Sweat like a waterfall, imagining the city lord excitedly sending people to search the Li clan's house, only to see an empty treasure trove. The expression on his face at that time, Chu Yang couldn't help but break down a little. The city lord was really screwed over by Brother Tiger this time. Even if he had one water cloud coin, he wouldn't be able to find it. But in everyone's hearts, they would think, the city lord is rich this time. He's rich, that's for sure. It seems like the city lord is really suffering this loss. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to eat the Li clan's cake, but the problem was that with his current strength, if he wanted to eat it openly, he would definitely choke to death. No matter which side it was, they wouldn't sit back and watch Chu Yang get such a big bargain. So even though Chu Yang was unwilling and reluctant, his action of giving it to the city lord was absolutely sincere and serious. But now, Chu Yang could only rejoice in his misfortune. Chu Yang had just done him a huge favor, but Brother Tiger had sent him into the abyss in the next moment. Brother Tiger, you're really... Chu Yang was stunned for a while. Finally, he hugged Brother Tiger and shook him fiercely. Ha ha ha, you're really too cute, ha ha ha. Brother Tiger was dizzy from being shaken. He said discontentedly, Bah, who are you calling cute? Can I be described as cute? It should be mighty and majestic. My spirit covers the sky. Look at you, you're so happy over such a small amount of food. Sigh, it's a pity that I found too few purple crystals in that house. Otherwise, I could eat more, and it would be enough to fill my stomach. Purple crystals? Chu Yang blinked. That's right. If I want to recover from my injuries, I need to borrow the energy of heaven and earth. The energy in the purple crystal has some effect, but it's not very big. But it's better than nothing. Brother who was bored to death. Purple crystal? I have purple crystals here. Chu Yang said. You have it? How many pieces do you have? I know that small fries like you who have just ascended have a few pieces. But... Tiger rolled his eyes uninterestedly. How many pieces? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Look at how many pieces this is. With a loud crash, the entire room was filled with purple crystals, almost burying Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger was dumbfounded for a long time. He exclaimed, damn, so many. That's great, ha ha ha. The moment he opened his mouth, whoosh, Chu Yang stared dumbfoundedly. The room that was filled with purple crystals just a moment ago, was instantly turned into powder by Brother Tiger's mouth. Unexpectedly, it disappeared with a whoosh. That's great, that's great. Brother Tiger was obviously not satisfied. Do you have more? The more of these things, the better. Give me more. Chu Yang made up his mind. He had a lot of purple crystals, no less than a few billion. Anyway, he had so many purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal, and even higher grade ones. So what if he gave all these purple crystals to Brother Tiger? Therefore, he waved his hand again. Wow. Brother Tiger was overjoyed. He waved his hand again. Crash. Now, it was Chu Yang's turn to start the clearance giveaway. After a long, long time, it's about time, it's really about time. I have to digest it first. Brother Tiger rubbed his belly contentedly. He said happily, these purple crystals can actually heal 1% of my injuries. Not bad, it's an unexpected gain. 1% of your injuries? Only 1% of your injuries. Chu Yang had the urge to curse. What kind of injuries do you have on your belly? Tens of millions of purple crystals turned into dust without even blinking. You can only heal 1% of your injuries? Can you be any more of a scam? This result is already not bad. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang a little unsatisfactorily. Why are they all purple crystals? Aren't there any higher grade ones? If there were higher grade ones, such as purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence, soul of the purple crystal. If only there were so many of them. I can recover 1/3 of my strength. 1/3 is already the limit, it can't be more than that. Even if the power of the purple crystal system is at its peak, it can only recover 1/3 of my strength. But it's already not bad. Brother Tiger looked at Chu Yang furtively. I just don't know if you have, Chu Yang grinned. This guy is really a thief, to actually be able to deduce that I have those good things he wants. I do, but can you still eat them tonight? Chu Yang said impatiently, you should finish the purple crystals first before we talk about the rest. Brother Tiger perked up. That's true, then I'll eat them tomorrow night. I'll digest them tonight first. I'm quite full this time, so I need to compress them into the strength I need. Don't forget tomorrow night, prepare more high-quality goods. As he spoke, he jumped onto the bed, looking very excited. He even kicked his legs. Very cute, Chu Yang sighed. It looked like a considerable portion of the wealth he had bought in the Chon Tian continent was going to be thrown into this Brother Tiger's stomach. Just as he was in a daze, Brother Tiger suddenly opened his eyes again and instructed him very seriously, don't forget to give me the purple crystals tomorrow night. Chu Yang was speechless. Is this guy worried that I'll go back on my word? But tonight, Yan Russian was really surprised. What was going on? Why couldn't he sense anything on Chu Yang's side at all? A certain Brother Tiger was too excited when he was sleeping that he actually forgot to release the spiritual seal. Therefore, Yan Russian completely cut off his senses on Chu Yang's side. From this, one could tell that Brother Tiger was really powerful. But of course, Minister Chu didn't know about this. Although he knew that Yan Russian should be very powerful, he didn't know how high Yan Russian's cultivation level was. Of course, he couldn't measure Brother Tiger's strength. A night full of shock. Just like that, it passed. In the next 3 days, Chu Yang didn't do anything else. He buried himself in the men's hall with the sword spirit to organize the things that Brother Tiger had stolen. At the same time, he let Calamity Sword swallow all kinds of materials and then sorted out all the medicines that he didn't need, refining them into pure medicinal power. Although Brother Tiger looked down on the Li clan's treasury, a certain king of hell still treasured it very much. Even if the quality wasn't particularly high, it couldn't withstand the large quantity. For example, those bundles of ginseng. In the eyes of ordinary people, those were high-quality goods that could only be found by chance. Chu Yang suddenly obtained so many good things. He suddenly became a nouveau riche. As if he was going to give them away, he refined many incomplete and complete versions of heavy pills. There were even a few super heavy pills. These naturally went into Chu Yang's private storage. These were prepared to be used in emergencies. Of course. There were also many pills that could strengthen the body and improve aptitude. Chu Yang refined thousands of them in batches. Since he was prepared to show off his skills, he naturally had to use people. The more people there were, the more battles there would be. It was inevitable that there would be casualties. Chu Yang had now learned Mo Tianji's way of preparing for a rainy day. Of course, in his bones, he still acted like a nouveau riche. With so many medicines at once, there were too many repetitions. If he didn't hurry and make use of them now, when would he? So Chu Yang wantonly looted once. The Li clan's treasury that Brother Tiger didn't care about was nothing to Chu Yang. But it was a considerable amount of wealth. Even some of the metals that were brought up from the Heaven's continent paled in comparison to this new batch of inventory. Heaven's imperial court. After all, it was of a much higher level than the Heaven's continent. Even if this was only a remote area, what a 1,000-year-old clan could collect was definitely not trash. In view of this, Chu Yang didn't hesitate to let Calamity Sword swallow the weaker ones. There were also some ordinary ones. The ordinary ones were all swallowed by Calamity Sword. All of them were developed towards the highest quality. If it wasn't the best, it wouldn't take up any space. In other words, Minister Chu was very thoroughly streamlining his troops. However, after this round of elimination, not only did the amount of emptiness in Chu Yang's calamity space not increase, but it also became a lot emptier. A large number of purple crystals were swallowed by Brother Tiger. Although Brother Tiger was drooling and asking for purple crystal cores, purple crystal jade essence and better things. It wasn't that a certain king of hell couldn't bear to give them, nor that he couldn't afford to give them. But he understood that since purple crystals would be useful to Brother Tiger, why waste those more valuable ones? It was wrong and shameful to waste them. Based on the principle of being thrifty, Minister Chu would never relent. You'd better finish the purple crystals first. Although these purple crystals were definitely not enough for Brother Tiger because he had to swallow tens of millions of purple crystal essences a day and then refine them, Chu Yang would never consider using the purple crystal cores before he ran out of purple crystals. It was the same for purple crystal jade essence, soul of purple crystal and so on. I'd like to see how many purple crystals you can swallow. I have hundreds of millions of purple crystals. Even if you can swallow tens of millions every day, you can still handle it for 8 to 10 days. Of course, during these few nights, Chu Yang would still disguise himself as Xianxia and go to the beast fighting arena to gamble. However, due to the sudden destruction of the Li clan, the Jin clan and the Wu clan couldn't help but feel a little sad. Therefore, these few days, the two clans were very quiet and actually didn't gamble with Xianxia. Besides these two clans, it wasn't that no one else wanted to gamble with big official Zhen. It was just that the stakes were not high, so Chu Yang naturally didn't have much interest. Therefore, very straightforwardly, Xianxia lost for 2 more nights. Brother Tiger fought against some low-level spirit beasts these 2 nights, but he couldn't continue his undefeated legend and lost magnificently. This made Brother Tiger, who was used to pretending to be a pig to eat tigers, very unhappy. What I want is the thrill of victory. I'll pretend that I can't beat you, but I still want to win in the end. You've defeated me like this, I really don't have any face left. I want to write an invincible legend. Brother Tiger roared angrily. But Chu Yang directly ignored Brother Tiger's resistance. His response was only one sentence: purple crystals. Do you still want to eat them? I still have a lot. The implication was obvious. If you don't listen to me, then don't think about eating them. It was a blatant threat and a blatant coercion. Brother Tiger gritted his teeth for a moment, but he also knew that the situation was beyond his control. He could only succumb to Chu Yang's tyranny. The amount of purple crystals stored by other people in Xianxia City was really too far behind Chu Yang's. If Chu Yang was a gold mine, then the purple crystals stored by others could only be regarded as a piece of gold at most. For Brother Tiger, who was anxious to recover his strength, this was definitely a rare gold mine, and during this period of time, Chu Yang was also making the best use of his time to recruit and cultivate his forces. Many people in Xianxia City were interested in following this famous Divine Dr. Chu. But Divine Dr. Chu's conditions for recruiting subordinates were very strict. The lowest requirement was Earth level. This condition was a bit too high. Which Earth level expert didn't like to be free? If they had the cultivation of Earth level, would they need to be your slaves? You're just an Earth level expert yourself. After 3 days, he didn't receive any Earth level expert. Therefore, Minister Chu had no choice but to recruit a large number of youths, as well as some homeless child beggars and toddlers. All of them were gathered in another courtyard that he had bought for collective training. Among these little guys, the oldest was only 15 years old. They were no more than 15 years old, and the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. For the time being, Saber King had become the leader of these children. Although it was called training, in fact, these little guys were mostly just playing now. As for when they would be put to use, it was a matter of opinion. Under the premise that Minister Chu was reluctant to use heavy elixirs and give them elixirs, they might not have any cultivation or become strong martial artists in their lifetime. In the past 2 days, this cat teacher had become a teacher in name. He was sent by Chu Yang to teach these little guys. Regarding this, the cat teacher was very unhappy. But Chu Yang's words made the cat obedient. Sigh. You're eating my food and living in my house now. You don't even help me with something as trivial as this. Why did I save your life in the first place? When the cat teacher heard this for the first time, he felt a little guilty. It was very embarrassing. However, after hearing it 17 or 18 times in 2 days, she couldn't take it anymore. Aren't you King being too obvious? People don't expect anything in return, but what about you? You. The cat teacher flew into a rage. What answered him was Chu Yang's words, sigh. So this is the attitude of the teachers of the cat race towards their saviors. My ears have been opened today. At this point, the cat teacher was completely defeated. He begged Chu Yang with tears and snot running down his face, brother, if there's anything you need, just say the word. Anyway, there's nothing much to do now, right? But please don't say these 2 sentences. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold myself back from killing you. If you're not afraid, just say it. Chu Yang also knew the depth of the situation. Naturally, they would haughtily withdraw their troops and lay down their flags and drums. He would wait for the results of his victory. As for Yen Russian, Minister Chu couldn't possibly let this super expert stay idle. This great expert could barely stand up, and couldn't move freely. Moreover, he was seriously injured. But, Chu Yang still pulled him along as a strong man. Brother Yen, please help me take a look. You have great foresight and experience. See which one of these little guys can be trained. Chu Yang flattered him. Then, he didn't forget to repay his kindness. After all, I saved your life too, right? Then, he said emotionally, moreover, we are brothers, good brothers. For a moment, Yen Russian was overwhelmed. I can help you choose one, but, what about the rest of the kids? Yen Russian asked, you won't abandon them, right? Chu Yang patted his chest. How can I? Since they have been taken in by me, even if they don't have any aptitude, they should be able to do chores like cooking and farming. I won't let them starve to death no matter what. In the future, when I establish my power, these little guys can stay safely at the rear. If they don't have a future in martial arts, they can go into business. Even if they don't have any business acumen, they can be in charge of a shop. If not, they can be blacksmiths or other professions, right? Even if they can't do anything, farming is fine. There's a future in every profession. Since I've taken them in, I'll take care of them till the end. I won't let any harm come to them. When they grow up, I'll find them wives and settle them down. I, Chu Yang, am a man of my words. I still have this bit of credibility. Yen Russian nodded deeply to show his approval. Yen Russian was very approving of Chu Yang's actions. In fact, he was very appreciative of it. He felt that this was purely a kind act. Since the beginning of mankind, there had never been an end to cultivating one's own strength. There were those who took advantage of others, those who cheated others, and those who wanted to repay their kindness, but a method like Chu Yang's was one of a kind. This was because the sacrifice was too great. Most of the children in front of him were beggars and vagabonds. They didn't have any foundation to speak of. As for finding a martial arts genius among them, it was too difficult. The chances were too slim. If Chu Yang didn't take them in, most of them would only end up freezing and starving to death. As for Chu Yang letting these little guys work for him when they grew up, this was a matter of course. Parents still expected their children to take care of them in old age. What about outsiders? Why should they only raise you and not ask for anything in return? How could there be a free lunch in this world? Moreover, they could get something in return for their work. It was equivalent to a lifetime of stability. This was definitely a very worthwhile thing, therefore, Yen Russian nodded in agreement and expressed his support through action. But Yen Russian definitely didn't expect that this nod of his would bring him so much trouble. Yen Russian nodded and Chu Yang immediately increased the scale of his collection. Within a day, Chu Yang had taken in more than 1/3 of the orphans and beggars in the entire Xianxia city. There were also many who were seriously ill and dying. Chu Yang saved them one by one, snatching them from the hands of the king of hell. In the eyes of outsiders, divine Dr. Chu was purely doing a good deed. And in fact, this was indeed the case. Although the Heaven Imperial Court had a strict legal system, with the polarization of the rich and the poor, especially because of the endless private fights in the martial world, there were naturally many orphans. Divine Dr. Chu's money was spent like flowing water. Chu Yang's original intention for doing this must be for some other purpose. But, the fundamental reason for his endless, unrestricted, and unconditional accommodation was that he was genuinely moved by compassion. Looking at these fatherless and motherless children reminded Chu Yang of his own childhood. He had suffered. At least he had a master to take care of him. But they didn't have anything. Empathizing with them, he took in all the things that he could, couldn't, should and shouldn't. Since I'm determined to establish a super force that can move unhindered in the Heaven Imperial Court, then, do I still care about these few mouthfuls of food? Money is a bastard. I'll earn more after spending it all. I don't lack money, even if their aptitude is really rubbish and they can't do anything. They can at least farm and become my strategic support, right? I definitely have my own purpose. No purpose. Purely doing a good deed, even the richest man in the world, would eventually be eaten up. In addition, Chu Yang only needed to save children under the age of 15. As for those who were 17 or 18 years old, for those who were 17 and 17 years old and had the ability to work but were still begging, Chu Yang could only turn a blind eye to them. They were healthy, had limbs and strength, but couldn't support themselves? Then why should I support you? Such a person is simply a scoundrel. Do you think I'm a fool? Under the call of Chu Yang's good deed, all the orphans and homeless children in Xianxia City flocked over as if they had seen their savior. Even some of the surrounding villages and towns, as long as they were of the right age, they all rushed over here like a tide. They asked for protection and Chu Yang to take them in. There were also some young parents who lived in poverty and had many children who also sent their children here. Firstly, they couldn't support them. Secondly, even if they could only farm when they grew up with them. But with Divine Dr. Chu, they might have a future. Future. This word was the biggest hope that parents had for their children. The biggest prayer in their lives. As long as it was really difficult, Chu Yang would not refuse it. So much so that Chu Yang had another nickname, Philanthropist Chu. This nickname was even more popular than Divine Dr. Chu. Philanthropist Chu's good deed not only required a huge amount of money, but also a considerable amount of land. Therefore, he bought more and more houses and courtyards. If not, he couldn't accommodate so many people. Under the influence of countless money and gradually expanding land, Philanthropist Chu's reputation spread like wildfire after he eradicated the Li clan. He instantly became a celebrity in Xianxia City, and at the same time, he was also the leader of the emerging forces, not willing to stop after slaughtering the whole world, killing people with a flick of a sword, cutting off the injustices in the world. Duke Chu Yang is the most romantic. These 4 lines were almost nonsensical doggerel, but it became a catchy poem for almost everyone in Xianxia City. As time passed, the reputation of Philanthropist Chu became louder and louder day by day. In just 2 days, Chu Yang's place once again fell into a delicate situation of overcrowding. Under great Philanthropist Chu's iron-blooded methods, this group of hooligans immediately transformed into nannies to take care of these little ancestors. What if it's not done well? That's great. Come on, let's gather everyone and peel off their skin in front of everyone. Let everyone see the color of a person's liver and intestines to satisfy everyone's curiosity. This is all real, there's nothing fake about it. All the hooligans kept quiet out of fear. Under such merciless and hooligan methods, she had turned into an obedient little lamb. The environment and public security of Xianxia City were improved by more than one level within 2 days due to Philanthropist Chu's series of good deeds. Just as Chu Yang was thinking about how to get a better foothold, it was time for the city lord's invitation. Chu Yang dressed himself up. His face was red and his teeth were white. He had the air of a good duke. Riding on a handsome horse, he carried Brother Tiger on his shoulder. Proud of his success, the horse galloped towards the city lord's residence. At this moment, the cat teacher realized that he was wrong, really wrong. At first, he thought that there were only a dozen children. However, in less than an hour, there were dozens. After 4 hours, there were more than 100 children. After a day, there were more than 500 children. On the second night, there were more than 1,000 children. At this point, the cat teacher was on the verge of collapse. This bastard, what is he trying to do? I'm the teacher of the cat clan and a heaven-grade expert. I'm a great figure. Now, I'm reduced to a kindergarten teacher? You don't treat me as a teacher at all. Moreover, with your meager wealth, how could you dare to do such a thing? How many days can you do this with your little money? While the cat teacher was on the verge of collapse, he was also worried about Chu Yang. Yan Russian was also on the verge of collapse. I'm so tired, but Chu Yang, the great philanthropist Chu Yang, had already entered the city lord's mansion to attend the banquet. It was about to start. The city lord's expression was very interesting. It was so interesting that he was about to collapse and kill someone. In these 2.5 days, the city lord felt like a year. In an instant, he was in heaven, in hell, in an instant. The Li clan was destroyed. The city lord already knew about this on the day of the incident. The city lord was both happy and worried. He was happy that this malignant tumor had finally been removed. Furthermore, it was replaced by a divine doctor. For the time being, he did not have to worry about the original balance being broken. What he was worried about was whether this Lord Godly Doctor would be able to develop. Could they be like the Li clan, contending against the other two clans, even if he could contend against it? Was this Godly Doctor easy to control? Was he ambitious? However, his worries were immediately thrown to the back of his mind. Because Divine Dr. Chu really knew how to conduct himself. Although he had destroyed the Li family, he did not claim credit for it. What was even more rare was that he handed over the Li family's follow-up handling authority to the city lord manor. This was a huge favor. After hearing this good news, the city lord almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was a huge pie in the sky. I believe that no one would go against money. How could he not accept such a great benefit that was sent to his door? This divine Dr. Chu is really perceptive. This time, if the city lord's mansion were to raid the Li clan, then wouldn't everything be up to him? The Li clan had also accumulated over 1,000 years. That was an astonishing amount of wealth. By then, the Li clan's assets would be raided. Wouldn't it be up to him to decide how much he wanted? I'll say that it's only a few million. So what? The rest will be with me. Humph. At that moment, if Chu Yang was in front of the city lord, the city lord would definitely hug Chu Yang and give him a big kiss. And then say, "Kiss, this divine Dr. Chu is really too bright, too sensible, and too adorable." Ahahaha. The next step was to send people to the Li clan. As expected, many people in the Li clan were frantically packing up their things and escaping. Our elder is finished. Let's hurry and escape. The Li clan is destined to be finished. One couldn't be too reckless. If one was too ruthless, it would only provoke resistance. The city lord naturally knew this as well. So, he only sent people to watch a few warehouses and secret rooms. The locations of these places were no secret to the city lord's mansion. As for those who escaped, let them take away some of the things in their hands. After all, they also wanted to live, right? If they were forced into a corner and caused unnecessary losses, the gains would not make up for the losses. Besides, he had already obtained so many warehouses and treasures. Why would he still want to snatch those few things from others? If this were to spread out, he would lose his position as the city lord. It was really too shameful. The Li family's men had completely dispersed in the morning, their whereabouts unknown. No matter what, they definitely didn't dare to stay in Xianxia City anymore. They didn't even dare to stay in the surrounding areas of Xianxia City. The Li clan had done too much evil before. Even if the Jin clan, Wu clan, and that divine Dr. Chu didn't care about dealing with them, the people in Xianxia City would still swallow them alive. In the afternoon, the once famous Li clan had become an empty shell. Following the orders of General Zhou of the city lord's mansion, 5,000 city guards surrounded the entire Li family. Then, a few important people entered the Li family's mansion. The work of confiscating property had to be done by martial artists, and it had to be done by many people. If there were fewer people, it was inevitable that there would be corruption and corruption. The city lord was still very considerate about this. After entering, even if they started to investigate, it didn't matter. It was too shocking. The city lord was originally waiting outside. As the city lord, he had to show some attitude. Even if he was anxious, he couldn't rush in like ordinary soldiers to investigate, right? How degrading would that be? So, the city lord could only wait patiently for the good news. Then, the news came. General Zhou's face was sallow, and he ran in with cold sweat all over his face. Lord, we've seen a ghost this time. General Zhou. Be steady. Be steady. The city lord shouted. He was too unruly. What's the matter? Seeing a ghost? How could there be a ghost in broad daylight? No. I can't be steady. General Zhou's whiskers were trembling. He patted his butt repeatedly. This time, we've really seen a ghost in broad daylight. We've really seen a ghost. What's the matter? Tell me in detail. The city lord frowned and asked majestically. This General Zhou really didn't have any calmness. It seemed that it was the right decision not to let him have more power for so many years. If he panicked when he encountered a small matter, how could he do big things? He really lacked experience. Lord, the Li family's warehouse is empty. General Zhou's face was sweating profusely. At this moment, he could only report truthfully. Empty? So what if it's empty? What? The city lord replied calmly, but the next moment, he was stunned by his own words. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "Empty? How could it be empty?" At this moment, the city lord's voice changed. From the endless majestic deep voice from before, it became a male duck that had its neck pinched. It's empty. General Zhou nodded repeatedly, wanting to cry but having no tears. All the warehouses are empty. There's no supplies at all. How is that possible? This is impossible. The city lord shouted sternly, "Hurry up and take me to see it." Indeed, it was empty. All the warehouses, all the treasure troves were empty. Every warehouse was clean and tidy. Even the granary was empty. It was so clean that a mouse would probably come out with tears in its eyes. Not even a grain of rice, the entire Li family, except for the empty courtyard. And some furniture, flowers, trees, rockery, pond, there was nothing. As for the property, there was not even a single Shuiyun coin. It was a completely empty courtyard. The city lord was dumbfounded and suspicious. He only felt his blood pressure rise rapidly, and the next moment, he felt dizzy. His eyes were dazzling. This. What the hell is going on? The city lord was angry. It was impossible not to be angry. He thought that he was about to take over a huge amount of wealth. He would laugh even in his dreams at night, but now, the huge amount of wealth had turned into a pie. It seemed that he couldn't even find a place to cry. The others all stood with their heads lowered, afraid that they would provoke the city lord again. At this time, it was better to shut up. How would we know what happened? Did I see a ghost? Did I see a ghost? Did I really see a ghost? The city lord lost his composure and roared. The corner of General Zhou's mouth twitched. Was this the so-called steadiness? Meeting was not as good as hearing about it, but the city lord was the city lord. He calmed down very quickly. He muttered to himself, they moved so cleanly. It's impossible for them to move everything today. It must have been premeditated. The Li family might have planned to move out long ago? Or they might have started to move their property long ago? Every time he spoke, everyone nodded their heads. So many things had disappeared at once. If there was no premeditated plan, even a pig wouldn't believe it. The Li family has already moved out. And they still want to provoke them. It seems that they want to get rid of Divine Dr. Chu, and then make Xianxia City lose its balance completely? In this way, the three parties won't have the time, energy, and opportunity to make things difficult for them. They can also ensure that they can escape unscathed when they evacuate. What an ingenious plan. If it wasn't for their miscalculation of Divine Dr. Chu's ability, their plan would have been realized perfectly. The city lord's face turned pale as he thought. Pass down my order. Search for the Li family members who have left. None of them are allowed to escape. Catch all of them back. We would rather kill by mistake than let them go. The city lord directly roared out his last sentence as he gave the order. Lord, the Li family also has a backing. A few years ago, one of the daughters of the Li family married the city lord of Dongbua City. Although she's just a concubine, but, she's still, this. If we go too far. I'm afraid. The aide cautiously reminded the city lord. F***ck off, city lord of Dongbua City. Who does he think he is? How dare he go against me? Give him the courage to do so. The city lord flew into a rage, completely unable to control himself. He said without thinking, maybe he's the one behind this, wanting to see me make a fool out of myself. F***ck. Kill him. Kill him if you catch up. Leave no one alive. Settle accounts with me? As long as he dares to come, I'll swallow him alive. The city lord had gone crazy. He thought of how he had accepted divine Dr. Chu's gift and thought that he could make a fortune. But he only got an empty courtyard, there wasn't even a single Shuiyun coin. This is from P, but now, everyone in the city knew that he had come to plunder the Li clan's property. He was definitely going to make a fortune. Many projects in Xianxia city that couldn't be continued due to lack of money were waiting to start. Now, various officials had already put the project reports on his desk, everyone was eagerly waiting for him to plunder the Li clan's property and go back. Thinking of this, the city lord's heart was dripping blood. After he went back, he believed that no matter what he said, it would be useless. Even if he brought them to the Li clan and personally checked, it would be useless. Because, no one would believe him, even if General Zhou and the others testified for him, would anyone believe him? F***ck, I asked you to plunder the Li clan's property, but in the end, you said that you didn't plunder anything? Then it's over. Even a ghost wouldn't believe such words. You guys must have been given some benefits by the city lord to shut your mouths. Poor old man, you didn't get a single cent. Yes, the officials waiting in the city lord's residence would definitely think so. They would definitely think so. Well, since the old man didn't get a single cent, don't think of pocketing it all. If it's over, we'll all be done together. If it's not handled well, the reports would fly upwards as if they had wings. And the supervision organizations above would come down in batches to find trouble, even if I'm really the Lord of Justice. They would definitely find out the problem. Not to mention that I'm not the Lord of Justice at all. My ass is definitely not that clean. This time, I'm really going to lose my life. The city lord's face had turned green. This time, the old man is really finished. He didn't expect that the old man's sexual life was going to end soon. Also, it seemed like he might lose all his assets. In other words, the joy of being a man was gone. The city lord was infuriated. The Li family, how dare you trick me like this? Even if I have to die, I'll drag you down with me. A soul-walking spring, the city lord made up his mind and vowed to stay true to his words. What should we do? My lord? Now. General Zhou said with a long face. What should we do? Retreat. Withdraw immediately. The city lord's expression returned to its usual coldness. Withdraw? General Zhou was stunned. If we don't withdraw, are we going to stay here and drink the northwest wind? Or General Zhou, do you want to dig a piece of earth from here and build it on top of your own grave? The Castellan roared hysterically. He left in a huff. General Zhou scratched his head and looked at the Castellan who had already disappeared. He was indignant. If you want to withdraw, then withdraw. Why are you so fierce? I'm not dead yet. Where did the grave come from? In the past few days, the city lord had been thinking of a way. He couldn't just sit and wait for death, he had no choice. The most important thing now was to appease his subordinates. Only by appeasing their emotions could he buy time and salvage the situation. If he could get back the Li family's savings within the time limit, everything could be settled. A team of people came back. 2 teams came back. There were many people from the Li family who were intercepted and killed, but the things that they got back really made the city lord have the impulse to kill. He collected the corpses of the experts from the Li family and checked the storage rings. Only then did he realize that there were 3 storage rings in the Li family. One of them had already exploded with divine Dr. Chu's sword, and the other 2 were already in the city lord's hands. Seeing that the space inside was not even as big as 2 boxes, the city lord roared angrily and the 2 expensive storage rings flew into the toilet pit of the city lord's residence. This also caused the city lord to regret after he calmed down 2 days later. He specially sent many servants to dig the toilet. At that time, the city lord was so poor that he went crazy. The 2 storage rings were also worth a lot of money. Let's not talk about this later. The money was not recovered at all. But people had to be appeased no matter what. He had to pretend that he was rich and had taken advantage of the situation to share the dividends with everyone. Otherwise, boo-hoo, this won't do. The city lord was ruthless. At his wit's end, he could only open the treasury of the city lord's residence and directly use the public funds to distribute some money to everyone. The treasury was not enough, so the city lord also took out all the private money that he had accumulated over the years. This temporarily blocked everyone's mouths. Everyone was happy for a day. As for those projects, well, the city lord's residence was still considering and calculating. Let's postpone it for the time being. As for today's meeting, well, the banquet, thinking of this, the city lord could not help but want to slap his own mouth. Damn it, now is the time when every cent needs to be split into two halves, and he still wants to hold a banquet. Where should the money for the food and drinks come from? Do I have to use my *** to buy it? Even if it's feasible, my *** is not worth much now. If I take it from my wife, sigh, don't mention it. In these 2 years, I've become so old that as long as I see my wife, I don't have any confidence. If I want to take money from my wife, unless it's a death, I'd better not think of this path. This would not work, that would not work. The city lord was completely at his wit's end. It's said that a single coin stumps a hero, but now it's a banquet that stumps a city lord. Could it be that the old and dignified city lord still muddles along to the point of having to pay on credit? But he could not cancel it even if he wanted to. He could only brace himself and continue. If it's like sitting on pins and needles, then so be it. Oh my God. No matter what, I'm still a city lord. How did I end up in this kind of situation? The hateful Li family, no matter how unwilling the city lord was, this day had finally come. At the door, Xianxia met fourth Master Hua, who was waiting for him. Oh, the great philanthropist Chu is here. Fourth Master Hua smiled and made a small joke. Xianxia laughed. Fourth Master Hua, you don't have to think too highly of me. Who doesn't know that the Hua family of River East benefits the common people? What do my small actions count for? Fourth Master Hua laughed loudly. Normally, large families would build bridges and pave roads, do good deeds and so on. Doing good deeds to attract the attention of the public and earn a good reputation was necessary. Although most of it was just on the surface, such as giving out porridge periodically, occasionally giving out winter clothes and so on, it did indeed help many people. This was the principle of not doing small acts of kindness. Of course, small acts of kindness could not cover great evil. The evil deeds of these clans in the dark were not known to ordinary people. Fourth Master Hua patted Xianxia affectionately and walked in side by side. When he saw the city lord, Xianxia almost laughed out loud. It was not that Xianxia was not strong enough. It was that he could not help but laugh. When he thought of the big favor he had given, and then thought of all the things that brother who had stolen back, and then thought of the huge black pot that the city lord was carrying, Xianxia really sympathized with the city lord. The city lord was obviously a little thin, and this thinness could be seen clearly in just 1 or 2 days. He had lost weight rapidly. The city lord was not happy. This was something that everyone could see. With a straight face and a frown, he looked like he did not want anyone to come close to him. The raging flames of anger seemed to be burning from Fengxing's head. To be fair, if the city lord did not have such a straight face, he would be very elegant. In fact, he was very refined and had the air of a scholar. Fourth Master Hua's identity was special. He was one of the few people present who did not need to care whether the city lord was happy or not. He pulled Xianxia and walked over. Brother Chu, this is the city lord of Xianxia City, Fourth Master Hua introduced enthusiastically. City lord, this is Xianxia, who has become famous in Xianxia City these few days. Brother Chu, Divine Dr. Chu, Philanthropist Chu. Fourth Master Hua introduced. He even listed out the titles that a certain king of hell had recently obtained. The city lord turned his face and forced out a hearty smile. So, Mr. is Brother Chu. Come, come, little brother, please take a seat. We are all family, don't be polite. No matter how unhappy the city lord was, Xianxia had given him a huge favor. However, Xianxia had done him a big favor. Even though he had no choice but to suffer in silence, in the eyes of outsiders, Xianxia had actually given the city lord a wealth that could rival a nation. So, although the city lord felt as if he had eaten shit when he saw Xianxia, he still could not help but welcome him with a smile. You have gained such a huge advantage, but you are still stingy with a smile? You are too tasteless, aren't you? Who would dare to associate with you in the future? Moreover, the moment the city lord saw Xianxia, he remembered what Fourth Master Hua had said. This divine Dr. Chu is really a divine doctor. To tell you the truth, I have been troubled by my illness for a long time. It was divine Dr. Chu who cured me. His miraculous hands have immediate effects. Look, Fourth Master Hua's face was full of flaunting. He even told the city lord about this man's most shameful private topic. How could he not believe it? So, the city lord had great expectations for divine Dr. Chu. Well, he just didn't know how to tell this divine doctor. Since the city lord had expressed his goodwill, Chu Yang had to seize the opportunity. I have long heard of the city lord's great name. You are a world-shaking talent, a talent that can bring peace to the country. Now that I have seen you today, I can see that you are indeed heroic and majestic. Haha, little brother, you are too polite. The city lord laughed. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite. My name is Dong Lai, Brother Chu, you can just call me Big Brother. How dare I? Of course, of course. Little brother, you are a young hero. To be able to make friends with you, it is my social status. I don't dare, I don't dare. It was just a meeting, but the two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, were already very close. This result was probably intentional on both sides. When Fourth Master Hua saw this, he unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. www gun. Com** looks like, these two people have already connected. Next, it would depend on how he was going to arrange an opportunity to treat the city lord's illness. As long as it was successful, his goal would be greatly hopeful. At this time, the people from the Jin and Wu clan arrived one after another. Towards the people from these two clans, the city lord only gave a cold greeting, and then invited everyone to sit. Let's talk while eating. Talk while eating, the two patriarchs felt as if they were in a dream. When they entered the living room, they were even more shocked. There was only a small table inside, and on the small table, there were a few small plates. On the small plates, there were only small vegetables. There didn't seem to be even a bit of oil. As for the attendants, they had long been chased out by the city lord's manor. Could it be that you are still worried about being assassinated here? Go back, go back. In the past, the city lord was a person who cared a lot about his reputation. His attendants, bodyguards, and guards would all have a corresponding banquet to entertain them. What was going on today? The two patriarchs were secretly shocked. Could it be that something unexpected had happened that they didn't know about? A small family banquet, please don't show my respect. The East Arrival city lord enthusiastically raised his cup. Everyone frowned in their hearts. It really was a lack of respect. It was definitely a lack of respect. Look at this table of vegetables, there wasn't even a bit of meat. Damn it, I believe that even the lowest servant in my family would eat better than this. Could it be that this meal was actually a memory of bitterness and sweetness? Yes, in order to express the closeness of this city lord to everyone, these are a few dishes cooked by my wife. The city lord laughed heartily. Everyone, since you are here, you are not outsiders. Other than me, you are the only ones who can taste my wife's cooking. Please, please, don't be polite. As expected of the city lord. With one sentence, not only did he cover up his embarrassment, he also pulled everyone into the position of close friends. The Jin clan patriarch was a man with a square face. He had delicate features, and at first glance, he looked righteous and dignified. However, a cold glint occasionally flashed in his eyes, revealing that he was not as kind and righteous as he appeared on the surface. The head of the Wu family was a man with a goatee. He was thin and withered like an old man. However, he naturally had the air of a superior being ordering people around. Chu Yang only took a glance, and had a general impression of these two clan masters. He lowered his head. Soon after, the city lord personally introduced them to each other, and the conversation gradually became lively. This was especially true for Fourth Master Hua, who had a high status. He was treated with great courtesy by the two patriarchs. Chu Yang was a rising star of the younger generation. So, the clan masters of the two clans were more or less on guard against him. They behaved appropriately, and were more than polite. Intimacy was definitely not enough. This time, I've invited all of you here to discuss some recent events in Xianxia City. The city lord stated the purpose of this meeting before they had even drunk 3 rounds of wine. Of course, the original content of the meeting was not like this. However, the sudden incident made the city lord destitute, and he truly had nothing to show for it. Therefore, the original plan had to be cancelled. As for the most important thing right now, it was naturally to accumulate wealth. The first thing is the destruction of the Li clan. The city lord looked at Xianxia. Then, he said, after the destruction of the Li clan, such a big house can't be left empty. Who's interested in taking over? He said who's interested, but his eyes were only looking at Xianxia. The clan masters of the Jin clan and Wu clan were very sensible and didn't answer. Both of them knew that if they took over, the other clan would definitely not be happy to see it. The city lord would also not agree to it. Now, the city lord had made it clear that he was supporting Divine Dr. Chu to take over, so that the balance of power between the clans in Xianxia city would not be out of balance. Xianxia coughed. He said, City Lord, I do have this plan. But in such a short time, I don't have that many. Ahem, purple cloud coins. Dong Lai smiled and said, but how much can Brother Chu gather? May I ask how much is the official selling price for that house? Xianxia wasn't stupid. He simply asked for the price on the spot. 400,000 Xianxia coins. The city lord stretched out 4 fingers. This was an exorbitant demand. Or rather, an exorbitant price. The clan masters of the Jin clan and Wu clan couldn't help but twitch their mouths. The officials had taken away all the things in the Li clan, leaving only an empty house. And they still wanted to sell it for 400,000 Xianxia coins? That was worth 400,000 billion Shuiyun coins. No matter how high the price of that dilapidated house was, it definitely couldn't be sold for 100,000 Xianxia coins, but Xianxia was obviously thinking, as if he was tempted. The 2 clan masters couldn't help but gloat in their hearts. Is this spendthrift going to take the bait? Sure enough, Xianxia spoke. 400,000. I'm afraid this price is a little expensive. However, if I can sell the surrounding land, and the Li clan's original business, and take over all of them, this number isn't too outrageous. Xianxia muttered to himself. Even with those, it's still not worth 100,000 Xianxia coins. Not to mention 400,000 Xianxia coins. This divine Dr. Chu seems to be a fool. And a fool who's biting off more than he can chew and wants to compete with us. You don't have anything, not even a subordinate. Even if you have those in name, what's the use? Who will manage them for you? The 2 clan masters scolded him in their hearts, but they didn't say anything on the surface. They didn't even show any expression on their faces. Well, if Brother Chu is interested, there's no harm in making this decision. The city lord was very happy. Things that were only worth tens of thousands of Xianxia coins were sold for 400,000 Xianxia coins. This could solve the urgent problem, so he was naturally in a good mood. But I don't have so much money now. I can only take out 100,000 Xianxia coins at most. Xianxia looked embarrassed. I'm afraid that I'll need some time to turn over the other things. Can I sign an IOU first? Everyone was stunned. Then they understood Xianxia's meaning. This guy obviously wants to buy all the businesses outside the Li clan with 100,000 Xianxia coins. An IOU. He's probably going to refuse to pay the remaining 300,000 Xianxia coins. The 2 clan masters gloated in their hearts. This fool, you still don't know the temper of the city lord, right? An IOU? As long as you sign an IOU, you can only take out more money, and it's impossible for you to refuse to pay. We've been dealing with this city lord for so many years, no problem. The city lord was very straightforward. I trust you. He thought in his heart, I trust you. But I don't trust you. I'll go and ask for money once a week. I'll ask for as much as I can. After many years, not to mention 300,000 Xianxia coins, I'll even get back 3 million Xianxia coins. Thank you for your trust, City Lord. Xianxia thanked him very happily. The stone in his heart finally landed on the ground. Finally, he had a place to stay in Lauda. And it was a big enough place to settle down, and it was adjacent to his final target, Xianxia Palace. Then, the city lord carried out a division of the current forces, said a few words of warning in a stern voice, and then talked about the projects that the city lord residence was preparing now and other pleasantries. He successfully extorted a few thousand Xianxia coins from the Jin clan and the Wu clan. After his goal was achieved, The city lord unceremoniously asked him to leave. Sigh, I'm suddenly a little tired, Brother Chu. Please stay for a while, I have something to tell you. Yes, he only wanted Divine Dr. Chu to stay for a while. Everyone else, get out quickly. That's what he meant. Fourth Master Hua's goal was achieved. Let's talk about the future later. He simply stood up to bid farewell and left. The two clan masters of the Jin clan and the Wu clan also walked out, as if they were swept out of the door. No one actually sent them off. Brother Jin, what do you think of this matter? Let's wait and see. This Zhiyang. I'm afraid his ambition is not small. Haha. He has the heart but no one. It's also in vain. That's right, that's right. The two of them laughed and parted ways. Brother Chu, I heard that you're very good at treating my illness. He hurriedly pulled Zhiyang to the study room. This was the city lord's first sentence. As a city lord, it was somewhat despicable for him to be so ungentlemanly and disrespectful. But as a man, the city lord's way of doing things was quite understandable. Zhiyang touched his nose and said, about this. I more or less have some experience. The city lord laughed and patted Zhiyang's shoulder vigorously. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time. They were just acquaintances, but he made such an intimate gesture for the first time. This only showed how excited the city lord was at this moment. He couldn't control his emotions. Zhiyang blinked his eyes, and laughed along with him. It seemed that he didn't understand the situation in front of him. It was obviously his humble words. How did it lead to the city lord's words of the younger generation will surpass us in time? Little brother, I heard that you recently ascended from below? The city lord's attitude was even more affectionate. Although the Li, Jin and Wu clans couldn't confirm Zhiyang's origin, the city lord was very clear about Zhiyang's origin. In the heavenly layers, no matter how high the status, there was still only one identity certificate. Zhiyang's identity certificate was obtained in Xianxia city. His origin was naturally not a secret to the city lord. Yes, when I first came here, I made a lot of jokes. It's unbearable to look back on the past. But I don't know which plane little brother came from. The city lord asked with a smile, maybe you know someone. Well, I ascended from the heavenly layers continent. Zhiyang simply said. This was not worth hiding. It's the heavenly layers continent? The city lord's face suddenly changed. Yes, have. You heard of it? The city lord's face became serious. Is it the heavenly layers continent where Chen Feng and Lu Yun live? Zhiyang was startled. He didn't expect these two legendary figures to be so famous in the heavenly layers imperial court. Yes, does the city lord know these two seniors? How could I not know? Senior Lu Yongxiang's legends are well known in the heaven-level continent. Few people don't know him. Zhiyang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This city lord seemed to be very familiar with the heaven-level continent. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. The city lord sighed. PC. Huh? City lord, you're saying. Little brother, you don't know. The experts who ascended from the heaven-level continent usually landed in the Eastern Royal Heaven. These experts are all elites of their generation and are all extremely famous in our Eastern Royal Immortal realms. The city lord lamented. As for those who ascended from other places, most of them were small shrimps. Their cultivation was weak, and they weren't presentable. Some of them died after ascending, and some of them became other people's lackeys. They were at the bottom of the rankings. Only the experts who ascended from the heaven-level continent are worthy of being called experts. The city lord sighed. Zhiyang nodded. I see. He thought to himself, what's so strange about this? Most of the people from other continents ascended as a first-grade supreme martial artist. But in the heaven-level continent, a second-grade supreme martial artist isn't even qualified. This is equivalent to ascending after completing the second-grade martial arts. Of course, they're more powerful than other places. And after ascending, according to the habitual thinking of the people in the heaven-level imperial court, those who ascended from the heaven-level continent were considered weak. This kind of thinking was fixed. Those who ascended from the heaven-level continent actually had the advantage. If it were an ordinary force, it would be easy for them to kick their people off their feet the moment they arrived. So the heaven-level continent has so many seniors who are so famous in the Eastern Royal Heaven. Xianxia seemed to be a little proud. It's more than just famous. The city lord's face was a little respectful. Back then, when the limitless invincible saber first entered the heaven-level imperial court, the husband and wife set off a lot of bloodshed. They wiped out the local dandy young master's family who was pestering his wife. Then, they started to make their way. In just 30 years, they really made enemies everywhere. Almost everyone thought that these two were dead, but 200 years later, not only did Lu Yongxiang not die, he even made a name for himself with his wife. His enemies have either died or gone into hiding. There are even more who want to avoid the world and not step into the mortal world. Until now, the infinite invincible blade has become an immortal legend in the Heaven Imperial Court. Chen Feng and Lu Yun are also the same. The day the husband and wife rushed up, they caused a huge commotion that was enough to turn the sky and earth upside down. They were even more ruthless than Lu Yongxiang and his wife. They had offended a powerful family right from the start. The two of them fled together, killing wherever they went as they fled. He had been on the run for a full 50 years, fighting and killing along the way. However, 50 years later, when the East Imperial Kingdom officially reappeared, the East Imperial Kingdom was filled with people. Both of them were already at the saint level. The two of them fought back fiercely and almost crippled that big family in a day. In the end, we had to mobilize experts from the Eastern Royal Celestial Palace to subdue the two of them. His Majesty the Eastern Emperor had personally ordered Chen Feng and Lu Yun to guard the Netherworld's Yang Pass and supervise the entry and exit of trillions of Netherworld ghosts. Even in the Heaven Imperial Court, you can be considered a feudal lord. When Dong Lai talked about Chen Feng and Lu Yun, his face was filled with envy. Obviously, the current positions of these two people were much higher than that of a small city lord. As for the infinite invincible blade, the city lord didn't even show any envy. Yes, he was already a legend. It was enough to just talk about him. If he compared himself with him, he would be overestimating himself. These are people who ascended from the Heaven Imperial Court. They were the four most famous people. And they are husband and wife. The city lord looked at Chu Yang. Brother Chu, you didn't bring your wife up too, right? Chu Yang coughed and said, I'm ashamed. I came to our purple cloud city alone. Hearing that the city lord seemed to be very afraid of the existence of husband and wife, Chu Yang of course had to hide it. Of course, this wasn't a lie. Chu Yang really came to Purple Cloud City alone. As for how the city lord understood, it was his business. Chu Yang couldn't care less. The city lord sighed and said, It's good to be alone. It's good to be alone. To be honest, he was really afraid that there would be a couple like Chen Feng, Lu Yun, and the limitless invincible blade under his control. As long as there was such a couple, the political achievements accumulated over 1,000 years might disappear overnight. Big brother, I have something I don't understand. What? I heard from my guide that people who ascended at the same time aren't allowed to settle down in the same place. Why can Chen Feng and Lu Yun and the infinite invincible blade do it? You don't know? The city lord said, it's because of these two couples that the Eastern Imperial Sky changed the law. People who ascended at the same time can't settle down in the same place. This can be considered as a preventive measure. He sighed. Little brother, you don't know. Those two couples turned the Eastern Imperial Sky upside down. Besides, that's still a feud in the Jianghu. According to the rules of the Eastern Imperial Sky, the Jianghu is the Jianghu, and the government is the government. The affairs of Jianghu are settled in Jianghu, the affairs of the officials are handled by the officials. As long as you don't kill the people of the government, as long as it's a pure Jianghu feud, the government won't interfere. I'll let you fight to the death. The city lord revealed a sly smile. Obviously, he was referring to the feud between Chu Yang and the Li clan. I see. Chu Yang nodded slowly. It's also because of these four people that the Double Heavens continent became famous in the Double Heavens Imperial Court. The city lord sighed. When the city lord said this, he definitely didn't expect that this handsome and harmless young man in front of him was about to stir up a huge wave that far surpassed that of those two couples, What he didn't expect even more was that those 4 people at most only stirred up a huge wave in the eastern imperial sky, but this guy in front of him now turned the entire double heavens imperial court upside down. Little brother, please don't ruin the reputation of your Chongtian continent, the city lord said in a very sincere and heartfelt manner. Yes, I'll try my best. I'll try my best. Qu Yang was very modest, very cautious, and even a little humble. Until many years later, whenever the city lord recalled that day when Qu Yang said I'll try my best, I'll try my best. At that time, the city lord was so humble that he couldn't wait to run in front of Qu Yang again and spit on his face. You'll try your best, your efforts will turn the entire double heavens imperial court upside down, shake the heavens and collapse the earth, and grow old until the end of time. Ha ha ha. The city lord rubbed his hands. After chatting for so long, he still didn't talk about the real issue. How could he start a topic? Qu Yang's face was serious and gentle, and he was waiting for the city lord to speak first. Qu Yang absolutely couldn't take the initiative to speak. What if he took the initiative to say, City Lord, you know that I'm a doctor, let me treat you. Aren't you a little something? Then the city lord would definitely chop him into minced meat on the spot. He really couldn't afford to lose face like that. Divine Dr. Chu. Haha, Brother Chu, haha, Brother Chu, during this period of time, you've done good deeds in Xianxia City and helped thousands of people in Xianxia City. You've reduced a lot of pressure on the city lord's residents. Here, I haven't thanked you yet. The city lord laughed dryly. He had already said all the polite words that he could say previously. Now, he had to find something to talk about and flatter Qu Yang. It's my duty. Qu Yang was a man of few words. The city lord instantly felt like a dog biting a hedgehog, and he didn't know where to bite. After laughing dryly for a while, he finally made up his mind. Brother Chu, since you have the reputation of a divine doctor, surely you can't only treat that kind of disease, right? Of course, I can also take a look at other diseases, but I don't dare to be called a divine doctor, Qu Yang answered very seriously. He laughed so hard that his intestines almost turned over. Well, that's good, that's good. The city lord rubbed his hands and said, I've suffered some internal injuries in the battle with my old enemies. Some time ago, I had another battle with a strong enemy, which finally affected my old injuries. Then, during the recovery process, because I was anxious to recover from my official duties, I was too anxious to recover. Now, I'm tired from official duties every day, and I feel that my body is a little, not good. Can I trouble you to take a look at me? The city lord rubbed his hands and said with a red face, even if it can't completely eradicate the old injuries, it's good to be able to relax for a while. Of course, these are all old injuries. If you feel embarrassed, I won't blame you. Well, I know. Brother Chu, I am in my position, and I have no choice. This matter is related to my body, and it is also related to the stability of Purple Cloud City. If some lawless people know that I am injured, Purple Cloud City will. The city lord asked for secrecy. What he meant was, you'd better not tell anyone about this. The city lord's concern was definitely not because of any threat, and it was even more impossible for him to worry about the safety of Xianxia City. As long as he was the city lord of Xianxia City, even his enemies would have to think twice if they wanted to deal with him. Because as long as the city lord was the city lord, he was not alone. Behind him, there was too much power, so much so that almost no one in the pugilistic world would be able to shake him. It was just like the rules of the Eastern Royal Heavens. The pugilistic world was the pugilistic world, and the government was the government. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. The laws of the Eastern Royal Heavens had already reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, the selection of officials with real power was also extremely strict. The inspection of officials of all levels was several times a year, either in public or in private. Because of the integrity and ability of the officials, they put in the most effort. If they found that someone was not qualified, they would be dismissed on the spot. It was not a rare thing. However, there were good and bad things. Under such circumstances, the protection of officials was naturally a very important matter. If someone dared to openly deal with an official, it was equivalent to going against the entire Eastern Royal Heavens. Under the alliance of the political powers of the entire Eastern Royal Heaven, no matter who it was, no matter how big the power was, as long as they dared to go against the officials, they would be wiped out in a single night. Even if it was a silent assassination in the dark of the night, all the enemies of the city lord would be exposed in broad daylight. This is from P. If one person committed the crime, not only would all these enemies be finished, even their clans would be implicated. Therefore, there was a very strange phenomenon in the Eastern Royal Heavens. The more enemies an official had, the more worried they would be about the safety of the official. It was normal to send people to protect the official. It was impossible not to protect the official. If this guy died, no matter whether he was the culprit or not, he would become a target of suspicion. The stronger one's martial arts was, the more he would be suspected. There were even cases of enemies with great martial arts who personally protected the official. When surrounded, they would rather sacrifice their lives to save the official so as not to be suspected and not to implicate their descendants. It didn't matter if you did it secretly or not. As long as something happened to him, you would have a grudge against him. Therefore, the dignified reasons that the city lord was giving now simply did not make sense. He was clear about this point, and so was Chuyang. Although Chuyang had only been in Chongtian for a short period of time, he naturally didn't know much about Chongtian, nor did he know much about it. However, Yen Rushan, who was an extremely knowledgeable person, was by the side of a certain king of hell. This time, when he interacted with the city lord of Chongtian, he would naturally tell Chuyang about all kinds of official matters and taboos. If the news that the city lord was seriously injured was really spread out, all his enemies would definitely gather overnight, not to kill him, but to protect him. Many of his enemies would even personally come to greet him and send him many valuable elixirs. Therefore, Chuyang naturally wouldn't believe this important news. But even if he didn't believe it, he still solemnly promised, of course. The safety of the city lord is related to the welfare of the people of Purple Cloud City. This little brother will absolutely not leak any information. The city lord heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to extend his wrist, but then he retracted it. Sigh, my injury is really worrying, but I can't tell outsiders. Obviously, he still had concerns. It seemed that this wasn't a lie. His injury definitely couldn't be told to outsiders. Not only could it not be told to outsiders, it couldn't be told to his own people either. Chuyang was definitely not in a hurry. He said warmly, if there's any inconvenience for you right now, we can do it another day. Either here, or this Chu will wait for the city lord's arrival in the men's hall. No, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let's treat him now. The city lord's face turned green and white, but he still stretched out his hand in the end. If the citizens saw this city lord going to the men's hall, what would they think, even if this city lord really has this problem? But, I can't just casually spread it out. Chuyang secretly rolled his eyes, and reached out to feel his pulse. In just a moment, Chuyang could clearly see the current state of the city lord's body. Injury? Seriously injured? What a load of bullshit. This guy's body was as strong as an ox, except that his lower body was a little lacking. Other than causing this monarch's illness, how could there be any serious internal injuries? Seeing Chuyang's serious expression, the city lord said with some apprehension, little brother, my injury. Chuyang nodded. Yes, the city lord's injuries, cough cough, are indeed very serious. I need to think about it carefully. That's the safest way. Donglai nodded repeatedly, you're a doctor, I'll listen to you. You can slowly think about it, I'll listen to you. At this time, the city lord's face was already red. He was a little embarrassed. Chuyang's cough explained too many problems. This was like two brothers in modern society. One moment ago, one was still bragging about how powerful he was, but the next moment, he was found to be impotent. He had lost face. The more he investigated, the more Chuyang felt strange. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but it turned out that the city lord was an expert, and his cultivation wasn't low. Under normal circumstances, such a person would have yin and yang in his body, and would never have a situation where his yang energy was greatly depleted. But a phenomenon that shouldn't have happened had clearly happened. Moreover, his yang energy was almost depleted. At first, he judged that the city lord's condition wasn't too bad, and most of it was based on the fact that the city lord's body was far stronger than ordinary people's. Now that he analyzed it in detail, his previous judgment was somewhat taken for granted. The city lord's lower body wasn't just slightly depleted, it was quite depleted, almost depleted completely. This was really strange. Xianxia could come to a conclusion with his own vision, but he couldn't find the source of the illness. He didn't even have a clue. So, he had no choice but to ask the sword spirit to help. The sword spirit was worthy of being called an old monster of hundreds of thousands of years. He felt that something was wrong as soon as he started, imbalance of yin and yang. Then, he said, it's not like this hasn't happened in the past, but most of them are caused by internal and external injuries, or because of cultivation deviation. But, the city lord doesn't have any injuries now. This is strange. Could it be that he had taken the mysterious yang fruit? It can't be. The sword spirit was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that apart from the mysterious yang fruit, there shouldn't be such a strange phenomenon. City lord, please forgive me for speaking too much. A doctor has always been straightforward in his diagnosis and treatment. Xianxia looked at the city lord seriously. Your injury is a little strange. The city lord couldn't wait and said, strange? What's strange? Is there any other doctor? It was really too painful. It seemed that it was the most painful thing for a man. May I ask if your excellency has been, or should I say for many years, have you been very bold? Xianxia tried to find the right words. Then, he finally said, I mean, in the matters between men and women? The city lord's face flushed red, and he was instantly in high spirits. That's right. There was once a few decades when I couldn't get enough women every day. The highest record was once 12 women in a single night, and I was still in high spirits. I wanted more. The city lord smacked his lips. That period of time was really memorable. Xianxia lowered his head and grinned. He said, amazing. The sword spirit added in the tribulation space, beast. The city lord said, since my wife died of illness, I was depressed for a period of time, but the fire of extreme yang in my body was burning, and I couldn't vent it. So, I could only, cough cough, loiter in the brothel. This sentence was obviously an explanation. Although I have strong needs in that aspect, I didn't kidnap women. I'm a good official, a good person. Xianxia said against his will, the integrity of the city lord is really admirable. A person who went to the brothel every day was now talking about integrity. This made Xianxia feel a little amused. It was like a prostitute who had erected a chastity memorial arch in a grandiose manner. However, the city lord's actions could really be described in these two words. With his power, it was not difficult for him to find a few concubines or female confidants. Even if he wanted to taint a commoner's daughter, it was absolutely not difficult for him. It was just a matter of a look. Many women would even rush to climb into his bed and recommend themselves to warm the bed. But he didn't do so. It could be said that he still had his own persistence, yes, integrity. The city lord's face seemed to turn red as he awkwardly said, at that time, if it was an ordinary girl, she might not be able to withstand cough cough, conquering, cough, marrying her would only harm her, so, I found a lion clan's wife. Xianxia was speechless. The sword spirit added in the tribulation space, beast. Things were actually like this. It was absolutely impossible for a woman of the lion clan to marry outside under normal circumstances. Because ordinary men could not stand the coldness of a woman of the lion clan, and that kind of strong desire, as the saying goes, 30 years old is like a wolf, 40 years old is like a tiger. Lion, it was said that lions could have sex 80 times a day. Of course, this was referring to the strength of the men of the lion clan. But it could also be seen that the women of the lion clan were also very strong. It was definitely not the strength of an ordinary woman. If it was an ordinary woman, she would really be killed. It seemed that the city lord had used his power in the end, and it was still for that, but I didn't expect that less than a year after the marriage. The city lord's face was full of sorrow. I can't do it anymore. Looking at the city lord's sad face, Xianxia really couldn't help but laugh. But he was really embarrassed to laugh. If he really laughed, he would greatly offend the city lord. He forced himself to endure, and it was really hard to endure. He originally wanted to have unlimited sex in the future, and gallop as he wished. He didn't expect that he really found someone who could withstand him, but he couldn't. This was really a little ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that the city lord's method was somewhat thoughtless. Xianxia pondered for a while and said, the city lord's super strong physique probably came from a kind of medicine. The city lord must have taken the heavenly treasure, the mysterious yang fruit. And when you took it, you were probably still young. You didn't use the cultivation method to turn the energy contained in the fruit into your own. In the end, it all turned into the power of the extreme yang. That's right. The city lord was surprised. This guy can even see through this. This is another big secret of mine. Yes, after his cultivation had reached a certain level, he accidentally found out that the fruit he had accidentally found when he was young was actually the legendary mysterious yang fruit. If the mysterious yang fruit was used during cultivation, it could at least increase one's cultivation by a few hundred years. But at that time, he was too young. He only took it as an ordinary fruit, and ate it without knowing anything about cultivation. Naturally, it didn't have much use, and only increased some male ability. The mysterious yang fruit is the most yang item in the world. When you took it, you didn't start cultivating, so you couldn't really use it for yourself. Therefore, the power of the fruit was hidden in your body. Because you were young at that time, you naturally didn't know about the matters between men and women, so it was difficult to release its power. It was nourished in your body and gradually took effect. I can say that when you were young, your cultivation speed was far faster than ordinary people. Of course, it was because of hard work, and the hidden power of the mysterious yang fruit was also of great help. However, this situation continued until you understood the matters between men and women. Baidu search PC. The city lord's complexion changed again. He cried out involuntarily, that is indeed the case. Divine Doctor, my cultivation speed was far faster than my peers. However, as you said, after I became an adult, my cultivation speed gradually slowed down. Xianxia smiled slightly, the effect of the mysterious yang fruit is great. For the human body, even if you don't use it for yourself, it won't cause any harm. However, its attribute is yang. After you first tasted the matters between men and women, you rarely restrained yourself, which led to a large amount of physical exhaustion. The mysterious yang fruit hidden in your body replenished your physical strength, but because you found a channel to vent it, a large amount of energy was converted into energy. Therefore, your later excitement, to a certain extent, was only to vent some kind of hidden external force in your body. It wasn't really a natural need. The city lord was stunned, so that is the case. Then, aren't my actions recklessly wasting natural resources? Xianxia smiled again, this is a matter of opinion. Speaking of which, even though the effect of the mysterious yang fruit is great, it is not endless. In other words, under your decades of squandering, the power of the mysterious yang fruit has been completely exhausted. And that power has been inseparable from your body's yang energy. The power of the mysterious yang fruit has been exhausted, and the next thing to exhaust is your body's instinctive ability. However, you didn't know anything about it and continued to act recklessly. Under excessive consumption, your body's yang energy has been overdrawn to the limit. How can you not? Xianxia sighed, right now, it is only reflected in the matters between men and women. If a few more years pass, the imbalance between yin and yang will become more and more serious. Your entire body and life may collapse. Even if your body is far healthier than ordinary people, it will be useless. The city lord's face turned white. This was because someone had said this before, and the person who said this was an extremely famous divine doctor. It was just that the godly doctor was unable to see through the mystery of the profound yang fruit, nor was he able to give him a method to recuperate his body. Because of this, the city lord was skeptical of his diagnosis. He also hoped that the divine doctor had exaggerated the difficulty of the illness because he was unable to treat him. But now that he heard Xianxia say this again, he naturally had no more doubts. His life was in danger, his life was actually in danger. Originally, I thought it was just an illness of mine, but now, I have to pay with my life as well, damn it. Little brother. I wonder if my illness can be cured? The way the city lord addressed him as little brother was very sincere, but it was different from before. Now, he was filled with hope, as well as a kind of careful fawning. There's hope. It can be cured. Chu Yang frowned, but if you want to completely cure it and make a complete recovery, or even better, it will take some time. In the end, it was a huge loss. Consolidating the foundation and nurturing the origin. It's not something that can be done overnight. There has to be a period of recuperation. The city lord held his breath. He looked at Chu Yang with hope. It'll take at least half a year. Chu Yang gave a time limit. Just now, the sword spirit had already given him the prescription in the tribulation space. If it were someone else, even if they knew the cause and the treatment method, they would still be helpless. But for you, it's a piece of cake. Because Chu Yang had two of the great medicines, mysterious ice jade paste and mysterious yang jade essence. These two things nourished yin and yang. It was a divine medicine that could consolidate the foundation and adjust the yin and yang. It was hard to find a better medicine than these two things in the world. In fact, although the city lord's illness was also quite troublesome, it was not to the extent that he needed to use these two medicines. He only needed to use some mysterious ice jade core and mysterious yang jade core to treat him. This was a cure for the root of the illness, and it needed a certain amount of time. If it was just to treat the symptoms, just give him some blood of the lust dragon, and he would immediately be full of vigor. As for treating the symptoms and the root of the illness, it was even simpler. As long as the three were combined, he could be cured in a day. This was the sword spirit's original words. But now, the black-hearted divine Dr. Chu had to make the best use of the city lord's illness. He actually extended the cure period from 1 day to half a year. The bet with Shifty Guy was half a year. If the city lord's illness was cured now, what if this bastard didn't appreciate his kindness and didn't want to give him face? So, half a year. The city lord let out a long sigh of relief. It's not long, not long. It was really not long. As long as it could be cured and his life could be saved, not to mention half a year, even 10 years was not long. For high-level martial artists with profound cultivation, 10 years was really nothing. Half a year was just a small period of time for closed-door training. It was really nothing. Big brother, you don't have to worry too much about this illness. The half-a-year time limit I gave was to cure the illness completely. Chu Yang smiled and said, actually, after the treatment starts today, Big Brother can regain his vigor. You can completely continue in that aspect, and be as brave as before. As for the half-a-year time limit, it's mainly to adjust the yin and yang balance, consolidate the foundation, and let your life return to a stable state. Really? Brother, you're not joking with me, right? The city lord stood up abruptly. This time even his voice was trembling. Tears also came out of his eyes. Oh my God, tonight I can. I want to cry. Oh, it's better not to cry. Let my brother cry at night. Medicine is a benevolent art. How can a doctor's words be false? Chu Yang bowed solemnly. That's great. That's great. The city lord wiped his tears happily. Boo-hoo. Brother, you're my second parent, boo-hoo. You don't even know what kind of life I've been living these 2 years. Your sister-in-law is really like a wolf or a tiger. No, she's even more ferocious than a tiger or a wolf. Every day I have to be a thief. Boo-hoo, that kind of resentful gaze, as long as I see it, my heart will feel guilty. Brother, do you know that kind of feeling, brother? Do you know, brother? The city lord's words were incoherent. It was obvious that he had lost control of his emotions. Chu Yang almost scolded, bullshit. What kind of words are these? How can I know that kind of feeling? If I know, doesn't it mean that I can't do it? You think that you can't do it? That all the men in the world can't do it? Not only can you do it, you can do it very well. Big brother, let's treat him first and see the situation. Yes, 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 the city lord agreed repeatedly. After an hour. After preparing 3 large water tanks filled with water, the treatment process began. The city lord drank a bowl of medicinal soup prepared by divine Dr. Chu. The vile taste of this bowl of medicinal soup made the city lord truly enjoy a combination of ice and fire, as well as 18 levels of hell. In that medicinal soup, Yang very carefully put some Xian ice jade core, Xianyang jade core, powder. Just a little bit of essence power, yes, just a little bit of powder would be enough. Yang circulated his martial power to catalyze it, and finally added a few drops of lust dragon's blood. Everything was done, but when these were placed in the same bowl and boiled into a medicinal soup, the taste would definitely make one feel like dying. He drank the first mouthful. Before he swallowed it, the city lord felt that his body had suddenly entered into a 10,000-year Xian Iceland. In an instant, even his blood was frozen. His whole body shivered, and he couldn't fight the cold anymore. His face was instantly covered with frost. Then, he continued to swallow, but immediately, he felt an extreme scorching heat rising. In an instant, it was as if the sun had run into his stomach. The heat at this moment made the ice and snow on the city lord's body all turn into sweat. Then, he felt that his whole body was being dried. He was so dry that he couldn't even scream, but in the next moment, it was ice cold, and in the next moment, it was scorching heat. This cycle repeated endlessly, combination of ice and fire, definitely, and it was 81 layers of ice and fire, such alternating coldness and heat. The city lord endured it for dozens of times. When it came to the last half bowl of medicinal soup, the city lord simply pinched his nose and drank it in one gulp, following the principle of short-term pain rather than long-term pain. This time, it was incredible. One moment, it was frozen. The next moment, it was on fire, and the next moment, it was frozen again. The city lord was almost tortured to death. Finally, he endured these two feelings. After it came to an end, the extreme stench, the extreme sourness, the extreme spiciness, the extreme bitterness in the medicinal soup, all kinds of wonderful tastes were officially on the stage. The city lord gasped with his mouth open, his eyes turning white. After a long, long time. Only then did he manage to regain the strength to speak. The first sentence was, "Oh my God. My Emperor East Emperor," he realized that he could speak again. The city lord's face was full of tears. It wasn't that he didn't want to scream just now, but he was so messed up that he couldn't even scream. Life after death, living a life worse than death, escaping death by the skin of one's teeth, and being reborn after death. Life was really full of ups and downs. Under Chu Yang's guidance, the city lord immediately channeled his energy, and then, with a boom, he was thrown into a big water tank. Chu Yang kept splashing water inside. As the city lord channeled his energy, the feeling of alternating coldness and heat became more obvious. Continuously drinking water, continuously sweating, continuously evaporating, and continuously freezing, Chu Yang continued to pour water into the water tank from the outside. He kept the water tank close to the brim from beginning to end. After a long, long time, the water in the other two large water tanks was almost empty. The city lord finally finished absorbing it. Just drinking water and sweating to evaporate. This process used up 2 whole tanks of water. After the city lord came out, his expression was very strange. During the treatment process just now, he sweated a lot, and he drank a lot of his own sweat. This didn't matter. However, the real problem was that, only the city lord himself knew that when those extreme sensations alternated with each other, he would embarrassedly lose control of his bladder every time. To put it in simpler terms, he would tremble and pee. The city lord's face turned green and red. He smacked his lips. This taste is really King wonderful. This matter must be kept absolutely confidential. Well, big brother, how do you feel? Yang asked casually. Involuntarily licking his lips, the city lord blurted out, a bit coquettish. Coquettish? Yang's eyes widened. What kind of feeling is this? Not coquettish, it's an illusion, it's a slip of the tongue. The city lord was also a little stunned. How could he accidentally say the truth? He hurriedly remedied, I feel a lot. It's too cold, too hot. Too bitter. Too spicy, too smelly. He complained again and again. Yang laughed, good medicine is bitter. Since it's to adjust yin and yang, how can there be no alternating cycle of cold and hot? I say, big brother, your illness has consumed all of my stock. This is for you, big brother. If it were someone else, I would absolutely not be willing to give up those good medicines. Brother, you've worked hard. The city lord said gratefully, brother, don't worry. In the territory of Purple Cloud City, I still have some power. I will never let you suffer any grievances. Now, the city lord only felt that his whole body was warm and comfortable. Especially his little brother, who had not raised his head for almost 2 years, was eager to try. He shook his head and an inexplicable male excitement had gradually risen. After the city lord felt this long-lost nostalgia, he could not help but cry. Regardless of Chu Yang's presence in front of him, he did not think about his image. He reached out and grabbed him, tears streaming down his face. Brother, it's been a long time. Chu Yang was speechless. Come. The city lord shouted with all his strength. This sudden roar shook the entire city lord's mansion. Chu Yang, who bore the brunt, only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He almost fainted. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. You dare to yell at me? What a big dog. See if I don't make the medicine more bitter and unpleasant to drink in the future. Who asked you to yell at me? Sir. The guards heard the urgency in the city lord's voice and rushed over. Seeing the water stains in the room and smelling a strange smell, they could not help but be surprised. My lord, is something wrong? What do you mean what happened? The city lord roared, go. Xianxia, bring the box next to my pillow over. Speed. Hurry up. Hurry up and King go. It was obvious that he couldn't wait. When the guard heard this, he didn't dare to delay and ran away. The private residence of the city lord. A guard ran in, panting. The few maids who tried to stop him were pushed aside by him. Madam, what's the matter? A beautiful woman with a graceful figure frowned and looked over. The city lord wants the box beside the pillow. The guard panted. Box? The beautiful woman's tone had a hint of bitterness. What does he need that box for? Take it. The guard took it. He broke into a run. The beautiful woman looked at the back of the guard and her eyes were full of doubt. He's already like that. He can't do anything. What's the use of this? Could it be that he wanted to destroy it? Sigh. He let out a long sigh, feeling that his youth was going to be wasted. The beautiful woman couldn't help but feel depressed and resentful. She couldn't blame anyone for this. It was all her fault for finding such an incompetent husband. Sir, the box is back. You. The guard was panting as if his legs were about to break from running. Bring it over. The city lord said majestically. Don't pretend. You have the strength of a human level. How can you be so tired after just a few steps? Get lost. The guard was exposed and immediately smiled embarrassedly. He stopped panting and walked out calmly. Chu Yang's eyes almost popped out. He was indeed a talent. Brother. This is my collection over the years. Look. When the guard's figure disappeared, Dong Lai's dignified official's aura disappeared instantly. He approached Chu Yang. He had a wretched look on his face and kept raising his eyebrows. What things? Chu Yang was very curious. These are all treasures. The city lord opened the box carefully. Bring them over today. I'll do an experiment to see if they can be used. What things, can they be used? Chu Yang was even more confused. Oh, it's this. The city lord rubbed his crotch with his hand. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He suddenly had a strong impulse to run away. This guy, how is he going to experiment? Instantly, Minister Chu's lips turned pale. His heart was beating wildly. He secretly made up his mind. Does this bastard want to experiment on me? If this guy really has that kind of idea and dares to touch me, I'd rather run all over the world to cut off his penis. At this time, the city lord had already opened the box and took out a book with a wretched face. He even laughed strangely, waved his hand mysteriously and said, Brother, come and take a look, it's very good, ha ha ha. Chu Yang was stunned by the city lord's actions. He was very curious. He went over to take a look. Suddenly, black lines appeared on his forehead. F***ck, so it's that thing. A big pile of erotic pictures, every erotic picture was colorful. No matter if it was the men or women, they were all lifelike. Whether it was the skin, the curves, or the expressions, they were all fascinating. It's really good stuff. Look, this is this kind of posture. What kind is that? The city lord's eyes were shining. He looked at the pictures carefully, as if he had found a treasure. Chu Yang's forehead was full of black lines. He seemed to be disdainful. His face was full of Taoism. As for what he was thinking in his heart, only he knew. The city lord looked at it and suddenly groaned. He made a few "oh" sounds in his throat. Suddenly, he put away the erotic painting with lightning speed. He jumped up and said, I can't, I have to hurry." All of a sudden, he dashed out. He shouted, "Guards, send divine Dr. Chu out. I'll visit you another day to thank you. That, secret, we'll do it another day. Where's Madam? Madam, where are you?" Towards the end, even his voice couldn't be heard. Chu Yang had never seen such speed in his life, a peerless divine doctor, such a good curative effect. The city lord was very excited. Chu Yang was completely dumbfounded as he watched the back view of the city lord in heat disappear from his sight. He was flabbergasted and speechless. There was silence. This guy. To be able to become a city lord, he should be a bit shrewd. Why is he so lustful? Chu Yang was respectfully escorted out by the guards. Let's not talk about it for now. The city lord rushed all the way home. His speed was really as fast as lightning. The city lord's wife was enjoying the flowers in the garden. She heard his voice coming from afar. He was extremely anxious. Madam, what's the matter?" As soon as the city lord's wife spoke, she felt that she was carried up by someone. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing?" "What am I doing?" The city lord exuded a masculine aura and panted, "Of course. I'm doing you." Without giving any time to explain, he rushed into the room with his wife in his arms. He closed the door with a bang. The maids outside looked at each other. What's going on? How can this be? Did the sun rise from the west? Suddenly, they heard a scream from the city lord's mansion. What's going on? Immediately. The sound of the room shaking could be heard. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The faces of the maids immediately turned as red as the rosy clouds of the morning sun. One by one, they ran away in a panic. This was, too, shameful. It was said that there was a strange sound in the city lord's mansion that lasted for an entire night. The city lord and his wife fought to the death. No one knew who won and who lost. When Chu Yang returned, it was already afternoon. But he didn't stop. Instead, he directly called everyone and went to the Li clan's courtyard. The city lord's side was already settled. Chu Yang felt that there was no point in continuing to open the men's hall. It was better to hurry to the next step. Time was tight, it had to be said. The Li clan's courtyard was quite big. Chu Yang went in and looked around. Then, he set aside the largest courtyard and arranged for people to live in. This courtyard was obviously for the original bodyguards to live in. It was quite spacious. At least, the more than 1,000 people under Chu Yang's command were far from enough. That night, they began to build a large scale. The original garden, rockery, and other buildings that had no practical use were all flattened, razed to the ground. Then, they built a large number of buildings and rooms on it. Otherwise, when there were more and more people in the future, they wouldn't be able to live in it. It had to be said that Chu Yang had already started to plan ahead. It was necessary to build a solid foundation. There were a lot of people now, but most of them were children. Chu Yang simply came up with his own invention. He put up the bed frame and put up the escalator. There were 7 or 8 beds in a room, divided into 3 levels. Then, there would be 1 bed on each level. In this way, more than 20 people could live in a room. There was even a certain amount of space to put some daily necessities. That night, the kitchen maids, nannies, and other women that Chu Yang hired also moved into the Li clan's courtyard. The originally empty courtyard suddenly became lively. The food that brother who stole was once again put into the Li clan's granary by Chu Yang. Roughly estimating, the food was enough for at least 10,000 people to eat for 3 years. It was more than enough. For the time being, there was no need to worry about food. But it seemed that the Prime Minister still lacked a butler. Such a big place couldn't be without a butler. So, Chu Yang frowned and entered the tribulation space. During this period, Chu Yang went in every day to take a look. There were still a bunch of female soldiers in there. But, who should he use as the butler? When they saw Chu Yang come in, there was a burst of shouting. Big brother Chu, Chu Yang. Big brother Chu. My hair just grew a little longer, so I was urged by my wife to get a haircut. I was forced to get a buzz cut. On the way back, my bicycle punctured a tire. I went home angry and wanted to smoke a cigarette. A flame came out of the lighter. It burned my nose hair. It wouldn't be strange if it burned my hair or eyebrows. But this time, it was my nose hair that was burned. Damn it, then, he used tissue paper to scrape it, and it turned into a black powder. The worst thing was that when he sent a WeChat message to ask for sympathy, everyone gloated over his misfortune. There was actually a considerable number of people who replied, Feng Ling, burn it again. Prepare to burn it again, take a picture of it and send it online for us to laugh. Seeing Chu Yang enter, Xia Danfeng, Gu Miaoling, Huyan Aobua, Xia Danqiong's wife and Ao Xian's two wives all came forward to welcome him. Ao Xian's two wives had the surname Huang and Bai. They were both beautiful and slim. Xia Danqiong's wife had the surname Mei. They were all 1 in a million beauties. On this point, Chu Yang was very impressed with his brother's foresight. Chu Yang was all smiles as he greeted them one by one. He didn't dare to be negligent, never neglecting, never neglecting. He smiled from the bottom of his heart. These were all his brother's wives. Therefore, Chu Yang paid extra attention to his image in front of them. He couldn't not pay attention. Eldest uncle was in an awkward position. Meanwhile, Tai Budian was looking at them with a smile. I wonder when we can go out to play. Xia Danfeng pouted. Exactly, let's go out for a walk. We're already here, but we can't really go out. It's so annoying. Huyan Ao Bo walked back and forth with large strides. That majestic body of hers made all the girls feel a heartfelt sense of oppression. Although the other girls didn't say anything, their gazes were obviously filled with anticipation. This was human nature. In this inexplicable space, although her cultivation was soaring every day, a woman was still a woman. If a woman always stayed in a place like this, she would definitely not be very happy. If a man who was crazy about cultivation were to be in such a place, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised, but women were different. Among all of them, only Tai Budian was happy. Because she knew that she was in her man's territory. This was an absolute sense of security and belonging. This was Tai Butian's absolute trust in Chu Yang. In fact, Tai Budian was very satisfied. In the past, she could only miss him. But now, she could see him every day. What more could she ask for? Humans shouldn't be so greedy. Besides, Tai Budian had been educated as an emperor since she was young. The steadiness formed from years of controlling the world also allowed her to remain as steady and calm as water in a deep pool under most circumstances. She definitely wouldn't be impatient. This was a true aristocrat, a person in a high position. The difference between her and an ordinary person. She could blend in perfectly with any group, and have the people around her approve of her, but when an outsider noticed the group, no matter how inconspicuous her place was. However, outsiders would always notice her at first glance. Ha ha ha, don't be anxious, don't be anxious. This time, I was afraid that you would be bored, so I specially came to invite you. Chu Yang laughed out loud. Then, he rolled his eyes and said, I'm doing a big thing outside right now. It's an important thing that concerns the future of all of us. We need a lot of help. Go, 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 we'll all go. Before Chu Yang could finish, the response was already very enthusiastic. But then, all the girls looked at Tai Budian and asked carefully, Sister Budian, what do you mean? Among these women, there was no one else. Apart from Xia Danfeng, Tai Butian was the youngest among them. However, all the girls had a vague feeling that Tai Butian was the core of the group. When he spoke, there was a hint of respect in his tone. This had nothing to do with Tai Budian being Chu Yang's woman. It also had nothing to do with the fact that Tai Budian had once been an emperor. It was completely due to Tai Butian's personal charm. Among Chu Yang's brothers, be it Ao Xianyun, Tan Tan, Xia Danqiong or GMO, any one of them was an existence with high standards. How could a woman who could catch the eyes of these brothers of Chu Yang be an ordinary woman? Every single one of them had a clever mind and was chosen on the spot. Including Huyan Aobua, who had a rough appearance. She was also a meticulous and refined person. However, ever since Tai Budian appeared in their daily lives, in the most ordinary of interactions, her friendliness, bearing, and grace made all the girls fall head over heels for her. Moreover, when she spoke, she had great foresight, making all the girls feel the gap between them from the bottom of their hearts. Slowly, without any deliberate effort, Tai Budian had already become the core of all the girls, the only core. When Chu Yang saw this situation, he couldn't help but be astonished. To be able to make so many proud girls willingly submit to her, this wife of his was indeed quite capable. Personal charm and personal charm were different. He was able to gather all his brothers around him mostly because of his personal charm, but Tai Budian was able to easily subdue all the girls because of her personal charm. Sisters, you are all my brother's family. We are a family to begin with. Now that my husband is in trouble and needs your help, please don't hesitate to lend a helping hand. Tai Budian smiled warmly and said affectionately. Okay. Huyan Aobua made a prompt decision. She turned and asked Chu Yang, when are we going out? Do you want to go now? Obviously, all the girls couldn't wait. It's not a problem if you want to go out now, but there are a few conditions that I hope everyone will abide by. After all, this is not the heavenly layer. It's not a good thing if some unnecessary trouble arises. Chu Yang touched his nose. To be honest, he really didn't intend to let these girls go out. The light spirit jade wasn't a problem. He had already bought a lot of them before, but he hadn't made up his mind to let the girls go out. After all, Purple Cloud City was just a small city at the border. If so many beautiful girls suddenly appeared, Chu Yang could imagine what kind of impact it would cause. This time, if it wasn't for the urgent need for reliable help, Chu Yang still wouldn't let them out. It was better to be stifled than to be in danger. Coming out to play was fine, but staying outside for a long time, just like Chu Yang's concern before coming up, there were quite a lot of perverts in this heavenly layer. Chu Yang always felt uneasy. If it was only his own women, then it was nothing. He would protect his own women. But when it involved the wives of Gu Duxing, Xia Donqiong, and other brothers, Chu Yang was extremely cautious. Protecting his brother's women was really not nice to hear. These women, no matter which one of them was in trouble, Chu Yang couldn't bear the responsibility. What are the conditions? The first condition is that after going out, you must listen to me. You are not allowed to act on your own. Chu Yang's voice was very heavy. This is not a problem. We are not people who don't know the limits. The second condition. After going out, you must disguise yourself and make yourself look uglier. Chu Yang raised the second condition. How can we do that? The girls immediately protested. None of the women didn't care about their appearance. Once they heard that not only were they not allowed to dress up beautifully, but they also had to deliberately disguise themselves as ugly girls, how could they be willing to do that? Women's concern for beauty might even be higher than their lives. I feel that the second condition is the most important. Tai Budian pondered. As soon as she spoke, the girls immediately shut up. This change shocked Chu Yang. Chu Yang was originally prepared to be besieged by the girls. He had to speak the truth, reason, and repeatedly explain things to make the girls listen. He didn't expect that Tai Butian's words would cause the whole room to fall silent. Firstly, you have just come up to the heavenly layer imperial court and haven't gained a firm foothold yet. Beauty, at the wrong time and place, is a source of trouble. Tai Butian's bright eyes flashed. She said, secondly, as the saying goes, women dress up for the one who loves them. All the brothers are not here now. Sisters, even if you dress up like fairies, who are you showing it to? Are you going to show it to those who have nothing to do with us? Wouldn't that be letting those outsiders take advantage of us? It's really not worth it. Sister Butian's words make a lot of sense. Isn't that the case? The girls pondered and nodded, expressing their agreement. That's right, the one they loved wasn't here. Who would they dress up for? Hearing this, they immediately expressed their acceptance of Chu Yang's suggestion. We'll wait for them to come. When they come, we have to recover. Of course. Chu Yang hurriedly agreed, wiping away his cold sweat. With his wife involved, there was no contest. After a simple introduction of the situation outside, Chu Yang gave each of them a light spirit jade to wear on their bodies. Then, he carried out a meticulous disguise work inside before bringing the girls out. Now, everyone's figures and appearances, to put it in a very simple way, looking at the back, thinking of committing a crime, looking at the side, thinking of retreating, looking at the front, thinking of self-defense. Well, I don't need to disguise myself. It's too troublesome. Xianxia said casually. The girls were speechless. It was indeed superfluous. In all fairness, Xianxia was definitely not ugly. She could even be considered a beauty. Moreover, she had a kind of heroic spirit that no other girls had. Well, just that, her skeleton was slightly bigger. She was just a few sizes bigger than the average girl. Even if this kind of girl was very beautiful, but just by looking at the way she walked on the road, she was even more valiant than a man. Ordinary men would definitely stay away from her. Who would be willing to be beaten by a woman like a punching bag? Chu Yang grimaced as if he had a toothache. He admitted, cough cough. If Audiobook isn't willing, then it's fine. Do you mean that I'm ugly? Xianxia asked. This. Chu Yang was instantly dumbfounded. How should he put it? I'm not good looking to begin with. Xianxia snorted and turned her head. Chu Yang was sweating profusely. This sentence was too difficult to explain. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't care. After the girls came out, it only took a little time for them to carry out their duties. During this period of time, Tai Budian had a clear understanding of the temperaments of the sisters. Just a casual assignment was enough to make everyone happy. Sister Miao Ling, you're the most stable. Please be the housekeeper of our clan. I guarantee that everyone will listen to your commands. Gu Miaoling was originally the housekeeper of the Gu clan. Now, she could be considered to have been reinstated. Well, as for the two sisters-in-law, she said to the two wives of Ao Xieyun, I'll leave the two of you in charge of the inner court. All the female servants and maids will be chosen by you. Then, report to Sister Miao Ling and make the appropriate arrangements. Okay. Sister Danfeng and Audiobook, the two of you will be in charge of external affairs, including the arrangement of procurement. Sister Audiobook will be in charge and Sister Danfeng will assist. Okay. No problem. The two of them were partners that complemented each other. Sisters-in-law of the Xia clan, how about you be in charge of those children? Madame Mei, Xia Danqiong's wife, was gentle and graceful. She seemed to be full of motherly warmth. She was the most suitable person to be the housekeeper of those children. Gun. Com** in the blink of an eye, Tai Budian had made all the arrangements. Then, she briefly introduced the environment of the Heaven Imperial Court and called over a few people to be her attendants. After taking the money from Chu Yang, the ladies left in a hubbub and went to Purple Cloud City to make a big purchase. Is this okay? Chu Yang was a little hesitant. He looked at his surroundings, which had become empty in the blink of an eye. Trust me, don't worry. Tai Budian smiled. You're not a woman and you don't understand women at all. These things, including the purchase, price, needs, etc. If it were a man, he might not be able to do it without half a month's time. Even if he could do it, it might not be easy. But if it were a woman, it wouldn't even take half a day. It's easy. Tai Budian smiled. This is the fundamental difference between men and women. Chu Yang was stunned. He really didn't know this. Seeing that Chu Yang was in a daze, Tai Budian moved gently to his side and asked, What about me? What do I do? Chu Yang grinned and said with a smile, Your Majesty's task is to warm my bed. You don't have to worry about anything else. Tai Budian blushed at once. She spat. You're not serious at all. Her eyes were like spring water as she glanced at him. Just like that, Chu Yang was intoxicated. Even though Tai Butian's face had also been darkened by now, the way her eyes twinkled still made Chu Yang's soul almost leave his body. This was the first time Tai Budian looked at someone with that kind of feminine gaze. Chu Yang didn't expect that the dignified and solemn emperor could also look at him like that. He didn't have any resistance at all. he went limp at once. After calming himself down, Chu Yang recovered a little. He said, Budian, actually, what I want you to do is the most important. What is it? Asked Tai Budian. In the future, no matter where our forces develop. Chu Yang said seriously, we need someone to control the overall situation. And this person can't be me. Tai Budian frowned. What kind of person was she? She knew what he meant just by hearing his words. You're planning to. Right now, we don't have any generals as our vanguard, so at this stage, we still need to charge and break through enemy lines and seize territory. However, those who control the overall situation in the rear are also a heavy burden. Chu Yang gently exhaled, I want you, here. Just like in the lower three heavens, he would become an emperor. Take control of all our forces. Chu Yang looked deeply into Tai Butian's eyes. One day, in this celestial imperial court, we will also rule the world. Tai Butian's heart trembled. Chu Yang's ambition was actually so great. This was not the double heaven continent. This was the double heaven imperial court, where experts were as common as clouds. Overlooking the world? Was it really possible? Nothing is absolute in this world. If he dared to think about it, he was already halfway to success. In the future, we will definitely have to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Therefore, it is necessary to have a strong and powerful force as a backing. It must be under our complete control. During the battle, we can't rely on the heavenly imperial court saint. Even, we can't rely on Shui Leihan. In a life and death situation, we can only rely on ourselves. Chu Yang's voice was very heavy. He said, back then, the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds was so powerful and awe-inspiring. Even with everything he had, he still couldn't resist the extraterrestrial demons. We must at least develop until we are stronger than the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds and possess greater strength. Only then can we dare to say that we will fight the extraterrestrial demons. Otherwise, it will just be a farce. I understand. Tai Butian's eyes shone brightly. She said gently, as long as it is what you need, I will do my best. Even if you want the entire double heaven imperial court, I will think of a way to take it down for you. Chu Yang looked at her lovingly and said, this will be very, very hard on you. It's been hard on you. Tai Budian smiled slightly and said, compared to when you first arrived at Iron Cloud and faced Diwu Qingru. Was it harder for me then? Now, at least I still have you. Chu Yang laughed, his heroic spirit instantly rising. Yes, even though it was tough now, it was still much easier than when Tai Budian was at that time. When I came up with you, I originally thought that I had fulfilled my life's wish. Tai Budian smiled and said softly, Chu Yang, actually, my wish has always been not to rule the world or to become some kind of ruler. I just want to be a little woman by your side. Tai Budian said softly, this is my life's wish to follow you and be a little woman who follows her husband. Her eyes looked somewhat deeply into the distance. Finally, she said, however, since I have followed you, I will work hard for our lives together with you. If you want to be grand, I will accompany you to fight the Heaven Wasteland domain. If you want to achieve great ambitions, I will accompany you to rule the world. If you want to fight the extraterrestrial demons, I can only laugh proudly in life and death with you. A warm current surged in Chu Yang's heart. He said, it is destined to be hard for you to follow me. Tai Budian said quietly, but, after all, we will be together. Whether it is life and death, peace and happiness, or wandering about. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said, yes. Tai Budian smiled and slowly took out the indiscernible illusion jade from her own ring. She said softly, since I am going to become an empress or some kind of leader, I cannot be a woman. In the afternoon, I will list out the preliminary plan for you to see, including the various levels of the system and how to develop it. You can add after you. See it and we will discuss and finalize it. Chu Yang blinked and said, Don't wear that first, What for? Tai Budian frowned and looked at him in confusion. Cough cough. It has been such a long time. I really miss your Majesty's body. Chu Yang winked. Let me have a private chat with your Majesty first. Tai Butian's face turned completely red at once. She turned around and was about to escape when Chu Yang grabbed her. Without any explanation, he carried her into his room. Bang. The door was closed. No. It is still daytime now. We can't do it in daytime. Tai Budian pushed Chu Yang's body with all her might and pleaded, how about at night, so what if it is daytime? Can't I report to your majesty during the day? Human relations are the most important. Everything else can stand to the side. Chu Yang's body pressed heavily against Tai Butian's soft and delicate body. His mouth was wide open and he was kissing and sniffing everywhere. His hands had already slipped inside and were caressing Tai Butian's smooth and creamy body. No. I'll go wash my face first. Tai Budian refused. There's no need for that. Your majesty is very clean. Chu Yang had already taken off all his clothes by now. He reached out and tore off the last piece of clothing on Tai Butian's body. Then, he pressed his body against hers. Your majesty. I'm coming. Please spread your legs apart, your majesty. It's so slippery, following Tai Butian's feeble moans, I'm officially working hard for the emperor, cough cough. I'll omit 3 million words here. By the time the few women returned with the majestic purchasing team, the sky had already darkened. One could look down on women's other abilities, but one absolutely could not underestimate their shopping prowess. Buying the most, best and most suitable items with the least amount of money was originally a woman's innate skill. Any woman had this great ability. As far as the eye could see, rows and rows of horse carriages entered the Li clan courtyard like a long dragon. Of course. Now, it was no longer appropriate to use the name Li clan courtyard, because divine Dr. Chu had officially become the owner of this place. This place should be called Chu clan courtyard. Huyan Aobua and the others began to do their own things. They each divided their own areas. Everyone was exceptionally smart and did things exceptionally quickly. In just a short period of time, they each divided their own areas. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. There was absolutely nothing that was overstepped. But it was definitely not too little. It was just right. It was believed that even if Tai Budian personally divided the distribution, location, size, and personnel, she could at most arrange it to this extent. Everyone was very clear in their hearts. Although this place was nominally the Chu clan, in fact, the brothers still had to gather here in the end. This place was also the common family property of all the brothers. This place was the foundation. This place was everyone's home. The place where the most original base was located, so, everyone was very active. They did their best to complete their own work. Besides, it was their first time here. Every place in this heavenly imperial court was filled with novelty. The brothers' wives were all dazzled for a moment. With such a good place, they naturally had to walk around more. They didn't want to stay in that strange space anymore. At night, the Chu clan courtyard held a big banquet for the first time. Nominally, it was for the completion of the Chu clan courtyard. In fact, it was naturally to welcome the arrival of the girls. Chu Yang and Tai Budian attended. Originally, they had intended to invite Yen Russian and Shifty Guy. But when the two saw that the table was full of girls, and all of them were ugly girls, they straightforwardly declined the invitation. They ordered wine and dishes and drank together. The two of them drank and chatted. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Is there something wrong with Chu Yang's head? Is it because of his martial arts that he suffered too much of a blow? The timing doesn't match. I think he has known these girls for quite a long time. Maybe there's something wrong with his sense of beauty. No one is too perfect. He has a handsome appearance and a strong physique. He's young and talented. But he lacks a proper sense of beauty. God is still very fair. Indeed. Actually, these girls' figures are quite good. It's just that they're a little tanned and ugly. That's why I said there's something wrong with Chu Yang's sense of beauty. He likes girls like this. Everyone has their own preferences. Sigh, compared to those girls, I suddenly feel that my fiancée is actually a very good beauty. I kind of miss her. What? You have a fiancée? Someone like you actually has someone with your looks. You didn't snatch her away, did you? Quick, tell me in detail. Sigh, I didn't snatch her away. In fact, she was the one who forced me. Ah, is your fiancé blind? What do you mean by that? What can I mean? It's a rational analysis. Isn't it the truth? When you recover, I want to fight with you. You, back then, Yan Russian and Yan Russian started the conversation. As they drank more and more wine, their tongues got bigger and bigger, and the topic naturally got further and further away. On the other side, when Chu Yang brought Tai Budian out, everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Tai Budian had already tried her best to control herself when she walked out, but her legs were still a little weak. Sitting there, she didn't seem much better than a puddle of mud. The girls were all experienced, and they sized up Tai Butian's face and body meaningfully. Tai Budian hung her head low, and even her neck was red. Then, the girls' faces also turned red. So, no one spoke during the meal. They all ate in silence, drank in silence, and picked up food in silence. After the meal, the girls ran away as if they were running for their lives. Tai Budian pinched Chu Yang hard, and she was so embarrassed that she almost went crazy. It's all your fault, all your fault, all your fault, Chu Yang laughed. That night, Chu Yang called the girls for a meeting again. Everyone was given a few elixirs to increase their cultivation. Chu Yang did this because he wanted these girls to break through to the supreme level in the shortest time possible. At least they had the ability to protect themselves, and the stronger they were, the better. In the heavenly continent, there were heavenly restrictions, and it wasn't advisable to increase one's cultivation too much. But in the heavenly imperial court, such restrictions were much less. At least before reaching the human level, there weren't too many restrictions. At the very least, there was too much buffering, which could dilute the drawbacks of such rapid improvement. The sky was endless. This was the evaluation of cultivation in the heavenly imperial court. In addition to increasing one's cultivation, one also had to change one's original aptitude. Chu Yang's spring of life, Xianxia bone-destroying water, and other rare resources could really show their original effects in the heavenly imperial court. That night was a night of improvement that no one knew of, but had a profound and far-reaching impact. Chu Yang had already decided to invest all the resources he had in an all-round way, regardless of the cost. He had to achieve the most ideal and best results. Everyone was silently improving their cultivation in their own rooms. On the roof of the core of the Chu clan's courtyard, a small white figure squatted quietly under a hidden roof somewhere. Although the white figure was only the size of a palm, it was fully focused at this moment. Brother Hu released a huge amount of spiritual energy to completely seal off the entire Chu clan's courtyard. This was its home ground. If by chance someone dared to come and make trouble tonight, Brother Tiger will kill him mercilessly. Even more coincidentally, Yan Russian and Creepy Cat drank until they were sober than a drunken cat. Once again, they missed the chance to experience a certain brother's terrifying power. Why did he say again? In any case, he had missed it. The night passed peacefully and quietly. Dawn. The aura of a breakthrough shot up to the sky, but it was suppressed by Brother Tiger's powerful spiritual power, not allowing it to spread out. Under Chu Yang's generous support, the girls broke through one after another. Hearing the surprised cries of the girls below, Brother Tiger, who was on the roof, curled his lips in disdain. Is this achievement worth being happy about? Aren't you embarrassed? Have you seen the world? Do you have some knowledge? Could he still be a little more promising? How shameful, how shameful. Originally, Chu Yang had already laid down an extremely solid foundation for Tai Budian. When she was in the upper three heavens, her strength had already broken through to first-grade supreme martial artist. This time, under Chu Yang's unstinting efforts, Tai Budian directly advanced by 3 levels. This progress was not as fast as Chu Yang's. But compared to people who had just ascended from other continents, she could already be considered as a powerhouse. It was the same for Xie Danfeng and the other girls. The ones with the weakest foundation were probably Ao Xieyun's 2 wives. After this night of improvement, they had barely reached the martial saint level. Well, this martial saint level was the standard of the martial saint level in the heaven continent, not the martial saint level in the heaven imperial court. In the wee hours, Chu Yang gave Yan Russian another round of acupuncture before he slowly made his way to the kitchen. Many people were busy working in full swing. They had to cook for more than 1,000 people at once. This was not an easy task. In addition to having enough manpower, they also had to have enough cooking equipment. And the location. On one side, there were 10 big pots. In the big pots was the rice soup that Chu Yang had specially requested. Chu Yang had set a rule: everyone, every meal, must drink the soup. Those who did not drink it would be expelled forever. To be honest, this rice soup was almost the most delicious food for these poor teenagers. How could they not drink it, seeing that the rice soup was bubbling? It looked like it was about to be cooked. Chu Yang walked around the 10 cauldrons and silently added some special things into the spring of life in each cauldron. Then, he added a heavy pill into each cauldron. These teenagers were the development targets of Chu Yang's plan. They were the key aids to his future development. To be honest, these people's aptitudes were not very good. But then again, if they were good, even if they were beggars or orphans, they would have been recruited into some sects long ago. Not good aptitudes, not afraid, because Chu Yang had something that could defy the natural order, the heavy pill. This was a treasure that could change one's aptitudes. Back then, Mo Qinggu only had one heavy pill, and because of that, her aptitude turned into a treasure. Although these little fellows were eaten by 1,000 people, their aptitudes should become very impressive after a few days. At least, they would have the aptitudes of a human or better. Once they got better, it would not be a rare thing for them to become excellent aptitudes. The scene of 1,000 people eating at breakfast, in Chu Yang's eyes, and in his ears, the sound of 1,000 people eating together could only be described as magnificent. Even with Chu Yang's calm temperament, he could not help but feel a cold sweat on his back. Half-grown people die of old age. This was truly a wise saying. Chu Yang felt that these words were too reasonable. These little fellows were basically in an atmosphere of hunger and cold before. Now that there was delicious food in their hands, not only could they eat, but they could also eat as much as they wanted. Their eating and drinking speed was naturally not bad, almost comparable to a martial arts master's fight. Everyone's eyes were looking at Chu Yang with respect and gratitude. Being young was not a problem. Surviving in this cold and heartless world made these little fellows mature very early. Everyone knew that if it was not for Brother Chu Yang in front of them, they did not know what kind of miserable end they would have had. Everyone was also grateful from the bottom of their hearts. The grace of saving their lives, the grace of saving their lives. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yang almost did not say anything, but he had already won the heartfelt love and respect of these little fellows. After eating, they began to distribute their work. Except for the little fellows under 10 years old, the rest who had a certain amount of physical strength were distributed to different positions. Looking at the few women calmly distributing tasks, Chu Yang could not help but want to laugh. Group by group, they left the dining hall in an orderly manner. Chu Yang returned to the meeting hall and immediately found someone to arrange to demolish all the land and houses that he had bought at the beginning of the men's hall to build a unified big courtyard. Money made the world go round. As the money was in place, the new construction began. At present, Chu Yang was not short of money. Naturally, he could not scrimp on the money that should be spent. The formerly clan courtyard, the current Chu clan courtyard, was still in full swing. All the gardens, ponds, and rockery were raised. Rooms rose from the ground one by one. The courtyard walls were thickened and raised to the maximum. Chu Yang, no matter how thick and tall this thing is, it won't be of much use. Fishy Guy was full of doubts. If an expert comes, it will be useless. If an expert comes, he can punch a hole in one punch. For example, if it's me, I can collapse it with a few slaps. I have my own plans. Chu Yang said lightly. But in his heart, he was thinking. Punch a hole in one punch? Collapse it with a few slaps? How can it be so easy? The courtyard walls that I, Chu Yang, have supervised in building are not really completed yet. When it's completed according to my plan, even you, a heaven-level expert, may not be able to make a hole. Let's wait and see. Just as they were chatting, suddenly, a loud roar came from the direction of the gate. Chu Yang! Chu Yang! Divine Dr. Chu! Brother Chu! My good brother! Then, a large group of people rushed in. The first person was the city lord, Dong Lai. When he saw Chu Yang, he rushed up and held Chu Yang's hand, shaking it vigorously. Brother, 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 you're really too. His excitement was evident in his words. Chu Yang was shaken to the point that he could not stand steadily. He cursed in his heart. Damn it, so what if your cultivation is high? When your old cultivation is high, I'll shake you to pieces. The city lord couldn't help but be excited. How could he not be excited? Last night, after taking Chu Yang's medicine, the city lord had regained his former vigor. In one night, he had ruthlessly dealt with that bitch who had always looked down on him and didn't dare to face her for some reason. For an entire night, seeing her begging for mercy under his body, the city lord's heart was filled with satisfaction. In the end, it became an interrogation. Do you still dare to look down on me? Do you still dare to do that? Do you still dare to do that? Until the early morning of this day, the city lord finally got up from the mud-like body and roared to the sky, "Old. I can do it again. I'm even more powerful now." It's really King cool. After tasting this extreme happiness and satisfaction again, the city lord came over to thank Chu Yang at the first moment. If it wasn't for Chu Yang, my generation. Thinking of this, the city lord's hair stood on end. Fear, panic, please don't let that sad feeling come again. You're welcome. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Treating the city lord's injuries is also my duty as a doctor. As he said, he lowered his voice and said, but the treatment will continue for half a year. Make sure to do it once every half a month. Don't miss it. Yes. The city lord laughed and said incoherently. He waved his hand and said, today, I brought people to congratulate you on your move. Brother Chu has officially settled in our Xianxia city. It's a great joy, That's great, please come in. It is my honor to be honored by your presence. Today, there was another big banquet, singing and dancing to celebrate the peace. If not for Chu Yang's insistence, the city lord would have made Chu Yang bow to him. Of course, the city lord was also here to collect debts. He had only reached his goal yesterday and hadn't started collecting money yet. Chu Yang paid the money without hesitation. Now that the city lord had food in his hands, he was no longer anxious. He happily drank until he was dead drunk. After sending off wave after wave of people who came to congratulate me, it's already night time again. Fishy had returned to his seclusion. This fellow had noticed that his fiancée was about to arrive. Although he seemed to be looking forward to it yesterday, he had drunk a lot of wine and was now hiding in his room every day. He didn't even want to come out of his room, let alone go out. For the convenience of teaching, his room was set up in a small room in the hall. It was small, but it was connected to the Li family's library. Fishy went in and forgot about his meals and sleep. He had finally found a good place to go. Yan Russian immediately used his energy to call for Chu Yang. Chu Yang hurried over. Something's not right. Could it be that my spiritual sense is affected by my injuries? Yan Russian frowned deeply. The *T that these fellows watched yesterday was all rubbish. They can't even be considered mediocre. Why is there an improvement today? A few of them are even better than average. How did this happen? Chu Yang was elated but pretended to be confused. Oh? Really? It seemed that after 3 to 4 consecutive meals, there was an effect? My spiritual sense shouldn't have such a big flaw. Don't tell me you used some special method? Yan Russian looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Chu Yang repeatedly cried out, if I had such a heaven-defying method to change someone's aptitude, I would have used it on ZJ first. Others may not know, but Brother Yan, you should know my situation. Yan Russian pondered for a moment. What he said did make sense. This fellow's dantian was worse than trash. If he really had such a method to change someone's aptitude, he would have used it on ZJ long ago. Me. What the hell is going on? Is there really something wrong with my spiritual sense? Otherwise, why would so many people be mistaken? Yan Russian was perplexed. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never have imagined that there would be such a huge change. Big Brother Yan, what do you think? Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, these little guys originally had good aptitudes. But, because of years of poverty and hardship, the potential of their bodies has been slowly eroded or covered up by external factors. After eating and drinking to their fill today, their nutrition has caught up. Start to reveal itself slowly? You didn't see it before, not because there was a problem with your spiritual sense, but because you were deceived by the illusion. Yan Rushan furrowed his eyebrows. What's this? There have been precedents where someone's spiritual perception could be deceived. Chu Yang curled his lips and said, that's hard to say. Nothing is absolute in this world. If we really want to check one's aptitude, at the very least, we'll have to wait for a few days until their body's nutrition returns to normal. Only then will we be able to see their true quality. These few days will be the best time to replenish their bodies. Perhaps there will be some deviation. You don't have to worry too much about it. I believe that the problem won't lie with you. Yan Rushan nodded. Before they could find out the exact reason, Chu Yang's statement was probably the closest to the truth. Then we'll wait a few days and see. Maybe the heavens will bless the good. Maybe you'll be able to take advantage of the situation. Yes, I'll take your blessings. Oh yes. How many days will it take for Big Brother Yin to fully recover from his injuries? About 7 to 8 days. Yan Rushan smiled. Today's sex is a lot lighter. I can gather a certain amount of heaven and earth's essence energy. Ordinary activities won't be a problem anymore, that's great. Brother Yan, after you recover, don't forget about Wang Dao. Chu Yang chuckled. So that's what you had in mind. I really thought that you cared about your big brother Yin. Sigh, I'm so disappointed. Hee. For the next few days, orphans from the surrounding areas of Xianxia city flooded in. Chu Yang, who was not short of money, continued to open the doors for the orphans. So far, he had taken in more than 5,000 orphans. Xianxia city was originally a neighboring area. The 5,000 orphans were basically all taken in. Only then did Chu Yang stop the expansion. He served these little ancestors with delicious food and drinks. His face was full of smiles. This was all part of Chu Yang's grand plan. At night, the spirit beast game was held again. The Jin clan and Wu clan were unhappy with Chu Yang's rapid rise. However, Chu Yang never came to places like the beast fighting arena. The two clans were very depressed about this. They grabbed Jin Yukai and insisted on a spirit beast fight to vent their frustrations. Great philanthropist Jin put out a huge bet of 5,000 Xianxia dollars. You want me to vent my anger? Sure, as long as you have the money. Brother who played the pig to eat the tiger for 2 consecutive rounds. Although he was covered in injuries and was in an exceptionally tragic state, he won a total of 17,000 Xianxia dollars for Chu Yang. Yes, including the peripheral bets. The two clans complained about this result. Their desire to target Jin Yukai became stronger and stronger. They wantonly mobilized their own financial reserves and did not hesitate to fight. However, Jin Yukai never showed up again. It was as if he had disappeared from the world. For 3 consecutive days, the progress of the Chu clan's compound was officially on the right track. Other than the fact that there were still high-level martial artists in charge, everything was basically in order. All the adopted orphans were basically above the age of 5 and below the age of 15. Chu Yang directly divided them into groups according to their age. The 5-year-olds were in one group. The 7-year-olds were in one group. The 8-year-olds were in one group. Yes, the 15-year-olds were in one group. Chu Yang's current target was the oldest groups of 14 and 15-year-olds. The other groups were too young. They could not even be considered as teenagers. They had other uses in Chu Yang's plan. Brother who appeared and disappeared more and more mysteriously these few days. Other than asking Chu Yang for purple crystals on time, he did not show his face much. He also did not say anything when Chu Yang asked. Finally, tonight, what? The purple crystals are gone? How can they be gone? Brother who looked at the purple crystals in front of him, which were less than half of what they used to be. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. They're gone. This time it's real. Chu Yang also heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally gone. Who would have thought that more than 1 billion purple crystals would be completely swallowed by this palm-sized fellow in just a few days? Chu Yang was surprised that these purple crystals could at least last 10 days to half a month. Now that he thought about it, ZJ was too optimistic at that time. How can they be gone? Why didn't you store up more purple crystals? Brother who was a little dejected. Over the past few days, his injuries had been recovering at a rapid pace. Why did it suddenly stop? Yes. The purple crystals are indeed gone. But I still have a lot of purple crystal cores. Can you make do with it? Xianxia blinked and lowered his attitude. What? Purple crystal cores? Make do? You can really make do. Brother Hu's eyes turned into purple crystal cores. Is what you said true? Where have you been these few nights? As long as you tell me, I'll give it to you. I'll let you make do with it. Xianxia still could not understand. This fellow was supposed to be following ZJ. Why did he disappear these few days? Aren't you going to make do with it? Brother Hu's eyes widened. It seemed that Xianxia should make do with it. Should I make do with it? Xianxia was puzzled for a while. I'm really not stupid. How can I still be puzzled after thinking for so long? I even bothered to ask you. Am I crazy? Brother Hu instantly flew into a rage and roared. I've been working for you these few days. I've been working myself to death. You're having fun with your wife, and now you're questioning me. Do you still have some conscience? Oh heavens, oh earth, is there still any justice in this world? Xianxia was speechless. What did you do? Don't you have eyes? I've been strengthening your loyalty these few days. Brother Hu looked at Xianxia quizzically. Don't you know that people change? You've done so much and taken in so many orphans. Perhaps these people will be grateful to you at the start. But they'll get used to it. This gratitude will be gone. Using the words of your people, you'll be grateful if you raise the rice, but hate if you raise the rice. Don't you understand such a simple logic? I'm following AF** King person now. The heavens are blind. Don't go crazy. I naturally understand this logic. Xianxia frowned. In fact, this was also his biggest headache now. He subconsciously asked, do you have a way to solve this problem? Yes, no matter how grateful they were when they were young, as they grew older and experienced more, there were too few people who could maintain their conscience and be grateful. They could even betray the kindness of saving their lives, let alone the kindness of taking them in. Furthermore, in Xianxia's plan, these children were not going to be by his side. If they grew up in other places, it was hard to say if they would even remember him, let alone be grateful. Xianxia had been thinking about this problem these few days. If they were not mature, he would only use those older ones and groom some of them. But that would require a lot of manpower and resources. When these little fellows grew up, the resources used would be enough to fill up the ocean. Nonsense, of course there's a way. Brother Tiger said proudly. They have never cultivated before. I'm just carving their memories of being poor and their memories of being taken in by you into the deepest part of their hearts. Furthermore, I'm transforming their memories into a seed that will be loyal to you forever. Brother Tiger said, this way, as they grow, as they cultivate, they will become more and more loyal to you. Furthermore, this will not cause any burden or harm to them. Because of the condensation of their memories, their souls will have something to rely on, and they will not be swayed. It's also very beneficial to their cultivation. There's such a thing? You're not lying to me, right? Xianxia's eyes widened, and he said seriously, did you make a contract or something like that? That kind of thing can restrict a person's soul the most, and it's very harmful to the soul. If that's the case, I'd rather not have this plan. I can make use of everyone in the world, but I can't make use of these young children. How can I make use of their memories when they're so young? Xianxia's expression was very serious. Bullsh*T, why would I lie to you? This is just one of the many techniques I've learned when I was roaming the universe. How can it be considered as a technique? If it's harmful, you can twist my head off and use it as a urinal. Brother Tiger looked at Xianxia with disdain. This is a technique similar to hypnosis. It will magnify your benefits and form a belief in her heart. Brother Tiger said, is it creating a god? Xianxia frowned and realized something. Creating a god? That's right. There were no gods in the world, but when people worshipped more, there was a god. Can you say that those who worship gods are harmful? Brother Tiger asked in return. I see. Xianxia was relieved. His heart trembled as he realized how terrifying this technique was. If he kept using this technique, wouldn't he be a traitor in this world? Brother Tiger saw Xianxia's doubts and said, "Do you think that anyone can use this technique? Firstly, one must practice this kind of technique. Secondly, one's cultivation must reach the level where one's soul can roam the heaven realm. Thirdly, this kind of technique is only suitable for a person who starts practicing when they are still in the earth realm or when their cultivation is very low. Only then will it have the greatest effect. Do you think that a heavenly human or saint-level person would use this technique on a Xian spirit-level person? No. It's a waste of time and completely useless. Then isn't it fine?" Brother Tiger said, "If I didn't see that you were so concerned about these little fellows and have so many backup plans, do you think I would do such a thankless thing?" Xiang laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. Brother Tiger, you are indeed worthy of praise." Brother Tiger said proudly, "Purple crystal core, hand it over. I've helped you so much. Do you still want to be stingy with the purple crystal core? Ha ha ha. This is great." Xiang laughed happily and waved his hand. Countless purple crystal cores instantly drowned Brother Tiger, completely burying him. Brother Tiger screamed and was smashed into the ground before he could see clearly what it was. Meow. You want to smash me to death? These are all tricks. Brother Tiger shook his head and wagged his tail as he crawled out. The next moment, his eyes widened. Meow. So much. So much. Wahahaha. I'm rich, I'm rich. He watched as Brother Tiger ate heartily. Yang, on the other hand, was stroking his chin in deep thought. Now, the situation is more or less settled. Should I summon those people and those sects? This was a magnificent action. This was Yang's most magnificent plan. As long as this plan started, Yang's day of dominating the heavenly imperial court would begin. But it was very difficult. It needed the most precise design, it needed the greatest temptation, it needed a world-shaking commotion. If the above conditions were not met, then everything that Yang was doing now would be useless. Although it couldn't be said to be useless, it would still be difficult to achieve much. Yang racked his brains to think. That night, Fourth Master Hua quietly entered the City Lord's manor alone. "City Lord, I wonder if your injuries have healed." Ha ha ha. What do you mean by King me? Haha. I've come to see you this time because I want to ask for a favor from the City Lord, Shmi? Our River East Hua clan. We are willing to buy Infinite Boundless Mountain to the north of Purple Cloud City at 10 times the market price. As our clan's base, we hope that the City Lord will grant us our wish. Infinite Boundless Mountain? That's not a small area. It's a few thousand miles wide. The price is also a few $100,000 Purple Cloud dollars. 10 times the market price. Our Hua clan is willing to pay 3 million Purple Cloud dollars. We will cash it on the spot without delay. 3 million? Cash it on the spot? The City Lord stood up abruptly. That's right. If you agree, this sum of money, you can hand it over immediately. I see the sincerity of the Hua clan. It's just that. According to the laws of the Heavenly Imperial Court, this kind of land and mountain range is definitely not allowed to be sold. The City Lord was very tempted by this deal. But he was afraid of the laws and seemed a little hesitant. If not for the Hua clan's great help this time, the City Lord would have kicked him out long ago just for the sake of the laws and regulations. But now, he was a little embarrassed. There's no need for the City Lord to be troubled. Perhaps we can do this. We are not buying the land permanently, but buying the right to use it for 100 years. Fourth Master Hua said in a different way. In this way, after 100 years, this land will still belong to Purple Cloud City, belonging to the Eastern Imperial World. This way, both sides will benefit, and everyone will be happy. This, City Lord. Fourth Master Hua said. As long as this matter is successful, our Hua clan will definitely not forget about you. What? You still want to bribe me? The City Lord's face instantly darkened. I don't dare, I don't dare. Who doesn't know that Sir is upright and honest? How could he be bought over by mere bribery? But as a friend, we have the right to exchange gifts. Reciprocity is the most basic form of etiquette. Fourth Master Hua's smile was somewhat humble, and his words were even more beautiful. Forget it. You are planning to destroy this mountain, right? Or is there a hidden treasure at the bottom of the mountain? The city lord's eyes were like two sharp swords. That's not it. Fourth Master Hua's expression did not change. He lowered his voice and said, I won't hide it from you, sir. At the bottom of the mountain, there is a dragon vein. What our Jiangdong Hua clan lacks right now is luck. I believe that you are also aware of this. Dong Lai slowly nodded. This explanation was more believable. There were rumors in the Jiangdong Hua clan that their luck was about to end, and they were crazily looking for a dragon vein. To them, a dragon vein was indeed a priceless treasure. It was related to the prosperity of their clan. I hope that you, sir, can fulfill my wish. Fourth Master Hua saw that he was deep in thought and actually stood up. He respectfully bowed to the ground. For the Hua clan. I hope that you, sir, can fulfill my wish. Forget it. The city lord let out a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, I will send someone to hand it over to you, but it can only be temporarily rented. Fourth Master Hua, what the hell? MNGB. It's enough. Thank you, sir. Fourth Master Hua understood and nodded. The moment he walked out of the city lord's residence, Fourth Master Hua let out a long breath. It was finally done. Two black figures flashed from the side. Fourth Master, how was it? It's done. Fourth Master Hua's eyes flickered. Immediately inform the clan to send experts over and complete this as soon as possible. This concerns the future of the clan. There must not be any mistakes. Yes. Just as Fourth Master Hua walked into the city lord's residence. Chu clan's courtyard. It was also the first time in history that all relevant personnel had been gathered together. Or rather, it was a large-scale gathering of everyone. Really, everyone was participating, including the servants and the children. Even Yan Rushan and Shifunian, these two outsiders who were not considered outsiders. The host was Chu Yang. Tai Budian. Groups of youths and children filed in from the outside. They sat down according to a certain order and specific positions. Everyone was dressed in brand new and fitting clothes, and they were all dressed in the same way. There were at least 5,000 people here. It was the first time in their lives that they were wearing brand new and comfortable clothes that belonged to the ZJ. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement that came from the bottom of their hearts. After the attendance and counting, there were a total of 5,430 people. No one was absent. Everyone was present. Everyone was gathered here, but the place was completely silent. Everyone cherished the life that the ZJ had now. Now was not the time to make a sound. They didn't dare to make a sound. They couldn't make a sound. If by any chance he angered the family head, that would be bad. They would be letting the clan leader down for saving the ZJ. People always had a conscience, especially those who knew how to repay kindness. Chu Yang sat at the highest point. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Like a boulder, it was as if it would continue to exist like this forever. They saw Chu Yang. The 5,000 people's eyes lit up at the same time. This was the person who was our master. This was the person who pulled us out of the abyss. This was the person who gave us hope for the present and the future. This was the person who was our benefactor. For the rest of our lives, we must fight for him and protect everything that belonged to him. At this moment, this thought naturally rose in everyone's heart. And this thought, at this time, was definitely not influenced by the so-called loyalty that brother who had mentioned earlier. It was because they had not started to refine their loyalty. It was the purest loyalty that came from the purest gratitude. It was a loyalty that went straight to the depths of their souls. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Yang slowly stood up. The moment he stood up, everyone, no matter if they were from the ZJ clan, couldn't help but puff out their chests. This was a subconscious action, and the only reason for this action was to show the most beautiful and valuable side of the ZJ in front of this person. This time, I have gathered everyone here to instruct you on a few things. Most importantly, I want to have a chat with all of you. Chu Yang's voice was very calm. It was so calm that there was a subtle feeling of natural calmness. At this moment, there was a sense of authority in his voice. Number 1, I believe many of you don't understand why I want to keep all of you here. It's not strange for you to have such doubts. This is human nature. Our Chu clan had just been established, and we have a very strong foundation. There are too many former experts in our clan, and we also have a strong background. Hence, many people feel that we should focus on consolidating our own power, and recruit people from all over the place. In any case, we shouldn't spend money on ordinary people, especially on charity. It's a waste, and it's meaningless to the clan. Everyone has compassion. The fact that I'm doing this doesn't mean that I'm a good person. On the contrary, I'm a person who never forgets to repay kindness. I don't think that all of you are useless. I think that all of you have value, the value of your existence. I believe that all of you can turn the meaningless actions brought about by my compassion into a limitless future, the most glorious future. Xianxia said lightly, at the very least, if there really comes a day when the Chu clan's courtyard is destroyed, and I run for my life to the side of each of you, you will still do your best to protect me. Even if you have the strength, all of you will still do your best to protect me. I have no doubts about this. Don't all of you think so? Yes. Everyone's voices were in unison at this moment. At this moment, everyone's thoughts were very pure. If we do not protect this person, who will we protect? If we are not loyal to this person, who will we be loyal to? But now, the Chu clan is still very weak. I hope to work with all of you for the future, but now, we have to keep a low profile and live with our tails between our legs. Chu Yang's voice sounded bleak in the silent night sky. Because, including me, we are really weak. We are so weak that we cannot withstand a single blow. Any clan can destroy us. We are not a match for any clan. This is the truth. Today, our situation is stable, but we cannot withstand a single blow. The Chu clan needs all of us to protect it together. Everyone's breaths were heavy. Chu Yang's words were very frank and straightforward. It was so straightforward that even a 7-year-old child could completely understand it. They had food to eat, clothes to wear, and people to protect them. But, they could face the danger of being destroyed at any time. Once they were destroyed, they would return to the days when they were in a precarious situation. After experiencing the happiness they had now, who would be willing to return to the days of the past, even if they were to die? They would not want to. To prevent that from happening, we can only make ZJ stronger. ZJ will protect ZJ. Chu Yang let out a soft sigh. In the future, we will protect our homeland. In the future, there will be more and more weak people joining us. Just like you, they also need our protection. The time left for us to prepare is very short. But we have a choice. Only by facing it head-on and becoming stronger in this short period of time will we have enough strength to protect our country and our home. Xianxia said lightly, so, are you guys F***king stupid? Did you listen to MNGB? What the F***ck? There was a deafening boom. This uniform roar came from everyone's mouths. Everyone was shouting themselves hoarse, and their faces were flushed red. We all came from the bottom, or even from the underground. We're all the ones being trampled on, but we've gathered together and worked hard to become stronger. So strong that no one dares to bully us. Xianxia said, whoever dares to bully us, we will beat them up. Yes. Whoever dares to bully us, we'll beat them up. Another wave of earth-shattering roars rang out. Xianxia said lightly, so, we need to spontaneously form a group. We also need to come up with a name for ZJ. A unified name. To witness our birth, to prove our allegiance, and to prove our loyalty. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xianxia. Their eyes were burning. Their breathing was rapid. I used to have an organization. It was called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Xianxia said lightly, it's still the same today. But Heavenly Armament Pavilion is full of heavenly soldiers. And you guys are not qualified to become my heavenly soldiers. So, in the future, I will train you guys. The real heavenly soldiers of Heavenly Armament Pavilion will be born from you guys. Heavenly soldiers of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This is a noble honor. I hope that each of you will treat this as a lifetime of glory. Use a lifetime of loyalty to live up to the name of Heavenly Soldiers. Below, everyone's eyes were burning. Heavenly Soldiers, will there be a day when we become Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals? I must grab hold of this opportunity. Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. He slowly circled the place and said, "We have to struggle from the cracks. We have to seek survival in this world. We have to survive under the pings of various forces. But all of us have to work hard for Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We have to go crazy for the rise of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We can't dominate in the open, but we have to control in the underground. Because we have to have self-respect, self-improvement, and self-confidence that is not inferior to anyone in the open. Since it is Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there must be a controller." Xianxia said, "Heavenly Armament Pavilion was created by me. Naturally, I am the pavilion master. But, I still need a strict controller to manage Heavenly Armament Pavilion when I am not around. Normally, he will assist me in all matters regarding Heavenly Armament Pavilion. This person's orders are equivalent to my orders. I hope that everyone will remember this." Everyone's breathing became heavy. Who was this person? How could he obtain the clan master's trust and authority? This person will be our Heavenly Armament Pavilion's minister. I now appoint Tai Butian as the first minister of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Everyone was stunned. Tai Butian's minister? Who was that? Invite Butian's minister. Xianxia shouted. Since he was going to establish a force, he had to show it on the surface. Not only did he have to show it, he had to show it to the fullest. Yan Russian raised his eyebrows. The crowd parted like a wave. In the distance, there was a person. He was tall and slender, wearing a light floral robe. He walked over slowly, with the bearing of an emperor. He was magnanimous and calm. The moment this person appeared, everyone, including Yan Russian and Greasy Bird, who had the highest cultivation, couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat as they looked over. Even Brother Tiger, who was on top of the roof, had a cold look in his eyes as he looked over with rapt attention. This person walked over slowly in light robes, but the aura he gave off was clearly that of an emperor inspecting the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers under China's rule. He was receiving all the subjects of China's country. This was the bearing of an emperor that he was born with. The bearing of a ruler that he was born with. He just walked over like this, and it was as if he was above all living things, the ruler of the world. This was something that no one could imitate, and it wasn't a majesty that could be imitated. Even Yan Russian, in the face of this person, felt as if his aura was about to lose its effect. He even felt as if he was facing His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. It was the kind of feeling that I can't help but go forward to pay my respects, although it was clear that the other party's cultivation was low. He couldn't withstand a single blow. But this feeling was unstoppable and irresistible. Yan Russian was shocked. Who exactly was this person in front of him? This kind of royal aura was actually comparable to His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. They were on par. Huge waves surged in Yan Russian's heart, and he couldn't calm down. Actually, Yan Russian wasn't surprised. His Majesty the Eastern Emperor's cultivation was extraordinary, but deep down, he was still more of a martial artist than an emperor when facing enemies. There were still many people who couldn't help but take action, using the identity and methods of martial artists to solve problems. But Tai Butian was different. Tai Butian was a natural emperor. No matter when facing enemies, she only needed to use her status and authority to mobilize the troops. She would never face the enemy personally. In this life, she had even killed people personally. Although it was already hard to find a match for her in the lower three heavens. One person's strength. She could fight against 10, or 100, or even 1,000, but rarely could she fight against 10,000. Of course, if you had to give an example of those powerful people who could destroy the world, then I would shut up. Under normal circumstances, with a person's strength, 1 against 1,000, that was the limit. However, under the command of an emperor, tens of millions of corpses could be seen floating in this world. When an emperor was angry, blood would flow all over the world. In this sense, Feng Yu was the first to speak. Compared to Shui Leihan and Tai Butian was actually a true emperor. He was the supreme ruler of the world. Shui Leihan, on the other hand, wasn't pure. Although they were in different planes, an emperor was an emperor. On the throne of China, I am the heavens, my words were my life, and no one could go against it. My orders were strictly enforced, and my words were the law. This was the education that Tai Butian had received since she was young. But even Shui Leihan, sitting on the throne of the Eastern Emperor, didn't dare to say that China was the heavens. This was the difference in essence. Under the gazes of the crowd, Tai Butian walked up the stairs step by step. She walked to the chair beside Chu Yang and slowly turned to sit down. Facing the crowd, she was calm but also had an endless majesty, looking down on the world and the ants. This was just an ordinary stage. Below her was just an ordinary chair. This was just a venue for more than 5,000 people. But when Tai Butian walked up and sat down, it was as if she was a real emperor who was about to be crowned. She appeared in response to the heavens, ruling over the world and looking down on the world and the ants. This kind of aura even made Chu Yang's heart tremble, and he was dazzled. Up till this point, Tai Butian still hadn't said a single word. However, this natural aura of an emperor and the bearing of an emperor had conquered everyone. There was no need for words. There was no need for hype. The emperor's demeanor had conquered everyone. Tai Butian's aura at this moment, even though she didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken, was enough for her to face the emperor of the heavens directly, and in terms of aura, she was even on par with him, not at all inferior, because, from a certain point of view, everyone was in the same position. Even Chu Yang didn't expect the effect of Tai Butian's appearance to be so shocking that it actually made all the arrangements of the government useless. It was fine not to use it at all, but to use it would be superfluous. Just by looking at everyone's reaction at that time, it was clear that the moment Tai Butian appeared, the underground dynasty was established. It was established in the truest sense, and it was the true unity of the masses. There was no need for words, there was no need at all. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's minister. A majestic name, a prominent identity. But Chu Yang and Tai Butian both felt a little strange. It was a kind of wonder of the world's reincarnation. Back then, when Chu Yang had nothing and entered Iron Cloud, Tai Butian stood alone and appointed Chu Yang as the minister of Butian Pavilion. Now, the wheel of fortune had turned. Chu Yang also appointed Tai Butian as the minister of Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Moreover, it was at the end of their lives. Similarly, they were in danger and faced with a bleak future. Similarly, the two of them faced the storm of the world. Both Chu Yang and Tai Butian, this pair of man and woman, felt that the affairs of this world were really a little too miraculous. They couldn't help but feel as if they were going back in time, as if they were reliving the hardships and struggles of Iron Cloud. Both of them felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. Both Chu Yang and Tai Butian knew. The current Heavenly Armament Pavilion was just a group that encouraged people to improve themselves and increase cohesion. What they really wanted was not just a simple Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Both of them were very ambitious. What they really wanted was a dynasty. An underground dynasty, and everything would start from here. Therefore, Tai Butian's ascension today was filled with the aura of an emperor being crowned, because both of them knew that their achievements would not stop here. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion is yours. Your achievements will determine the achievements of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your glory will forge the glory of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Butian only said 2 sentences. I will wait and see. With our combined strength, we will make the Heavenly Armament Pavilion rise. I hope to see each of your names on the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Heavenly Armament Pavilion list. There was a huge uproar below. Once upon a time, this was a good thing that they didn't even dare to dream of. Now, it was right in front of them. As long as they worked hard, they would be able to get it. From today onwards, becoming a Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Heavenly Armament Pavilion would be the lifelong goal of these little fellows. This was a supreme honor. Everyone was shocked. They all had a feeling. It was a wonderful sense of belonging. And this sense of belonging did not belong to a family. In other people's families, even if they were indebted to them, they would still be their slaves, but being a Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It was a great honor. And it was a resounding organization. And it was an organization that they had to rely on their own efforts to protect. This was their organization, their own. No one could understand how much the sense of belonging of their master would motivate these little fellows. It was unimaginable. On the night of the establishment of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Chu Yang was called over by Yan Rushan. Brother Chu, who is that person? Yan Rushan looked at Chu Yang with his sharp eyes. Tai Butian's appearance. Yan Rushan was shocked beyond words. He even felt that today's matter could pose a threat to the Eastern Royal Heavens. If this Heavenly Armament Pavilion really developed, it would become the most terrifying organization. this was Yan Rushan's intuition, because Tai Butian's natural aura of an emperor was too imposing. This kind of aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. Faced with the dilemma of friendship and righteousness, the only way was to lay out everything clearly. My wife. Chu Yang didn't hide it. There was no point in hiding the truth from Yan Rushan, and it might even cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Your wife. Yan Rushan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What? Such a natural ruler is your wife. Chu Yang is too strong. He can actually suppress such an emperor. Wife. This person is a man. Could it be that Chu Yang is actually? My God, should I stay away from him in the future? Another thought suddenly popped into his head. Yan Rushan shuddered in fear. Finally, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chu Yang could see it clearly. Yan Rushan's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Then, he retracted his eyeballs with a whoosh. This showed how shocked Yan Rushan was. This was also a kind of martial art. A very profound martial art. Minister Chu sighed in his heart. What's so strange about this? My wife was an emperor in the past. It's normal for her to do this. Why are you standing so far away from me? Do you think I'll eat you up? You're not imagining things, are you? You've misunderstood. Actually, my wife is a woman. Chu Yang didn't think much of Yan Rushan's fuss. He explained the matter between him and Tai Butian, and explained the disguise very seriously. After all, it wouldn't be good if his new big brother misunderstood. Yan Rushan was relieved, but he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Brother, I have to say that your wife, sister-in-law, is a natural ruler. In this aspect, you're far inferior to her. The difference is like heaven and earth. Chu Yang pursed his lips. Since you want to establish your own power, and you want to control it, then you have to learn to be a qualified ruler. Your wife is already very good at this, but you haven't even started. Yan Rushan lectured. Ruler. Chu Yang muttered to himself. What do you mean by a superior? Yan Rushan pressed. Chu Yang was suddenly at a loss for words. That's right. What is a true superior? What is a real ruler? Chu Yang couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. A ruler is never a title. In different places and environments, there are different definitions of a ruler. In the eyes of a beggar, an ordinary person is a ruler. In the eyes of an ordinary person, a rich person is a ruler. In the eyes of a rich person, an official with power is a ruler. In the eyes of an official, a higher-ranking official is a ruler. In a gang leader or a hall leader is a ruler. Yan Rushan said slowly, but, can these people really be considered rulers? No. Because in the eyes of a true ruler, they are nothing. A true ruler doesn't need to move or speak. His every action and every word has the aura of a ruler. Just by sitting, standing, or saying a few words, he can make people feel submissive and even loyal to him. Even an enemy would be full of admiration and respect when facing such a ruler. This is also if the enemy is at the same level. If the enemy is not at the same level, they would feel fear and even despair. Yan Rushan said, there is a saying for such an existence, called the aura of a ruler. There is another saying, called the aura of a ruler. Don't laugh, such an aura does exist. In fact, the aura your wife exuded when she walked up the stage today was the standard aura of a ruler, the aura of a ruler. Yan Rushan said in a low voice, a true ruler can always rely on his aura alone. Against a million-strong army. Those who have been in a high position for a long time may not be a true ruler even though they are above millions of people. They also make people feel mysterious and not a ruler. Chu Yang nodded deeply and said slowly, I seem to understand a little. My understanding of a ruler is too shallow. To a true ruler, they are a symbol of distance and loneliness. Yan Rushan said softly, these words. You have to understand it well. When you understand it. When you do, you will really understand what a ruler is. A ruler. Chu Yang muttered. Suddenly, he smiled and said, a ruler needs distance. I know. For example, when everyone is together, I am high and mighty. But that kind of life. I don't like it. Regarding this point, Xianxia really understood it. Back when he was in charge of Butian Pavilion, Xianxia was just like this. He always maintained a distance that was difficult to close with his subordinates. From beginning to end, he was always alone and did things alone. But Xianxia didn't like that kind of life. What he liked was still the brothers playing and laughing together. Even if they beat each other up every day like pigs, their faces swollen and bruised every day, their hearts would still be satisfied and happy. He laughed in a carefree manner. In our family, it's already very good to have such a standard leader. As for me, although I am not a ruler in the standard sense, who dares to say that I am not a ruler? My wife is a ruler, but as her husband, am I not? Xianxia was at a loss for words. After hesitating for a while, he stared and said, if someone like you really reaches the peak, you can only be someone like the emperor, but definitely not someone like the saint. Someone like the emperor. Someone like the saint. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He said slowly, I roughly understand what you mean. That is to say, the saint of heaven imperial court is a standard ruler? Xianxia said, yes, that's right. Xianxia said indifferently, it's precisely because of such people that everyone and all the forces watched purple cloud heavens get destroyed without sending out any troops. Just for a delicate balance of power? Is that what you think? Xianxia was speechless. He said with his eyes wide open, I didn't say that. Xianxia said, what you said is not important. Should I understand it this way? The so-called true ruler is someone who can achieve his goals without hesitation, by hook or by crook, just for benefits? And the saint is such a person? That's why you think he's the standard leader, isn't it? Xianxia was sweating profusely. He said angrily, I didn't say that. I never said that. Xianxia laughed and said, if that's the case, the saint is also not a true ruler. Xianxia held his breath and pondered for a moment. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. The saint is not a ruler. Xianxia suddenly felt that this sentence was not without reason, at least, compared to a ruler like Tai Butian, the saint seemed to lack a kind of grandeur. Xianxia was confused and fell silent. Xianxia also suddenly became silent. He was shocked by his own words that made him laugh out loud. The saint is not a ruler. Xianxia felt like thousands of lines were refracted in his mind in an instant. Then, he didn't know where he was thinking. He felt like there were 1,000 things on his mind, and his emotions were complicated. Faintly, there was also some fear. The two of them looked at each other. Xianxia and Xianxia both saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. But neither of them asked, neither of them said a word. At the same time, they fell silent. This debate about the ruler seemed to have no conclusion, but it had a profound impact on Xianxia, Xianxia, and even the entire heaven. P.S. Aunt Feng, who went home to mediate, had just entered the house when a basin flew at her and hit her calf like a flying saucer. Damn it. I'm still limping after getting stitches. There are many other injured people. Now, I have to run between my home, the hospital, and my wife's house. I'd rather spend more money in the hospital. Why bother? I'm speechless. Even I, who was purely trying to stop the fight, was caught in the crossfire. After a busy day of showering, I discovered that my head was also broken and my neck was scratched twice. I didn't even know when it happened. I didn't even notice it. I had no choice but to take leave yesterday. I'm really sorry. Why do I always take leave at the end of the month? Speechless. Went in. For the next few days, Xianxia stayed at home all day long. He didn't need to use Xianxia's identity for the time being. What he needed to do now was to make the best use of his time to build his own team. He would slowly cultivate all the things he needed. Although he didn't have a team to speak of at the moment, Xianxia knew how big his investment was. In other words, he had already spent a lot of his capital. Even if he didn't lack money, it didn't mean that he didn't lack other things. He believed that no matter how powerful a person's background was, they would have to think twice before investing so much. For the past 7 to 8 days, he had consumed a complete heavy pill and a big cup of Spring of Life. As for other elixirs and treasures, he had thrown in an uncountable amount. In the dozens of pots of soup, he had already used up too much good stuff. Every bowl of those soups could be described as priceless. If the truth was known by outsiders, any bowl of soup could be sold for a fortune. Xianxia quietly and secretly did these things without anyone knowing. He wanted to raise the aptitude of each of these children to the maximum. It was best to make a fortune quietly, if others knew that he could raise a person's aptitude. Xianxia felt that he would be drowned in an instant. He would be eaten until not even a bone was left. Xianxia's secrecy was flawless, to the extent that Xianxia, who had always been calm and composed, was now faced with a series of shocking situations. When he used his divine senses to scan them in the morning, he realized that the aptitude of these children had improved compared to yesterday. When he scanned them again at night, he realized that it had improved again. Although the increase in strength each time wasn't large, it was indeed an improvement. Xianxia wondered again and again if his spiritual altar had been damaged because of this serious injury. If his spiritual sense didn't recover, how could there be such a huge mistake? These children's aptitudes were all trash at first. Then, they weren't trash at all. Then, they were all ordinary. Then, they could all be cultivated. Some of them even had the qualities of geniuses. Wasn't this too ridiculous? The most ridiculous thing was that these children recovered with the nourishment. And after these few days of training, it seemed that the impurities in their bodies were decreasing bit by bit. But as long as it didn't involve these children, his spiritual sense would feel normal again. What was going on? Xianxia was extremely conflicted. Xianxia was 100% sure. If some large sects were recruiting disciples, any one of these 5,000 children would be close to the minimum requirement to be accepted into the sect. He was only one step away. In fact, more than half of the children had already exceeded the bottom line. This was simply inconceivable. Just 10 days ago, they were clearly a bunch of trash. No one was willing to look him in the eye. Xianxia groaned in his heart. Why did things turn out this way? Why did this happen? What the hell is going on? Xianxia could totally understand Xianxia's frustration and confusion. Therefore, he could only secretly rejoice, even though the consumption was heart-wrenching. At least the pain went hand in hand with happiness these days. In addition to carefully building up his team, Xianxia was also paying attention to another matter, the movements of Purple Cloud City. He could vaguely feel that this small border city had been quiet for a long time. A storm was coming. The reason why he felt this way was because Fourth Master Hua hadn't been here for several days. This fact made Xianxia somewhat enlightened. Since Fourth Master Hua hadn't been here for a long time, then there should be some progress in his request, right? Since there was progress, then, what exactly was it? What exactly was it? Xianxia was thinking that the city lord would come to him for treatment one day. At that time, for 7 to 8 days. Xianxia had been recruiting soldiers and buying horses. So far, he had only recruited less than 20 Xian-grade martial artists. It was impossible not to lower the standards. Earth-grade experts were not people that Xianxia and the Chu clan could recruit. Even these Xian-grade experts were only willing to come to the Chu clan because Xianxia was decisive and generous enough. If these people were in the Heaven continent, they could be considered as martial artists. But in the Heaven Imperial Court, they were just dregs. They were only enough to make up the scene. Xianxia could faintly feel that the Jin and Wu clans were somewhat against his recruitment. Even though they didn't directly resist or interfere with Xianxia, they secretly helped to prevent Xianxia from recruiting martial artists. Their influence was undoubtedly huge in Purple Cloud City. These two clans had been operating in Purple Cloud City for many years. They could be said to be real local tyrants. Xianxia couldn't recruit anyone in Purple Cloud City, however, Xianxia was dismissive of this result. Do you really think that I'm going to recruit martial artists in Purple Cloud City? How many martial artists are there here? How many truly powerful martial artists are there? What a joke. Even if you give your strongest martial artists to me, I don't want them, I really don't want them. How can other clans use them so well? It seemed that he couldn't even be completely at ease. Right now, he still had to cultivate his own martial artists. Unknowingly, half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a month, Xianxia didn't go out. He didn't see any patients or auction any treasured swords. As a result, the entire Chu clan's courtyard was in a state of sitting idle and eating away at their savings. Not only did Xianxia not make any money, but he also spent a lot of money. He flattened the men's hall and the nearby real estate he bought, and used the fastest speed to build an auction house. The construction speed was quite fast. Now, it was close to the top. Chu Yang had requested for the construction of the auction house to be perfect. He had also requested for it to be completed at the fastest speed and with the highest quality. Therefore, a large amount of money had been spent by Chu Yang as if it was flowing water. Money was really not something that could resist spending. Previously, Chu Yang had made a lot of money from auctions, seeing patients, gambling, and the windfall from the Li clan. Chu Yang already felt that he could be regarded as a rich man. However, in just a few days, the money from the Li clan was almost gone. It was almost gone. Chu Yang would have to rely on the money he had earned from gambling and auctions to maintain his finances if he spent all of this money. But, his previous income was just a drop in the bucket at the current rate of spending money. He wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. You really don't know the cost of money until you're in charge. Now, not only did he have to be responsible for the food, shelter, and transportation of those 5,000 little fellows, he also had to pay the wages of those fellows who had already entered working mode. Just the amount of food and drink alone was a huge amount, but a certain king of hell was still leisurely every day, without a trace of worry. He cultivated, spun one round, then cultivated again, and spun another round. At night, he hugged Tai Butian tenderly. He also ignored Tai Butian's resistance. Sometimes, he would use soft words to ask for help, and sometimes, he would directly force himself on her. Fishy was very puzzled by Chu Yang's behavior. How could this guy be so calm? The deadline for the bet was almost a month away. Not only did he not make any money, but he also made a lot of money. Instead, he spent large amounts of money. Back then, he only gambled for half a year. Was this guy going to give up just like that? If he really won just like that, something fishy would make him feel extremely apologetic. Chu Yang was already so miserable now. Trash constitution, pressure to survive, and he still had to take care of such a big family. He even had to collect such a valuable bet. Wasn't it a little immoral? Wasn't it a little lacking in humanity? It was still uncertain whether Chu Yang would break down, but Fishy Cat himself was very likely to be traumatized because of this matter, and he would never be able to sleep in peace again. Teacher Cat was feeling very uncomfortable right now. He kept muttering in his heart, if I really win in the future, what should I do? Heaven and earth are my witnesses, I can't go back on my word. I have to accept it. But what about Chu Yang, if it really didn't work out? Should he accept the bet first and then give him money? That could at least make up for it, but the problem was, where would the Cat clan get so much money? If he gave too little, he might as well not give at all. The Cat clan couldn't afford it. Should he give up on the bet? Accept the bet and then return it to Chu Yang. This was a solution, but giving up on the bet was equivalent to giving up on the Cat clan's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to soar. How could he give it up for an outsider? Betraying his own clan. But, if he accepted the bet, he would be betraying his good brother. His savior. This wasn't something that a person should do. In this way, a certain cat would be trapped in this endless cycle every day. 3, 5, or even 7 times were considered rare. Therefore, something strange happened. Both parties made a bet, but Chu Yang, who was about to lose, lived a carefree life every day. On the other hand, Teacher Cat, who was about to win, was full of anxiety and couldn't sleep at night. There were also frequent instances of blackouts. Finally, on the 20th day, bang! A table was smashed into pieces. Yan Rushan stood in front of the table, his face full of disbelief. The first thing he couldn't believe was that he had actually recovered so quickly. He had originally estimated that the entire treatment would take at least a few months. Now, it had only been less than a month and he had already recovered more than half of his strength. At this rate, it would take at most 2 days for him to fully recover to a state of near-perfect condition. This showed that divine Dr. Chu Yang's medical skills had reached a level that ordinary people could only look up to. The second thing that Yan Rushan couldn't believe was, in the courtyard of the Chu clan, without any warning, there were rows and rows of geniuses popping up one after another, like bamboo shoots after the rain. This place had already become a camp for geniuses. Yan Rushan watched helplessly as each and every piece of trash transformed before his eyes. They were like a black cocoon that no one would take a second look at. Day by day, they split open in front of his eyes and eventually turned into beautiful butterflies. I'll continue writing. I should be able to write the 3rd chapter. But I'm afraid I won't be able to write the 4th chapter. I've been so busy these few days. 20 days ago, these kids were still trash. There were more than 5,000 of them, but none of them were considered to be above average. The best one among them only had a cultivation aptitude of lower grade. Baidu search PC. Yan Rushan remembered this point very clearly. But more than 10 days ago, this group of children had changed. If they were to enter a sect, they would have at least 40% of their aptitudes. They belonged to the category where it would be a pity to give up on them, but they would not have a bright future. Although this was still nothing much, but from a trash aptitude to this level in 10 days, it was definitely a rebirth. At that time, Yan Rushan was greatly shocked. He kept suspecting that there was something wrong with his divine soul and his eyes. But after 10 days, the aptitudes of these children had all reached a level where they could be ranked among the top in any large sect. Moreover, this was only the level of those with the lowest aptitude. Most of the others had already reached the upper level, and there were even a few super geniuses who were definitely the best of the best. Once they entered a sect, they would immediately be recognized as potential candidates. Such a talent, no matter where he went, as long as he appeared, he would immediately be fought over. However, there was actually a group of several thousand people gathered together here. Yan Rushan finally couldn't contain his astonishment. What kind of magic was there in this place? Could it cause such an outcome? The reasons that Chu Yang had given earlier were no longer valid. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, Yan Rushan could still reluctantly accept that he had made a mistake. But there were thousands of kids with abnormal aptitudes in front of him. All of them. How much of a fool would I, Yan Rushan, be? Go and fool yourself. Such quantity, such quality, it was simply unbelievable. No, this fact had already exceeded the scope of inconceivable. This was simply a miracle, or perhaps a miracle, an immortal legend, a legend that had been passed down through the ages. In fact, some of the big sects in the Heaven Imperial Court had the ability to create such a miracle. A peerless martial artist would compress the spiritual energy in a radius of thousands of miles. Then, the spiritual energy would be purified and injected into a specific environment. Then, the geniuses in the sect would be allowed to cultivate there. This would be 100 times faster than normal, and the successor of the sect would be groomed. But this could only be done on a limited number of people at a time. And this method did not have any effect on improving one's aptitude. Just like Chu Yang's side, where thousands of people were raising their aptitudes together. This was simply unheard of. If Yan Rushan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the person who told him about it must be crazy or daydreaming. However, the person involved was himself. Could it be that he had also gone crazy and was daydreaming, right now? The thing that Yan Rushan couldn't believe the most was the changes that had happened to him. Over the past few days, Yan Rushan was surprised to discover something. Not only the children, but even his own aptitude had improved a little. This was too, his aptitude had changed, it had changed for the better. Yan Rushan was appalled. It wasn't that he couldn't believe it, but it was a fact. What was there to doubt? However, her brother's body hadn't changed at all for more than 100,000 years. He was born like this, but he had stayed here for more than half a month. It actually increased my aptitude. With my cultivation, with my age, it can actually increase and change. Yan Rushan was so shocked by this shocking turn of events that he lost his ability to speak. The next moment, Yan Rushan made up his mind and locked onto Chu Yang's position with his divine senses. Then, he waved his hand and pulled Chu Yang over. Chu Yang, who was taking a stroll, suddenly appeared in front of Yan Rushan. What are you doing? Chu Yang was furious. He was clearly in a good mood just a moment ago, but suddenly he couldn't move his body. Then, he was caught with a whoosh. No one would be happy about such a thing. Fortunately, this wasn't the worst situation. If he was doing it with His Majesty, it wouldn't be described as bad. Tell me, what exactly is going on? I want to hear the truth. Yan Rushan's eyes were burning. Tell you what's going on? Chu Yang asked innocently. Don't play dumb with me. You know what I want to ask. Yan Rushan was furious. So many people became geniuses at the same time. I won't believe it if you say it wasn't because of you. Tell me the truth. How am I playing dumb? I'm also depressed now. Xianxia said as if he had been wronged. Why did their aptitude increase, but mine didn't? Why is that? Why? Is it because the heavens don't like me? Looking at Xianxia's attitude, it was as if he had no one to complain about his grievances. He had to keep his troubles to himself. It was as if it was really the case. What's there to increase with your trashy physique? Mention that. Xianxia said angrily. Suddenly, he was stunned. He looked at Xianxia and stood motionless as if he had been petrified. What's wrong with you? Xianxia grinned. He was usually so calm. Why was he so agitated now? What's wrong with him? You. What's wrong with you? Did you see a ghost? How is this possible? It's impossible. It's impossible. Xianxia exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with me? This is impossible. That's impossible. I think you've really seen a ghost. Why are you so agitated? Did you take the wrong medicine? Xianxia was baffled. Stop pretending. Xianxia flew into a rage. Tell me, why are you so close to the earth rank now? He stared. With your aptitude, you shouldn't be able to reach the earth level even if you train for another 100 or 1,000 years. How did you improve so quickly in just a few days? What's going on? I'm reaching the earth level? Are you for real? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Is it really so fast? Seems like the heavens haven't given up on me. I knew it. I'm such a handsome and elegant man. How can there be no room for improvement? Facts have proven that I'm a legend. I'm a legend. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, who was spouting nonsense. He couldn't help but feel angry. This bastard's acting was really good. His acting was so perfect that it was flawless, as if he was completely innocent. He went forward and grabbed Xianxia's wrist. Then, he flew into a rage. Huh? How can this be fake? You. What kind of demonic means did you use? How did you improve so much? How is this possible? How would I know something that even a great master like you doesn't know? Xianxia said innocently, I was so shocked by you and Big Boss Cat that I didn't practice much these days. How did I advance to the earth level? You ask me, who should I ask? Didn't train. Xianxia almost fainted when he heard this. You bastard. You didn't train and yet you improved so quickly. If you took the time to train, what would happen to you? Would you become a saint in one step? But, what was with this dantian? It was obviously a trashy aptitude. Why did it improve so quickly? Could it be that all the rules were reversed? Xianxia was speechless. He was completely lost. For so many years, Xianxia had never felt so lost. Xianxia looked innocent. Do you think this is a good place? Maybe this is the best feng shui location in the Heaven Imperial Court. God gave me a trashy aptitude, and in order to compensate me, he gave me this piece of good feng shui land. This is possible, right? Get lost. Xianxia was furious. To hell with the feng shui location, although he couldn't figure out the reason, it definitely had nothing to do with the feng shui treasured land. This location was as trashy as Xianxia's aptitude. Are you going to tell me or not? Don't force me to be rough. Xianxia grabbed Xianxia's neck and shook him. Ugh. Xianxia rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue. He waved his hands and was finally released. He coughed violently and continued to play dumb. Yes, what's going on? Why is this happening? This is too strange. Oh yes, you're already treating me like this. Is this not considered rough? Then what is considered rough? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Xianxia glared at him. He felt weak all over. Trying to get something out of this guy's mouth was harder than ascending to the heavens. Moreover, he couldn't really use his hands to cut him. That was his savior. He was really a piece of troublesome meat. He couldn't be slapped, beaten, cut, or pushed away. He was a pain in the ass. forget it, I won't ask you anymore. Yan Rushan waved his hand and said, this is your personal secret. But what do you intend to do with these kids? These kids were enough to form a super sect with their current numbers. If all of them were to develop, Yan Rushan felt terrified just thinking about it. What do you mean? Yang asked curiously. All of them have such good aptitudes. You have to teach them something, right? Are you going to leave them there? Yan Rushan guided him patiently. If such good aptitudes were to be wasted, Yan Rushan would feel that Yang had committed a heinous crime. Even if he was his savior, he couldn't kill him. He had to beat him up first. Why? Yang's words drove Yan Rushan crazy. I feed them, clothe them, and even give them a place to stay. Why should I teach them something? All the benefits belong to them. If this goes on, they will farm and do some work in the future. When they earn money, they will repay me. That's the right thing to do. What's the point of learning those useless things? What's better than living a peaceful life? Yang's feigned ignorance made Yan Rushan gnash his teeth. Looking at Yang's nonchalant face, Yan Rushan wanted to swallow Yang whole. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, hello. You're very good. You're very good. You're very good. He turned around and strode away. He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to control himself and crush Yang to death. Old Zongheng had never seen such an infuriating bastard in his life. So many good materials were wasted just like that? Let them go out to work? Go out to farm? Was there any justice in this world? Yan Rushan could tell that Yang had no intention of grooming these people himself. This time, Yang's attitude was very clear. Moreover, Yang could not afford to train so many people. But, so many geniuses were really left to farm. Wasting resources recklessly could not be described as wasteful. Just the thought of it made Yan Rushan want to vomit blood. If the big sects were to find out about this, Yan Rushan could imagine how Yang would be captured and skinned alive. Then, he would be turned into a sky lantern before being fried in a frying pan. Yan Rushan left in a huff. The only consolation was that Wang Dao's aptitude had improved. He had said that he would train him personally. After a few days of recovery, he would start to train him. Yang could not possibly leave him to farm anymore, right? Another day had passed. When Yang was anxiously waiting, the city lord finally arrived. Brother Yang, ha ha ha, the eyes of the attendant almost fell out of their sockets. He dared to swear to the heavens that ever since the city lord came to Xianxia city, he had never been so intimate with anyone. What was going on? Yo, haha. Big brother. Yang's face was full of enthusiasm. Both of them laughed as they approached each other, as if they were brothers who had been separated for many years. That kind of intimacy did not need to be mentioned. Inviting the city lord into a secret chamber, Yang brewed the medicine personally. It was another torturous experience. The city lord was tortured to the point of wanting to die a few times. He was sweating profusely. His face was so distorted that it was turning purple. After the treatment was completed, as he drank his tea, the city lord rubbed his hands awkwardly. Brother Chu, look at my memory. I actually forgot about your consultation fee last time. As he spoke, his hand reached into his bosom. This saying was indeed true. The lord of the city had indeed forgotten about it. Moreover, he was so excited that he had forgotten about it. At that time, he was only thinking about what to do. How could he have thought about the consultation fee? What are you talking about? Yang angrily glared at him. Big brother, are you looking down on me? The city lord was stunned and wiped his sweat. Brother, what are you saying? Humph. Why do I have to pay for treating your illness? Yang said angrily, what kind of person do you think I am? He waved his hand and said, don't mention this again. Brother, this. The city lord was touched. This doesn't make sense. If Big Brother insists on paying, then just pay for these 2 visits. Don't come to me for any injuries in the future. How can a noble person set foot in this lowly place of mine? Yang said resolutely. He sat down angrily and turned his head away. His face was full of you are treating me like an outsider. I am very hurt. Don't. Brother, don't be angry. It's just a casual remark. The city lord quietly put the purple cloud coins back into his pocket and smiled. It's my fault, it's my fault. We're brothers, and talking about money will hurt our relationship. That's right. Yang said righteously, that's how it should be. Don't separate yourself from me. Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Yes, yes, yes. But I also have a request. The city lord said seriously, brother, don't separate yourself from me in the future. Otherwise, I will really be angry. The city lord was very emotional. This sentence was said with great sincerity. Of course. Let's not talk about money. Let's talk about love, haha. Yang rolled his eyes and said, it's a pity that fourth brother Hua didn't come. If he was, it would be even better. Brother, I have to warn you about something. The city lord was full of brotherly love at this moment. He lowered his voice and said, brother, you must know that fourth brother Hua is really not someone you can provoke. No matter if he is an enemy or a friend, he is not someone you can get involved with right now. You must be careful and safe. As long as I am in Purple Cloud City, you will not be wronged. Just remember this sentence. What do you mean? Yang said righteously, if it wasn't for fourth brother Hua who helped me and recommended you, how could I have a foothold in Purple Cloud City now? Fourth brother Hua has done me a great favor. As long as it's something he needs, I will help him no matter what. Even if I can't help him, I will help him with money and effort. You stubborn person. The city lord was anxious and angry. This stubborn person valued fourth brother Hua so much. Fourth brother Hua's clan was about to excavate the dragon vein. At that time, who knew what kind of movement it would cause? If the enemy of the Hua clan knew about this, it would definitely lead to a series of life and death battles. If Yang is involved in this matter, with his cowardly behavior, if he dies because of Hua seed before he can completely cure me, what should I do then? Brother, you don't know. The city lord was anxious and lowered his voice. I'll tell you the truth. Fourth brother Hua was willing to rope you in because he wanted to use you to do me a favor. He had bad intentions. If not for you curing my illness, I don't know what would happen to me now. That can't be right. How could it be like this? I think fourth brother Hua is a generous and straightforward person. How could he be such a person? Yang's face was full of suspicion. Brother Chu is a kind person and you are new to the martial world. How would you know how sinister people can be? Fourth brother Hua and the Hua clan are planning something big this time. They plan to transplant a dragon vein from there. This is a huge matter that involves the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Brother, after this matter, the Hua clan will survive this crisis. With your medical skills, they will definitely not want to offend you easily. But in this period of time, you must listen to me. Try to act as little as possible. Otherwise, you will die for nothing. He said earnestly, with the strength and status of the Jiang Donghua family, the enemies they have provoked. Not to mention you, brother, even if all of my city guards were added together, it would still be of no use. It's that serious? Yang's expression was a little stunned. It's really that dangerous? Seeing that Yang seemed to have the intention to retreat, the city lord relaxed. The Hua clan has put in a lot of effort this time. Up until now, they have sent many experts. There are as many as 7 Empyrean experts. It is said that there is even a saint expert. Brother, think about it yourself. Such a matter, with such experts involved, what's the point of you taking action? I see. Yang's face was full of gratitude. Thank you for pointing it out. I, your little brother, will not participate in it. Actually, with my strength, if I really participate, won't I be killed with one slap? Brother, it's right to think this way. Nothing is more important than your own life. The city lord relaxed and laughed. After sending off the satisfied city lord, Yang's eyes flashed. He muttered, boundless mountain, late at night. A figure streaked across the sky like a meteor. He seemed to have landed in an abandoned house. Immediately, a huge figure appeared. Carrying the figure just now. With a swoosh, it had already disappeared. Even if no one found out, Xianxia still had to make a turn, just in case. Even if he was found out and caught red-handed, he could still deny it. Boundless mountain, boundless mountain, boundless mountain. There was no sign of human habitation for thousands of miles. This was the boundless mountain. 2,300 miles away from Purple Cloud City was a continuous mountain range. The entire boundless mountain was located on this piece of empty land. There was no sign of human habitation for thousands of miles. Since ancient times, as long as someone settled down within 1,000 miles, their entire family would become dried corpses in less than a month. This was a miraculous yet cruel phenomenon, filled with a strange atmosphere. Because of this, the boundless mountain was called the Cursed Land. The night wind was biting cold. Brother Tiger, whose body had become huge, silently landed on the peak of the boundless mountain. Xianxia, dressed in black, jumped down from Brother Tiger's back. Brother Tiger, carrying Xianxia, used less than a breath's worth of time to cover this distance. Even with Xianxia's current cultivation level, he was almost killed by the high-altitude hurricane. The speed was really too fast. So fast that there wasn't enough time to create a sonic boom. Boundless mountain. Xianxia sized up this area, his eyes revealing a pondering look. The surrounding night was dark, the chirping of insects and cicadas, completely silent. The treetops in the jungle on the mountain swayed gently in the breeze, and the grass on the ground swayed slightly. Everything was normal, and it was no different from an ordinary mountain. Be more careful. There are people guarding all around the foot of the mountain. Brother Tiger said telepathically. I know. Xianxia nodded slightly. Since the Hua clan wanted to make a move here, it would be strange if no one was guarding it. Brother Tiger, can you sense anything unusual here? Xianxia frowned and asked. As he spoke, the sword spirit had already silently escaped from the tribulation space. He also used his mental senses to investigate. The strength of the sword spirit, as Xianxia's strength grew, gradually unlocked the seal on his own strength. Now, he had already reached the early stage of the heaven stage, and was a genuine heaven stage expert. His strength was not below that of Teacher Cat. Therefore, the amount of mental energy he could use now was also abnormally huge, far greater than before. However, after the sword spirit, Xianxia and Brother Tiger searched carefully, they did not discover anything. This was just an ordinary mountain, nothing more. It did not even have the eerie and creepy feeling that the so-called cursed land should have. Are these really dragon veins? Xianxia asked. The sword spirit's body turned into a shadow and rose into the sky. He carefully checked the direction of the mountains before he landed and said, there are indeed 2 dragon veins here. However, although they are dragon veins, they are also a little damaged. They don't have much value. However, the surrounding mountains are a little strange. Eh? This should be the legendary realm of the God Source. But why is the realm of the God Source so dilapidated and desolate? It's really against common sense. Realm of the God Source? What's the realm of the God Source? Xianxia asked curiously. Brother Tiger also gave him a puzzled look. Although he was very powerful and had been in the Heaven Imperial Court for quite a long time, he usually closed his door and didn't care about anything in this world. The so-called realm of the God Source refers to the terrain. Normally, when thousands of mountains worship and all the spiritual energy flows in a streamlined landslide, the place where all the spiritual energy finally gathers can be called the realm of the God Source. Normally, such a place would be occupied by a super big sect. Once it's occupied, it would naturally be carefully set up by experts. With such a place as the foundation, it can definitely be regarded as the origin of this big sect. It's very easy for a big sect with such a special geographical vein to produce experts. And because this place is the origin, it's called the realm of the God Source. The sword spirit was a little puzzled and also a little frightened. He said, under normal circumstances, the realm of the God Source is a special place that can't be destroyed, but this place has obviously been destroyed. I believe there should be a mountain at the westernmost position. It's the most stable place in this place. Although it doesn't belong to the realm of the God Source, it's the guardian mountain of this realm of the God Source. This guardian mountain won't have any changes even after thousands of years. Even a peak martial saint might not be able to destroy a piece of rock on the mountain. If it stays there, it can prevent the spiritual energy that gathers in all directions from leaking out. In other words, this can be said to be a natural array. In fact, all the realm of the God Source is a natural array. So, this place is also called a paradise. With the protection of the guardian mountain, the realm of Divine Source is considered complete. However, the mountain there has obviously been moved away by someone, causing the spiritual energy here to be completely destroyed and lost, and the feng shui of the realm of the God Source has also been completely destroyed. There was shock in the sword spirit's eyes. But, what kind of existence is capable of destroying the realm of the Divine Source? What kind of strength was this? Only then can you move the guardian mountain? What kind of person? Was that why he could single-handedly resist a large sect with a Divine Source realm existence? What kind of thing was it? That's why this large sect offended such a powerful expert. The sword spirit took a deep breath. His tone was filled with puzzlement and doubt. Chu Yang was also pondering. He slowly said, "Sword spirit. Are you saying that there is no dragon vein here? And there was only a broken Divine Source realm? Am I right?" "Yes, that's what I meant." Chu Yang took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then things are clearer now. Since there was a realm of the Divine Source here, then there must have been a super sect here? Isn't that right?" "Yes. Since there was a super sect here, then this place is actually the remains of a super sect, right?" "Yes. Since it was such a super expert who destroyed this sect and destroyed the realm of the Divine Source, I believe that super expert would not be interested in the things left behind by this sect, right? Generally speaking, that should be the case. Since that's the case, there must be countless treasures left behind here. According to common sense, that should be the case. That should be the case, right? That should be the case, then it's too obvious. The purpose of the Jiangdonghua clan is definitely not to transplant the dragon vein, but to excavate the treasures left behind by this large sect. Am I right? If that's the case, that should be the case. It could be heard that the sword spirit's answer was getting more and more hesitant. But after all, he still gave a definite answer. As for Brother Tiger, he was already dizzy from Chu Yang's series of yes or no questions. Although he was not the one who answered, he also felt that this was really too complicated. It was better to let those people with complicated minds have a headache. He simply did not think at all. He lay down on the ground and stretched comfortably. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Since that's the case, the goal of the Jiangdonghua clan can be confirmed. But I have a new question." The sword spirit said, "What is it?" "Since there used to be a super sect here, how could no one in the entire Heaven Imperial Court know about this? That's the first question." Chu Yang said, "Secondly, this place is not far from Xianxia City. How could no one know that this place is actually a relic? Thirdly, even if it's a long time ago and no one knows this secret, you can see that this is the realm of the Divine Source, but others can't? Why didn't anyone have any doubts about this?" Each of Chu Yang's 3 questions was sharper than the previous one. The first 2 questions may have been buried because of the long time. Whether it's true or not, it can't be determined. The sword spirit said, "As for the third point, I believe that there are not many people in the entire Heaven Imperial Court who have such foresight. If I hadn't heard the Lord mention it a few times when I followed him back then, I wouldn't know either. Without a certain standard, it's impossible to understand things at this level." The sword spirit said very honestly, "Actually, this is still not within the scope of what I know. I only know 10 times as much. Also, after this realm of the Divine Source, everything has changed after it experienced destruction. The surrounding mountains also don't have that kind of aura. Normal people wouldn't suspect anything." Only then did Chu Yang's doubts dissipate a little. This way, it could be barely explained. Since that's the case, then where is the real existence of this relic? Chu Yang asked. "This should be in this infinite boundless mountain." The sword spirit smiled bitterly and said, "I'm also just guessing. Because, this infinite boundless mountain is the most central location within a radius of thousands of miles. In the past, it should be the place where spiritual energy gathered the most densely. Of course, this is inference based on common sense." Chu Yang nodded silently, acknowledging the sword spirit's judgment. Yes, those people of the Hua clan must have taken a fancy to the hidden treasure of the infinite boundless mountain. However, they were not sword spirits, and did not have the qualifications to learn from Shui Leihan. Then, how did they know? How could they be so sure that the thing they were looking for was in this infinite boundless mountain? Qi Yang thought for a while and said, "Let's search this place first." There was no point in thinking too much. No matter how the Hua clan found out, they definitely knew about it from the current situation. And the Hua clan's actions were very cautious and secretive. They obviously wanted to take all the spoils for themselves. Then, could they really have taken all the spoils for themselves? Qi Yang faintly felt that this time, it might be an opportunity. Sword Spirit, if this place is found, and the seal that has been sealed for so many years has been removed, or rather, seen the light of day once more, what will be the reaction? Qi Yang asked. This, I really don't know what will happen. This is very difficult to determine. The Sword Spirit shook his head. Yes, if the world knows that there are relics and inheritances here, what will happen? Qi Yang asked. Then, the world will definitely be in chaos. The Sword Spirit smiled bitterly and said, although the current Heaven Imperial Court is not inferior to any other time in terms of strength, there is one thing that must be confirmed. That is, some of the supreme techniques of some ancient super sects have already been completely lost, so such relics have reappeared in the world. Just by looking at the surrounding terrain of this infinite boundless mountain and the traces of time left behind, we can basically conclude that this relic is at least 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. That is to say, since this sect has a divine source realm expert, it is possible that it is one of those ancient super sects. The super sects of that time had countless supreme techniques and inheritances. To the people of the present, those are all incredible treasures, especially those supreme techniques that have been lost. Even if their power is not much, when compared with the martial techniques of the present, there will be unimaginable gains. The Sword Spirit smiled bitterly and shook his head. If people know that there is an ancient relic with a divine source realm expert here, and that it is the kind that has not been discovered yet, then the entire Purple Cloud City will become the center of a storm in the entire Eastern Royal Heavens. Even super sects from other realms will come here. By then, this place will become a complete meat grinder. Countless, tens of millions of people will die here. The Sword Spirit sighed deeply. This kind of relic is definitely not something that any sect can ignore. No sect can ignore it. Even if they can't get it themselves, they can't let their enemy sects get it either. Once this happens, it is very likely that many years later, their own sects will be wiped out. Therefore, no matter whether they want it or not, they will all come. They have no choice but to come. I believe that no matter if it is a big sect or a small sect, as long as they know of this news, they will all come. And as long as they can freely travel between realms and break through the seals of the realms to come here, they must at least be experts of heaven grade and above. This is the minimum requirement. As for those sects that are further away, they must at least send out experts of martial saint level to be able to reach here in the shortest time possible. If those super sects send out experts of heaven grade, it is not impossible. The Sword Spirit's voice became heavier and heavier. He was very clear about Qi Yang's plan, but such a thing was really too risky. Everyone can think of this, and this is what Fengyu is thinking. So, even if it's the nearest sect, as long as it has a heavenly being expert, it will make a move. The Sword Spirit clearly knew that Qi Yang was plotting against them, so he explained in detail. He reminded him earnestly, Sword Master, this is a life-threatening business. With our current strength, we'll die if we touch them. If we touch them, we'll die. If we touch them, we'll die. If we touch them, we'll be smashed into pieces. Qi Yang's lips curled into a half-smile as he looked at the night sky without saying a word. Saint-level experts are everywhere, and heaven-level experts are as common as dogs. Heavenly beings are fighting in the air. The Sword Spirit shuddered. There are even saint-level experts eyeing them covetously. This is a hornet's nest that no one dares to poke. The Sword Spirit was on the verge of tears as he spoke. That was because he understood Qi Yang's temperament very well. He was an extremely daring person. There's absolutely nothing that can make him feel apprehensive. There was absolutely no risk that he wouldn't dare to take, as long as the benefits were worth the risk. in the heaven-level continent, that person, who was no stronger than an ant, dared to point at the East Emperor Shui Leihan and scold him. And that was under the premise that he knew Shui Leihan's identity. Was there anything that such a lawless bastard wouldn't dare to do? But the consequences this time were really too serious. They could easily be wiped out and consigned to eternal damnation. The sword spirit had no choice but to persuade him with all his might. A hornet's nest that no one dares to poke. Xianxia smiled amusedly and said lightly, if I can take this opportunity to see all the heroes of the world, it would be a great blessing. It's over, the sword spirit wailed in his heart. This guy is determined to get involved. He actually wants to take this opportunity to see all the heroes of the world. Heavens, is this for the sake of looking good? Let's split into 3 directions to find the exact location of this historical remains. Xianxia said fiercely, even if you have to dig 3,000 feet underground, you must find it for me. Immediately, quickly. The sword spirit was speechless. He was in a daze and didn't move for a long time. There was a blackout. Brother Tiger jumped up with a meow. He excitedly said, I'm most interested in excavating treasures. I'll go. He wagged his tail and ran away. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. He had no choice but to search in the opposite direction. Along the way, he kept muttering, please don't let me find you. Please don't let me find you. Please don't let me find you. Xianxia's body floated, and he chose another direction. The 3 directions of the man, the beast, and the sword spirit formed an extremely symmetrical triangle. Xianxia searched all the way. On a mountaintop like this, the range of his spiritual consciousness was limited to a certain extent, so his search range was the smallest. And now that it was late at night, it was impossible for him to take out the calamity sword and dig it up with great fanfare. Therefore, Xianxia only let ZJ go through the motions. His real hope was the sword spirit and Brother Tiger. After walking for a short distance, Xianxia chose a relatively flat and smooth surface and sat down. He was prepared to slack off and take a break. But it didn't matter when he sat down. Xianxia's chrysanthemum suddenly felt cold. There seems to be something wriggling and trying to break into the room. Xianxia's hair stood on end. He jumped up with a whoosh, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. Something was actually trying to burrow into Brother's place. He looked down and saw that the rock made by ZJ was still as flat as before. It was just an ordinary piece of green rock. Xianxia frowned and looked left and right. He didn't find anything unusual. He reached out and touched it. Still, there was not the slightest response. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Damn it. It wasn't my imagination just now, right? Why would I have such an illusion? Xianxia frowned and couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't want to give up. Finally, he tried to sit down on the green rock again. After sitting down, Xianxia still held his waist, ready to spring up at any time. But when he touched her but carefully, he could only feel the cool sensation of the stone. He could not feel anything else. Xianxia rolled his eyes and moved his buttocks closer to the rock. He still held his waist and was on his guard. But there's still no sign of her. Was it really an illusion? Xianxia recalled his sitting position just now and pressed his buttocks on the rock. He didn't hold his waist anymore. Finally, that disgusting and dangerous feeling appeared again. Xianxia screamed and stood up. His face was yellow, and he felt like he had just survived a disaster. That was an extremely strange feeling. Suddenly, a cold sensation entered Dong Xuebing's body from his back. Xianxia's face turned pale as he exited and entered the rock. This. How could AF** King Rock do such a thing? He walked around this strange rock and looked left and right, front and back and forth. He didn't find anything strange. This was really strange. At this moment, Brother Tiger sent a message. Are there really relics? Are there treasures? Why didn't I find anything? Xianxia hurriedly said telepathically, I didn't find anything. Come back quickly. I'm a little strange here. The sword spirit also came back at almost the same time. He also didn't find anything. Xianxia's posture now was a little strange. He was bending his waist and sticking his buttocks out. A palm-sized kitten was squatting on his shoulder. There was also a guy with a form but no substance beside him. Look, this rock is a little strange. It's very strange. Xianxia pointed at the strange rock and said. As for how strange it was, he was too embarrassed to say. Strange? Strange? How can a rock be so strange? The sword spirit was carefully inspecting the rock, but Brother Tiger shook his head and said, no matter how strange it is, it's still just a rock. Xianxia said, it's really strange. After thinking for a while, he still didn't know how to describe it. He could only say, Brother Tiger, why don't you go up and sit for a while and feel it for yourself? But remember, if you feel something, come down quickly. Don't sit for too long. Remember that. Brother Tiger jumped onto the rock and walked back and forth. He said, it's not strange. What's strange about it? You have to sit down. If you don't sit down, you won't be able to feel it. Fine, I'll sit down. Have I not experienced anything before? Brother Tiger sat on the rock and looked left and right. He said, isn't it just a rock? What's there to make a fuss about? He hadn't even finished speaking when he suddenly exclaimed. He jumped up like a lightning, and returned to Xianxia's shoulder in a flash. His small body was shivering, and his eyes were wide open. His eyeballs were protruding out. Oh my God! What the hell? This rock wants to rape me. Brother Tiger couldn't see it, but Xianxia and the sword spirit could see it clearly this time. In the instant that Brother Tiger jumped up, there was an extremely thin wisp of black chi that quickly retreated from behind Brother Tiger's butt. It was like a faint wisp of black smoke that quickly retreated into the bluestone ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The rock was still a rock, as normal as before. Soul-suppressing rock. The sword spirit exclaimed. Xianxia turned around and frowned. Soul-suppressing rock? Soul-suppressing rock? The sword spirit was stunned at this moment. He was shocked by these three words that came out of ZJ's mouth. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, soul-suppressing rock, there's actually a soul-suppressing rock in this world. What the hell? It just appeared in front of me? Is there really a soul-suppressing rock? During this time, Xianxia and Brother Tiger both spoke up to interrupt the sword spirit. They knew that the sword spirit needed some time to recover from the shock in his heart. Soul-suppressing rock is a spiritual item. Wherever a soul-suppressing rock exists, there must be an earth-shattering treasure. The sword spirit said. Obviously, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. Wherever a soul-suppressing rock exists, there must be an earth-shattering treasure? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Yes. The sword spirit finally heaved a sigh of relief. But the formation of a soul-suppressing rock requires extremely strict conditions. First, there must be a specific environment. This environment must be the God Source realm, and it must be a completely sealed God Source realm. The seal here refers to a complete confinement. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth must be confined. In a complete confinement, even a soul that transcends the laws of heaven and earth will not be able to escape. This is only the first condition. The second condition is that too many experts must be killed in that specific environment. Note that the experts mentioned here must at least be at the saint level. Those below this limit, no matter how many there are not counted. The third condition is that the spiritual energy of this place must also be buried along with the deaths of these people, not leaving a single drop behind. However, even if these three conditions are fulfilled, it will still take countless years. Only after a long period of time, these spirits will gradually swell because of the chance to escape or dissipate. In the end, they will transform into some powerful spirit creatures. This spirit body that transcends the heavens and earth is suppressed by the heavenly Tao. When they are about to break out of the ground, a soul-suppressing rock is born, suppressing these powerful spirits here for a long time. The sword spirit let out a long sigh of relief. In other words, since the soul-suppressing stone has appeared here, then the treasures below must have been touched by someone. Also, the person who produced the soul-suppressing stone must have been a very powerful person when he or she was alive. Only then would he or she have the qualifications to cause such a change in heaven and earth. In other words, apart from being a huge treasure, this place is also extremely dangerous and terrifying. This is definitely a land of extinction where all living beings and demons are silenced. The sword spirit sighed softly. Update P. Xianxia frowned, thinking about the three conditions. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was unreasonable. Completely imprisoning, killing all of them, and burying all the spiritual energy, no matter how he looked at it, it was a little superfluous. Since he had already decided to kill all of them, why should he bury the spiritual energy as well? I say, how can these three conditions be fulfilled? Xianxia asked. To achieve these conditions, there are two ways to implement them. The first is to have enough hatred. They wanted to kill everyone here. Moreover, they had to make sure that this person's hatred had reached an extreme level. They were worried that even a dog wouldn't be willing to let anyone escape. So much so that before the massacre, they had to completely imprison everyone here to prevent anyone from escaping. After imprisons this place, he then carries out an extreme massacre, killing all the people and living beings. In the end, he is worried that he might miss something, so he simply buries all the spiritual energy here. Then, he also destroys all the feng shui outside, making this place look ordinary. Only in this way can he ensure that no one will be interested in this place. The sword spirit's expression changed, and he said, "I've figured it out now. No wonder this realm of the divine source is so strange. It turns out that the destruction was only carried out after the massacre and the imprisonment. If not, how could the destruction be so thorough? Then what about the second implementation?" Xianxia asked immediately. The second implementation. Similarly, he also needs to have great hatred, but the person who did this has a considerable degree of sympathy for the target of revenge, so he used the method of respecting the enemy and completely buried this place. He buried all the foreign objects with him. Moreover, after a long time, this place can even form a strong group of ghosts, which is equivalent to letting his opponent survive in another form. Although the soul-suppressing stone was created to suppress ghosts, it has a limit. As long as the ghosts form a strong enough force, they can break through the restrictions of the soul-suppressing stone. When that time comes, the strength of this ghost should have reached the stage where it is not afraid of the rules of the world and can ignore the different paths in the netherworld. It can live freely in the world and cultivate in another way, becoming a calamity spirit. This kind of calamity spirit can only survive after passing the heavenly tribulation. Then, he would be able to transform back into a human. Moreover, he possesses a powerful strength that is hard to match in this world. The sword spirit gritted his teeth. Hissing sounds came from his mouth as he said, but this is only limited to legends. Firstly, we need to pass through these layers of calamities. It was harder than ascending to the heavens. Secondly, the passage of time was enough to drive any undead creature crazy. If it's only a few thousand years, perhaps you can barely endure it. But if it takes tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, and you still can't break through the soul-suppressing stone, then, no matter how strong your spirit is, you won't be able to endure it. In the human world, there have indeed been spiritual creatures that came out of the soul-suppressing stone before. But they were basically all irrational, ferocious, and brought disaster to the world. In the end, they were all killed and destroyed by the experts. There has never been an exception where the soul of a calamity turned into a human being. Not a single one. Xianxia nodded slowly. Then, he frowned and pondered. The soul-suppressing stone is usually located on the surface of the earth. But, there should be something to cover it up. It shouldn't be so easily seen. How did you find it before? The sword spirit asked curiously. How did he find it? When he heard this question, Xianxia was a little embarrassed. He said, I walked here and then realized that my spiritual consciousness was restricted. I couldn't continue to spread it out. Looking for it didn't have any effect, so I wanted to slack off. Then, I saw that this place was very flat, so I sat down. The sword spirit opened his eyes wide and pointed at him. He was speechless. Looking at this place, the surroundings were very flat. The dense grass covered the soul-suppressing stone. It seemed that this was really a reason, however, the sword spirit couldn't accept it no matter what. Xianxia's lazy sitting had given him a soul-suppressing stone. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? It was a little too much of a coincidence. Was this luck? Was it luck or misfortune? Brother Tiger was at the side, smacking his lips. Really awesome, I really admire you. You came out with a soul-suppressing stone just by sitting down. This mountain covers at least a few thousand miles. A stone the size of a but is not even comparable to the size of a shrimp in the sea. But you actually came out with a soul-suppressing stone just by sitting down. This is luck. I, Brother Tiger, also admire you, sincerely admire you. The sword spirit was speechless. He was in a daze again. Since ancient times, the number of people who had walked up to this mountain was not many, but it was definitely more than 10 million. So many people had searched the entire mountain, but they still could not find this soul-suppressing stone. But now, Xianxia had used this method to find it. He found a treasure that was enough to shock the entire heavenly imperial court. How could he endure this? If those who had ascended the infinite boundless mountain were to find out about this, they would definitely vomit a few dozen tales of blood, dying of depression. Actually, I didn't notice it at that time. But I felt something drilling into my butt. Even though Chu Yang's skin was as thick as a city wall and as hard as a cow's butt, he couldn't help but blush. That situation was really too scary. That's why I studied it. Sigh. The sword spirit let out a long sigh. Under normal circumstances, the soul-suppressing stone would definitely not behave like this. But when it gathers enough netherworld energy, it would naturally sense the yang energy outside. Once you sat on it, that abnormally strong vitality would definitely attract the cold energy inside, and you sat down on it. And you happened to have an entrance there. The sword spirit was speechless as he shook his head. The colding energy would naturally rush inside. Although the situation was unbearable and unexpected, it was still within reason. Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's face. He said angrily, "What do you mean by, although the situation was unbearable and it was still within reason? When did I happen to have an entrance? What entrance? You're just spouting nonsense. Do you believe that I won't beat you up unexpectedly? It was within reason." The sword spirit shrank his neck. Although the sword spirit's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he was still very afraid of a certain king of hell. Especially at this moment, when the sword master seemed to be a little angry from embarrassment. You understand it so well. You tell me clearly. Then why did it go back? Is it because of that cold energy? Chu Yang asked. Is this difficult to understand? When you left, without the attraction of the yang energy, the cold energy that came out would only end up being burned by the yang energy of the world. Therefore, as long as you left in time, the cold energy would naturally shrink back. If it didn't shrink back, it would be seeking death. It was probably just an instinctive reaction. The sword spirit said. If that cold energy really came out, what would happen? Chu Yang frowned and asked. I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. The sword spirit shook his head and warned, you must not let it out. If it really came out, after a period of getting used to it, there is a great chance that it would become an unkillable monster. It would bring disaster to the world. This is not a joking matter. The sword spirit added. Chu Yang was deep in thought, but Brother Tiger showed a look of disdain. He rolled his eyes again and again. In this world, there is such a thing? Brother Tiger, I would like to see it. Even if it really became a monster. With Brother Tiger in charge, it would be easy to destroy it. In other words, that is a treasure. Or perhaps the great sect that had been destroyed was located at the foot of this mountain? As long as we go straight down from here, we can open it? Chu Yang said thoughtfully. In theory, that is right. The sword spirit said, but, since the power of the ghost can go in and out of the soul-suppressing stone at will, it is about to awaken. Then, he must have reached the point where he is about to awaken. If he hastily opens the remains, then the consequences. Chu Yang fell into deep thought. He was obviously analyzing the pros and cons of this plan. The sword spirit nervously accompanied him in his thinking, afraid that he would do something out of line and reckless. However, the two of them didn't notice that Brother Tiger had scurried over and circled the soul-suppressing stone twice. Then, he knocked on the door with a small front paw and tilted his head, his tiger head full of curiosity and exploration. He had a strong thirst for knowledge. The sword spirit had long been paying attention to all the movements in the surroundings, so he naturally saw Brother Tiger's movement first. He could not help but shout, "Don't touch the stone." Brother Tiger raised his head unhappily and looked at the sword spirit. He thought to himself, your master hasn't even said anything yet, and you dare to order Brother Tiger around? Is Brother Tiger someone you can order around? In his extremely bad mood, he simply sat down. I was caught off guard just now, but this time, Brother Tiger must sit down and watch. I don't believe that after I'm fully prepared, that chilling energy can still burrow into my butt and rebel against him. Of course, although he was dissatisfied, Brother Tiger also knew that this was a serious matter. In fact, he did not have any thoughts or plans to destroy the soul-suppressing stone, but the world was changing, and it was hard for everything to go according to one's wishes. As soon as he sat down, the colding energy suddenly rushed upwards with an unstoppable momentum. Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and used all of his Xianxia to push down. I don't believe that I won't be able to suppress your Xianxia. Thus, under Brother Tiger's butt, the two powerful forces, one yin and one yang, began to clash with each other. At this point, if one only looked at it from the surface, nothing could be seen. Brother Tiger's small butt sat there. Although it was small, it was still tightly seated. After all, that place was just a small hole. Yes. While competing with that force, Brother Tiger rolled his eyes and looked at the sword spirit. What he meant was, didn't you say that I can't sit down? Brother Tiger wants to sit down. I want to sit down steadily and for a long time. Do you think I'm an ordinary person? What can you do? What can you do? The sword spirit was completely helpless against this guy. So he did not care. But who would have thought that just because the sword spirit did not care, Brother Tiger actually directly created a super big trouble that blew up the heavens. Finally, after a long period of consideration, Xianxia decided to give up. Just as the sword spirit had said, the treasures here were undoubtedly very important. If he could obtain them, it would definitely bring him unprecedented benefits. But the risk he would have to bear was equally huge. Once those powerful spirit creatures were released, he would definitely not be able to bear the damage that would be caused. At that time, there might be corpses floating for thousands of miles, and the tragic situation of people being plunged into misery and suffering. Xianxia did not want that kind of result to happen to his own hands. Xianxia had previously considered whether he should use this place to attract the heroes of the world and then reap the benefits. But now, it seemed that he had to give up on this plan. The risk was too big, and he did not have the qualifications to reap the benefits of others. Xianxia sighed and said, since the consequences are so serious, then let's not use this place. The sword spirit heaved a sigh of relief and said, yes, let's not use this place. Xianxia nodded and said, since it's like this, let's be a good person to the end. Let's set up some illusion formations around this soul-suppressing stone. First, to ensure that it will not be discovered by others. If it is discovered by others, there is still a great chance that those terrifying creatures will be released. Second, when we are strong enough, we can come and take over this relic. Heaven has taken pity on us. Lord Swordmaster has finally changed his mind. Although his heart has not settled, as long as it is not opened immediately, everything can be discussed. The sword spirit's heart was finally relieved. But at this time, something suddenly happened that made the sword spirit feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Brother Tiger squatted there, his whole body trembling. Suddenly, there was a bang sound. Brother Tiger let out an earth-shattering fart, then, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, that was close. He used his own energy to fight against the cold energy below. At first, he indeed had the complete upper hand, but after the cold energy below felt his suppression. At the same time, he felt that there was a passage that connected to the outside world. It was continuously gathering, and its power gradually increased, as if it was endless. As if it would never stop. In the end, it was as if thousands of horses were galloping, gathering from all directions. It gathered more and more, and became stronger and stronger. Although Brother Tiger's power was strong, there was still a limit. Especially now, his injuries were far from fully recovered. Although he held on for a while, he finally reached the point where he could no longer suppress it. Therefore, he let out a smelly fart and quickly jumped away. He wanted to force himself. He was about to be completely devoured by the cold aura. Just as he was about to speak. However, he was surprised to see that both Xianxia and the sword spirit had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Following their gazes, their target was the soul-suppressing stone. Brother who looked over and couldn't help but let out a strange cry. It turned out that there was actually a dense black aura gradually spreading over there. Furthermore, this time, there was also a faint red energy entangling it. Brother Tiger could tell at a glance that the faint red energy was his own energy. The two forces entangled on the soul-suppressing stone. Quickly withdraw your power. Things might change if we delay. Xianxia shouted in a low voice. Brother Tiger hurriedly agreed. Okay. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a very faint but clear sound. Pa. The originally smooth surface of the soul-suppressing stone began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following which, a series of subtle but soul-shaking noises could be heard. Pi 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 pa pa. The two huge forces continued to fight on the soul-suppressing stone, one yin and one yang. Finally, the soul-suppressing stone was destroyed. The soul-suppressing stone that suppressed countless evil spirits, at this moment, began to slowly split. Chu Yang and the sword spirit were dumbfounded. Chu Yang and the sword spirit stared blankly at the unexpected change in front of them. They watched as a thin crack appeared on the soul-suppressing stone, revealing the inside of the holy light. Then, with a crackling sound, the entire soul-suppressing stone turned into a spider web. Following which, there was a soft bang sound. This soul-suppressing stone that might not appear even once in hundreds of thousands of years had completely turned into powder and was completely annihilated. At the place where the soul-suppressing stone was originally located, a round and deep hole suddenly appeared, unfathomable, bottomless. In the next moment, waves of dense cold energy surged out from within. The sword spirit was dumbfounded. He muttered, "The two of you are really something. One of you sat on the soul-suppressing stone, and the other smashed it with a fart. Oh heavens, oh earth, what kind of fellows am I with? Help, oh no." Chu Yang reacted the fastest. He kicked a rock beside him to move, but he felt a sharp pain in his foot. In this heaven imperial court, any random piece of rock actually had such hardness. Chu Yang had no time to be surprised. He had already gathered all his cultivation in an instant. He picked up the rock and smashed it into the hole. He wanted to block the hole. No. The sword spirit's voice was full of panic and urgency. But it was too late. The big rock smashed into the hole accurately with a bang. At the foot of the mountain, a few people were taking a nap in different directions. When they heard this sound, they jumped up at the same time and shouted, "Who is it? Who is it?" Another person said, "Someone is at the top of the mountain. Let's go. Let's go up and take a look." Yes, Fourth Master specially instructed us to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few figures rushed to the top of the mountain like lightning. Chu Yang smashed the rock down. When he heard the sword spirit say no, he already knew that what he was doing was inappropriate. But it was too late to change. The rock landed exactly where the hole was. But in the blink of an eye, the rock suddenly melted. And the black hole actually became as big as the rock. It was originally the size of a human head. But now it had become as big as a millstone. The soul-suppressing stone is broken. No matter what is used to block it, this passage will become as big as the thing that blocked it. The sword spirit said. He saw that the black gas and the extreme cold aura had already pounced in this direction with bared fangs and brandished claws. Go quickly. The sword spirit rushed into the tribulation space first. Go quickly. The great heavenly punishment thunder tribulation is about to fall. Before he finished speaking, Brother Tiger, who felt the terrifying power of the cold aura, had already bitten Chu Yang's wrist and flew up into the sky with a whoosh. Only then did he have time to enlarge his body. With a shake of his head, he threw Chu Yang onto his back. Chu Yang didn't have time to settle the score with Brother Tiger. He looked down dizzily and immediately cried out, "Oh my God!" He saw the billowing black gas. It had already covered half of the mountain and was still spreading gradually. In addition, he saw a few people rushing up the mountain from all directions. It looked like they were the people left behind by the Hua clan. In just a moment, those people had already rushed up to the top of the mountain and were immediately enveloped by the cold aura. "Oh, what's going on? My eyes can't see. Ah, it hurts so much." Continuous screams sounded. The few people who had just rushed up to the top of the mountain quickly turned into dried corpses at a speed visible to the naked eye. After turning into dried corpses, they maintained the posture of rushing up the mountain and rushed forward for a short distance. Then, they tottered and slowly fell down. Just as they fell down, the moment they touched the ground, they turned into bone powder. Xianxia saw that and even his boat was emitting cold air. Among these people, the weakest one was an earth-grade expert. There were even a few heaven-grade experts. Any one of them was not weaker than a certain cat. At this moment, he had silently turned into ashes in this place, and the cold aura of the black hole was still spewing up like a volcanic eruption. Higher and higher. Looking from afar, it was like an even darker pillar in the deep night, gradually extending straight towards the blue sky. Thicker and thicker. After a moment, there was a thunderous sound in the distance. Dark clouds from all directions rushed towards here at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the sky above was already covered with dark clouds. Almost without any preparation, a huge, rotating eye was already circling in the sky. As it circled rapidly, the eye of the vortex became deeper and deeper. That terrifying pressure from heaven and earth also became heavier and heavier. It was as if the entire mountain was going to be completely pressed into the ground. Brother Tiger saw that the situation was not good and shouted, "Oh my God!" With a whoosh, he carried Xianxia and rushed out of this area. Being caught in the crossfire was not a joke. No matter how confident Brother Tiger was in his own strength, he did not dare to stay here any longer. That was a heavenly tribulation. In an instant, Xianxia landed on the ground a few hundred miles away. Then, he heard a thunderclap from a place very far away. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A purple bolt of lightning that had completely condensed into a solid substance, surrounded by dazzling and dispersing sparks of lightning, crashed down with a loud bang. The entire land shook with a loud rumble. Even Xianxia, who was far away, was shaken to the point that his feet left the ground and jumped up a few feet. One could imagine the terrifying power that the core of the lightning had to bear. Then, one after another, the sound of thunder rumbled from the heavens, and one after another, continuous thunderbolts came crashing down without any interruption. Xianxia watched with cold sweat on his forehead and shuddered. Look at this situation. This matter is really big. Xianxia turned around and glared at Brother Tiger. This is all your fault. Brother Tiger's head drooped and even his ears drooped. Obviously, he knew that he had done something that he should not have done. From time to time, he stole a glance at Xianxia and avoided his eyes. What should I do now? Xianxia frowned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This time, I've really struck it rich. Brother Tiger raised his head and swept his tail on the ground. He said weakly, I really did not expect that thing to be so weak, just a fart and it exploded. As he spoke, he became somewhat self-righteous. What soul-suppressing stone, it can't even withstand a fart. What does that have to do with your fart? Xianxia was both angry and amused. This is from P. This bastard really knew how to change the concept. It was clear that his cultivation had clashed with the yin energy on the soul-suppressing stone, causing this inexplicable thing to happen. He actually blamed it on a fart. Your fart has such great power. Who do you think you are? Thunder continued to roar, lightning continued to strike. That cold energy rose more and more from the ground, actually pushing against the flow, breaking through the clouds. The clouds rose up in an instant, rearranging the ceiling area. From higher up in the sky, even more terrifying lightning bolts fell down as if they didn't care about their lives. The earth was shaking, the mountains and rivers were trembling, everyone was trembling. This was no longer something that could be done in a short period of time. An inexplicable fiendish aura spread out in an instant. At this moment, it was still in the vicinity of the infinite boundless mountains. At the next moment, it had already spread out for thousands of kilometers, and was even continuing to spread rapidly. In the sky, someone was looking over from afar, his face heavy and indescribable excitement. Fiendish aura, in spirit aura. Heavenly punishment thunder, could it be that the soul-suppressing stone has broken? This place is actually a dilapidated realm of the divine source? It's actually the ruins of an ancient super sect that was destroyed? This person sucked in a breath of cold air, but his expression was already one of uncontrollable excitement. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. This is a great opportunity that must be reported to the sect immediately. If we can take over this ruins, it will bring unimaginable benefits to the sect. With a swoosh, this person turned and left. The speed at which he left. It was 3 times faster than the speed at which he came, more than 3 times, extremely far away. In all directions, on some mountain peaks that were surrounded by spiritual fog all year round, there were those secluded non-worldly people. All of them turned their gazes over. All the mysterious places that could be surrounded by 5-colored spiritual fog were all places where those legendary super sects were located. Most of these people were focused on cultivation, not caring about worldly affairs at all. Other than sending their disciples out to train every once in a while, and managing their businesses in the secular world, providing the sect with endless cultivation resources and daily necessities. They were basically existences beyond the mortal world. And any one of these sects was a giant that could shake the world, just like some humorous sayings, although I'm not in Jianghu has its own legends. But this time, almost all of these super existences who rarely meddled in the affairs of the mortal world were alarmed. These people were especially sensitive to changes in spiritual qi. Countless ancestors and old monsters walked out of their secluded places and looked at the coldness and brutality in the sky with furrowed brows. In the blink of an eye, each of them made a decision with a solemn expression. The soul-suppressing stone is broken. The evil spirits came out. Forged by the lightning of heavenly punishment. That place must have been the realm of divine source. It's the location of a certain ancient super sect. Since there's a soul-suppressing stone, it means that there are ruins there. Furthermore, it had never been damaged. It is currently ownerless. This is a grand occasion for all the sects. But it could also be a great calamity for all the sects in the world. However, this tribulation cannot be avoided. It was unavoidable. I don't mean to hurt anyone. But people might not mean me no harm. The sects have had enemies everywhere for thousands of years. If any of them benefits from it, our sect will be in danger. We must eliminate the danger in the germinal land. The best way to solve this problem was to claim the ruins as his own. In this way, our sect's strength will increase greatly. We must go. We must go. Not only must we go, but we must also send experts. The strongest experts, and the number of people must not be small. We must do our best to obtain the greatest benefits. These people were all old fellows. With just a glance, they could tell that something was amiss. And they quickly made a decision. This was also the saying that people in Jianghu had no choice. Some sects that were indifferent to fame and fortune had no choice but to enter the world to deal with this earth-shattering matter in order to protect themselves. Knowing that there were tigers in the mountain, they still went to the Tiger Mountain. Whether they were willing or not, they had to come. Following that, the mountain gates opened one by one, and the sound of bells slowly resounded through the thousands of mountains and valleys. Countless warriors in simple and unadorned clothes slowly walked out of the halls. When the bell rang, all the disciples of the sects gathered in the large square. The sect. It had been hundreds and thousands of years since such a gathering bell had rung. Somewhere in the east, a shattered soul-suppressing stone has been discovered. This is a great opportunity, but also a great danger. It is a matter of opportunity and danger coexisting. Our sect has closed the mountain gates for 500 years. In these 500 years, the Jianghu has produced many capable people, but we have not replenished new blood for a long time. This time, we also need to recruit people while we are out. If we find a talented youth, we can take him into the sect and make him a disciple of the inner sect to nurture the sect's future. This time, the matter is not a small matter. All the disciples who go out, your safety is the most important thing. We have specially selected 3 elders of the sect, 3 inner sect elders, 3 elders of the Dragon Hall, 1 first-generation disciple, 30 second-generation disciples, and 100 third-generation disciples. We will go out together. As for the leader, we will have to trouble you, Sky Ascension Pavilion Grand Elder. This was the location of the second largest sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, the Lingxiao sect. The person who spoke was the sect master of the Lingxiao sect, Kuang Shuquan. And the Sky Ascension Pavilion was where the most respected elders of the Lingxiao sect were. The Grand Elder was, without a doubt, the most respected person in the Lingxiao sect. He was also the most experienced person in the Jianghu. With such an expert leading the team, they still had to select 3 elders of the sect to protect the sect, 3 inner sect elders to manage the disciples' cultivation, and 3 elders of the Dragon Hall to go out on special missions. It could be seen how much importance the Xianxia sect placed on this mission. It had already reached an unprecedented level. Even the disciples of the first, second, and third generation were only selected. As for the disciples of the 4th generation and below, no one was selected at all. In other words, among the people who went out, the lowest cultivation was at least at the high level of the heaven stage. As for the highest, it was really hard to say. With such a high level of strength, as long as they didn't meet any other large sects of the same status, and didn't provoke the Eastern Royal Heaven's official forces, they would definitely be able to sweep through the entire Jianghu and deal with almost all difficulties. The Grand Elder had a white beard and white hair. His face was solemn as he stepped forward to receive the token. He said in a low voice, recruiting new disciples. This old man doesn't dare to make any guarantees, but I will definitely do my best to bring these disciples back safely. Thank you, Grand Elder, Huang Shuquan said solemnly. It wasn't just the Xianxia sect. The other super sects, hidden sects, large sects, small sects, without exception, all sent people out one after another. Even some of the overlords of the Jianghu on the surface were riding their horses and brandishing their whips. And it wasn't just the Eastern Royal Heaven, even the other heavens and earth were alarmed by the dense baleful aura. Countless large sects began to move towards the Eastern Royal Heaven and Purple Cloud City. They flew towards the Eastern Royal Heaven. This concerned the big picture, so they had to be cautious. The 8 storms gathered in the Eastern Royal Heaven, Eastern Royal Heaven, Eastern Royal Palace. The Prime Minister's face was solemn. Great General Lan, immediately send out your capable men and personally monitor the area within 30,000 miles of Purple Cloud City. Don't give any orders, don't act without permission. What did the Lord say? A purple-faced man stepped forward and asked. This was Lord Lan, who was currently in charge of the mobilization of all the troops in the Eastern Royal Heaven. He was the commander of the entire Eastern Royal Heaven. He was definitely a person of high status and authority. Normally, he was on the same level as the Prime Minister. Now that he saw the Prime Minister giving orders directly, he instantly felt a little unbalanced. This old thing is ordering me around? Although you look old, we're about the same age. What right do you have to order me around? The Lord is currently not in the Eastern Royal Palace. The Prime Minister glanced at Lord Lan and said sternly, the Lord had already left the Eastern Royal Palace when the incident happened. I'm sure he's already at the scene of the incident. I believe everyone is aware of the seriousness of this incident, right? Everyone was speechless. Even the Lord is personally making a move this time? This is not normal, isn't it just a broken soul suppressing stone? It's not like this hasn't happened before. The Lord didn't even raise his eyebrows. Why is he in such a hurry to go personally this time? Lord Lan, do you have any other opinions? The Prime Minister looked at Lord Lan and asked mischievously. No opinion. Lord Lan's purple face turned even more purple. The Lord is already there. How can I have any opinion? You old thing, aren't you trying to frame me? If I didn't need to guard the Eastern Royal Palace to be safe, I would also go this time. A trace of worry flashed across the Prime Minister's old face. He said, this time, the chief guard of the Eastern Royal Palace is leading a team to assist. Everyone, no one is allowed to act rashly. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Their entire clan will be exterminated. If the sects below fight until blood flows like a river and can't be stopped. Are we not going to do anything? It was still that purple-faced Lord Lan. This time, he wasn't just making a fuss. He was asking a real question. Even if they are really beaten to a pulp. As long as there's no order. The Prime Minister suddenly got angry. You can only watch. You can only smell. You can only listen. You can only wait. Even if your own son is chopped into pieces down there, if you make a move without permission, you will only end up with the extermination of your whole family. Lan Tianqiao. Do you understand? Do you have any other questions? The purple-faced Lan Tianqiao's forehead was covered with sweat. He swallowed his anger and said, I understand. Thank you for your advice, Prime Minister. Then, Lord Lan asked a few more questions. These questions were not meant to go against the Prime Minister, but were sincere. He had no choice but to ask, he did not dare to not ask. The situation in front of him had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Furthermore, the biggest problem now was, since you set the rules so strictly, I have to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, how am I supposed to control my soldiers? As long as I get to the bottom of it, it's fine to eat a beating. If something goes wrong, it'll be game over. Eating a beating is better than being game over, isn't it? By the time Lan Tianxiao finished his questions, the Prime Minister had already sprayed saliva all over his face. The Prime Minister had worked with him for many years, but he had never had the upper hand like this before. He was in a good mood. Are you done asking? I'm done asking. Now that he was done asking the question, Lord Lan's tone wasn't as polite as before. He directly changed his attitude from a subordinate to an elder. The speed at which he changed his attitude was extremely fast. As expected of the commander of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Humph. Since you're done asking, hurry up and scram with your men. The Prime Minister waved his sleeves. Set off immediately. Then, he disappeared with a so sound. Great General Lan, who was about to curse out loud, swallowed his words back into his stomach. Set off. Great General Lan's purple face turned black. With a wave of his hand, he left in a huff. Little did he know that the Prime Minister, who had just left, was no longer as comfortable as before. He had a heavy expression on his face as he muttered to himself, that fellow is indeed restless after coming up. It's only been a few days and he's already caused such a huge commotion. Since the Lord rushed over personally, this matter must have been caused by that fellow, only he would be able to receive such special treatment from the Lord. Sigh, that fellow is really too good at causing trouble. It's only been a few days and he's already causing the soul-suppressing stone to shatter. He even managed to encounter such a rare thing. He even managed to destroy it. How could he do that with his trash cultivation? He's really a troublemaker. Why did the Lord send him to the Eastern Royal Heavens in the first place? Couldn't he have sent him to other realms to cause trouble and bring disaster to other powers? Now, look at him. He's wasting energy and carrying a spear. What kind of plaything is this? Sigh, with a long, heartfelt sigh, the Prime Minister finally disappeared without a trace. The lightning bolts became more and more concentrated. It seemed as if it didn't stop pouring out. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger witnessed the power of the heavens and earth. They were completely stunned and dumbfounded. He was tongue-tied. Chu Yang became more and more aware that he might have caused a very big trouble this time. Looking at this situation, his original intention would definitely be achieved. All the sects in the world would definitely be like sharks that smelled the scent of blood. They swarmed over. Moreover, the scope of this incident wouldn't just be limited to the Eastern Royal Heaven. He believed that all the great sects in the Heaven Imperial Court would have a big gathering because of this. His plan had succeeded. However, who would clean up this mess in the end, how to deal with it? His intention was only to provoke a few sects. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Fisherman's profit. King Fisherman's advantage, not to mention those great sects that hadn't arrived yet. Just those few people from the Hua clan were enough to make a certain king of hell's heart turn cold. Any one of those people was stronger than Chu Yang at his current stage. One or two of them were even heaven stage experts. Their strength was at least on par with that of Shifu. Such a person had been reduced to nothingness by the cold aura as soon as he came into contact with it. Was such a terrifying thing something that he could use? Even such a terrifying lightning tribulation couldn't destroy it. What did he rely on to dare to take advantage of that fisherman's advantage? Chu Yang was a little depressed. Once again, he felt the grievance of not having enough strength. He was asking for trouble. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel his soul leaving his body. He turned his head like a whirlwind and saw a man in a white robe standing 3 feet away from him with a smile on his face. Seeing that he turned his head to look at him, he actually nodded with a smile of reunion after a long separation. His voice was gentle and pleasant. Long time no see. This person's voice wasn't loud. But the moment he opened his mouth to speak, the wind, thunder and lightning that filled the sky seemed to disappear the moment he spoke. Instantly, the sky was clear and bright again. Dawn reappeared on the horizon, just like the clearest afternoon. The clouds were light and the wind was clear. It was peaceful. But in reality, the violent thunder and lightning were still going on, and the momentum was getting more and more intense. But in the small circle where Chu Yang and this white-robed man were, it was quiet. So it's you. Chu Yang let out a deep breath. Since it's him, it's not surprising that he could approach me so quietly. If the current ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens didn't even have this little ability, then the Eastern Royal Heavens would have been destroyed by the enemy long ago. This person was of course the current ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Shui Leihan, the highest ruler of this world, His Majesty the Eastern Royal Heavens. To be honest, Chu Yan didn't expect to see him again so soon. He had originally thought that Shui Leihan would only come out to meet him when he had at least reached the saint level or the heavenly being level. Even when he had reached the peak, Shui Leihan might not even meet him. But he didn't expect to see him here. It was really an unexpected reunion. Why are you here? Chu Yang asked curiously, are you so free? Does His Majesty not have any official business to deal with? Shui Leihan stared at him and shook his head with a smile. I've never been free. No matter how I deal with official business, there's no end to it. But right now, I'm indeed here especially for you. For me? Do I have such a big reputation? Chu Yang pointed at his own nose and asked in a very unconfident manner. Chu Yang couldn't be blamed for this. In the heavens, Chu Yang might be a pioneer of a new era, a person who created myths and wrote legends. But in the heavens, he was nothing. At most, he was just a slightly stronger ant. At least in the eyes of the Eastern Royal Heavens Master, His Majesty the Eastern Royal Heavens, it was one thing to have a relationship, but the difference in strength between the two sides was still real. You're so young, but you really know how to cause trouble. Shui Leihan sighed softly. How many days have you been up here? He actually caused such a huge commotion. He pointed at the chilly fiendish aura that was still surging outwards. Chu Yang said somewhat sadly, do you think I want to? How would I know that something like this would happen? He was blasted out with a fart. Blasted out with a fart? Even with Shui Leihan's composure, he still couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. He couldn't help but choke on the wind. Chu Yang rubbed his buttocks and grimaced as he nodded. This meant that it was indeed caused by his fart. Shui Leihan was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't betray brother who. Shui Leihan would definitely clean up the mess for him. Since it was caused by him. Chu Yang was still confident about this. But if he were to say that brother who did it, Shui Leihan would probably skin brother who alive on the spot. This was definitely a possibility. I can't help but say. You are indeed gifted. This kind of luck is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Shui Leihan patted him on the shoulder. His tone was obviously a little emotional. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. So be it. Since you're here, I'll definitely have to rely on you to solve this mess. Do you have other intentions for causing such a huge commotion? Shui Leihan looked at him inquiringly. Yes, I do. Since that's the case, I don't care anymore. I believe you already have a detailed plan and the means to carry it out. Do it to your heart's content. Shui Leihan chuckled. Every time he was with Chu Yang, Shui Leihan could feel exceptionally relaxed and refreshed from the bottom of his heart. There was also a kind of relaxed joy in his mind. Even Shui Leihan himself was puzzled by this situation. He was in the heavenly imperial court. He was the number one person below the Saint Monarch level. He controlled the entire heavenly imperial court, the Eastern Royal Heaven, which was the most vast. In this world, he was the highest ruler. It could be said that he looked down on the universe and had no reservations. However, he had become friends with Chu Yang when he was at his weakest. One was just an ant-like person struggling to survive in the lowest level, while the other was a super existence of the highest level, the most powerful deities. The two of them were actually friends, and close friends at that. If this matter were to be spread out, even the Saint Monarchs would be shocked. But this just had to be the truth. It was an extremely absurd fact. Sometimes, even Shui Leihan himself found it unbelievable when he thought about it. Qu Yang certainly met the harsh requirements of the Tribulation Sword. But Shui Leihan didn't have to have such close connections with Qu Yang at all. As long as he found the successor of the Tribulation Sword, Shui Leihan could be considered to have completed the task entrusted to him by that mighty person. But for some reason, they just had to take a liking to each other and become friends. They hit it off at first sight. So, there were some things that Shui Leihan could have arranged for a few trusted subordinates to do, but he still chose to come personally. For example, this time. Shui Leihan really cherished the chance to relax like this. How many friends could an ordinary person in a high position, such as Shui Leihan, have? Generally speaking, there really wasn't a single one. A person in a high position couldn't have friends. Loneliness and solitude was the kind of feeling a person in a high position should have. Shui Leihan was very satisfied. Compared to the other emperors, he was really much more fortunate. In the entire heavenly imperial court, it seemed that only Qu Yang would speak to him in such a disrespectful manner. But he just felt comfortable listening to it. Strange. What did you say? You don't care? You don't care how I clean up this mess? Qu Yang jumped up instantly. Baidu search PCOM, what are you saying? Why can't you clean it up? Didn't you do this because you have a plan and a way to carry it out? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Shui Leihan looked at him strangely. You have to know that if I really do it, the moment I do, the matter will be resolved. However, this realm of the God Source will also be completely destroyed in the next moment. In other words, no matter what plan you have, it will be completely for naught, huh? Then what should I do? Qu Yang frowned. This was really troublesome. But what could he do? Those involved can't see clearly. Don't you have the Calamity Sword? Shui Leihan smiled faintly. He said with a smile, you already have such a heaven-defying item. Why are you still asking me? Calamity Sword? Qu Yang's eyes widened. The Calamity Sword has such an ability? You're not joking? Joking? I really don't have the time and energy for that. As for the ability of the Calamity Sword, Shui Leihan smiled lightly. It's definitely something you can't even dream of. Even I, when faced with this sword, I also have to. Shui Leihan didn't finish this sentence. He just suddenly changed the topic. Fine, since I'm here, I'll help you again. If the thunder of heavenly punishment is used to deal with it, it will be destroyed in the end. What a blind thing. Qu Yang rolled his eyes. This guy isn't scolding me, is he? Or is he scolding that guy who controls the thunder of heavenly punishment? But from his tone, it doesn't seem like he's scolding me. Humph. Since you want to stir up trouble, I'll help you again. Shui Leihan said indifferently, release the sword intent of the Calamity Sword. The sword intent of the Calamity Sword. Ever since he obtained the sword intent of the Calamity Sword, Qu Yang really hadn't used it much. It felt like he had obtained something but had no place to use it. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. A sword aura whizzed out. Shui Leihan drew a circle with his right hand and shouted, go. All of a sudden, the sword aura shone brightly and soared into the sky like a divine dragon. Then, a loud and clear sword cry rang out. The dark night sky suddenly shone with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire universe and illuminating the entire universe. At this moment, the night had completely turned into day. A magnificent sword light that spanned thousands of miles appeared in the sky. Then, it cut through the dark clouds, forming a bridge of light that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, and rushed down. In the air, it was clear that someone's teeth were chattering. If that terrifying sword chi had landed on my body, she heard a dignified voice in her ear, I know it's not good. Get lost. Hearing the infinitely dignified and infinitely familiar voice, the cloud man trembled all over. He didn't even dare to say another word. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the dark clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace as if they had pissed their pants, after walking for tens of thousands of miles. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, the voice chased after him again, my whereabouts must not be revealed. If you disobey, you will be executed. If there were any doubts, you might as well try it. Just as that person was about to heave a sigh of relief, he heard this voice. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he fell down from the dizziness. He directly fell to the ground in a daze. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His subordinates hurriedly helped him up and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why are you like this?" It was really strange. The sir in charge of the wind, cloud, thunder and lightning actually fell from the clouds, and his head was bleeding so badly. This was really seeing a ghost. That sir climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He didn't even bother to wipe off the blood on his face, and hurriedly explained to erase everyone's doubts, "I was just training my body. Yes, I have to fall a few more times every day. It's good for my physical and mental health. Look, I'll fall again, bang. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4, fall again." This sir pitifully fell from the clouds again and again. His subordinates were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Facing such a situation, his subordinates indeed didn't have any doubts. They all had a new idea. "It's over. Our sir is crazy, let's not talk about this side's reaction, it wasn't the main point." That sword light smashed down with a loud bang, right into the cave entrance that was constantly emitting colding energy. At that moment, it was really as if 1,000 miles of river was suddenly cut in half. The colding energy and demonic aura that was originally gushing out in all directions suddenly lost its source, and the demonic aura that was overflowing outside was also rapidly dissipating. At the entrance of the cave, there was a long sword that was as bright as snow. It was filled with the majesty of a sovereign, and it was inserted diagonally into the ground. It was majestic and unmoving. That colding energy and demonic aura didn't completely disappear, but could only continue to gush out from the two sides of the sword. Although it wasn't completely cut off. It didn't have that kind of crazy surge. At least the demonic aura that was emitted now would gradually dissipate into the wind when the sunlight just came out, and couldn't cause any harm anymore. Now, with the sword intent blocking the entrance, the colding energy can only dissipate slowly. And at this speed, it will also dissipate completely after 10 days to half a month. And at this level, as long as it comes into contact with the sun's yang energy, it will be completely dissolved and won't cause any harm to the human world, Shui Leihan said lightly. Amazing! Chu Yang exclaimed. To be able to control the intensity of the fire so accurately, he was indeed the best in the world. From now on, only you can pull out this sword. Shui Leihan raised his eyebrows. Are you satisfied with my arrangement? Satisfied, 100% satisfied. Chu Yang nodded repeatedly, and then said, "Well, let the sword spirit have this qualification too. It's not convenient for me to show up for some things." "Hee hee. You insidious guy." Shui Leihan laughed. The moment Chu Yang opened his mouth, he knew what Chu Yang was planning. He couldn't help but smile. He summoned the sword spirit and after seeing Shui Leihan pointed with his finger. A black gas came out from the sword spirit and merged with the sword intent on the mountain peak. "It's done," Shui Leihan said with his hands behind his back. "Thank you." "Well, you don't have to be so polite. To be honest, this cold energy is pure death. It's a pity that I can't use it for my cultivation. If some sects that cultivate evil spirits get their hands on it, I'm afraid they'll treat it as a treasure." Shui Leihan said with some pity. Well, pure death energy? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his own dantian, the yin-yang life and death dantian. Was it that? Chu Yang's eyes turned, and then he said, "Oh right, what exactly are you doing here?" Shui Leihan was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Did this guy still not know who he was doing this for? Why haven't you left yet? Chu Yang's face turned cold as he frowned and asked him to leave. Isn't this matter already done? Shui Leihan pointed at his own nose, somewhat in disbelief. You're chasing me away? He suddenly felt a little confused. The world was really upside down. I, the ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens, was ordered to leave by someone in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Even in other places, no one would dare to do so. Yes. Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, there's only you and me here. If I don't chase you away, should I chase myself away? Don't tell me there's someone else here? Even if there is. I don't know either. I just helped you, and you're chasing me away? You. Shui Leihan had an impulse to beat the guy in front of him up. With you here, I'll be a hindrance. Qi Yang said righteously, having someone to rely on will be detrimental to my development. So, take care. I won't send you off. Shui Leihan's nose was crooked, and his finger that was pointing at Qi Yang was trembling. You're good. You're really good. You're really good. So small. You've got guts. Of course I've got guts. But I don't have to show it to you, right? Qi Yang laughed, and then he actually glared at him. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to see if I've got guts? Shui Leihan looked up at the sky. He didn't look at Qi Yang anymore. He was afraid that if he saw his face again, he would give it a hard punch. Yes, right. Luckily, you haven't left. I almost forgot something important. Qi Yang went over and touched Shui Leihan's shoulder with his shoulder. He said, I say. Do you still have that wine? If you do, leave some for me. I've finished all of it. I haven't had enough. Whoosh. Shui Leihan disappeared. A sentence floated down from the sky. Why aren't you dead yet? This sentence was obviously said through gritted teeth, and it definitely came out from the gaps between his teeth. Then, silence returned to the sky. After a long, long time, there was no more movement. Qi Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like he's really gone this time. This guy is too stingy. He can't even bear to leave a pot of wine. Stingy. He turned around, only to see Brother Tiger staring at him with his eyes wide open. His eyes were full of reverence as if he had seen a living immortal. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Qi Yang waved his hand in front of Brother Tiger. You're my boss. Brother Tiger said in a voice full of admiration, you're really my boss. I'm convinced. I've never admired a third person in my life. You're the second one. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. You're too awesome. You're really too awesome. I didn't expect you to be so awesome even in my dreams. Qi Yang couldn't stand being slapped by this guy for no reason. What's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine? Are you crazy? No, no, no. If not, there's no way to describe my admiration for you. Brother Tiger was obviously on the verge of breaking down. That person just now, he's so strong. Throughout my life, only my benefactor can be better than him. There's no one else who can be compared to him. Let's talk about it more vividly. You know my strength, right? When I was at my peak, my strength was at least 10 times more than now, but even if I was at my peak, he could still kill me with one slap. You know his level of strength now. You actually dared to talk to him like that just now, and even dared to chase him away like a fly. No matter if it's because you're ignorant or because you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you still did it, and you even succeeded. Oh, my God. You're too awesome. When Shui Leihan came just now, Brother Tiger immediately became obedient. He shrunk his body to the size of a mini and stayed in Chu Yang's arms for a long time, not daring to move at all. He only listened attentively to Chu Yang's conversation with him. The more he listened, the more impressed and excited he became. What an awesome person. What an awesome person. There's such an effect. Qi Yang definitely didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to get that kind of good wine that could raise one's cultivation. However, he didn't expect that he would completely subdue Brother Tiger. Could this be considered an unexpected surprise? Although he said things like the ignorant are fearless and the immensity of heaven and earth which were more or less unpleasant to the ears, it was good that he was subdued. Also, Shui Leihan was already at such a level, yet Brother whose benefactor was still able to surpass him by a few notches. Just how powerful was that benefactor? Was there really such a powerful person in this world? Not thinking about these, Qi Yang waved his hand and the sword spirit flew directly to the vast mountains. It became one with the sword energy. The sword spirit tried to collect the gurgling black gas, it's really pure death energy. However, this kind of foundation is a little huge, said the sword spirit. Huh? Qi Yang didn't understand. I can only absorb a portion of it when I'm downloading it. I have to send it to your Dantian quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear it, said the sword spirit honestly. That's great. Chu Yang was delighted. This was a pie that fell from the sky. He was just worrying about whether his cultivation speed was fast enough. He didn't expect that there would be so much death energy replenishment right away. I have to go back once every 4 hours. The sword spirit instructed, don't run around. Be ready to accept it at any time. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Shui Leihan had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang, who had turned around, suddenly remembered an important matter. This matter was not as dispensable as asking for wine. He immediately slapped his thigh. *T, he was so focused on talking just now that he actually forgot to ask this guy what kind of physique he had, whether it was good or bad, whether there were any drawbacks, and how to avoid them. Forget it, since he's gone, let's go. Chu Yang thought, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I'd better figure it out myself. What I figure out myself is the most suitable for me. Maybe it's better for me to keep it a secret if this guy doesn't know? Bringing Brother Tiger with him, Chu Yang leisurely returned to the Chu clan. On top of the vast mountain. At first glance, the sky was still filled with black gas. But in reality, it was already gradually dissipating. Without the large amount of support from the source of the cave, the baleful aura outside had become a tree without roots. It would only take a few days for it to be completely eliminated by the scorching sun. On top of the mountain. That sword. Light radiated in all directions, illuminating the surroundings. When Chu Yang returned to his room, Yan Rushan was already waiting for him. Where did you go? Yan Rushan's expression was solemn. I just went out for a walk. What else can I do? Chu Yang laughed hollowly, you know it too. I have another identity, which is a gambler. Yan Rushan heaved a sigh of relief and warned him solemnly. During this period of time, be it day or night, try not to go out. Ah? What's wrong? Chu Yang wasn't surprised by Yan Rushan's warning, but he still had to do his part. What's wrong? Something big had happened. It's a big deal. Yan Rushan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. This includes the 5 cities in the vicinity. Within a radius of 17,000 miles, it's going to become the center of attention. With your strength, you shouldn't even get involved, so what? Chu Yang stared at him with an innocent face. His face was full of puzzlement and confusion, and he was waiting for an answer. A soul-suppressing stone appeared here. Sigh. Yan Rushan's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he paced slowly. He explained the origin of the soul-suppressing stone in a low voice. Finally, he looked up and sighed. Why would a soul-suppressing stone appear here? Why would such a rare item appear here? Why would a soul-suppressing stone shatter so easily? This is really puzzling. Chu Yang and Brother Hu looked at each other. Puzzling? No way. Why would it appear? Why would it shatter? Both of them were the clearest about this. Yan Rushan stomped his feet and said, if I find out who caused this, I'll beat him to death. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger stared at each other and signaled with their eyes that they must not reveal anything. They would be beaten to death. Even if they were not beaten to death, they would be beaten half to death. In short, they just had to keep their mouths shut. Anyway, don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. After Yan Rushan said this, he leaped up and disappeared. I'll go and take a look. Don't act rashly. Yan Rushan had already disappeared. Chu Yang and Brother Hu slumped down on the bed. Looks like we've really gone too far this time. In the next few days, the entire Xianxia city was in a mess. The entire Xianxia city, even the ordinary people in the city, could feel the unprecedented frenzy and depression. Everyone seemed to smell the scent of the end of the world. The number of martial artists in the city increased unknowingly. Not only did the number increase, but the quality was even more astonishing. Originally, it was rare to see Earth-grade martial artists, but now, Earth-grade martial artists could be seen everywhere on the streets. Heaven-grade martial artists weren't rare. Occasionally, there would be a few higher-grade martial artists strolling around. Every time they walked on the streets, they would be on full alert, eyeing covetously. If there was a disagreement, there would be a full-scale fight on the streets. Occasionally, there would be a few puddles of blood on the streets after a night. The atmosphere of the entire city was oppressive and dignified. It was like the dead silence before a storm. The city lord was no longer excited because he had recovered from his illness. He was so worried that there were many more white hairs on his head. During this period, countless outsiders entered Xianxia city. Slowly, Xianxia city, which was originally not very big, became a little crowded because of the population problem. What the **CK was this? Especially the inns in the city, they were basically close to the point of being overcrowded. These weren't the reasons for the city lord's headache. The real headache for the city lord was that the infinite boundless mountain that the Hua clan had just paid for was actually the legendary Divine Source Realm. If the higher-ups knew that he had sold the Divine Source Realm just like that, he wouldn't be able to continue being the city lord anymore. Of course, this wasn't the most serious matter. Because that Divine Source Realm was actually damaged, and the soul-suppressing stone had appeared in it. If they knew that he had sold such a place, and that it had been damaged, it would trigger a terrifying heavenly tribulation. His entire family had basically reached the end of their lifespan, and this wasn't the most serious matter. The truly serious matter was that the people who had destroyed the soul-suppressing stone were simply amateurs among amateurs. If they had destroyed it, then so be it. How could they have left behind such a huge trace, and actually caused the baleful qi to shoot up into the sky? That was truly a long-lasting thing. It was precisely because of this that the entire heaven palace was shaken. According to the news, not only the eastern royal heavens, even the super sects of the other heavens and earth had started to take action. There was only one target, and that was this place. More than 70% of the large sects, hidden sects, and immortal residences had already started to take action. As for those that weren't recorded, it didn't mean that they weren't taking action. Perhaps they had already started to take action long ago, just that their methods were more secretive. It was just that no one knew. Facing these people, facing these huge and unstoppable forces, the entire Purple Cloud City could be destroyed with a single thought from them. If Purple Cloud City was gone, his entire family would definitely be wiped out. At this moment, the city lord flew into a rage, as though he had gone mad. His only thought was to quickly find Fourth Master Hua. As long as he saw this fellow, he would swallow him alive. This bastard. You have caused my death. You have harmed my entire family, and even my entire clan. However, Fourth Master Hua was like a drop of foam that had been completely submerged in the sea, and there was no longer any trace of him to be found. The city lord was so angry that his stomach was about to explode, but he couldn't find any place to vent his anger. Another secret location. Fourth Master Hua was also flying into a rage. What's going on? What's going on? Who can tell me? What the hell is going on? Countless people around him kept quiet out of fear, afraid that they would be scolded if they said a single word. Tell me, why did the soul-suppressing stone shatter without any warning? Who was it that leaked the news? Who did it? Tell me. Fourth Master Hua was seething with anger. His eyes were blood red as he stared at his subordinates. His gaze was as though he wanted to eat them alive. In Fourth Master Hua's hands, there was an item that was covered in the marks of time. It seemed to be a map. Right now, it had already been wrinkled by Fourth Master Hua. A treasure map. Fourth Master Hua truly wanted to vomit blood. But even if he did, what problem could he solve? Ever since 200 years ago, his family had coincidentally bought this treasure map from an auction in the East Imperial Kingdom. They had mobilized countless manpower and resources to search the entire East Imperial Kingdom for 200 years. An entire 200 years, even if they didn't count the several 100,000 purple cloud coins that they had spent on the treasure map. Just the manpower and resources that they had mobilized in these 200 years had already exceeded 5 million purple cloud coins. Purple cloud coins. They had finally found the location, and even found some clues. Furthermore, they had already paid the money and reached an agreement with the officials, turning the ownership of that place into their own. It hadn't even been 5 days since they had calmed down. How did the entire world know about it? Since things had already developed to such a stage, the Hua family's insignificant strength meant that they wanted to devour this treasure trove. It was simply a pipe dream. there was no possibility at all. Even if they wanted to get a share of the profits, it had become an extravagant hope, a fantasy. Moreover, whether or not they could escape from this super vortex was still unknown. After hundreds of years of hard work and tens of millions of purple cloud coins, for this treasure, the entire family's finances had been completely overdrawn. The family's power had shrunk because of this matter, and they had finally seen a ray of hope, but at the last moment, it had all been given to someone else. When Fourth Master Hua thought of this, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Could it be any more tragic? What a scam. Hua and the others, we still don't know where they are, we don't know if they were harmed or... Another person stammered. Baidu search, I don't care if they die. Fourth Master Hua was enraged. Fourth Master Hua's anger caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. However, the heartlessness he displayed now made them feel even more disappointed. Hua and the others had always been loyal to the Hua clan and had even gone through fire and water for so many years. However, it was such people who, after going missing, only ended up as I don't care if they die. In Fourth Master Hua's words, he was actually so heartless. If I also went missing or died, what would Fourth Master Hua say? With such a master, if I really died, how would my family be treated? Everyone felt dejected as they forced themselves not to think further. The atmosphere of a fox grieving for the death of a rabbit engulfed the entire place. Now that things have come to this, we can only immediately inform the clan and see if the old ancestor can appear personally. Only with him appearing will we have a chance to obtain the benefits first. Otherwise... Fourth Master Hua waved his hand impatiently. Do it immediately. Yes. One person immediately turned and left. This matter was urgent and had to be reported immediately. Also, this matter was leaked in such a strange manner. Perhaps it was that bastard Dong Lai who leaked it. It doesn't make sense that we would be exposed right after we told him about buying Infinite Boundless Mountain. This timing is too coincidental. It must be him. Fourth Master Hua's eyes were malicious. Now that the clan is weak, we cannot kill Dong Lai openly. However, I will definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. After pondering for a moment, he finally ordered decisively, the three of you, sneak into the Chu clan tonight and kill that divine Dr. Chu on the spot. Kill divine Dr. Chu? The three Hua clan experts looked at each other. This matter has nothing to do with that Chu Yang at all. At the end of the day, you are just using him. Why do you want to kill him for no reason now? What kind of logic is this? What kind of person are we following? Nonsense. Fourth Master Hua said furiously, Dong Lai is suffering from an illness that only Chu Yang can treat. It is said that half a year is needed to treat him. Now, only a month has passed. He is definitely not cured yet. Dong Lai revealed our great secret, causing us to fail on the verge of success and our plan to fail. How can we let this go? However, Dong Lai is the city lord of Xianxia city and is a member of the government. We have the heart but are powerless to do anything to him. But we can't kill Dong Lai. You still can't kill Chu Yang? As long as I kill Chu Yang, that bastard Dong Lai will be sick for the rest of his life. Fourth Master Hua laughed coldly. The three of them suddenly understood. It turned out that they wanted to kill divine Dr. Chu just to prevent him from treating the city lord. What a ruthless person, what a vicious method. The three of them felt that it was a pity. Even if he couldn't recruit such a godly doctor for his own use, he would still be able to recruit him. He should try to maintain a good relationship with her. After all, who wouldn't get stabbed when they were in the Jianghu? As long as he was stabbed, how could he not seek medical treatment? The existence of divine Dr. Chu was definitely a great blessing for martial artists. Why would he kill such a godly doctor just to treat Dong Lai? That was a little too unreasonable. The three of them couldn't help but hesitate. What? Fourth Master Hua looked at the three of them coldly. You're not willing? This? Fourth Master, please reconsider my ass. Everything was destined to fail. Fourth Master Hua was already close to madness. Do you want to rebel? We don't dare. If you don't dare, then listen to my orders. Tonight, I must see Chu Yang's head. Put it on my table. Fourth Master Hua roared. The three of you, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment after you return home. You know clearly what kind of crime it is to disobey an order before a battle. Yes. The three of them looked at each other helplessly. In a faraway place, on a certain mountain. Everyone here was discussing about the appearance of the evil spirit and the shattering of the soul-suppressing stone. This wasn't an ordinary place. It was the headquarters of the notorious wild wolf bandits. These bandits came and went like the wind. Every single one of them was a powerful martial artist. Their whereabouts were also mysterious. Even the government couldn't do anything to them. They had been besieged several times. They had escaped unscathed. But they obviously didn't have the right to ask about or touch the soul-suppressing stone. In the end, they were just bandits. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Mo Tianji, dressed in white, slowly walked into a hall with a gentle smile on his face. A ferocious-looking man stood up. "Military advisor Mo, please take a seat. Let's discuss." Mo Tianji slowly sat down. "What's the matter?" "Regarding the soul-suppressing stone, should we?" Mo Tianji smiled and said quietly. The burly man on the other side nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's clean up that town first." "Military advisor Mo, I'll snatch a few women to warm your bed this time." "Ha ha ha," Mo Tianji smiled and nodded. "Tonight, let's get drunk." "Good." The Great Khan laughed wildly, raised his cup and drained it. It was noisy and lively outside. In the hall, other than the maids, there were only 3 people drinking. Gang leader, vice gang leader, military advisor. The 3 of them were clearly drunk. Mo Tianji also seemed to be unrestrained. "Haha. Today, all of you are drunk. Only I am not drunk." The 2 men opposite him were drunk. "Nonsense, you're the drunk one. If you're not happy, drink more." Mo Tianji stood up shakily and walked over with a wine bowl. He staggered. "Let's drink." Who's afraid? Come." The 2 of them picked up their wine bowls and gulped it down. At this moment, Mo Tianji suddenly staggered, and arrived in front of the 2 like a ghost. Then, a cold and bright sword light flew past without any warning. 2 arrows of blood spurted into the air. 2 heads rolled on the ground. The gang leader's head rolled on the ground. He could not believe it and his eyes were full of questions. Why? This was the last thing he wanted to say, the question that he didn't ask. "I'm sorry. Because I'm the only one in charge here." Mo Tianji said casually with a calm smile on his face. "I'm sharpening my sword in imperial court. How can I be under someone else? Not to mention a scoundrel like you." The 2 bodies fell down with a thud. Mo Tianji moved his body, and the maids around him only had time to let out a scream before they slowly fell down while clutching their throats. After a long time, Mo Tianji was covered in blood. He pushed open the door of the hall and suddenly rang the bell. Everyone gathered around. Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Mo Tianji slowly said, "The gang leader and vice gang leader have been killed by me. Now, I'm the one in charge here. My words. This is the only order. Anyone who disobeys will die." Everyone was dumbstruck. "Since I'm the one in charge here, it can't be called Wild Wolf anymore. From now on, it'll be called Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Mo Tianji smiled and said slowly. Together with the blood on his body. That faint smile was as scary as a devil's grin. "Heavenly Armament Pavilion needs strict orders. From now on, anyone who disobeys orders will die." Mo Tianji looked around and said with a smile. He waved his hand. A few people suddenly rose from the crowd and cut the people around them in half. Those who were killed were all loyal to the original gang leader. Each of them took care of one person. It was neat and clean. Blood flowed. Blood flashed. The smell of blood swept through the hall. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make the slightest move. Those people stepped forward and knelt down. "Long live Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the pavilion leader. Let's create a glorious future together." Mo Tianji smiled. He looked at the white clouds in the distance and muttered, "Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It will sweep through the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Today's legend will begin. At another place. At a junction, Dong Wushang held his dark saber and slashed like a demon. He forced the group in front of him. Are you going to hand it over? Are you going to submit? Are you going to kneel? Are you going to listen? As long as you listen to me, Second Master Dong promises you a good life in the future. Do you understand? If you understand, then say something. Are you going to hand it over? Are you going to submit? Are you going to kneel? Are you going to listen? From now on, we'll be called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dong Wushang shouted, What is Heavenly Armament Pavilion? Heavenly soldiers and generals. We'll rob the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Behave yourselves. At another place. Where can I find a soulmate? The tip of Gu Duxing's floating sword slashed across the throat of an enemy in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere as he landed. He faced the remaining people, surrender or die. Surrender and join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. You'll be my people. Those who don't surrender will die. At another place. Ao Xianyun transformed into a golden dragon and went on a rampage. His huge body was a divine dragon that could only appear in myths and legends. It was especially shocking. Are you willing to surrender? Join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? I, Ao Xianyun, will lead you to roam the world. A golden-winged phoenix flew all over the sky, leaving behind streaks of incomparably dazzling traces in the air. Finally, it landed on a mountain. Little ones, this is what I stole this time. Everyone, hurry up and cultivate. If anyone can't keep up with the progress, I'll skin him. Our Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Thief Hall must be at the forefront. We can't fall behind others. I, Rui Badong, can't afford to lose face. Everyone, remember, I'm the person with the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion other than the Pavilion Master. I was, am, and will be. So, my subordinates must be the same. My subordinates don't need to be very strong. They must be the strongest. At another place. Great Demon King Tan Tan sat high up on his throne. He looked at the group of people who were crawling and trembling in front of him and scolded angrily, You bunch of trash. Are you all shocked by my handsomeness? Why aren't you speaking? I didn't establish the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to raise trash like you. If I don't see the results tomorrow, I'll cut off your heads automatically and throw them into the cesspool. Soul-suppressing stone? What does that soul-suppressing stone have to do with us? Our task now is to earn money. Earn the most money and increase our strength. Expand our influence. Do you understand? If you don't, come and let me chop you. If you understand, then scram. Go to work. F***CK. Everyone retreated. One by one, they ran all over the place to do their work. On the other side, GMO slapped a man in front of him and sent him flying. Bastard, we, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, never kidnap women. You actually did things behind my back and ruined my reputation, making me unable to raise my head in front of my brothers. Dog Ant. F***CK. I'll give you 3 days to marry her, get your father-in-law's approval, and immediately consummate your marriage. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't touch a woman for the rest of your life. If something like this happens again in the future, there's no need to say anything else, just kill him. Do you hear me? You're really rebelling. Dog Ant. F***CK your Dog Ant. All of you, get ready to fight. Hurry up and do your work, what are you waiting for? Hey, I asked you to spy on that rich man Zhang, how are you doing? Dog Ant. You useless piece of trash. If you can't do this before this afternoon, I'll dry you up and hang you on the flagpole to dry. Get lost. At another intersection. Many people were carrying goods and were walking on the mountainous and dense forest road in Ongwa. There were flags of the government on top. No matter what, these were all government goods. In the Eastern Royal Heavens, no one dared to rob government goods. So everyone was relieved. All of a sudden, a woo-woo wolf howl resounded in the air. Then, countless wolves howled in response. A woo-woo, don't be too surprised, it was definitely not a gathering of 10,000 wolves. Because as long as one paid attention, one would be able to sense that many people were just stretching their necks and howling like wolves. Then, a rascal swaggered out of the forest in front of them. He stood in the middle of the road, looking at the sky and leaning his sword on the ground. Awoo! This mountain was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, pay the toll. Awoo! The wolves howled together again. Awoo! A guy howled. Suddenly, he came to his senses. A young man approached him and said, "Boss, this is government goods. You can't rob it, or you'll be in big trouble." F***ck. What government goods? When have we, the wolves of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, been afraid of anyone? This guy was of course Luo Kudi. He shook his head and said, "Rob it. We've robbed too many government goods." What? What can you do to me? If you piss me off, I'll steal your goods in the future. Go. After snatching this batch, he would quickly go to the next location to snatch the medicinal herbs. How could he cultivate without a solid foundation? How could he improve without medicine? Awu, let's charge. Awu. Second Master Luo snatched this batch of official goods without a care. However, he had also poked a hornet's nest. Thus, Second Master Luo led his pack of wolves into a life of wandering about and being besieged on all sides. Well, this is a story for another time, so let's not talk about it for now. In another place, brilliant and colorful flower petals spun beautifully in the air. She was filled with dreamy beauty. However, every time that beautiful flower turned, every time it fluttered, it would bring about a bleak bloody light, taking away a fresh life. Viburnum flowers, her beauty was unparalleled. Desolate beyond the world, Xianxia's hands danced in the air, and countless viburnum flowers bloomed in the air. Quick! This is the first time since the establishment of our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your hands and feet must be clean. Xianxia ordered loudly. My name is Xianxia, the helmsman of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Xianxia's handsome face had a valiance that was not there when he was at the Heavenly Lair. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you are not convinced, our Heavenly Armament Pavilion will await your revenge at any time. Let's go. The group of people quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest with their spoils. No one knew where they went. On the other side, facing countless scoundrels, a lecherous smile appeared on their faces. A little girl as beautiful as a pearl cowered in fear. Her face was full of fear. You. Don't come over, I've drawn this line, don't come over. It's best not to come over. If you come over, you will die. Was the little girl begging for mercy or crying? But no matter what, it would not work on this bunch of lustful guys in front of her. Hee hee. Little beauty, Big Brother is here, what's there to be afraid of? If I die under a peony flower, I will still be a romantic ghost. I am a lecher to begin with. Big Brother Lecher is here. Little beauty, Big Brother will dote on you. A bunch of hooligans rushed over with drooling faces, fighting to be the first. Just as they crossed the line, someone suddenly screamed. Oh, what's going on? Another person covered his eyes. My eyes, why can't I see? My legs don't feel anything. There were even people who fell down for no reason and could not get up again. Dozens of people, without exception, all had strange symptoms. Although their symptoms were different, none of them were unscathed. Opposite them, the little girl as beautiful as a pearl giggled. I sincerely advised you not to come over previously, but you insisted on coming over. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault that something happened to you, hee hee. Do you think I, the great miss of heavenly poison, am so easy to bully? I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with you. This little girl was, of course, Chulu-er. Everyone was rolling on the ground, begging and cursing. Chulu-er turned a deaf ear to them and looked on coldly with a smile. After a while, after confirming that everyone had lost the ability to resist, Chulu-er walked over leisurely and plundered all the wealth from everyone, throwing it into her spatial ring. Pooey, what a bunch of paupers. You don't have anything good, I'm really disappointed. How dare you chase a beauty when you don't have money, how degrading. Great Miss Chu was obviously very dissatisfied with her gains this time. I get angry when I'm disappointed. So, all of you can go to hell. With a wave of her hand, she left gracefully. A cloud of black fog appeared out of thin air and quickly infected those people. Shrill screams immediately rang out. Before long, a pool of blood appeared on the ground and slowly seeped into the soil. As for those burly men, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air, completely disappearing without a trace. The onlookers who were afraid of getting into trouble or those who had evil intentions but didn't have the guts to do it saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. Who was the great miss of heavenly poison? She was a reaper, and so. The name of the great miss of heavenly poison spread like wildfire. In another place, Wu Jiuqing strolled on the road. In the dense forest behind him, corpses were strewn everywhere. I have to raise my strength as much as possible in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, how can I face my brothers? Wu Jiuqing muttered to himself. If I want to have strength, I have to accumulate a lot of wealth. And I have to have elixirs. At this critical moment, I have to use some methods that I shouldn't use. Wu Jiuqing moved faster and faster, disappearing in front of him like a shooting star, far away. Clouds and mist filled the air and the spiritual energy was like smoke, as if taking shape. Obviously, this was a godly source realm in perfect condition. Moreover, it was a complete godly source realm that had already formed a huge array of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy had already turned purple due to excessive density, indicating that this godly source realm had existed for at least 100,000 years. In fact, it had been even longer. The truth was so. This was the place where the dreamlike veranda, the #1 sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, was located. The dreamlike mundane world veranda had always been a force to be reckoned with under the heavens, firmly occupying the top spot in the Eastern Royal Heaven sect. The person at the helm of the dreamlike veranda could even speak on equal terms with the East Royal Palace. This showed how powerful the dreamlike veranda was. A group of 100 people flew out of the dreamlike veranda's mountain gate, flying towards the boundless secular world. They have gone to check on the soul-suppressing stone. They will be back soon. A beautiful woman in snow-white clothes said softly, "Don't worry about your uncle master." In front of her, there was a peerless beauty in blood-red clothes. Although she was still a little young, she was already in the womb of a peerless beauty. She just stood there like that. But she was like a flower bud of peerless beauty, blooming in this misty land. She attracted passionate and admiring gazes from all around. However, no one dared to make the slightest bit of rash action. Everyone knew that this little girl was the personal disciple that the first elder of the sect had just accepted. Her aptitude was so good that it could be said that she was a one-of-a-kind peerless genius in the entire heavenly imperial court. Such a woman was truly a proud daughter of the heavens. Such a proud daughter of heaven was not someone that anyone could match up to. Even the slightest bit of wishful thinking would cause trouble. Just being the first elder of the sect, one would not be able to pass at all. Although she had only been in the sect for half a month, her extraordinary beauty, her unprecedented potential, and her pure and holy temperament. Almost all the male disciples who had seen her before had been conquered by her. Although this little girl had only been in the dreamlike veranda for half a month, she had already snatched the title of the #1 beauty of the dreamlike veranda. She did not even take the initiative to snatch it, but it was recognized by everyone. The older ones all treated her like a pearl, afraid that she would fall in their hands, afraid that she would melt in their mouths. Innate spiritual body. Oh my God. Even the powerful dreamlike veranda had not had such a genius disciple in hundreds of thousands of years. As for those young disciples who were of marriageable age, they were even more infatuated, their souls lingering in their dreams, yearning for her even in their dreams. At the beginning of their meeting, they had already completely bowed down to her red dress. But she did not give any face to anyone. She always had a cold and pretty face, with a faint worry on her face. But the more it was like this, the more it made people's hearts itch. At this moment, this peerless beauty was frowning and frowning. She said softly, "Master, I was wondering if Martial Ant could help me find out the whereabouts of Brother Chu Yang." The beautiful woman in white subconsciously rolled her eyes and muttered in her heart, "What is that Brother Chu Yang? He actually made my disciple so infatuated." Fortunately, I was extra careful and specially instructed junior sister not to ask about Chu Yang this time. Even if she accidentally found out, she must not say anything. After all, he is a chick who is just descended. Maybe he is already dead. It is best if he is dead, so as not to hinder my precious disciple's future. That thing called lust is something that greatly affects the progress of cultivation. The beautiful woman in white sighed in her heart. For a genius like Mo Qinggu, even if her progress was a little slow, it would be a dereliction of duty as her master. Update P. Every time she saw the envious and jealous gazes of her seniors and juniors, the beautiful woman felt a little smug. Who asked you guys to be so unlucky that you couldn't get such a genius disciple? Who can you blame? Wahahaha, Qinggu, let's go back and practice. When we're done, I'll make you something good to eat. Be good, be obedient. The adult and the child walked inside, ignoring the scorching gazes that were interwoven into a heavenly net around them. Coo coo coo. A strange sound suddenly came from Mo Qingwu's pocket. What's in your pocket? It's so strange, the beautiful woman asked curiously. Before she finished speaking, a small pink and snow-white head had already sneakily popped out of Mo Qingwu's pocket, a pair of big round eyes looking around curiously. Wind fox? It's actually a wind fox? The beautiful woman exclaimed softly, her eyes full of disbelief. And it's a mutated and evolved wind fox, really rare. Let me take a closer look. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, and the wind fox actually floated out of Mo Qingwu's pocket and into the beautiful woman's palm. The wind fox was less than the size of a palm, really cute to the extreme. At this moment, its whole body was restrained, squeaking, pitifully asking Mo Qingwu for help. Good, don't be afraid, be good, my master is just looking at you. Mo Qingwu comforted softly. This is actually your contracted spirit beast? The beautiful woman's eyes were like lightning, full of shock as she looked at Mo Qingwu. Yes, master. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mo Qingwu asked curiously. What's wrong? How can the heavens care so much for a person? Girl, you're really blessed by the heavens, envied by others. The beautiful woman's face was a little broken. Your aptitude is already so heaven-defying. You actually have a super-level spirit beast with a boundless future. Oh right, what did you feed this wind fox before? The beautiful woman looked around. How did such a super-level change happen? This. It ate a lot of things, one after another, a lot. I don't know what exactly happened. Mo Qingwu said, just the inner cores of spirit beasts alone, he ate no less than 10,000 of them, and he ate, and what else? Let me think. The beautiful woman waited nervously for Mo Qingwu's reply. I remember that it eats mysterious ice jade essence, mysterious yang jade essence, heavenly moonlight treasure, jade snow spirit ginseng, ethereal heavenly crystal, mysterious heaven divine marrow, and also spring of life, primordial purple vapor, heaven nourishing jade. There are simply too many, and there are still many that I can't remember clearly. Mo Qingwu fiddled with her fingers. That's right. He even ate 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal. Mo Qingwu spat out word by word. The beautiful woman's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and her face grew paler and paler. She looked like she was about to faint. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. Oh heavens! Oh, the earth! Oh gods, listen to this. What did this little girl feed this wind fox? There were so many good things. Even in the Heaven Imperial Court, they were the best things that only existed in legends and could only be found by chance. She actually fed them to her pet. My goodness, Qingwu, you fed all these things to this little beast? The beautiful woman almost fainted. Yes. What's wrong? I think this little fellow likes these things quite a lot. He's not picky at all. Mo Qingwu blinked innocently. What's wrong, not picky? The beautiful woman wanted to cry. She really wanted to cry. I'm not picky either. Why didn't you give me those things? Sigh. Since it's already like this, there's no point in pursuing this any further. Little girl, let me tell you. With those things as a foundation, this little fellow will definitely become a divine beast in the future, or even higher. The beautiful woman sighed speechlessly. There was something else that she was too embarrassed to say. But if these things are used on you, your achievements will be even higher, and you'll be able to look down on everyone. Holding on to this slim hope, the beautiful woman asked in a trembling voice, then, Do you still have these things for yourself? Myself? Mo Qinggu was somewhat disdainful. She said, of course I have them. What's wrong with Master today? Why does she seem to have gone silly? I'm already rich enough to feed these things to spirit beasts. How can I not have them? It had to be said that Chu Yang would never treat his Qinggu unfairly. Mo Qingwu had at least one set of all the things that he had mentioned a moment ago. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the little girl's own use. The beautiful woman fainted from happiness. It's right here. Master, do you want to see? Mo Qingwu touched her space ring. Don't. My little grandaunt. The beautiful woman was extremely nervous. She held her back. Come with me. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore. She simply picked up Mo Qinggu and rushed to the main hall. This matter was no small matter. If this was really the case, with this little brother, our dreamlike veranda would not only be the strongest sect in the Eastern Royal Heavens, but also the strongest sect in the entire Heavenly Imperial Court. This was a matter of great importance. She had to discuss it properly with the sect master and the various elders, in the main hall of the dreamlike veranda. A group of peerless experts looked at the things that Mo Qinggu took out and collectively lost the ability to speak. Looking at the small wind fox jumping around on Mo Qingwu's body, everyone's face revealed sincere envy and jealousy. Such a good thing is only given to this little bastard. Why didn't we meet? This matter is the top secret of our sect. Nothing can be leaked. The sect master made a prompt decision. Junior sister, these things, of course, should be used by Qinggu. Don't waste them. As he said this, he pondered for a moment. Yes. The beautiful woman agreed loudly. Yes, junior sister, this little brother. Cough cough, your place is a little remote. Why don't you give it to me? I can give her a better environment and treatment. The sect master said somewhat embarrassedly. Everyone in the main hall stared at the sect master with disdainful eyes. They had never seen such a shameless person. On the day of accepting a disciple, you snatched it once, and now you're snatching it again. As expected of the sect master, the thickness of his skin is really beyond our reach. But no matter how shameless you are, it's useless. If it could be snatched, would it be your turn? Didn't you see that junior sister even rejected the elder ancestor? No. This matter is not negotiable. The beautiful woman resolutely rejected with a strong sense of righteousness. Don't even think about it. With Mo Qinggu in her arms, she left with a whoosh. The sect master touched his nose and smiled bitterly. His expression didn't change. As expected of the sect master, who wouldn't want such a disciple who would bring glory to the sect, this was also human nature. The group of old guys stood up one by one, looked at the sect master with disdain again, and left. But once they went out and returned to their exclusive small enclosed space where no one could see, this group of old guys suddenly lost their composure. They jumped and sighed. Just now, they were just envious and jealous. Now, they were a little hateful. It wasn't that they hated Mo Qinggu, but they hated themselves. Why didn't they persevere a little more back then? If they had persevered a little more, this disciple might have been theirs. With such a disciple, losing a little face was nothing. We're rich. Our dreamlike mortal pavilion is definitely going to be rich. Sigh. Why didn't I be the first to meet such a good seedling? It really benefited Old Seven for nothing. I really regret it. Old Seven's mission should have been me, but I was too lazy to move, so I let her go. In the end, I came back with a hot pancake and picked up the #1 genius of the Heaven Imperial Court. Why was I so lazy? I really regret it to death. Bang, 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 bang. Old Seven is really lucky. Such a good seedling was picked up by her. Sigh. Master, I request to see you. I have something important to ask for your help. Her direct disciple requested to see her. Come in. Yes, Master. I have something to ask for your help. What is it? I'm not young anymore. I've reached the age of marriage. Men should get married when they are of age. This is human nature. It's not strange. Our sect doesn't forbid marriage. There's no need to be like this. Thank you, Master. I have taken a fancy to a junior sister. I would like to ask for your help. Well, this is a good thing. Tell me, who do you like? Master will naturally uphold justice for you. Yes, thank you, Master. He excitedly raised his head. Master, I have taken a fancy to junior sister Qinggu who has just arrived at the sect. Please help me. Before he could finish speaking, get out. Get out. She was furious and couldn't restrain her anger. Is Qinggu someone you can covet? Who do you think you are? Get out quickly. If you dare to have these crooked thoughts again, I will break your legs. Get out. Get out. Similar scenes were playing out in almost every qualified elder's place. Some of them had many direct disciples, and they received several requests in a day. In desperation, they simply gathered all the disciples, and scolded all the disciples. Then, the group of old guys went into seclusion. At this point, even if Mo Qinggu agreed, these old guys wouldn't agree. Mo Qinggu was now the #1 treasure of the Dreamlike World Pavilion. Before she grew up, no one dared to mention marriage. It was as serious as digging up the ancestral grave of the Dreamlike World Pavilion. These movements weren't small, but they were insignificant in the context of the entire continent. To be more precise, they were completely silent. It was just a small wave that didn't attract attention. However, no one would have thought that an organization by the name of Heavenly Armament Pavilion would quietly rise up in this situation where the various tyrants had already divided their territories. No one would have thought that such a small organization would turn the entire Heavenly Imperial Court upside down in the next few years. Dreamlike Veranda. Baidu search PCOM. Mo Qinggu practiced quietly, but there was a smile on her lips. Yes, Master, Chu Yang's cultivation speed is faster than mine. Yes, Master, I only have a purine body here, so I have everything I need. These treasures were all given to me by a mysterious expert, but the few pieces of pure yang were consumed by Chu Yang. Mo Qingwu believed that these words of hers would have a strong impact on her master. Dreamlike Veranda did not forbid marriage. However, with her aptitude, she had become a treasure. The sect would definitely not allow a disciple with such aptitude to marry out easily. But everything could only be maximized when yin and yang were in harmony. Although Mo Qinggu took out a lot of treasures, there was only a little bit of mysterious yang jade essence of pure yang. It was far from being able to achieve the harmony of yin and yang in the body and the harmony between heaven and earth. Although her aptitude was fast enough, far faster than half of the people, if she could get more pure yang treasures, her speed would increase even more. And the treasures that were a perfect match were with Chu Yang. And Mo Qinggu emphasized that Chu Yang had already consumed them. In this way, as long as she encountered a bottleneck or any obstacles in her progress, she would need Chu Yang's help. Therefore, Dreamlike Veranda would not hurt Chu Yang no matter what, and would only look for him. She could feel that after she said these words, her master's expression was ugly and conflicted. Mo Qinggu, of course, did not care about this. She had achieved her goal, so she went to practice. Ever since Mo Qinggu came to the Heavenly Imperial Court. After wandering for less than a month, she had a conflict with a local gang. After killing many people in the gang, Mo Qinggu fled. On the way, she met her master. The beautiful woman in white saw a group of big men chasing a little girl. She instinctively helped. After killing the group, she found that this little girl was really cute. After some contact, she was even more shocked to find that this little girl actually had a rare innate spirit body. She could not move her feet at once. She wanted Mo Qinggu to acknowledge her as her master. But Mo Qinggu already had a master. How could he agree? The two sides had been entangled for a long time. The beautiful woman in white had made concessions time and time again. In the end, she had even made a decision to give Ning Tianye and Bulu Qing the position of guest elders of the Dreamlike Mortal Worlds Pavilion. They would be of the same generation as them. Moreover, she had also made a concession to become Mo Qingwu's third master. Mo Qingwu reluctantly nodded. At this point, Mo Qingwu had no choice but to nod. The cultivation of this beautiful woman in white is terrifyingly high. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. It was only after arriving at the dreamlike secular pavilion that Mo Qingwu realized that she had arrived. It was actually the #1 sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, Jiangnan. In an elegant courtyard. Auntie. I'm a little discouraged now. I really feel a little inferior. A handsome young man stood beside a beautiful woman. His face was filled with a bitter smile of defeat. The beautiful woman also smiled bitterly. In the courtyard, an aura of a breakthrough was rising. It was spreading out. Xianxia is really an anomaly in the entire demon clan. Her original strength was already extremely high, but because of her injuries, she didn't fully recover. And because of her body refinement, her cultivation fell greatly, but she didn't lose her realm. So it's not surprising that her cultivation speed is a little faster. This sentence. Even she didn't believe it herself. She was purely comforting her nephew. It could be considered a white lie. This handsome young man was naturally the demon clan's tie. Ever since Xianxia came here, this guy who admired Xianxia shamelessly stayed here. Even if he couldn't get close to her, it was good to see her often. Didn't they say that love grows with time? I'll keep staying here. I don't believe that I can't melt the iceberg, but as time passed, he became less and less confident. So there was a saying in this world that there was an eternally frozen iceberg. Auntie, you don't have to comfort me. The demon clan's tie looked miserable. When she first came here, she was only at the earth level. In less than a month, she broke through to the heaven level. In less than half a month, she broke through to the heaven level. In 3 months, she broke through to the saint level. Half a year later, she reached the peak of the saint level. Now, she's already breaking through to the heavenly level. The demon clan's tie felt like he was going crazy. Even if she's just recovering her original cultivation, this speed is unprecedented in the heavenly imperial court. Is this something that can be compared with human strength? And I remember clearly that when she injured me 10,000 years ago, she was definitely only at the saint level. The demon clan's tie looked pale. Now, she's already broken through to the heavenly level. How is this possible? How is this possible? The beautiful woman in white could only sigh. Sigh, I don't know what to say either. Let's see if your devotion can move her. But based on the current situation, it's not very likely. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. It was indeed her personal opinion. In other people's eyes, it was not only not very likely, it was simply impossible. The demon clan's tie, who knew his situation, lowered his head sadly. In his extreme dejection, even a tail under his robe drooped down, dragging it back and forth on the ground. It's so difficult. Auntie, why is it so difficult to pursue a woman? The beautiful woman in white rolled her eyes at him and said, if it's not difficult, then you won't cherish her after you get her, right? You're right. The demon clan's tie's fighting spirit rose again. I'll definitely move her. Sincerity can move metal and stone, definitely. Okay, then I hope you can move her soon. The beautiful woman in white smiled and said, but you should also cultivate to catch up with her. Are you going to be beaten by your wife every day when you get married in the future? Thinking of this terrible fact, the demon clan's tie's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. From now on, I'll cultivate as hard as I can. That's a good boy. It was chaos outside. But at this moment, Chu Yang was leisurely in the Chu clan's courtyard. Since the storm had already started, Chu Yang didn't need to worry anymore. Now, the storm was still rushing over from far away. Naturally, Chu Yang was even more relieved. In fact, this instigator even improvised a poem on the spot. Unintentional celestial man's wrath, a fart blasts directly. Heroes from all walks of life come, the wind is like a dragon. The cloud is like a tiger. Everything has nothing to do with me, I only want to embrace the beauty. Let the wind and waves hit me, I'll walk leisurely. It was said that this poem was accidentally heard by the wives of a few brothers. All of them laughed until their stomachs hurt. Chu Yang and Tai Budian strolled in the courtyard and came to the courtyard. Now, in the courtyard, there was a group of little guys chasing and playing. In the distance, there were people of similar ages running and practicing martial arts. There wasn't any pattern to it, just pure physical exercise. Xia Danqiong's wife, Madame Mei, was carefully looking after them with some people. She was afraid that someone would get hurt. It had to be said that Madame Mei was full of gentle motherly nature. To children, she was the most intimate. This was also the so-called affinity. In addition, Madame May was extremely patient. She also liked every one of these little guys very much. Therefore, everyone was also willing to be close to her. It was unknown who shouted, "Big Brother Chu, the patriarch is here." Immediately, a group of little guys swarmed over. Their eyes were full of passion. Their faces were full of admiration. "Big Brother Chu Yang, Clan Master, you're here, you're finally here, I missed you so much, when are you going to teach us martial arts? I want to become a heavenly soldier." Me too, me too. Hee hee, just thinking about it makes me feel impressive. Heavenly soldier, ha ha ha. Tisk, only you, I'm still the strongest. The little guys were in a mess. Chu Yang smiled from the bottom of his heart. After playing with this group of little guys for a long time, he didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. Tai Budian was especially touched. Who said that emperors were heartless? Although she had only been separated from her son for more than a month, Tai Budian had been in her heart for a very, very long time. The moment she saw so many little guys who were about the same age as her, at most 3 or 4 years older, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She squatted down and comforted them gently, hugging them one by one. Her actions were gentle, as if she was hugging her son. A mother would be worried about a son traveling 1,000 miles, and a mother would be worried about a son traveling 1,000 miles. Although Tai Budian was a qualified ruler, she was also a loving mother at the same time. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That little bastard, not only did he usurp the throne, he even chased his parents away early on. Little heartless, I'll spank you when we're old. When Minister Chu was thinking this, he had completely forgotten that he was also involved in all these. Furthermore, he was the mastermind and accomplice. To a large extent, he was the one who instigated the little Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a step forward and gently held Tai Butian's arm. He said softly, "Don't worry, there's a monster over there, one who's even more of a monster than me. If he wants to come up, I'm afraid he can come up at any time. It's just that he hasn't completed what he wants to do yet. Once he's done, he can come over at any time." Really? Tai Butian's eyes were a little teary. At this moment, she was even a little weak. The ruler at this moment was actually a mother who missed her son who was far away. No matter how much power she wielded, no matter how much of a ruler she was, at this moment, she was just a mother who missed her son. "Really," Chu Yang said very firmly, even with a tone of certainty. Tai Budian looked at these children enviously. She said, "How good would it be if they were always by our side?" Chu Yang sighed softly. "You also know that our children. If they were really always by our side, it would instead be difficult for them to grow up. Only an environment without restrictions can allow them to grow up best." Tai Budian sighed softly, but she also agreed with Chu Yang's words. Tai Budian was a qualified ruler, but she was definitely not a strict teacher. She was simply too kind and amiable toward her own children. Since ancient times, loving mothers tended to spoil their children. Although every mother couldn't wait to hold their children in their arms for the rest of their lives, for the sake of their children's future, they still had to be ruthless and let go, allowing their children to fly alone, to gain experience and have their own lives. The gentleness in Tai Butian's eyes at this moment quickly conquered the children. Children's hearts were the most sensitive. They could sense who was good to them. This was something. That couldn't be fate. All of them gathered around her, their faces full of concern and admiration. From Tai Budian, they could truly feel the aura of a mother. "Children." With tears in her eyes, Tai Budian smiled and said, "All of you must be well." There was complete silence. Some of the orphans who didn't have parents since they were young even had red eyes. "Don't call her auntie. This is your sister-in-law, my wife." Chu Yang smiled and introduced her loudly. "If you have any problems in the future, just look for her. Remember." "Okay." All the children shouted loudly. "Sister-in-law is so beautiful." A 10-year-old girl looked at Tai Budian in a daze and murmured, "The mother in my dreams is just like this." Tai Budian was playing with the children. Chu Yang quietly called Madame May to one side. "Sister-in-law, have you calculated the things that I asked you to?" "Yes, the statistics are out. We have 5,475 children, but less than 1,000 of them have names. The rest of the younger ones may have names, but most of them have already been forgotten. In this way, there is no way to continue investigating. Madame May looked at these children and sighed with some heartache. This detestable world has caused so many people to die. No matter whether they deserved it or died innocently, what did these children do to deserve it? They have to bear the suffering of the world at such a young age. The heavens are heartless. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, there is really no other way. Life is the world of martial arts. The world of martial arts has been full of killing, fighting, and competition since ancient times. Death is something that is destined to be unavoidable. Madame May sighed deeply and said, fortunately, there are people like you. Only these children can change their fate. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he said, I can only manage a very, very small portion. Most of the time, I can't do anything. I'm not that great, really. Madame May sighed deeply. For those who don't have names, let's name them according to the surname Chu. Chu Yang said softly, let's use wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, snow, frost, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. There are too many people. Even if we use all the commonly used words, I'm afraid it won't be enough. Madame May frowned. Chu Yang said, this is easy to handle. We can name Chu Xingyun, Chu Qingyun, Chu Baiyun, Chu Ziyun, Chu Maiyun, and so on. When he ran out of words, he would switch to another one. Also, separate the boys from the girls. Girls should be more gentle. That's good. Madame May's eyes lit up as she said, if that's the case, the naming of 100 people wouldn't be messed up, yes. Chu Yang nodded. Take note of one thing. During this period of time, you will be choosing names at home. Everyone needs to be familiar with their new names. Remember your status in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, no one is allowed to leave. You are not allowed to go to the front yard or the backyard. All right. The most important point. He had to keep up with their diet. The children's bodies had almost recovered and could tolerate a certain amount of meat. There was no harm in getting more. And that soup. Everyone must drink it. All right. Be careful, no one is allowed to go out. This matter is very important. Especially important. Chu Yang emphasized this issue once again. Although Madame May didn't understand, she still carried it out strictly. Chu Yang raised his head and sighed softly. There wasn't much time left. His heart couldn't help but surge with endless reluctance. I've already laid out the foundation for all of you. It's up to you now. Chu Yang murmured softly to himself, I hope that all of you will work hard and create your own future. For yourselves and for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That night, Tai Budian snuggled in Chu Yang's arms, frowning slightly as if there was something she didn't understand. What's wrong? It's a little strange. Tai Budian said, our children are much younger than some of them, but I keep having the feeling that our children are smarter than them, and much smarter. Chu Yang sweated a little. Was there a need to say it, even though these children had already been transformed by Chu Yang, and their aptitudes were all heaven-sent geniuses, but compared to little Tai Yang, that kind of monstrous genius, they were still lacking by quite a bit. Just comparing their willpower alone, the difference was like heaven and earth. If they really had to compare, even Mo Qingwu's innate spirit body couldn't be compared to little Tai Yang, much less these children's natural talents that were modified through heavenly treasures. It's very late. Go to sleep. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and gave Tai Budian a meaningful smile. Your Majesty, I'll serve you. His hands had already split into two and went into the mountains and valleys respectively. Tai Butian's face and ears turned red at once. Under the assault of that pair of demonic hands, she panted heavily and said with a flushed face, you, do whatever you want. But you mustn't do those weird positions again. It's really, so embarrassing. Chu Yang's heart instantly burned. He said, what kind of positions exactly? If your Majesty doesn't tell me clearly, how would I know? She couldn't help but be aroused by this sentence. Just as she was about to get on the horse and her sword was about to reach, suddenly, strange noises came from outside. At this critical moment, a night walker had come, a faint murderous aura seeped in through the window. An assassin had actually come. Chu Yang was in high spirits when he suddenly encountered such a thing. How could he not fly into a rage? His head was filled with anger, and it directly burned to the heavens. Previously, Chu Yang had fantasized that if someone came to assassinate him, he would capture the assassin. Then, he would use both the carrot and the stick, as well as poison. Perhaps, he could even subdue a few experts. In front of others, his strength was at the Earth grade level, and he also had the battle record of killing 2 Earth grade experts at the same level. Then, the person who came to assassinate him was at least stronger than himself and the 2 Earth grade experts of the Li family. Perhaps it was a high-level Earth grade, or perhaps it was the peak of Earth grade. It was also possible for them to be infinitely close to Heaven stage, and such people were not a threat to him at all. If he could subdue another wave, then 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 another wave. Of course. This was just his imagination. How could such a situation happen in reality? And now, his imagination had finally come true. Finally, someone had come to assassinate him. However, Chu Yang had completely forgotten his original plan. The only thought in Chu Yang's mind now was, to kill. Originally, no matter when the assassin came, Minister Chu wouldn't be so angry. But now. At this moment, just as he was about to start serving the Empress, at this critical moment, he came. Minister Chu roared angrily. With his back bare, he only had time to put on a pair of large underpants and rushed out. The long spear was straight, it could be vaguely seen. Tai Butian's face flushed red at the sight of this. She only had time to say, "Put on your clothes," but Chu Yang had already disappeared. He didn't care if the autumn light had already appeared. A magnificent sword light. Out through the window. Outside, 3 uninvited guests were standing in the courtyard, looking around with their arms crossed. One of them was indifferent. He said very gracefully, "Divine Dr. Chu, we 3 brothers have come to visit you in the middle of the night. Please come out to meet us." Before he finished his words, a ghastly sword light appeared. Divine Dr. Chu, with his back bare, had already appeared in front of him. His pair of hairy legs were bare. His face was full of murderous intent. "Divine Dr. Chu, haha, please forgive us. We're just following orders. We need to borrow your head." This person was a heaven-level expert, so he naturally did not take someone who had just broken through to Earth level seriously. He put his hands behind his back and spoke in a very pretentious manner, as if everything was under his control. However, before he could finish his sentence, the dense sword light had already arrived in front of him with the speed of lightning. The heaven-level expert didn't expect Divine Dr. Chu to be so straightforward. He didn't even ask any questions and directly attacked. "We're heaven-level experts. We're much better than you, a mere Earth-level beginner. After being ordered to take our lives, we should at most run for our lives, not to mention kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. How can you take the initiative to attack first?" For a moment, the 3 of them were even a little confused. Are we here to assassinate Divine Dr. Chu? Or is Divine Dr. Chu here to ambush the 3 of us? We still want to talk first. Why did the one who's about to be assassinated attack us without saying anything? Does he feel that he's not dying fast enough and even gave up the chance to live a little longer? He flashed and floated to one side. "Wait." As the sword light landed, Chu Yang frowned and said, "Is there anything else?" His tone was full of impatience. This was definitely nonsense. Anyone who was interrupted for no reason would definitely be annoyed. The 3 of them were speechless. Even if there's nothing else, you don't have to be so straightforward, right? Aren't you curious? What are we 3 experts here for? Who sent us here? Besides, you're just an Earth-level expert. Are you a match for us 3 experts? Divine Dr. Chu is indeed extraordinary. The heaven-level expert laughed and said, "But I'm very curious. Are you not curious about our arrival at all? Or is our arrival within your expectations? Only ghosts would know that you're coming." "Well, what are you here for?" Chu Yang asked smoothly. "To kill you," this person said in a threatening and oppressive manner. "Or, if you want to kill me, why aren't you doing it? Are you planning to kill me with your mouth? Xianxia scolded. I thought that you're here for a chat. I'm not interested in chatting with you in the middle of the night. Do you know that you three bastards have spoiled my plans? The three of them were petrified. Is it really true that the ignorant are fearless? Or is this divine Dr. Chu simply a fool who doesn't know anything? He's already at death's door, but he still dares to be so arrogant? My nose hasn't breathed for a day and a night. My head hurts from breathing through my mouth. I've been drinking water for a day, but my throat still hurts terribly. End of chapter 1797. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.